Abyss Domination Chapter 502 to Chapter 579. Rows of data appeared in front of his eyes. God's template transformation. Extracting the power of faith. Connecting to the kingdom of faith. Extracting the power of the kingdom of God. Synchronizing the power of faith. God's template activation. Processing the power of faith. Converting the power of faith. Injecting the power of God. Synchronizing the power of the kingdom of God. Temporarily entering the God's form. Connecting to the kingdom of God. Transforming myself into the God's form. Countless streams of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. If it was before, his brain would have exploded. But now, he could easily bear all this and quickly completed the whole process. His body was shining with a strange light. His whole body was automatically suspended in the air. The space around him was assimilated by him. It was as if the power of the law of the place where his body was located was under his control. This was the real power of the gods, and the reason why most of the gods could only stay inside the kingdom of God. The God's form was the embodiment of the power of the law. At this moment, Soren felt an unprecedented power. It was the power to distort the space with a wave of his hand. His figure appeared directly above the temple without any casting action. A huge amount of divine power covered the whole island of Moder. The people who were peeping in the dark couldn't help but tremble. This was the pressure of a true god. It was more shocking than the dragon power of the ancient dragon. God's grace is like the sea. God's power is like a prison. Everything in front of him was under Soren's control. None of the little mice peeping in the dark could escape his sight. At this moment, he was a true god. As a god, at this moment, it seemed that he could kill any mortal at will. But the precious divine power should not be wasted here. The power provided by tens of thousands of believers' prayers was decreasing, and the divine power connected to the kingdom of God was getting weaker and weaker. Soren must complete the most important thing at this moment. The light of dawn had appeared. But Soren's figure appeared above the temple. He stood in the white light column rising from the statue. His whole body was covered by the light of divinity. Behind him, the darkness was about to disappear, and the light of dawn rose in front of him. At this moment, behind Soren, a blinding ray of light burst forth. The light of the gods illuminated the entire sky, and in that instant, it was as if it was the noon sun, shining in all directions. This was like an important signal. The great priest instantly appeared on the high platform of the temple. A concentrated soul storm spread out and enveloped all the believers in front of him. The power of the soul storm converged into a beam of light that supported Soren's feet. My Lord Soren, you will raise the throne that belongs to you. Ascending to the sky. My Lord Soren, you will raise the throne that belongs to you. Ascending to the sky. My Lord Soren, you will raise the throne that belongs to you. Ascending to the sky. All the prayers were left with this last sentence. The power of the entire temple, the prayers of countless believers, the feedback from the kingdom of God, all the power was gathered on Soren's body. At this moment, he was as dazzling as a star. With the prayer words that even made the space tremble, a part of the soul appeared from Soren's body. All the divine power gathered on this part of the soul. In an instant, he was like a star that was lit up by someone. He directly cut through the night sky and rose to the sky, ascending to the throne. Ascending to the sky, at this most important moment, a huge amount of divine power appeared on the sea temple of Port Moder. Then the sea water in the port suddenly formed a whirlpool. With the violent fluctuations of the sea, a goddess with a trident appeared on the sea. The sea goddess, the sea priests, who had been watching Soren's apotheosis indifferently, were shocked beyond words. Then they knelt on the ground one by one. A mass of believers belonging to the sea church knelt on the ground, devoutly welcoming the appearance of the incarnation of the sea goddess. But the sea goddess didn't care about these believers at all. She didn't even look at them. Her figure rose directly into the sky. The incarnation of the sea goddess held the trident and stayed over the city of Moder. She stood in the clouds and watched all this. It was as if she was witnessing Soren's ascension, and it was as if she was deterring some enemies for him. The first incarnation to witness Soren's ascension appeared, a star appeared in the sky. Some kind of light could be seen rising in the distance. For the rest of the world, tonight was just a star that became particularly bright. It was not as shocking as that night when the demigod vampire ascended and dyed the moon red. However, for some other powerful beings in the world, what they saw today was more shocking than what the demigod vampire did. Soren was very low-key. The sacred and spectacular scene of the city of Moder only appeared in the city of Moder. Unless someone used a powerful spell to observe here, people in other places could only see a bright star in the sky. That was all, because the sacred prayer had caused the space to tremble. Any legendary-level existence could hear and feel it. Hence, very soon, many powerful spellcasters turned their attention to this place. A new god had appeared. This seemed to be a chance for them. However, they soon saw a terrible existence that made their hearts skip a beat and their hands tremble. The sea goddess, great divine power. Many people had already heard about the deeds of this evil goddess. Her moodiness, her evil desires, her destructive anger, everything about this evil goddess was as unpredictable as the sea. Although the sea goddess gradually integrated the soft and vast side of the sea, integrated more of the characteristics of the sea into herself, and even wanted to touch the field of life, her own alignment had gradually deviated from chaotic evil to neutral evil. But there was no doubt that she was still a powerful evil god that many people absolutely did not want to provoke. The sea goddess's eyes were fixed on Soren. But she was also looking at the Amazon rainforest, where the sky seemed to be brewing a storm. It was as if some equally powerful existence had accidentally found a new god next door after taking a nap. Although she had only recently advanced to great divine power, for the sea goddess who had mastered destruction, sea, evil, and other powerful domains, other gods who had already possessed great divine power, did not make her feel the slightest fear. Because she was the incarnation of the sea, her anger could set off huge waves. It could directly drown any country on the continent. The storm gradually calmed down. The distant Amazon rainforest was restored to its original state, as if the clouds of the storm had never appeared. Soren's soul was rising into the air, all his spiritual will was on the soul that was pulled out, and he had a more important mission to complete. A golden brilliance emerged. Built over the Temple of Wealth in the most prosperous area of the port of Moder, the statue of the Lady of Wealth appeared dazzling brilliance, and then a half-virtual figure stood up. She was wearing a luxurious long dress, and her cloak emitted a bright golden brilliance. Her whole body looked golden, and there was a kind of beauty and luxury that people could not look directly at. The sacred atmosphere spread. Priest Jin's heart thumped, and he quickly led the believers to kneel down, welcoming the incarnation of the goddess of wealth. The figure of the Lady of Wealth rose into the air. She stood on the other side of the city of Moder with a golden scepter in her hand. Her figure stood in the clouds and watched all this, facing the sea goddess from a distance. When the two goddesses looked at each other, there seemed to be sparks of collision in their eyes. The second incarnation to witness Soren's ascension appeared, the goddess of wealth, intermediate divine power. The peeping eyes in the dark suddenly thumped again. The goddess of wealth might not be the most powerful god, but she was definitely the richest god. For such a super golden thigh, anyone who held on to it would benefit a lot. At this time, many people were already thinking of retreating, because this new god's background seemed to be quite strong. One was a great divine power, one was a intermediate divine power, one was a evil and cruel, and one was a quite rich. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed to be a tough one. However, at this time, suddenly a strange chuckle appeared. Faintly, it seemed that a black goddess incarnation appeared. In an instant, both the sea goddess and the Lady of Wealth turned their eyes in that direction, and then there was a trace of shock on their faces. The two goddesses bowed slightly at the same time to express their respect for the mysterious existence. The third incarnation to witness Soren's ascension appeared. The goddess of misfortune, intermediate divine power. Some people who were secretly peeping at Moder almost peed their pants for a moment. Some spellcasters were so scared that their hands trembled, and the crystal balls that were used as props fell to the ground. Some of them were quite powerful. They might not be afraid of the sea goddess or the Lady of Wealth, but they could never ignore the legendary goddess of misfortune. The power of fate was so elusive that even the gods knew how to maintain respect for the twins of destiny on the surface. The incarnations of the three gods appeared. For anyone who witnessed Soren's ascension, this moment had a profound meaning. The divine brilliance rose. Like a dazzling meteor rising from the ground to the sky, countless people could see this dazzling brilliance, but for ordinary mortals, not many knew what it really represented. P.S. Second update. There is another update today. What was the most important thing in the investiture ritual? Evolving oneself into the form of a god? Learning how to convert the power of faith into divine power? Learning how to bestow divine spells upon the believers? Or establishing a kingdom that belonged to the gods? No, 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 these were not the most important things. The most important thing for becoming a god was to enter the legendary pantheon, raise the throne high, ascend to the sky. A part of Soren's soul directly turned into a god's incarnation in the form of pure energy. Amidst the prayers of tens of thousands of believers, it rose slowly towards the sky like a bright star. Time and space were no longer a distance. The soul crossed the boundary of the material plane as if it had passed through a solid crystal wall and stood in the bright void of the galaxy. But this was not the most important thing. A sacred door opened in front of Soren. Holy light emerged. The figure of an angel appeared in front of him. Two figures, one black and one white, walked out of the void. A holy angel and an evil fallen angel. They were the oldest group of angels. They were also the most powerful creations of the gods that had survived the long river of time. Now, they were no longer involved in other matters in the universe. They only had one task now, and that was to guard the pantheon, to welcome the new gods. The two ancient angels were silent. They looked at Soren with their eyes, then bowed slightly to show their respect to a true god. Then, they opened a door in the void. It was an incomparably magnificent temple that couldn't be described with words. It was the core of the multiverse. It was a place even more mysterious than the legendary Sigil City because only the gods were qualified to step into it. It was the core of the rules of the entire multiverse. Soren nodded slightly and then stepped into the door in front of him. The moment he entered the pantheon, countless knowledge that should be mastered by the gods poured into his mind. This was the power of the most ancient law. No one knew when the pantheon was born, but according to the knowledge of the gods, the pantheon had existed since the birth of the most ancient gods. Just like the oldest memory of the demon Orbis, they woke up from the chaos and descended into the multiverse. The pantheon temple was very quiet. This was an extremely large space. Everything in front of him was covered in a light screen. This was a light screen that not even the god spirits could see through. Divine thrones were placed in the pantheon palace. Soren could see many figures in his line of sight. They were quietly sitting where they were and did not pay any attention to his arrival. These were all the incarnations of the gods. It was also a part of their soul. Any true god would send a part of their soul into the pantheon temple. As long as they did not completely fall, their divine thrones in the pantheon temple would always remain. Not many ancient gods would pay attention to a newly born, minor divine power, at this time. They stayed on their thrones to fight against the coming catastrophe. Nature God System. Elemental God System. Human God System. Elf God System. Dwarf God System. The Halfling God System. Drow Elven Divine System. Order Faction. Neutral Faction. Chaos Faction. Good Faction. Evil Faction. The distribution of the entire Pantheon Temple seemed to have a pattern that he did not know. Through his senses, Soren found his position in an instant. At the back of the Human God System and the Elf God System. In a position close to the left corner of the Pantheon Temple, there was a divine throne that belonged to Soren. His emblem was engraved on it, and it also showed the divine power that he had. Minor divine power, one of the weakest gods in the entire Pantheon Temple. There was no divine system. The half-elves only had one god, and they had no clear allies because they could only formally form an alliance after becoming a god. So Soren had an independent position and an independent space, even if he was in the corner of the Pantheon Temple. However, if he chose to join one of the gods, then his throne would be moved to another space. These separated light screens were actually different spaces, and they were larger than what the eyes could see. The position of the gods was not constant. They maintained the normal operation of the entire multiverse. In fact, these divine thrones would change slightly every 1,000 years or so. Some gods fell, and some gods were promoted. But most of the changes appeared at the back of the Pantheon Temple, which belonged to the elemental divine system, natural divine system, and many main gods. There had not been any changes for a long time. The last time there was a drastic change, the divine throne that belonged to the Queen of Spiders appeared directly at the front of the Pantheon temple. Her divine throne was moved to the row of the main gods of many divine systems. She did not know whether it was intentional or not, but sitting opposite her was her former husband, the ruler of the elf god system, the Lord of the Elves. This couple was really ill-fated. Soren sat on his divine throne. In an instant, the space around him began to expand and turned into a small half-bit wall. It was empty. Because Soren did not have any allies, and he did not belong to any divine system. Vaguely, Soren felt 3 gazes, and they were expressing goodwill towards him. They were from the sea goddess, the Lady of Wealth, and the Lady of Misfortune. These 3 gods had witnessed his ascension. Naturally, they also noticed Soren as soon as he entered the Pantheon temple. If it was at any other time, perhaps the appearance of a new god would attract the attention of many gods. But now, the prelude of the Avatar crisis was about to break out. Basically, not many gods would turn their attention to such a trivial matter. Soren sat down, a curtain of light rose around him, and a half-virtual figure of a god appeared in the Pantheon temple. It looked no different from the other gods sitting on the divine thrones. The power of the law poured into his body. In the dark, Soren seemed to understand some of the power of the rules of the universe, but he seemed to be unable to fully understand it. The ascension was complete. When Soren's soul entered the Pantheon temple, all the priests could not help but have a slight feeling in their hearts. Because they suddenly regained their divine power. Although it was only restored to the 3rd level of divine power, it had a special meaning for them. My Lord Soren had just completed the ascension ceremony, and the divine power he had accumulated was not large enough. But as long as this period of time passed, my Lord Soren would be able to bestow a higher level of divine power. Their power was recovering. Soren slowly opened his eyes, and the stars in the sky representing the half-elves' divine kingdom dimmed again. At this time, when the Avatar's crisis was about to break out, Soren could not and did not have the ability to return to the divine kingdom, but he had a connection with the divine kingdom because it represented the divine kingdom produced by the clergy of the half-elves. Although it was very weak and almost crumbling, it still retained a part of its foundation. The divine kingdom gave back a lot of divine power to Soren. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to raise his divine throne to the sky. The ascension ceremony was completed. The figure of the goddess of misfortune gradually disappeared in the sky, leaving only a faint laughter. The goddess of wealth looked at Soren. She nodded slightly to Soren, and then turned into golden light and dissipated. This god with middle-grade divine power was not very powerful. At this time, when the Avatar crisis was about to come, she did not want to waste too much of her divine power. The only one left in the sky was the goddess of sea. The evil goddess smiled faintly at Soren, then raised her trident and pointed at the sea temple. The huge amount of divine power that had been gathered since the establishment of Port Mordor ran wildly, and even drew power from some places in the sea. She looked down at everything in front of her and said in a majestic voice, "This city will have 3 years of harvest." Oracle, holy words, the voice full of holiness echoed over the city of Mordor. Finally, a huge burst of divine power broke out, and even the surrounding space trembled, all the way to the depths of the sea. The figure of the goddess of sea slowly disappeared. Soren's figure stayed in the air, bowing slightly towards the place where she disappeared, expressing his respect and gratitude. This was the kindness of the gods. The goddess of sea was expressing her kindness, telling Soren that she was more generous than the other 2 goddesses and more willing to cooperate with him. Maybe it was because Soren had expanded her faith, or maybe it was because Soren had the territory of pirates. Or maybe they both belonged to the evil camp. It was difficult to guess the thoughts of the gods, but her behavior was worthy of respect and gratitude. Soren's figure slowly descended. The ascension ceremony had now reached the last step. The figure of the high priest appeared in front of the statue. She knelt down to Soren, who was standing in front of the statue, humbly expressing her respect and love. Soren gently put his hand on her head, and then a powerful divine power broke out. Then he took out a scepter that symbolized the highest power of the half-elf church, poured his own divine power into it, and finally handed it to the high priest. The power of the king. From now on, the high priest was the Supreme ruler of the half-elf church, as a god, Soren would gradually move behind the scenes. He needed to hand over many things to his spokesperson in the mortal world because this was the unspoken rule of the gods. Soren's figure gradually disappeared, the statue was shrouded in holy light, as if he was watching everything in front of him. In front of the temple, the high priest came out with a solemn face. She solemnly raised the scepter and said, "The glory of our Lord will be spread by us. Glory to our Lord. And we will finally be reborn in the Holy Kingdom." Cheers resounded through the heavens and earth. In order to celebrate the ascension of our Lord Soren, the city of Mordor would hold a joyous celebration for 7 days. The city also had its first festival. "What are you worried about?" Fallen Witch Kalina's figure appeared outside the door. She looked at her daughter in front of her and said slowly, "Are you afraid that he will change after he becomes a god?" Gloria turned and glanced at her mother. She had always been noble and elegant, but at this moment, she looked a little flustered. She did not answer her mother's question, but clenched the staff in her hand. What made her feel uneasy was not only the rumors about the gods, but also the gap between her and Soren. She liked her current life very much. It was a quiet and peaceful life with no loss of sweetness and happiness. She was worried that all this would change because of the apotheosis. When she first met Soren, he was just an inconspicuous little thief. But now, in such a short time, he had become a pirate king who ruled a vast sea, had tens of thousands of troops, and was the only master of Mordor. Now he was a powerful god, the protector of the half-elves. Even Gloria's status in the Witch Council had been continuously raised because of Soren. She had become a manager second only to the Eye of the North. All of this was because she was the mistress of Mordor and the only woman Soren could stand on the stage. Sometimes, she would also wonder what was chasing after him that made Soren work so hard again and again. But she also knew that Soren did not want to say it, so she could only stand behind him silently and support him as much as possible. Gloria also had her own pride in her heart. Now she was a legendary spellcaster. It could be said that she was the most talented witch in the north for hundreds of years. But all of this seemed to be far behind Soren. She was a little uneasy. She did not know where the future would lead, and she was even more worried that the gap between her and Soren would get bigger and bigger, a high and mighty god. Although many spellcasters were known to have the power of gods, they also knew that compared with the real gods, the gap as a mortal was still quite huge. She would not say all this because she was Gloria, the most dazzling pearl in the north, but she couldn't hide it from her mother. Perhaps it was because they were connected by flesh and blood, or perhaps it was because the two of them had a similar feeling. "He's the most determined man I've ever met." Karina, the fallen witch, came to her daughter's side. She reached out and held Gloria's hand, and said slowly, "Such a man. It was impossible for him to lose himself because of the power of a god. Although sometimes I don't know what he's afraid of, or what he's preparing for, he knows that he might be able to see further than us." At this point, Fallen Witch silently added in her heart, to be able to endure under such circumstances. If it wasn't for the fact that she could see her daughter's beautiful face every morning, she would sometimes wonder if Soren wasn't interested in women at all. The existence of gods was rather special. Mortals had a limited understanding of the gods. As wizards, they had also studied the gods. For example, the gods also had desires. Many of the gods even liked pleasure. The gods would also reproduce, but sometimes they would give birth to sins. A lot of research on the gods had been carried out by the wizard organizations for many years. One of the interesting things was that many gods might have some kind of mental distortion due to a change in perspective or other reasons. For example, the god of murder almost killed himself because of the interference of divine power, divinity, and so on. Soren had always insisted on eliminating other consciousnesses and divinity, and using his own will as the core to integrate the power, because he was also worried that he would be affected by some divine power. It was a very complicated thing, but the most fundamental thing was the collision of wills. Only a will as strong as steel could not be affected by any external factors. Soren's figure appeared in the room. When he saw Fallen Witch Karina was also here, he couldn't help but be a little startled, and then nodded slightly. "Is it over?" Fallen Witch looked at Soren with a smile. She didn't know why, but her smile seemed a little awkward. Gloria also turned around and looked at Soren with some emotions. After feeling that there was not much change in Soren, she was a little relieved. Whether it was on the surface or mutual induction, Soren didn't change much. The biggest change was his eyes, which were like a deep sea of stars, making people feel as if they were trapped in it. This was the gaze of divinity. Unless deliberately concealed, it was a special ability. Soren seemed to understand what they were worried about. He shook his head and smiled. It's not like what you think. The divinity I have has erased the original will, and it won't have any effect on me. But after the integration of divinity, there are some restrictions. Divinity was a job for gods. In this job, you could occasionally be lazy, but if you didn't do it at all, you had to pay the price. The sky above Motor City was shrouded in divine power. Soren's perception had been expanded many times, and his ability telepathy 10 feet had now been upgraded to telepathy 100 feet. If there were believers praying in his name, he could feel it, but he had to consume divine power to know everything. At this moment, his divine template had been formed. This was another template. Divine name, God of Half-Elves, Soren. Divine system, none. Level, minor divine power. Holy emblem, Shadow Watcher. Residential area, material plane. Alignment, lawful evil. Clergy, half-elves, rogues. Domain, half-elves, rogues, pirates. Believers, half-elves, pirates, rogues, adventurers, etc. Priest alignment, neutral good, lawful evil, neutral evil. Note, the chaotic alignment is automatically rejected. Favorite weapon, curved sword. The divine template looked simple. But in fact, it contained quite a lot of meaning, and many aspects represented the core ability of a god. Although Soren was a half-elves, he had a rogue clergy, so his believers were wider, including half-elves, pirates, rogues, adventurers, and so on. The easiest believers to attract were half-elves. His faith was spread among half-elves and would not be affected. A believer in the chaotic alignment could believe in the lawful alignment. But it was difficult for a priest of the chaotic alignment to become a priest of the lawful alignment. In the end, the priest could only change his alignment to the alignment needed by the god. The alignments that Soren gave to the priests were neutral good, lawful evil, and neutral evil. Don't ask him why he could have a neutral good priest, because Soren himself didn't quite understand. He was just a newly born god, and there were many things that he didn't fully understand. However, he could accept the priests of the neutral good alignment. Maybe it was related to the environment of Motor City. At least Motor City was not very evil. The strict rule was just to deal with the upcoming Avatar crisis. In this case, it was not surprising that the situation of Motor City accepted the priests of the neutral good. As for the lawful good alignment, it was unlikely. Finally, it was Soren's weapon. The gods had a special ability. They could give the weapon they were best at to their believers and priests as a talent. That was to say, they could automatically learn the basic skills of using curved swords in combat. In the future, as long as they were Soren's priests, they could get extra bonus effects when they mastered the curved swords in combat. How much they could understand still depended on their personal ability. This was the basic ability of the divine template. And the most important thing was that it could help Soren deal with the prayers of the believers, including responding to the connection of devout believers, and automatically giving divine spells to the priests who believed in him. It was like a huge information processor. Soren would automatically receive all the prayers and convert the power of faith. If something important happened, he could get extra information. For example, some believers found the conspiracy of the gods of the enemy alignment and wanted to tell him through prayers for guidance. Or a new priest was born and needed the first divine spell response from him, and so on. Soren could know these more important things first and deal with them in time. As for the ordinary daily prayers, the divine template would automatically filter them for him. He had to say. With this ability, he felt that the tasks after becoming a god were much simpler. At least he didn't have to do everything himself. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The civilians began to live a busy but stable and peaceful life. The priests were busy perfecting the doctrine, and the daily prayer schedule was full. After restoring some of the low-level divine powers, the operation of the church was completely normal. Soren did not carry out drastic reforms in the church system like Mordor City. Because the reform of Mordor City was only his personal problem, but if the church changed too much, it was very likely to attract the attention of other gods. At present, the operation system of the church was similar to that of other gods. The high priest could basically deal with many things properly. His divine power was increasing little by little. Soren absorbed the feedback power from the kingdom of God, which allowed him to gain nearly 100 divine power points after entering the pantheon. Without a doubt, these divine power points were used to master the ability of form change. The speed of gathering divine power was very slow. With the current accumulation of believers, Soren could only get less than 1 divine power point every day. This divine power was barely enough to improve his power, but if he wanted to use it to expand the half-bit wall and transform the kingdom of God, it would become quite insufficient. Because divine power still needed to be consumed, giving divine powers to priests was the biggest expenditure of divine power. In the era of the Avatar crisis, even gods with great divine power had to control the number of priests who gave divine powers. Therefore, Soren could only give it to devout priests at present, and then control the level of the divine power. According to Soren's calculation, with the current scale of the church, he could accumulate about 300 divine power points in a year, which was enough for him to upgrade to minor divine power. But if he wanted to reopen the half-bit wall and the kingdom of God, it was completely not enough. The investiture was completed. Soren naturally wanted to open up a small half-bit wall of his own. In other words, this was a different dimension storage space, but he found that the consumption of divine power was quite serious when he just opened it up a little. A space of less than 100 cubic meters consumed nearly 10 divine power points. This made Soren give up the idea of relying solely on divine power to open up the half-bit wall because the energy consumption was too great. Maybe he could only wait until he deciphered the knowledge of the arcane empire and opened up the space with the support of the elemental plane. Gloria was studying the elemental pool. Almost all half-planes would open a channel and expand with the help of the elemental plane. The apotheosized ceremony ended. Everything gradually returned to the right track. Soren's planned military parade was in full swing, and Treasure Island also sent back the first batch of trophies. Many things had happened during this period of time. Autumnfall City seemed to be temporarily stiff. Eugene and the Earthwalker were fighting, and neither side had the upper hand. It was unlikely for the half-elves to recover their lost land. The wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of the Principality of Rossard has been frequently mobilizing her troops. Intelligence reports say that she is showing signs of war with her neighbors. The rest of the news wasn't too important. Currently, Soren was most concerned about the Principality of Rossard. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife chose to declare war on a neighboring country at this time, and he could not help but smell a hint of conspiracy. Things were definitely not that simple. As the time approached the end of June, the atmosphere of turmoil became more and more intense. After Soren stabilized the situation of the church, he was finally able to free up his hands to do some other things. After the apotheosized ceremony, he must hide his strength for a while. At least before the official start of the Avatar crisis, Soren must keep a low profile. When the Avatar crisis completely broke out, and the other gods also walked in the world in the form of saints, he would not be so eye-catching at that time. Therefore, he would stay in Mordor City for the rest of the time. In the study, Soren took a quill pen and recorded on the file. There were only 6 months left before the Avatar crisis completely broke out. These 6 months would be his last chance to accumulate his strength. Once the 6 months were over, even if the various gods were to fight, there would be no chance for him to build up his foundation. The first thing. Of course, the upcoming military parade was to show his strength to many forces. If he was strong enough, he could deter the enemies in the dark. The second thing. It was to pacify the indigenous people near the island of Mordor. Soren was going to take down the part of the island that was inlaid with the island, and eventually expand his territory by about 2 times. A long time ago, he had sent people to explore the nearby indigenous tribes. This process could not be rushed to avoid the hostility of the Church of the Lord of Storms, and too alarming the female warriors of the Amazon. Soren intended to complete it in half a year, and eventually completely take over the island of Mordor and Treasure Island. The souls of these indigenous people should also be able to provide Soren with about 20 points of divinity, and about 10 points of divinity. This was the fastest way to increase his strength in addition to challenging other gods. The third thing. It was to develop the wizard tower in the shadow plane. After such a long time, Gloria and the Fallen Witch were about to find the key to crack the half-bit wall of the wizard tower. As long as they broke the half-bit wall, they could enter the interior of the wizard tower. Soren now had the form of a saint, and it was much easier to explore the wizard tower left from the Arcane Empire, so he would cooperate with them to take down the wizard tower. These were the three things that were on the table. If he wanted to do these things well, Soren must stay in Mordor, however. In his secret plan, there was another important thing that needed to be done. That was to go to the bottomless abyss, in a quiet room. Soren glanced at Lulu, who was sleeping at the foot of the bed. The little cat girl curled up into a ball, and crystal saliva flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Soren couldn't help but have a gentle smile on his face. He gently waved his hand, and a soft blanket flew over, and then carefully covered the cat girl's body. Since Vivian fell asleep, she rarely left here. She had been guarding by her side loyally, which made Soren have a good impression of her. Vivian was still asleep. Her strength was getting stronger day by day, and Soren's worry was also getting bigger day by day. There weren't many sons of fear left. Now Vivian's strength was probably close to the advanced legendary realm, which meant that most of the power of fear had been integrated into her body. This power didn't belong to Vivian. Unlike Soren, who relied on his own killing to get his power, Vivian's power came entirely from fear. Now the breath of the bottomless abyss on her was getting more and more serious. Soren was worried that she would be dragged into the bottomless abyss, or even let fear resurrect directly in her body. He had to do something. The body of fear was in the deepest part of the bottomless abyss, in a place called the Throne of Fear. The core of fear's soul was sealed there. The most powerful demigod demon of the bottomless abyss was stationed there. Only by destroying the Throne of Fear, this terrifying demon god would die completely, and Vivian could safely inherit the divine title of Fear. However, even with Soren's current strength, it was very difficult to destroy the Throne of Fear, because it was inside Fear's kingdom. If the power of fear was further gathered, the most likely thing that would happen was that Vivian would be forcefully dragged into Fear's kingdom. Soren had to do something in advance. As a newly born god, it was quite dangerous for Soren to go to the bottomless abyss alone. It was even more dangerous than before he became a god. This was because the demon lord would covet his divinity. The body of a god was like a torch. No matter how Soren hid, he would be discovered by the powerful demon lord. The laws of the bottomless abyss were extremely chaotic. Many demon lords were naturally hostile to him, a god of the lawful evil faction. Vivian's fate could not be changed. Between her and fear, only one of them could survive. In order to protect Vivian, Soren might even have to descend his kingdom into the bottomless abyss in the future. This was because other demon gods also coveted the power of fear. Soren could not enter the bottomless abyss openly. Although this extremely chaotic place could give birth to a realm of order, a kind succubus, or even a child of hell, who was looking for salvation, it was still shrouded in chaos. Soren had enemies everywhere in the bottomless abyss. The only thing he could do now was to set up a trap in the invincible abyss, which was his own chess piece. In other words, it was called building one path in the open, but building another in the dark. When everyone thought that he was quietly accumulating strength in Motor City, he had already reached into the bottomless abyss and was ready to bury his own chess piece. The bottomless abyss. It was the true embodiment of the law of chaos. It was a place where anything could happen because it was too chaotic. Benevolent demons, lords of order, holy samurai from hell, children of hell in search of salvation, and so on had appeared here before. Almost everything that could possibly happen had happened here before, because the truest truth of chaos was that anything was possible. However, as the embodiment of the law of chaos, the bottomless abyss belonged to chaotic evil. Anyone from the Order faction who came into contact with a demon would have their charisma reduced by 2 points. If they were from the good faction, they would have another 2 points of charisma reduced. This was the law of the abyss. The bottomless abyss would not directly suppress your strength, but it would make you enemies on all sides. Note, the charisma reduction was only on the surface. More adventurers found that there was an additional friendliness reduction. Soren was from the lawful evil faction. So if he appeared in the bottomless abyss, all demons who saw him or heard of him would have a 2 points of charisma reduction due to the law of the abyss. Simply put, why do I feel so annoyed when I see this guy? I really want to fight with him. If someone from the good faction appeared in the bottomless abyss, they should prepare to fight all the way. Because all demons would treat you as a mortal enemy, no one knew how many levels there were in the bottomless abyss. Chaos was infinite. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, one could even create a half-plane. The difference between a half-plane and the first level of the bottomless abyss was not as big as one would think. Because of the gap between the planes, no one had really explored the deepest part of the bottomless abyss. But currently, people knew that there were more than 800 planes of the abyss, even the Bottor Inferno used to be a part of the bottomless abyss. Because in a very long time ago, the Lord of the Nine Hells, Asmodeus, used his powerful divine power to cut the bottomless abyss. He forcefully cut out 9 planes of the bottomless abyss and transformed them into the Bottor Inferno of today. The power of this Lord of the Devils was unfathomable. He even changed the laws of these planes and recast them into the Bottor Inferno of today. It was the paradise of the evil faction. The predecessor of the Abyss Blood War was the war between the Order Gods and the origin of chaos. The fall of Asmodeus and the replacement of the demons of Orbis by the demons of Tanna-Ri led to the end of this ancient war and thus turned into the current Abyss Blood War, an endless war between the demons of Order Evil and the demons of Chaos Evil. The main battlefield of the Abyss Bloody War was on the first level. Sometimes it was on the first level of the bottomless abyss, and sometimes it was on the first level of the Bottor Inferno. The exact location would depend on how both sides were fighting, whether the Devil Legion was large enough, and whether the Devil Legion had truly sent out their elite troops, because if the two sides really fought, it would be a terrifying planar war. The bloody war in the abyss had never truly stopped, the first layer of the bottomless abyss, the 10,000 abyss plane. In the whistling wind, a figure covered in a cloak appeared here. He seemed to have come here from another plane and disappeared as soon as he arrived. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Interplanar teleportation complete. Enter the bottomless abyss. Interdimensional travel was completed. You've obtained a small amount of planar traveler information. The data is automatically operating. Beginning to calculate the characteristics of the current plane. A stream of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes, and then the information of the first level of the abyss appeared in front of him. The first level of the abyss, 10,000 abyss plane, normal gravity, the highest level of the abyss, the 10,000 abyss plane, and many other levels have normal gravity characteristics, but some other levels of the abyss may include a variety of possible different gravity characteristics. Normal time, the speed of time passing in the abyss is the same as in the material world. However, rumors have always claimed that there is a level where time passes in reverse due to relative aging. Although the reverse flow of time is very strange, but a visitor may rejuvenate or even turn into nothingness. Remark, it is said that traces of the time dragon have appeared. Infinite space, the number of levels of the abyss is always infinite, although its well-known kingdom is limited. Divine form, the physical body must be at least as powerful as a low-grade god to change the characteristics of the abyss. Weaker creatures will find that the abyss is no different from the material world, changeable characteristics. This is because the plane can be changed by magic and physical effects. Remark, it is as difficult to interfere with the laws of the abyss as it is in the material world. Mixed elemental and energy characteristics, this characteristic is different from level to level. From the perspective of the abyss as a whole, no single elemental or energy can continue to dominate, although there may be a dominant elemental or energy in certain levels, or two or more mixed characteristics. Weak chaotic tendencies and weak evil tendencies, lawful characters will suffer a penalty of -2 on all charity-based checks in the abyss. Good characters will suffer the same penalty. Lawful characters will suffer a penalty of -4 on all charity-based checks. The characteristics of the abyss appeared in front of Soren's eyes. In a place like the abyss, it would be helpful to understand the characteristics of the plane first, because sometimes the difference in gravity could catch you off guard. Sand and wind filled the sky. Not far from where Soren appeared, there was a tattered and weathered notice board with the following words written on it: "This is an endless and suffocating place of horror. This is a place of extremely harsh environment and life is extremely dangerous. This is a place of endless killing without morals or ethics. The words at the back had already disappeared. After a long time, this was the only thing that was left behind. Every adventurer who entered the abyss through the teleportation portal could see it. Soren turned around and left. His destination was in another direction, where he had buried a chess piece in the bottomless abyss. Abyss Blood Pool. This was a gloomy, terrifying, and bloody place. Even the ground here was strangely dark red. Visible to the naked eye, there were large and small insects everywhere. These insects looked very ferocious, and their terrifying numbers made one's scalp tingle. The endless slaughter began the moment it was born. The abyssal worm was the most basic structure of the bottomless abyss. Many souls from the multiverse descended into the bottomless abyss. Unless they were picked by some powerful demons, they could only reincarnate in this plane through the abyssal blood pool. The abyss worm was their most basic form. They were the weakest creatures, and they needed to kill each other to evolve into a real demon. There were many souls in this world. However, high-quality souls were always scarce because the gods, demons, and devils were fighting for them. Now, even the chaotic demons knew that they had to snatch the best souls first, which could greatly enhance their strength. Basically, the souls that were transformed through the abyss blood pool were not very good demon cannon fodder. The soul of a class, and the soul of an ordinary person. The soul of a human, and the soul of a kobold. The soul of a goblin, and the soul of a beast. The quality of these souls was not equal. The soul of an ordinary person was enough to attract the attention of devils, but the soul of a goblin or kobold might be disregarded by low-level devils. This was because humans needed a long time to grow, but goblins and kobolds could give birth to a large nest in one spring. Not many people were interested in these low-quality souls, some directly flowed into the unknown lands along the river Styx, and some were attracted by the abyss blood pool and reincarnated into the lowest level of abyss worms. This was the source of the huge army of cannon fodder in the abyss. This was also the first step of Soren's next plan, because he had to find a way to eliminate some of the rejection of the law of the abyss. These abyss worms that were reincarnated as the foundation of the abyss would be Soren's first experiment. It was difficult to see high-grade demons in the abyssal blood pool. Basically, as long as the abyssal worms that were born here reached the edge of evolution, they would automatically leave here to look for opportunities to become stronger. Most of the surviving abyssal worms would evolve into Dretch. Occasionally, some abyssal worms could evolve because of adventures. Only a small number of abyssal worms would retain their original appearance and further improve their strength. Any demon could gradually become stronger. The abyss never lacked demons that hated new forms and refused to evolve. For example, the abyssal blood pool in front of him. There was a powerful demigod demon here, the Mother of Worms. Very few demons were willing to retain the original form of the abyssal worms to improve their strength. However, the abyss was originally an extremely chaotic place, so anything could happen here. The Mother of Worms was an accident within an accident. The abyssal worms could strengthen themselves through fighting and devouring the blood of high-grade demons. In Soren's way of saying, if the abyssal worm chose to only level up but not evolve, it would retain the basic form of the abyssal worm and become bigger little by little. When it reached the legendary level, the abyssal worm would look about the size of a dragon. Because it gave up other abilities, the legendary abyssal worms had amazing psionic abilities and terrible acid-spitting ability. Even the dragon scales of a pure-blooded dragon could be looked down upon by the acid they spat out. An abyssal worm that could grow to such a size was a very dangerous creature even in the abyss. Even high-grade demons would not easily provoke it. Not to mention that the abyssal worm's demon bloodline was not high enough, and many powerful beings were not interested in it. If it continued to maintain this form, the abyssal worm would continue to grow and eventually become the Mother of Worms, a terrifying monster with a monster level of 25 or above. Because of its original form of the abyssal worm, the movement speed of the Mother of Worms was quite slow, so it rarely left the vicinity of its nest. The Mother of Worms liked to build its nest near the abyssal blood pool and used the energy of the blood pool as food. It was responsible for guarding the abyssal blood pool and rarely left here. The Mother of Worms would not easily attack demons, however, other outsiders would anger it, and high-grade demons were not allowed to easily set foot here. If a dretch wanted to sneak back and rely on killing the abyssal worms to improve their strength, then they would be mercilessly attacked by the mother of worms. The responsibility of the mother of worms was to maintain the abyssal blood pool and ensure that the order of reincarnation here could continue. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness. In front of him, there were countless abyssal worms. Was a monster of abyssal worms. They had no other abilities except to spit acid. They might be able to deal with mortals, but in the bottomless abyss, they belonged to the lowest level and could be accidentally trampled to death. The mother of worms' huge body was to appear in the abyssal blood abyssal worm. It looked like a giant worm with a length of more than 30 meters. It looked round, but there was a bloody mouth in front of it. To Sal's abyssal worm pool 2. For it. Abyssal blood pool worm. Blood abyss blood. Of SSSSSSSSSSS blood of bloodworms 4. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSS it. The huge worm was moving slowly. Every day, it would patrol its territory. This seemed to be a special hobby of demons. From the demon lords to the low-grade demons, they all liked to patrol their territories. They valued their territories very much. Maybe because this was the abyss, the competition for any territory was quite fierce. Time passed little by little. Soren was waiting for an opportunity. The mother of worms had a telepathic range of 100 meters. As long as it was more than 100 meters away, it was almost impossible for it to find Soren. In front of him were piles of worms fighting. Even for the lowest creatures, the competition between demons was quite fierce. The mother of worms almost did not care about this. It just did not let others get close. On the ground where the mother of worms crawled, it would leave dark green mucus. Even the soil was corroded. Occasionally, abyssal worms touched the mucus. Generally, there were only 2 results. One was to be corroded into rotten meat, and the other was to suddenly evolve and mutate from the abyssal worm +1 form to the abyssal worm +2 form. Survival of the fittest, those who could resist the mucus of the mother of worms could become stronger. They could devour the excrement of the mother of worms and become low-grade demons at the fastest speed. The distance was finally enough. Soren quickly came to the side of the abyssal blood pool. This was a polluted power, not pure blood. There was the water of the Styx in it. As a god, Soren felt it almost immediately. Demons reincarnated through the abyssal blood pool would almost forget the memory of their previous life, whether they were human or kobold. A newborn abyssal worm crawled out of the blood pool. Soren determined his goal and waved his hand to fix it in place. Then a huge will came and crushed its newborn consciousness. It had become an idiot, something similar to a vegetable. Only a living shell was left. Divine power infusion. Soren injected a weak divine power into the body of the abyssal worm. Then the abyssal worm in front of him began to change violently, and a faint shadow of a soul appeared. The soul of a kobold. The next moment, with the sound of an explosion, the newborn abyssal worm directly turned into meat paste. It failed. Soren's face was calm and did not seem to be discouraged. The power of a god was too great. Even the weakest divine power was not something the abyssal worm could bear. He could not transform it. After all, the abyssal worm was not a mutant killer whale. Unless he was willing to give it divinity, it could not bear his power. But precious divinity could not be given casually, and his divinity now directly carried the breath of a god. If he met a high-grade demon in the future, it would be easy to find this. That's right, Soren was going to create a body. For a god, this ability similar to an avatar was not difficult. Many avatars used by gods to walk in the mortal world were created by similar means. Although the power of a god's avatar could never exceed the power of the body, it had special uses in many cases. What Soren wanted was not as simple as a god's avatar. Otherwise, he could directly create one like the mutant killer whale and directly send his will to it when needed. What Soren needed was another identity, one that no god knew and no god could detect. It seemed to have nothing to do with him at all. It was completely a tool of the demons born in the bottomless abyss. The body of a newborn demon, but it could be used as a carrier of his will. This carrier must completely rely on the power of the abyssal demon to allow Soren to complete the next step of his plan. The bottomless abyss was very resistant to outsiders. Even when the Queen of Spiders descended her kingdom to the bottomless abyss, she was attacked by many demon lords. So if a new god wanted to occupy a piece of the abyss and was an enemy of the Order faction, it was easy to become the target of the demon lords. Soren planned to cultivate a powerful demon body. This demon body would be the key to his future descent of his kingdom to the bottomless abyss. In order to make the plan foolproof, he could not create it as a god like the mutant killer whale. He had to eliminate the hostility of the bottomless abyss to him. So Soren planned to do a bold experiment. Boom, the abyssal worm in front of him exploded again. A trace of disappointment appeared on Soren's face. These souls were too weak and could not withstand his will, let alone his power. Powerful demons had their own soul imprints. If he forcibly occupied them, it would be easy for him to be discovered. Soren needed a more subtle way. In the end, he turned his gaze to the blood pool in front of him. Soren's expression showed a trace of hesitation because he was a little worried about the power of the Styx's water. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and slowly entered it. This was a gamble. The light of the setting sun shone on the city of Mordor. The figure of the high priest came out of the temple. After a busy day, she returned to her residence in the evening. But when she passed by Soren's mansion, the high priest's face suddenly changed, and she disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she appeared outside Soren's room. After hesitating for a moment, she decisively opened the door. "Master?" The high priest quickly entered the room and looked at Soren, who had his back to her, and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter? What happened? Why does Master look so weak?" As one of Soren's voters, the high priest was keenly aware of the changes in his body. Soren was very, very weak, and it could even be said that he was unprecedentedly weak. What could have made a god so weak? Could it be that Master had secretly fought with some powerful gods? But once the gods fought, it would be a full-scale war. As the ruler of the half-elf church, she should know something. Nothing. Soren slowly turned around. His face was slightly pale and tired. He looked very weak. This was not physical weakness, but the weakness of his soul. He looked at the high priest in front of him and slowly said, "I need to rest for half a month. For the next period of time, everything in the church will be handed over to you. The Council Hall of Mordor will fully cooperate with your actions. I'm afraid you will also need to fully prepare for the military parade." The high priest heard this and bowed slightly. There was a trace of worry on her face. She slowly said, "Understood. My lord." She opened her mouth to ask something, but in the end, she didn't ask. As a servant of the gods, although she was the supreme ruler of the half-elf church, she couldn't easily ask Soren. Because if she knew something, Soren wouldn't deliberately hide it from her. The gods had their own secrets. As a servant of Soren, she just needed to do her own thing. The high priest's figure retreated. Soren slowly came to the window, raised his hand, looked at his palm, and murmured, "My soul is weak. I don't know if I can get the result I want by paying such a huge price." The sun was setting. The afterglow that shrouded Mordor City disappeared, and people returned home to prepare dinner. Suddenly, the whole city of Mordor shook as if there was an earthquake. Even Soren felt the ground shaking. However, all of this only lasted for a very short time. The next moment, Gloria's voice rang out in Soren's mind. She said excitedly, "It's open." It was finally opened. "We have opened the semi-plane of the Sorcerer Tower." Soren was shocked. He had just sat down when he involuntarily stood up and muttered, "Have you finally cracked it?" It had been almost half a year. "I've finally solved the first secret of the Adept Tower." It had been more than half a year. Since Gloria came to the Outer Islands, they had been looking for the key to cracking the secret of the Sorcerer Tower. Now, they had finally opened the semi-plane passage of the Sorcerer Tower. As long as they could enter the semi-plane, they could take down the Sorcerer Tower. This was very important for Soren's future because the Sorcerer Tower during the Arcane Empire had the ability to fight against the incarnations of the gods. And the knowledge contained in it could help Soren face all the challenges in the future. The first layer of the abyss, the Abyss Plane, near the Abyss Blood Pool. The huge body of the Mother of Worms had returned to the vicinity of the Abyss Blood Pool. After spending half a day patrolling its territory, it lay motionless on the ground. The abyss worm in front of it could not attract its attention at all. After it completed its daily task, it began to devour the power of the blood pool. The water of the Styx River seriously affected its intelligence. It often forgot what happened yesterday, but this was not important to it because it only needed to move its huge body around every day. It rarely paid attention to other things. Although the mother of worms had a creature level of more than 25, its intelligence was even lower than the low-level dretch. It had very few memories in its long life, but it still instinctively remembered its task. A slight noise attracted the attention of the mother of worms. It turned its huge body and stopped devouring the energy of the blood pool. In front of it, there was a mass of twisted flesh, which looked like a dark red cocoon. This was the abyss worm that was about to evolve. Under normal circumstances, the abyss worms that had the ability to evolve would transform at dusk. The timing of this abyss worm's evolution seemed to be a bit different. But the mother of worms did not care about this. It just used its powerful psionic arcana to send a message: get out of here. Go fight. Go fight. Stay. Die. Die. The dretch could not stay here. Because this was not fair to other abyss worms. An adult man could kill the abyss worms, but it was basically impossible to defeat the dretch that was born with 2 challenge levels. To deal with this low-level demon, a team of adventurers with a profession level of about 2 was needed. Even if its challenge difficulty was only level D, the newborn dretch looked less than a meter tall, but as a demon, it was born with strength far beyond that of ordinary people. They were born with the ability to see things and had good resistance to electric shock, poison, acid, cold, and fire. And they also automatically understood the language of the abyss and mastered the ability of telepathy. If it were not for the low perception attribute and could only communicate with telepathy, this seemingly weak demon would be even more difficult to deal with. The newly born dretch was still very weak. Many of its abilities had not been fully awakened. As its level increased, it could also master spell-like abilities such as fear, stinky cloud, summon demon, and so on. Leave here. The mother of worms once again sent out a telepathic message. If the dretch in front of it did not leave, it was going to crush this little thing. In its long life, it had encountered fools that had evolved into dretch but did not want to leave. They wanted to rely on slaughtering the abyss worms to further accumulate power. These fools who only dared to bully the weak were all eaten by it. The dretch finally began to move. It seemed a little clumsy, as if it was not used to its current body. This made the simple brain of the mother of worms think of stupidity. This was obviously a dretch with a stunted brain, which was why it stood there for a while. Such an idiot would soon die outside, and the mother of worms was not interested in continuing to pay attention to it. About a minute later, the dretch finally returned to normal. Its small body walked out flexibly and soon disappeared into the plain. In front of it was the barren scarlet plain. The first challenge of becoming a demon was that the newborn dretch would hunt each other on this plain in order to gain power and also to get food. Only the dretch that could pass through this plain could be considered to have truly entered the ranks of demons. They also had the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Every day in the city of Mordor was a new day. Although the earthquake yesterday evening made many people a little worried, they returned to their original lives the next day. In the residential area in the south of Mordor, men began to take tools and prepare for work, while women began to clean the rooms and deal with housework. As the first tense period passed, the half-elves with skills quickly reached the standard of living of ordinary people. In this way, the women who were the labor force at the beginning were liberated. Except for some sewing work, all the manual labor had been done by men and slaves. Half-elves were born with dexterity. Although many of the daily necessities they made did not meet the standards of the elves, they were much more exquisite than those produced by humans. It seemed that Mordor would soon have a profitable product. The south coast area was very rich. The prosperous trade allowed many coastal residents to enter a well-off life. With surplus food in hand, they naturally had more pursuits for basic necessities. The things made by half-elves were definitely much more exquisite than those made by humans. Stephen walked leisurely towards the barracks. Because he brought his lover to Mordor City, he had now moved to his own room. The woman was very diligent. As soon as she moved here, she tidied up some things neatly. With a woman to warm the bed at night, he naturally did not want to live in a barracks full of men. Now he was already a rich class in Mordor. Because he had accumulated a lot of military merits, Stephen had exchanged some land, but it was still too expensive to cultivate. Half of his land was still wasteland. He was going to hire people to cultivate it in the second half of the year. His lover brought a few children over. Stephen had been wandering the sea all his life. Now that he was 30 years old, his mentality was much calmer. He was going to spend some money to let these children learn a craft. The blacksmith shop still needed apprentices. With his identity, it was not a problem to arrange an apprentice. If they learned a craft in the future, a qualified blacksmith would be able to settle down. The other children also had their own way out. The stupid one could learn to farm. In the future, the land outside the city could be handed over to him to manage. The smart and talented one could be considered to be a professional. After a few years, he would also become a guard of Mordor. Stephen wanted a child of his own, so in order to avoid too many disputes in the future, he prepared a way for each of them in advance. If they did not work hard enough, then they were not qualified to complain. In front of him was the garrison. Stephen quickly put on a serious expression, tidied up his clothes, and quickly walked into the meeting hall. Very soon, there was an order that the garrison of Mordor City would be doubled. Although he didn't know the reason, he just needed to complete the task seriously. The most important thing in Mordor City was to stick to one's job. Only in this way could one be promoted. Shadow Plane. Soren stared at the dimensional crack in front of him with a serious expression. He could sense that this was a very special demiplane. Although a gap was opened, Gloria didn't enter rashly. A plane crack was just a plane crack, and it was still possible for it to close. So the most important thing for her and the Fallen Witch now was to expand it into a teleportation channel that could be used to travel freely. Only by preparing an escape route would he not have to worry about being trapped inside. A half-plane was a small world, even the gods could not guarantee that they could ignore any possible dangers. Soren had to use his own divine power to open a dimensional passage when they finished building the portal. It's about to start. In front of Gloria was a very complicated teleportation circle. She looked at the Fallen Witch next to her, and then said to Soren, "We will establish the teleportation mark and complete the positioning of the portal. What you need to do is to stabilize the dimensional passage." Soren nodded to show that he understood. Rays of magic appeared, and the mysterious circle on the ground gradually lit up. Then a portal appeared in front of them. Now is the time. Soren's figure floated in the air, and his divine power, which was the embodiment of the power of law, was poured into it. In an instant, a dimensional passage was opened, connecting to the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower in front of them. The half-plane, which was the core of the magic lock, appeared in front of them. It was like seeing a mirror in front of them. On the opposite side of the portal was a vast platform. Soren looked at it and couldn't help but frown and murmured, "This half-plane seems a bit strange." Gloria came to his side and said in a low voice, "Yes. It's a multi-layered half-plane. It looks like a pyramid structure. This can only be done by a very skilled half-plane creator." It seems so. The previous owner of this place was quite amazing. In front of them was a multi-layered half-plane. Just like the Bottor Inferno, this was a complete plane, but the Bottor Inferno had 9 layers of space. Now, Soren saw this half-plane through the portal. It was a very complicated multi-layered pyramid structure. To be able to create a half-plane like this, almost all of them were very powerful spellcasters. This was because they needed to cut the space, and they had to master and understand part of the power of law. The structure of the half-plane was very strange. It looked like an inverted pyramid, and one could feel that the space was very big, and it had its own plane's laws. The plane's laws. In simple terms, some planes had very high gravity, and some had very low gravity. Some had environments that couldn't allow ordinary people to live in, and some had environments that were suitable for all kinds of creatures. This was the law of half-planes. One had to understand the power of the law to be able to create a complete plane. This was a very huge project. Even for a legendary spellcaster who had a lifespan of thousands of years, it was a matter that would take half of his life. Elements, space, gravity, environment, everything needed to be controlled and adjusted by the creator of the half-plane. The energy used to transform a half-plane from a small space to a huge world was simply unimaginable. Even the gods could only draw from the outside world and not rely on their own power. Let's go in and take a look. Soren turned around and nodded to the two people beside him. Gloria quickly cast a protective spell and then activated the portal. There might be a battle. Any half-plane would have a guardian because it was the most precious treasure of a spellcaster. Everything in front of him changed. Soren's figure appeared on a vast platform. The area could be said to be quite large. There were strange stone pillars on the ground that seemed to have some kind of pattern. The structure of the half-plane was very similar to that of the material plane, which meant that its creator had perfected it for a long time. The most obvious feature here was that any action required more effort. The gravity here was close to 1.5 times that of the material plane. The power of the earth elemental plane is very rich. Gloria closed her eyes and murmured, the energy supply of this layer is mainly maintained by the earth elemental pool. The signs of elemental interference are very obvious. Fallen Witch took a step forward and said, the gravity is far higher than that of other planes. It should be affected by the earth elemental plane. Planes had their own characteristics. The earth elemental plane was famous for its supergravity. In some places, the gravity was more than 10 times. Even the incarnations of the gods couldn't bear it. The half-plane needed the power of the elements to balance. If the balance was wrong, it would lead to various characteristics. Perfect balance was a world like the material plane. If there was a deviation in a certain aspect, just like the half-plane in front of them, the gravity was obviously much stronger because of the interference of the earth elemental plane. A light appeared, in front of Soren and the others. A faint light of teleportation suddenly appeared. Then, a body with a metal upper body and a whirlwind lower body appeared. It looked like a demigod, but it was actually a life created by alchemy. It stared at the three people in front of it and didn't show any obvious hostility. It slowly said, "Welcome to the war chess plane. This is the world of the most famous card master of the Arcane Empire, the world of the great arcanist Myadnok Ace. Here, you can challenge the most difficult war chess game. Here, you can also obtain unexpected wealth and treasures. I am the war chess commander, Thaling 13. If you are ready to accept the challenge, please stand on the teleportation circle in front of me." Souls were like sowing seeds, and they could always harvest some food. Demons did not know how to farm like the devils and obtain souls from other races. Therefore, the cannon fodder of the Abyss army was still from those lower creatures. Dretches were like another kind of kobold. They always liked to run around like a swarm of bees. They had the most powerful leader. They were afraid of strong enemies but liked to bully weak enemies. Finally, under the cruel law of survival of the fittest in the Abyss, they gradually grew into cannon fodder that could set foot on the battlefield. As the first layer of the Abyss, the plane of 10,000 Abyss was a place that was easily affected by the Abyss War. The area here was very large. Therefore, there were a lot of cannon fodder here. Dretches were more often used as laborers, and occasionally, they would be driven to the battlefield by high-grade demons to consume the enemy's firepower. There were hundreds of millions of Dretches in the Abyss, but less than 1% of them could advance from Dretches to Quasits. As for those who could advance to Flaming Demon, the low-grade form of Flame Demon, Succubus, Vrock, and Hezru, there was less than 1 in 10,000. There were too many types of demons. In the Abyss, only those who had reached the level of 6-armed Marillion were considered to have entered the ranks of high-grade demons. There was very little food on this barren plain. Occasionally, some animals could be seen, but they had been demonized. Even the rats had dark red pupils and sharp fangs. The newborn Dretch slowly moved forward. The innate memory of the demon was awakening. Just like the bloodline of a sorcerer, demons would gradually master some spell-like abilities. Squeak! A little strange sound came, followed by the appearance of other Dretches. The low perception affected its judgment. The newborn Dretch stopped and waited for the enemy to appear. 5 Dretches appeared in front of it. The one with dark red skin was the leader, and the other 4 were the slaves it had subdued. The Dretch had the lowest level of Summon Demon ability. The one with dark red skin in front of it was a Dretch that had completed its evolution. "What is your name?" The Dretch leader in front of it seemed to have a cunning expression. It ordered its subordinates to surround the newborn Dretch in front of it. The newborn Dretch did not have much fear. This was not in line with the nature of a Dretch because the enemy had an obvious advantage in numbers. It looked at the Dretch leader in front of it and said slowly in a slightly low voice, "So long. Demons needed slaves, a lot of slaves. Any slave could be sold to others at a high price, as long as they weren't caught as slaves." The bottomless abyss was a very chaotic place. Night witches and Onababas were often seen on this plane. They were very stingy, evil, cruel, and scheming creatures. However, if you could get their promise, then they would most of the time keep it. Night witches and Onababas would provide slaves and servants for various powerful demons in the abyss. Sometimes they would use abyssal worms as currency, but most of the time they would choose Dretches. Over the years, the business level of the bottomless abyss had also been increasing. Sauron. Submit to me. The dark red Dretch leader looked at the lone Dretch and said in the demon language, "As the servant of Fornicat, you are the servant of Fornicat. This way, we can obtain more food and power." The Dretch leader tried his best to convince the other party. As long as the other party agreed, they could sign a simple contract and sell it to the Onababa. That was how it got its power. Sometimes, the Onababa who traded with it would even say that it should be reincarnated as a devil instead of a demon. Submit? A mocking smile appeared on the corner of the newborn's mouth, which made the Dretch named Fornicat angry. After several transactions, it had become one of the most powerful Dretches in the area, so it decided to teach the newborn a cruel lesson, and then sell it to the Onababa as a slave. The Dretches next to it were ready to fight. A lone enemy really stimulated their desire to fight. Roar. The first Dretch rushed over. It waved its sharp claws and wanted to cut open the enemy's stomach. But before it could get close, the enemy had already dodged its attack, and then its claws pierced its eyes and cut its throat. Blood gushed out, and the battle seemed to have just begun, but it was already over. A row of data appeared in front of it, extracting target's demon blood. You've gained 1 point of demon power. Current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 10 slaughter EXP to the body. Demon blood activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. Dretch, form ability improved. Claws treated as +1 natural magic weapon. Sauron stared at the enemy in front of him. As if a force was integrated into his body, a dark red luster appeared on his sharp claws, which looked like metal. The mutation of a demon was so amazing that he completed a mutation in just a short time. Not good. One of its companions died in the blink of an eye, which made Fornicat feel a little scared. The Dretch was originally a very timid creature, so it ordered, "Kill it. Let's go together." 2 Dretches roared and rushed up. But their leader, Fornicat, turned around and ran, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It seemed that he was much faster than the other Dretches. They were betrayed. When the 2 Dretches found out that they had been tricked, they had no chance to escape. Sauron jumped gently and cut their throats with his claws. Although his body size had changed and his attributes had decreased, his combat skills were enough to crush these Dretches. He was not interested in wasting too much time in this place. If he wanted to evolve into a more powerful demon form as soon as possible, he must hunt more of his kind. Name, Sauron. Race, demon. Form, Dretch, Grade 1, Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 10, Constitution 14, Intelligence 9, Wisdom 11, Charm 11. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Demonic Power, 3/100. Skills, Sneak 75, Listen 50, Detect 50, Search 20. Ability, Demon Claws, +1 natural magic weapon. Sauron looked at the data page in front of him for a long time before saying to himself, "So weak. It's a pity that I can't give divine power and divinity. Otherwise, I can directly challenge the lower demons. Next time I create a god's avatar, I must make a body with all attributes 18+. The demon body could not absorb slaughter EXP. Sauron did not know why, but as a demon, he could absorb demonic power. The evolution of the Dretch's ability and future mutation were all obtained by the accumulation of demonic blood. Slaughter was the simplest way to evolve. As long as he accumulated enough demonic power, Sauron could change his body into another form. What a strange ability. He looked at his claws with a metallic luster and murmured, the mutation and plasticity of the demonic blood. It's completely different from other creatures' genetic abilities. It's so easy to mutate, and even transform into another form. I really don't know what kind of power was used to create the demons. No attributes, no abilities, no skills, no divinity, no divine power. Sauron's body, except for his soul, memories, and combat skills, did not inherit any part of his body, not even a trace of power. Therefore, he was starting from scratch. But it was also because of this that no demon overlord could discover his secret. This demon body was like a piece of white paper. It was born from the bottomless abyss, and all its power was provided by the bottomless abyss. Only white paper was easy to draw. Sauron felt that his consciousness was much sharper. The demon form could not absorb slaughter exp, and it seemed that he could not level up like his body. After all, this was just an avatar. But it also had its own advantages. Every time he killed, he did not even need to accumulate enough power to level up. He could feel a slight improvement in his ability. His senses were enhanced. After killing 3 Dretch, he had a +1 natural magic weapon and a slight enhancement of his senses. The demonic blood was really amazing. The War Chest Plane. When Sauron heard the name, he immediately remembered the encounter with the demigod Jinn in the Frost Kingdom. At that time, it also mentioned the War Chess game. It seemed to be a simulation game that was popular during the Arcane Empire and had a wide influence. The Arcane Empire had a very glorious civilization, and there were some very popular entertainment activities in it. The War Chess game seemed to be one of them. However, this didn't seem to be a simple game. Looking at the structure of this plane, it was possible to play this game to death. Do you want to get rid of it? Fallen Witch's voice sounded in the minds of the two. She communicated telepathically. Although the Thaling has legendary combat power, it won't be difficult for the 3 of us to deal with it together. Sauron glanced at her and shook his head slightly. Wait. After that, a faint light appeared in front of his eyes. This was a special ability after having the appearance of a god. Combined with his previous detection ability, he could roughly analyze some of the enemies. Sauron felt a trace of divine power from the Thaling in front of him. This Thaling 13 was definitely not a simple creature. It could be regarded as the manager of this plane. Extracting 1 divine power point. Performing data analysis and simulation on the target. Analysis completed. Obtain some information on the target. Name, Thaling 13, Activated Thaling, Demigod Jinn, Virtual Divinity, Race, Alchemy Construct. Level, 20 Activated Construct Thaling Level 5 Demigod Jinn, Level 5 Arcanist, Grade 7, Ability, Unknown. Domain, Unknown. Alert. 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 Target creature has a virtual divinity in the plane. Divine template activated. Calculating virtual divinity. Target creature has a virtual divinity of lesser divine power. Sauron's heart skipped a beat and immediately said, "Don't do it. The target has a virtual divinity. It's the manager of this plane. Here, it can mobilize the power of the entire half-plane to deal with us. I'm afraid our chances of winning are not much." It was actually a demigod. Sauron instantly realized what kind of divine power he was familiar with. The Thaling in front of him was actually infused with the divinity of an elemental spirit when it was created. He wondered what kind of arcanist would be able to create a Thaling of this level. However, it seemed that it had been assimilated by this plane. If such a non-divine unit wanted to have a virtual divine persona, it could only be done by fusing itself with the laws of the entire half-plane. It seemed that its creator used it as an assistant to manage the half-plane. The virtual divine spark was a power that came from the outside world. Many demon lords had virtual divinity, mainly because they had assimilated a part of the power of the abyss. This ability was only effective in the bottomless abyss. Once they left the abyss, they would lose this divinity power. Some powerful spellcasters could also temporarily have a virtual divine spark, but it was only limited to the half-plane they created. If they forcibly fused with the virtual divine spark, they would be imprisoned in the half-plane. It was equivalent to being regarded as a part of the half-plane. Although they had great power, it was difficult for them to leave here. Perhaps the Thaling in front of them could not leave this half-plane. Otherwise, with its ability as high as level 30, it would have already entered the wizard tower in the shadow plane. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk a faint red light appeared. Thaling 13 turned its eyes to Soren and said in a calm voice, "Are you ready to challenge me? Challenging me is the most difficult task. After defeating me, you will get the plane key and become the master of this half-plane. But I don't recommend you to do so. When I was created, I was a demigod. Now, I am the manager of the elemental pool. Here, I have the power of lesser divine power. The success rate of you challenging me is less than 3%. I suggest you to challenge me at normal difficulty." Kingdom of God. When Soren heard Thaling 13's words, the first thought that popped up in his mind was a kingdom of God. Gods were almost invincible in a kingdom of God. This was because unless the kingdom of God was destroyed, the power of the gods was almost endless. The demigod Thaling in front of them was a similar existence. This half-plane was its kingdom of God. It directly controlled the elemental pool of the half-plane. All the power was under its control. As long as the elemental pool continued to operate, its power would be endless. The most effective and simple way to deal with it was to break the half-plane from the outside and destroy it. What should we do? The three people present looked at each other and seemed to be thinking about how to deal with it. They knew almost nothing about this half-plane. But since the original master of this place had fallen, it should be operating according to the way it was set in the past. Perhaps they could find a chance to do so after they understood more about this half-plane. Let me try. Soren glanced at the teleportation circle in front of him and said to the two beside him, "You guys always pay attention to the surroundings. If there is anything unusual, immediately take action." Gloria immediately nodded and said, "Okay." The two legendary witches were ready to fight at any time, as streaks of magical light emerged. Soren looked up at Thaling 13 in front of him. From beginning to end, it was very calm. When Soren stepped on the teleportation circle, it said in a cold voice, "The war game begins. The number of challengers is 1. The challenger's strength is at the legendary level. The difficulty of the challenge is automatically set to the highest level. Thaling 13 will take over the command. Activate the tactical simulation map." A strange light appeared. Soren's figure disappeared and directly appeared in the circle formed by the stone pillars. Then, he felt the world around him spin. When he opened his eyes, he was already in another world. No, this wasn't his body. Everything was fake. As a god, Soren instantly understood the essence of this space. He saw his own body through the mist in the sky. His body was standing on the magic circle in the center of the stone pillar. The body he had now was just something like a dream, or something more mysterious and incomprehensible to him. "How is this possible?" Gloria exclaimed and couldn't help but murmur, "What ability is this? Why is this happening?" In their sight, a half-real, half-illusory world was rapidly forming. Its area could be said to be quite vast. It was probably the size of a country. However, in this half-plane, it was only a mirror image. Soren's figure was still standing in front of them, but another him seemed to have appeared in a dreamlike country. This is a simulated dream world. The High Priestess figure appeared in front of them through the teleportation circle. She said with a serious expression, "This is the ability of the Arcane Empire's tactical simulation. It's a kind of war chess game that can be used to create realistic illusions. It can be used in many ways." After realizing that this half-plane wasn't simple, Soren immediately asked her to come over through telepathy. Although her power as a psionic warlock didn't rely on research like a wizard, from the situation when they fought against the Queen of Spiders, the High Priestess also knew a lot of things about the Arcane Empire. Tactical simulation. The High Priestess had learned this knowledge somewhere before. She thought that this ability was long lost, but she didn't expect to see it again in this half-plane. In front of her was a very strange ability that was very close to a realistic dream. It was more advanced than the one she had encountered before. It was a virtual world that directly extracted the power of the half-plane. Challenge begins. Tactical simulation map creation completed. After completing the challenge, you will gain partial access to the first layer of the war chest plane. Thaling 13's eyes flashed. It said in a cold voice as if it was narrating, "You're an ordinary civilian. You were born in a quiet and peaceful village, but suddenly the peace was broken one day. A fallen wizard passed by here and summoned a terrible demon. He sacrificed the whole village to the demon. The fire burned everything. Your home turned into a sea of fire. There were slaughtered corpses everywhere. You could hear the demon's excited laughter from afar. You're faced with a difficult choice. Stay here to protect your home, or leave this place and stay away from danger. The enemy is a powerful demon, and you're just an ordinary person." Along with the calm narration, everything in front of Soren's eyes changed rapidly. There was a raging fire in front of him. He could faintly hear the sound of fighting. There were many slaughtered corpses on the ground, all of them were ordinary civilians. Occasionally, he could hear the screams of panic on the other side of the village. Soren stood in front of the gate of the village. He could escape from here if he went forward, but he had to face the demon if he went back. The scene in front of him was a bit similar to when Soren first met the Jinn. At that time, the first test he gave Soren was a multiple-choice question. Now, he was facing the same multiple-choice question. Soren still looked the same. It was just that he was wearing simple clothes and had no weapons in his hands. He looked just like an ordinary civilian. The power he had seemed to have disappeared. Soren could not feel the explosive power contained in this body. Everything in the dream was so real that he could raise his hand and touch it. He felt that his arm was not strong. In the flickering flames, a group of dretches appeared. They found Soren standing at the entrance of the village and made strange noises. Then they rushed over like a swarm of bees. There were not many living creatures on the barren plain. A dretch came to the hill and looked at everything in the distance. After standing in place for a moment, it said to itself, "It's really not easy to do two things at once. Even with my god-level ability, sometimes I don't feel used to it. No wonder other gods rarely send their avatars. I don't know how those professions with true mirror image operate." Sauron continued to walk towards the plain. Soon, he encountered a new enemy. It was still a group of messy dretches, but they were eating. The food was black rats and a pile of abyss worms. Abyss worms were not only born near blood pools. After the soul fell into the abyss, it would automatically transform into other forms. Many abyssal plains did not have blood pools at all, but there were still abyss worms. The number of these wild abyss worms was not small. They wandered on the barren plain and had a small chance of becoming a dretch. Night witches and hags liked to collect these abyss worms because their alignment was neutral evil, and they could transform into dretch and lesser demons. When low-grade demons lacked servants, they would spend a little power to transform the abyss worms into the lowest level of lesser demons. Demons valued quality more, and the abyss worms were only used as a substitute currency. The strange dretch quickly attracted their attention. The dretches who were eating tore the bodies of the abyss worms, and then some rushed towards Sauron. They did not know why, but they hated this dretch who looked like a demon. Note: lawful evil alignment. Poochie. Blood splattered out of the wound. In front of Sauron, two dretches quickly fell. His basic attributes were not good enough, so he had to kill more dretches as soon as possible. A series of data prompts appeared in front of his eyes. When Sauron killed all the dretches, a new round of mutation began. Demonic power gathered on his body, and soon a row of data appeared in front of him, extracting target's demonic blood. You've gained 2 demonic power. Current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 30 slaughter EXP. Demonic blood activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. Dretch, form ability improved. You have obtained the innate ability, Demon Skin. Damage reduction +5. You've obtained the innate ability Dark Vision, 20 meters. His skin became tough, and his gaze penetrated the darkness. The mutation of demons was so simple. Sauron still could not analyze the potential of the demon bloodline, but he knew that it was a mysterious knowledge even to the gods. Sauron's body turned dark red, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. His power has not reached the complete form of a dretch. Sauron glanced at the corpses on the ground. He did not find any weapons or valuable items, so he quickly continued on his way. Part of the soul energy was fed back to the main body, but the proportion was very small. It could only be said that it was better than nothing. They walked like this for a while. Footprints began to appear on the ground, indicating that there were more creatures nearby. Sauron suddenly stopped and hid in the grass. In front of his field of vision, under the darkening sky, a distorted figure appeared before his eyes. The petitioner, the distorted souls wandering in the abyss, were different from the petitioners who entered the kingdom of the gods. Many of the petitioners in the abyss were bad guys who did all kinds of evil in their lives. Evil souls fell into the abyss, but they did not turn into abyssal worms. Because many petitioners were professions when they were alive. Perhaps their profession level was not high, but it also made their reincarnation power much stronger. A wandering petitioner. He should be a soul from the material world. Because he was not completely assimilated by the power of the abyss, he now became a creature called a soul, Manes. The spirit in front of him had pale skin, jet-black claws, razor-sharp teeth, loose hair, and pale eyes. His face was slightly rotten, and he looked as disgusting as the undead. Many maggots could be seen crawling in the bloated body of the soul. If he survived long enough, the power of the abyss would gradually assimilate him. Eventually, the soul might be promoted to a low-grade demon, although they would completely lose the memory of their previous life. The soul retained a small part of the memory of their previous life. They were the undead demons wandering in the abyss. Soul, the petitioner, grade 2. Challenge rating, level 3, personal level, 6, spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes, 18 and 6, total attribute points, 75 to 85. Special abilities, fire resistance, acid resistance, poison resistance, lightning resistance, acid spit. Challenge difficulty, C+. It was a wandering spirit. The power it provided was enough for Sauron to directly advance into the complete form of a dretch. But Sauron was not in a hurry to launch an attack because he was currently only a low-grade dretch. All his power remained in his body. He only inherited the strong willpower brought by the soul. If he died, he would have to pay a heavy price. It was a gamble to integrate himself into the abyss in this way, and he must not make the slightest mistake. He approached in stealth. Because he did not have the level of a rogue, he could not get the blessing of the shadow. Sauron could only approach in the lowest level of stealth. The smaller size of the dretch provided him with convenience and a natural dodge advantage. After all, the smaller the creature, the harder it was to hit. He gradually approached the soul in front of him and then rushed out in an instant. Shoo! The sharp claws streaked across the air like a sharp dagger, instantly slicing open the spirit's abdomen. Demon claws were equivalent to +1 natural magic weapon. The howling wind sounded, and the soul counterattacked in an instant. The rotten limb swung down. It wandered in the wilderness without a weapon. Bang! Sauron's body flew out, but the injury was not serious. The demon skin that he had just acquired had 5 points of damage reduction. In short, even if an ordinary adult with ordinary strength punched him, he would not feel anything. This was the natural ability of demons. Even the lowest dretch could have some of it. With 14 points of dexterity, Sauron still had the advantage of speed. His legendary combat experience made it difficult for him to be hit by the enemy, even if there was a large gap between them. The wounds on the petitioner began to increase. Sauron seized the opportunity and rushed over. He waved his sharp claws like a dagger and pierced into the opponent's eye. The sharp claws penetrated and then directly twisted. Plop! The body of the soul fell to the ground. A data display appeared in front of Sauron's eyes, extracting the power of the abyss. You've gained 10 points of demonic power. The current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 120 Slaughter EXP. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. Dretch, form ability improved. You've gained the talent ability, Demon Resistance. Fire, Strong Acid, Poison, Cold Resistance increased by 10 points. Demon Bloodline awakened. You've automatically learned the spell-like ability, Summon Demon. Demon Bloodline awakened. You've automatically learned the ability, multi-attack. Demon bloodline awakened. You've automatically learned the spell-like abilities, Fear, once a day, Stinking Cloud, once a day. Demon bloodline awakened. You've automatically learned the talent ability, Telepathy. The demon bloodline began to change violently, a mysterious demon tattoo appeared on Sauron's dark red body. This was some kind of incomprehensible power. Many demons had such strange tattoos on their bodies. It further strengthened Sauron's power and made him reach the real strength standard of a Dretch. As the lowest level of demons, Dretches also had many good abilities, including Demon Skin, Demon Resistance, Demon Summon, Multi-Attack, and a few spell-like abilities. In this case, his challenge rating was raised to 2, and a team of level 2 adventurers was needed to fight against him. Flames danced in front of him. Soren looked at the Dretches in front of him and ran in another direction without hesitation. Without strength, weapons, and equipment, he was just an ordinary person. It would be difficult for him to even deal with one Dretch, let alone a large group of them. Because of some reasons that he could not tell others, he now had a fairly clear understanding of the strength of the Dretches. With his current civilian body, he probably could not even withstand the Dretch's stinking cloud. Constitution is only about 10. Strength is also about 10. Dexterity is slightly higher, but it should not exceed 14. After running a few steps, Soren had a rough estimate of his attributes. He was at the level of an ordinary person. Not to mention dealing with these Dretches, he might not even be able to defeat a warrior who had just advanced. As for escaping from the village, Soren basically ruled it out. First of all, he was quite reluctant to run away without fighting. Secondly, it was already dark. Looking at the road, he knew that this village was not near the town. It was a dense forest outside. With his current physical fitness, even if he did not encounter any monsters outside, a beast could kill him. He didn't have dark vision, so he couldn't see anything in the pitch black outside. Weapon. I must find a weapon first. It was impossible to kill a Dretch with just his fists. Soren would probably be cut open if he touched its sharp claws. He had the best fighting skills, but without a weapon, it was impossible to kill a Dretch. There were flames everywhere in front of him. The battle on the other side of the village was still going on, but the sound of resistance had weakened a lot. The area of the village was not small, and it was estimated that there were hundreds of people living in it. Many houses were already on fire. Soren could not rush in to find a weapon, and he might be blocked by the Dretches chasing after him. There must be a blacksmith in such a village. Soren quickly looked around and said to himself, the primitive environment determines that they need to be self-sufficient, and blacksmiths are the key to maintaining their daily lives. The scenery around him quickly passed by. After sprinting for 100 or 200 meters, Soren felt tired, but he finally saw the furnace of the blacksmith. Sure enough, this remote village still needed a blacksmith. Soren rushed into the blacksmith, but the next moment he was a little dumbfounded. Kitchen knife, sickle, hoe. There was no long sword, no curved sword. The sharpest weapon Soren could find was a freshly forged kitchen knife. Other than that, the blacksmith's shop had a sickle and a newly assembled hoe. He could not even find a hammer. He did not know if it was taken by the blacksmith or not. It seemed that Soren still had high expectations for the blacksmith shop in such a village. A blacksmith who could forge weapons would not be in such a remote village. At first glance, the blacksmiths here were the kind of blacksmiths that satisfied the needs of ordinary villagers. When they were free, they would make 2 kitchen knives and sickles for them. I don't care so much, Soren gritted his teeth, picked up the new kitchen knife, and slashed at the Dretch in front of him. I can't run anymore. My stamina is not as good as these demons. The more I run, the more I can't hold on. Clang! The kitchen knife collided with the Dretch's claws. Then Soren was a little dumbfounded because there was a gap on the kitchen knife. Damn! At this moment, even Soren couldn't help it. He used to have a decent weapon, even a dagger would be fine, but why was there a gap on the kitchen knife? Poochie! Blood splattered. Even with a kitchen knife, Soren still cut open the stomach of the Dretch in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that his weapon was too weak and his strength was only at the standard of an ordinary person, He could probably kill the Dretch in front of him. Whoosh! The blood stimulated the demon's desire to attack. A swarm of Dretches rushed over and drowned Soren in the crowd. Damn it! Soren suddenly opened his eyes. With a burst of terrible pressure, invisible waves of air raged out. He gently stomped his feet, and the ground within a radius of 20 meters around him completely cracked. With a loud bang, the 20-meter-high stone pillars collapsed directly. The light on the magic circle gradually dissipated. With just a gentle stomp, Soren even destroyed the magic circle under his feet. Thaling 13 frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "Challenge failed. Please don't destroy everything here. Otherwise, I will treat you as an enemy." It gently waved its hand, and the cracked ground gradually closed. The collapsed stone pillars rose again, and the magic circle under Soren's feet reappeared. Sure enough, everything here was under its control. Otherwise, it would not be able to mobilize the power of the half-plane at will. Soren was a little tired. But there seemed to be a fire in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "One more time. I just wasted a little bit of time because I just entered." It was simply unforgivable that he died in the hands of a Dretch. As long as he had a sword, even if it was an inferior long sword, Soren had more than 50% confidence that he could kill these Dretches one by one. But this woman only had a kitchen knife. What was the point of fighting? Soren was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. A god died in the hands of a group of Dretches. He wanted to hang the person who designed this battle chess challenge. Thaling 13's expression was still calm, and it said slowly, "Challenge failed. Your spirit has entered a state of weakness. Forcibly entering will cause your spirit to weaken. Please wait for 48 hours before you challenge again. But the 3 ladies next to you can try to challenge." The light of teleportation appeared. Soren's figure returned to the original place. There seemed to be no change, but his spirit was very tired. Incredible ability, even Sauron, who had the power of law as a god, could not figure out what means the original creator of this place had used. Unless they cracked the secret of this half-bit wall, it would be difficult for them to figure out the key. "Should we try too?" Gloria's expression seemed to be a little eager to try. As a spellcaster, she was very interested in this mysterious means, especially since it belonged to the mysterious knowledge of the arcane kingdom. She wanted to experience what it was for herself. The high priestess shook her head slightly and said, "You two can try. It's not suitable for me to enter this place now." She was still injured. If she entered and failed the challenge, the high priestess' injuries would be much more serious. The light of 2 spells appeared. Gloria, who was eager to try, and Fallen Witch, who was also curious about the knowledge of the arcane empire, entered the half-plane. Everything in front of them changed again. It was the same world that Soren experienced, but the 2 witches were the main characters. About 5 minutes later, Gloria's figure appeared on the magic circle. Her expression was indescribably gloomy. She silently bit her lips and came to Soren's side. It was rare for her to use a voice like a little girl who was wronged. "I don't have any spells at all." The result was self-evident. About 10 minutes later, Fallen Witch's figure also appeared on the magic circle. She came to Soren with a pale face and said in a low voice, "There's no way out from the outside. There's a wizard guarding outside. It's a dead end." Obviously. Soren and Gloria both chose to stay in the village, and Fallen Witch did not hesitate to choose to leave. It seemed that the result was the same. Thaling 13's expression was still very calm. He said in a cold voice, "Challenge failed. Everyone, please go back. You're welcome to come again after you've recovered. What you've just experienced is only the first level of the War Chest Challenge. After the challenge, I'll open the first level of the half-plane to you. Of course. If you have any dissatisfaction with this challenge, you can also choose to challenge me directly. If you defeat me, you'll get the control of the half-plane." Thaling 13 gently waved his hand. Along with the fluctuation of the elemental power, a huge elemental pool could be faintly felt. Then, an elder of the earth element, an elder of the fire element, an elder of the wind element, and an elder of the water element appeared behind him. The surrounding stone statues also seemed to move and turned into tall stone statues. At this time, Thaling 13's expression was still very calm, but for some reason, it was very annoying. Under the quiet night sky. After leaving the wizard tower in the shadow plane, Soren could not help but let out a long sigh. Gloria's figure came to his side. The loose wizard robe could not cover her proud curves. On the contrary, the complex and mysterious runes added a touch of mystery and elegance to her. Her silver-white hair fluttered in the night wind, and her white neck was like a white jade under the moonlight. Gloria stood side by side with Soren and gently reached out her hand to hold Soren's palm. She held it tightly and felt the other party's temperature. Under the moonlight, the two people's reflections overlapped. Fallen Witch stood not far away and watched silently. Her expression seemed to be a little complicated. After a long time, she slowly turned around and left. Gloria turned her head and looked at Soren's side face. She leaned her head on his shoulder and whispered, "What do we do now?" Soren took a deep breath, looked at the dim starry sky, and murmured, "Now we can only take one step at a time. If it doesn't work, we can only accumulate strength to defeat the demigod Thaling." The challenge in the war chess plane was simply too difficult. The projection did not inherit the power of the real body at all. If an ordinary person fought against a powerful demon, the chance of winning was probably less than 1 in 1,000. He really wanted to hang up the person who designed the challenge and beat him up. At present, he could only wait for the next challenge opportunity. Soren still made a mistake today. He hesitated for 3 seconds after entering the war chess challenge. If he could find a place to hide in these 3 seconds and avoid the sight of the group of dretches, then he could get more chances. For a long time, Soren was used to planning before acting. If he had more than 50% confidence, then he would decide to make a move. In the war chess world, he might not even have 10% confidence. He had never encountered this kind of battle before. This was also a kind of training for him, because sometimes he could not have more than 50% chance of winning every battle. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to train himself. Fighting against a much stronger enemy required not only strength, but also wisdom and courage. Actually, now that he had calmed down, Soren's train of thought seemed to have many directions. For example, he could ask for help from others. It was obvious that there were others who were fighting against the demons. In a village with hundreds of people, it was possible for there to be low-level priests. In order to defend against wild beasts, there must be professionals who were tired. Even from an evil point of view, it was not impossible to communicate with the enemy. Dretch may not have much wisdom, but it was possible to communicate with the evil wizard in the dark or summon demons. However, this required a high level of negotiation ability, acting ability, and top-notch deception ability. Soren pondered for a moment. Fighting seemed to be the most suitable thing for him. The night passed quickly. The expansion of the city of Mordor had been completed by 1/5. The slaves from Treasure Island had sped up the progress a lot. Many of the first batch of slaves had gained new identities. They had become Soren's tenants. They worked for Soren and farmed for Soren. Although they had to pay heavy taxes, after a year, these tenants could still survive and save a little property. The biggest difference in the city of Mordor was that everyone had the opportunity to climb up, but these opportunities were only for those who were willing to work hard and sweat. The military parade was still in preparation, and the drows were busy training them. It seemed that there was a split among the drows. Some of the drows had completely moved to the city of Mordor, while the other part remained in their original place. What a group of stubborn females! Soren did not pay much attention to them now. If these female drows were not willing to submit to him, then they would be left to fend for themselves. In fact, there was a very obvious feminist ideology in this world. The two most obvious groups were the drows and the Amazons. The deep-rooted ideology that had been passed down for thousands of years made them extremely resistant to submitting to men. If it weren't for the fact that he had too many things to do, sometimes Soren really wanted to teach them a lesson. Everything in the city of Mordor was on the right track. With the protection of the gods, all the residents felt very relieved. The powerful force of the city of Mordor was the guarantee that brought them peace. Because peace was never bragged. Peace was fought with force and war. As a new god, Soren still had a lot to learn. Although divine power was a powerful force, his own strength was still very important. Soren began to learn complex arcane knowledge. He was going to improve his arcanist level during this period of time. It would be best if he could master 1 or 2 legendary spells. With the ability of the gods, he learned very quickly. When he mastered the divine ability of arcane proficiency, in the future, Soren's ability would improve even faster. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. On this day, Soren was going to make a bold attempt, that was, to take this opportunity to travel between planes. Whether as a god or a legendary figure, Soren had the qualification to travel between planes. However, because he could not leave the city of Mordor for the time being, Soren chose to travel by astral world tour. Projecting himself into the astral plane to see how mysterious this multiverse was, everything had been prepared. After night fell, Soren came to the center of the array. With a little divine power, he activated the astral projection array. Divine power was so useful. No wonder many gods paid more attention to improving their level. As the embodiment of the power of the law, divine power could be transformed in almost any aspect. Before his divine power was exhausted, he didn't even need to use the spell slots, a faint light of magic emerged. With a slight sense of dizziness, Soren's figure appeared in the endless void. The bright galaxy appeared in front of him, and in front of him was a huge material plane. Every time he saw the complete appearance of the material plane, it was so shocking. This was a vast and boundless plane. Its outer layer was the plane barrier. At the bottom of the material plane, there was a passage connecting the 4 major elemental planes. He didn't know who created the material world, but he was sure that he definitely had a very strong power. Soren walked in the void. Because he was only a projection here, he could move easily with his mind because his body was only a spiritual body. Below the endless void was a mysterious dark matter. It was like a vortex formed in the void, rotating at an unimaginable speed. Occasionally, mysterious silver-white dust could be seen, but Soren didn't know what it was. There were too many secrets in the astral plane. It was connected to all the planes. The material plane, the shadow plane, the spiritual world, the underworld, the upper plane, the lower plane, the elemental plane, countless half-planes, and so on. Occasionally. Here, he could see the huge ancient god's body, as well as the terrible gods who were exiled. Everything the gods saw was so wonderful. Soren walked under the stars of the multiverse, and he felt more and more insignificant. All of a sudden, he seemed to see something and couldn't help but tremble. A planet, he definitely didn't see it wrong. A planet flew past his sight and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soren seemed to have seen many planes. This was the first time he saw a structure similar to a planet. He couldn't help but be very surprised. From the god's point of view, it wasn't impossible to shape a plane into the shape of a planet. It was just that it required more energy, more power, and more time. According to his memory of Earth, 71% of the surface was covered by the ocean, which represented the power of the water element. The basic structure of the whole planet was the Earth, which represented the power of the Earth element. The inner core of Earth was magma, which represented the power of the fire element. The last thing that covered the whole planet and protected it was the atmosphere, which represented the power of the air element. Water, fire, earth, and air. This was the basic material of the multiverse. Almost all the planes were supported by the power of the elements. As for where the elements were born, it was a mystery that even the gods didn't know. Soren could no longer see the traces of the planet, but he knew that it really existed. He just couldn't be sure if it belonged to the material plane or some other kind of plane. Without a doubt, its surface was huge, and it had existed for a long time. In the endless void. It was rare to meet other people in the astral plane, but Soren seemed to have met one. It was a traveler in the astral plane. There was no air or gravity in the astral plane, so a projection was the easiest way to travel. However, even a god would have to consume a lot of energy to travel in the astral plane. Soren met a lich. As an undead creature, many of the restrictions in the astral plane didn't matter to it, although there was a saying, legends are as common as dogs, and liches are everywhere. But in fact, this was the first lich that Soren met. Liches were generally very powerful spellcasters, and many of them could fight against gods. The one in front of Soren seemed to be wandering in the astral plane, and it seemed to be collecting something that even he couldn't understand. It was a strange dust that emitted a faint silver light. It probably came from the material plane, or some extension of the material plane. Soren couldn't tell where it came from with just a glance. He only knew that it was at least level 25 since it could wander in the astral plane so easily. Your Excellency. Facing Soren's projection, the lich in front of him seemed very relaxed. Soren's divine aura couldn't be hidden from it. It bowed slightly to Soren's projection to show its respect and said slowly, "I'm glad to meet a god here." With its strength, it wasn't strange for it to meet a god. Soren wasn't a threat to it at all, because a projection only had a small part of the original strength. Moreover, as a lich, it had a phylactery. As long as it wasn't stupid enough to participate in the Abyss Blood War, it could rely on the phylactery to revive itself if its body was destroyed. Sometimes, even gods couldn't do anything about it, unless they had mastered the divine domain of death. Only then could they destroy the lich's body and its phylactery at the same time. Soren nodded slightly and looked at the lich in the astral plane. Both of them didn't seem to want to talk. After confirming that there was no hostility between them, they passed by each other in the astral plane. If the projection died, the original body would be injured and weakened for a period of time. The lich did not seem to want to offend a deity either. It was holding a strange alchemy tool in its hand, which was continuously absorbing the weak silvery white dust in the astral world. After knowing that Soren was far away, it let out a sigh of relief. It quickly put away the tool and opened a portal. The astral plane was a very dangerous place. Battles often broke out here. Even though it was a lich, it was still very surprised to meet a god. Soren did not stray too far from the material plane. Because he still had to put part of his energy in Motor City and another place. It was possible to encounter the corpses of ancient gods in the astral plane. These corpses still had a lot of power left in them. For gods, they were very dangerous and full of opportunities. This was because the corpses of the oldest gods had very powerful divinity. They were gods that no longer existed in the records of time. They were also the creator of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. These ancient gods fought with the primitive demons born from the source of chaos. Some of them died in the void of the multiverse, and their corpses had been preserved until now. The power of the primitive demons polluted Asmodeus and led to his complete fall. As the best warrior of order in the endless years, Asmodeus finally broke with the gods and evolved into the Bautor Inferno. The fall of Asmodeus directly led to a considerable number of ancient angels falling into hell. Some had died in the endless bloody battle of the abyss, and some still remained in the deepest part of the Bautor Inferno. But the blood of the fallen angels had spread to every layer of the Bautor Inferno. The reason why Soren chose to enter the abyss and never considered entering the Bautor Inferno was that the space of the Bautor Inferno was very limited, only 9 layers, and the competition was quite fierce. He had to obey the rule of Asmodeus. On the contrary, the abyss was chaotic, and the space was quite vast. Although there were many powerful demon lords, there was no absolute ruler. Chaos represented opportunity, and it represented the possibility of Soren's rise, actually. This was Soren's first time roaming the astral world. He had a little bit of hope that he would be favored by the goddess of luck, or that he would be like the child of the plane, suddenly meeting an ancient god's corpse in the astral world. Unfortunately, compared to the huge planes, the ancient god's corpse was still too small. In this practically boundless void of the star dimension, the probability of encountering them was simply unimaginably low. Soren had always thought that he had the ability to help himself absorb the large amount of divinity left on the ancient god's corpse, but the problem was that it was very difficult for him to find it in the astral world, which was quite mysterious even for the gods. The last time someone met an ancient god's corpse was a very long time ago. Soren prepared to go around the astral world in the material plane. There were many things of great value in the astral world, and the key was whether he could find them or not. This place was connected to all the planes. Sometimes, he could even meet a meteorite flying by. It could be a complete diamond structure, or some kind of metal that could be directly used to forge rare weapons. Since he was already here, he might as well go around a few more times and try his luck, in the laboratory. Gloria was busy analyzing the experimental data. Occasionally, she would turn her head to look at the new Thaling ET-1, who was standing next to her and helping to record. Compared with the Thaling 13 she encountered in the war chess plane, the one created by Gloria was too weak. Whether it was her own combat ability, the computing ability, or her own wisdom, the gap between the two was simply thousands of miles. this made her even more curious about the knowledge of the arcane empire. She really wanted to know how much fascinating knowledge there was to be able to maintain the operation of a huge floating city. Light footsteps could be heard. Fallen Witch's figure appeared outside the laboratory. She held a thick book in her hand and gently pushed the door open. "Mother?" Gloria stopped the experiment in her hand and turned to look at Fallen Witch. She slowly said, "What's the matter?" The two's laboratories were separated. Under normal circumstances, her mother rarely came over at this time, so she was a little confused. "Take a look at this." Fallen Witch handed the thick book to Gloria with Mage's hand. She quickly turned to one of the pages and said softly, "This is the information I found about the bloody war in the abyss." Gloria took it doubtfully. There was a large paragraph of text on it. In the years before civilization was recorded, the bloody war in the abyss had already broken out. At that time, the river Styx was still just a stream. The grey wilderness, the scorching inferno, the Shura realm, and other planes had not been completely formed. The Bator Inferno was still the world of the ancient Bator, and the Yugros had just been born. The bloody war in the abyss lasted for countless years. The existence of Asmodeus made the demons completely rise. The balance of the war seemed to be in a stalemate. From the plane of 10,000 abyss, the blood fissure, the gap between the abyss and Bator was also the largest battlefield. Avernus, the grey wilderness, the scorching inferno, and the Shura realm, there was no place that was not a bloody battlefield. Tens of millions of demons fought here. Every time, countless demons died, and countless inferior demons and dretches were born under the laws of the plane and continued to fight. The Yugros, Onababas, night witches, these evil and neutral creatures benefited from both sides of the bloody war. The Yugros Chamber of Commerce exported to Bator from the abyss, rich resources from countless abyss levels, and imported various weapons and equipment made by demons from Bator to the abyss. Bator had countless factories, the largest weapon production in the lower realm, and many places in the chaotic abyss did not even have a weapon forging business. The Yugros also monopolized a part of the boatman business on the river Styx. If it were not for the fierce competition between the Yugros, night witches, and Onababas, their commercial power could make the multiverse pale in comparison. When Gloria saw this, she raised her head in confusion. She had seen some of the things above before. For the bloody war in the abyss that had existed for countless years, any powerful wizard should have some understanding. However, the Fallen Witch shook her head gently and continue reading. There were many words behind, but the main point seemed to be only a part, an ancient time period. Millions of coalition forces composed of Yakos and angels joined the bloody war. In the end, only 3,000 people were able to return to the upper realm alive. This fiasco made the heavenly creatures more cautious and careful when dealing with the lower realm. Let the demons fight, and the upper realm also lost the desire to interfere too much in the bloody war. As a result of this failed expedition, the heavenly creatures were divided into the order and chaos camps. In ancient times, many gods of order and gods of chaos participated in the bloody war. A god of the chaos camp died in the bloody war. What was even more frightening was that the gods who died in the bloody war could no longer be resurrected. They were completely finished. So most of the gods chose to withdraw from the bloody war. At most, they sent some servants and believers to participate. In addition, if they participated too much in the bloody war, their divine power seemed to be absorbed by the bloody war. There were also rumors that even if the Lich died in the bloody war, it was more likely that the phylactery would be destroyed. This made many powerful beings who cherished their lives more cautious. Even the demon lords and the Duke of Hell rarely took the risk to fight in person. The Fallen Witch suddenly said at this time, "Look at the last paragraph." The last paragraph, Gloria continued to read in confusion, and soon she couldn't help but tremble. Of course, it's different for those demons who want to advance or those who want to rely on the bloody war to become stronger. This is one of the fastest ways to become stronger. As long as you survive, you may be able to absorb the power of the enemy you killed. A dretch of the lowest level may directly evolve into a powerful Hezru after a bloody battle. Even if it survives a few more bloody wars, it can advance into a 6-armed snake demon, assassin demon, Baylor demon, and other higher demons. If it is lucky enough to kill a very powerful being, that may mean that there will be one more demon lord in the abyss, or a demon duke in the Bator Inferno. In the long history of the abyss. Occasionally, there are some extremely powerful and lucky existences who killed the gods in the abyss bloody war. This may allow some people to become one of the gods in a very short period of time. No one knows what kind of rules and power the bloody war contains. But it seems that it is the only place where anyone may be on par with the gods in the shortest time. The slaughter is endless. Abyss Bloody War, Volume 3, Chapter 16. Gloria silently closed the book, turned her head, looked at the fallen witch with a complicated expression, and said slowly, "Why are you showing me this?" The fallen witch was silent. After a while, she slowly said, "Soren's power. From a weak mortal, he became a deity in such a short period of time. I can sense too many secrets from him. No one has ever risen like a comet like him. What you just saw is the greatest possibility I can think of. He has a power similar to the bloody war in his body. I don't know where this power will lead him to." Gloria stood still. She quietly looked at her mother, and her expression was still calm. She just said in a firm voice, "No matter what the future will be? Since I have chosen him, I will always stand by his side and accompany him to the end." "Mother. It's getting late. You should go back and rest." As summer came, a warm monsoon blew in Arendelle. Except for the mountains covered by snow all year round, the whole of Arendelle was full of vitality. Winter wheat had sprouted and grown, and the fields were green with spring. Spring here came later than in other places. Because they only sowed once a year, the residents of the Frost Kingdom obviously attached great importance to cultivation. In addition to winter wheat, they would also plant some other cold-resistant crops. On this day, a group of outsiders arrived in Arendelle. They were dressed in neat armor and worn cloaks. The silver-white mottled armor reflected light in the sun, and occasionally residents who encountered them would bow their heads humbly. This was a group of paladins from the outside world. Unlike the cities they had been to, they rarely encountered any help in Arendelle. Even the lowest of the poor just bowed to them to show respect. What happened in the City of Wealth did not repeat here because Arendelle had its own laws, and these laws had been strictly enforced. This was the rich and prosperous Arendelle, and there was a great and noble princess royal here. The purpose of the paladin's trip was to ask for help. There were very few people in the world who had the ability to repair the Holy Avenger, and the Princess Royal of Arendelle was one of them. Because she was a divine sorcerer, a powerful spellcaster with divine power. The dock area. The young paladin walked on the streets of the dock area. He didn't know when it started, but he liked to visit the slums in every city he passed by, because in his opinion, those were the places that represented the civilization of a city and a country. He liked Arendelle because it was the most vibrant city he had ever seen, second only to Mordor where his companions had just brought back the news. If there was a chance in the future, he might go to see Mordor with his own eyes to see if it was really so orderly and peaceful there. The Battle of the Underdark had been over for a long time. Although his strength touched the edge of the legendary realm and he had the ability of a perfect body, he still could not break through the boundary of the legendary realm. Because he had not yet found his own field. Courage, faith, sacrifice, justice, fearlessness, protection, order, kindness. He was a little confused. He did not lack courage, nor did he lack faith. He was more willing to make sacrifices, but he still could not find the core that would allow him to break through. Because if he wanted to master the paladin's domain power, he had to find his truest self and his most sincere faith. That was the power that was branded in the depths of his soul. The young paladin had already made a vow of poverty. As the chosen one of the Holy Avengers, he would not marry or have children for the rest of his life. He would not leave any wealth behind. Except for weapons and equipment, he would use all his wealth to help the poor. He would refuse any comfort and pleasure. He would fight to maintain order and uphold justice until the moment of his death. He stood on the verge of becoming a legend. He had a very strong premonition that as long as he crossed this barrier, he would truly have the power to fight for his faith. People were coming and going on the pier. A little boy sitting on a wooden stump attracted his attention. The young paladin seemed to have felt something. It was a kind of pure soul power. Thus, he walked over. The young paladin squatted in front of the little boy and saw a trace of envy in his eyes. The little boy looked in a certain direction with longing eyes. It was a noble young man in a luxurious wizard robe. Noticing the arrival of the paladin, he turned his head gently but did not speak. He was wearing shabby clothes, which meant that he was born poor and might be the child of a dock worker. The little boy looked at him calmly, with a trace of curiosity and respect. The young paladin smiled and said, "Birth is the arrangement of fate, but the future can be created by yourself. Do you believe in justice?" The little boy's expression was a little doubtful, but he still nodded gently. The young paladin smiled. He pressed his palm on the little boy's forehead, and a holy and pure power emerged. Holy baptism. Holy blessing. Arendelle, Royal Palace. Princess Royal sat on the throne and looked down. She held an invitation letter in her hand. This invitation letter came from the south coast, from a place called Mordor. She gently rubbed her forehead and looked out of the window. Princess Anna stood on the balcony, looking into the distance. Her face seemed to be a little haggard. As the first successor of Arendelle, because of the early death of her parents, Princess Royal had always been like a sister to Princess Anna. Now Princess Anna looked like this, which she did not want to see. But it was difficult for her to accept that man, even now, because as a warlock, she felt a lot from him. Blood, killing, death. Some power that she could not understand yet, but it was very dangerous. She did not want Princess Anna to be involved. There was a guard outside the door reporting that a group of paladins from other places seemed to want to see her. Princess Royal's attitude towards the paladins was neither good nor bad. At this time, she was not in the mood to see them, so she ordered them to wait first. The appearance of the paladins must be something. Whether it was good or bad, it was very troublesome. She did not have the energy to care so much now. What she was most worried about now was Anna, and she was also hesitating whether to accept the invitation of Mordor. Because once she accepted the invitation, Arendelle would be on the same side as Mordor, which was an attitude to other forces. On the balcony, Princess Anna was holding a delicate cloth doll in her hand, which looked 70 to 80% similar to Soren. Her expression at the moment was a little sad. The girl squeezed the cloth doll hard, and while squeezing, she said to herself in a sobbing voice, "Bastard. Idiot. Stupid pig. You have the guts to become a god. But you don't have the guts to come and marry me. Bastard. Coward. Coward. I hate you." Crystal tears fell down drop by drop, and the grievances in her heart finally made Princess Anna cry. She squeezed the cloth doll that looked like Soren hard, as if this would make her feel better. She didn't understand why she threw away her pride as a princess for him, but that bastard coward didn't even dare to see her. She just felt very wronged in her heart. She wanted to rush over and bite that bastard to death. Princess Royal stood in the hall and sighed faintly. As the most powerful protector of Arendelle, as long as she wanted, every move in the palace could not be hidden from her perception. She slowly walked towards Princess Anna. The girl seemed to have heard the footsteps. She put away the cloth doll with a flustered expression, then wiped her tears casually. When she turned around, she was already smiling. Princess Anna glanced at the invitation in Princess Royal's hand and said in an expectant voice, "Sister. You will go. Right?" Even if that man treated her like this, she still hoped that Princess Royal could stand on his side. Alas! Princess Royal couldn't help but sigh. She reached out and took Princess Anna into her arms, and said faintly, "Silly girl." Finally, he left this plain. When Sauron walked out of this barren plain, what appeared in front of him was a huge abyss vault. Below it was hot magma, and in the distance was the flowing Styx. The plain of 10,000 abyss was the top of countless levels of the abyss. This was a barren land where not even a blade of grass grew, and it was covered in thick dust. It was roasting under the dark red sun that was like hell. There were 3 landforms in the dusty plain, a huge abyss on the surface, a huge steel fortress, and the Styx. The only master here was the demon king of wind, Pazuzu. As the oldest demon of Orbis, it chose to be neutral in the battle between the Tanar'ri demons and the Orbis demons. This powerful demon lord rarely cared about other things. What it was most interested in was luring others to fall, especially an upright paladin. For this reason, it would even do its best to help the paladin when the paladin called for it. The demon king of wind rarely appeared in the eyes of ordinary demons, and it seemed that it rarely participated in the abyss blood war. It was just the invisible supreme ruler of this land. The evolution of power was close to the limit. Sauron killed a lot of dretches along the way. Now his attributes had become name, Sauron. Race, demon. Form, Dretch, Grade 1, Attributes, Strength 14, Dexterity 12, Constitution 16, Intelligence 10, Wisdom 12, Charm 12. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 25-25. Demonic Power, 72100. Skills, Sneak 105, Listen 70, Detect 70, Search 30. Abilities, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +5, Demon Resistance. Abilities, Multi-Attack. Spell-like abilities, Fear, once a day, Stinking Cloud, once a day, Telepathy. The growth of the demon's power was very interesting. It seemed that in the midst of killing, their abilities could be improved comprehensively. Sauron was close to the strongest form of the Dretch. If he wanted to further improve his strength, there were only two ways. The first was to become a professional. Even demons could also become professionals and learn the abilities of many professions, but it took a lot of time. It was more difficult for a demon to become a professional than other creatures. The second was to evolve into another form. Sauron had to kill some powerful enemies in order to accumulate more demon bloodline power and complete a true mutation. Evolve into a succubus, Hezru, Vrock, or other mid-level demon forms. If Sauron did not like to transform into a demon in human form, he could also use the power of his demon bloodline to transform into a demon-hunting spider or a demon-hunting spider. He could even turn into an abyssal demon bat. There seemed to be countless possibilities in the genes of demons. It was not difficult to change forms during evolution. Sauron needed the power of the demon bloodline as a catalyst. The natural weakness of the Dretch was too obvious. Even if he was about to break through, Sauron still only had 25 HP. A steel fortress could be seen in the distance. There was only a narrow passage in the abyssal fault. Sauron knew very well what kind of fate awaited him if he left this desolate plain. A cannon fodder. As long as it was a Dretch that came out of the rift plain, their fate was to be cannon fodder. The hot magma flowed along the fault. Sauron had just approached the steel fortress when a succubus appeared in front of him. "You have been recruited." The succubus raised a long whip with metal barbs and hit the ground in front of Sauron. In the dust, it said in a proud voice, "Despicable Dretch. You are lucky to be recruited by the 7th Legion of the Succubus Queen. Fight hard. If you can survive, you will be rewarded." She did not ask for Sauron's opinion at all. Intermediate demons had absolute dominance over lower demons. As long as Sauron expressed a little unwillingness, the other party would kill him on the spot. The 7th Legion of the Succubus Queen was recruiting cannon fodder. For a lower Dretch, the succubus in front of him was too lazy to use charm. This kind of cannon fodder was not worthy of being charmed by her. She needed to recruit more powerful demon cannon fodder. As one of the most powerful demon lords in the abyss, the Succubus Queen was naturally the main force of the abyss blood war. The blood war here had never really stopped, and new demons were recruited every day. However, the Succubus Queen was very smart. She would train the cannon fodder that survived the cruel blood war as elites and let them go to her base camp. The blood war was a meat grinder. No matter how powerful a demon was, there was a possibility of falling. The Succubus Queen had always been the main participant in the blood war, but her strength did not decrease at all. On the contrary, it was growing little by little. The figure of a Hezru appeared. Its chaotic and crazy pupils glanced at Sauron. It seemed to dislike this little guy very much and wanted to trample him to death. But it could not do that yet. Because this was its cannon fodder. A new battle was about to begin, but the opponent was not the Bautor Inferno, but the army of the 422nd floor of the abyss, the Null King, Yeenagu. The demon army was always fighting among themselves. Many demon lords had never stopped fighting. Naturally, their demon army was also constantly frictional. In the depths of the abyss, the army of the Succubus Queen and the army of the Null King fought. This battle spread to the plane of 10,000 abyss. The succubus commander here decided to find some trouble for the other party. Even if the next blood war with the devil was about to break out, they still decided to attack their old opponent first. Crazy? Yes. This was the abyss. Sauron's figure entered the barracks with a group of dretches. In front of him was a huge steel fortress with many war machines placed in it. Although the demons relied on their huge numbers to win, the succubus queen valued weapons more. The barracks were in a mess. Sauron even saw a Hezru fighting with another Hezru. It was a real battle, and the loser was likely to die at the hands of the other party. No one stopped it. On the contrary, there were succubus officers watching with interest. Most of the officers here were succubus, among which women accounted for the largest proportion. The number of male succubus was quite small. Because the succubus was a Tanar'ri demon evolved from a woman, the characteristics of the soul could easily affect the form of the demon. Perhaps a creature like a trap had a greater chance of becoming a male succubus. Just like Sauron, it was almost impossible for him to evolve into the form of a succubus. A group of dretches was driven into the barracks. What they saw in front of them was chaos. They did not look like an army at all. Instead, they looked like a group of mobs. Except for the large number, they had no advantage at all. In the evening, before the start of the battle, the dretches were assigned some food. A large group of dretches scrambled for it, and some demons even fought with each other. Facing such a situation, Sauron did not hesitate to raise his finger and directly released a spell. Fear. It was a very low-level spell-like ability, but it was very useful against these dretches. A large group of cowards were scared and ran around. The movement here attracted the attention of the succubus officer. She glanced at Sauron with a little surprise, then took out a dagger and threw it in front of Sauron. She nodded and said, "Very good. From now on, you are their leader." Sauron was promoted from the lowest level of cannon fodder to the lowest level of cannon fodder leader. Was it crazy? That's right. The appointment of a demon was that simple. This was the bottomless abyss, the most chaotic and evil place. The order of the mortal world was often a joke here. The preferences of demons could not be inferred with common sense. Sauron was recruited, and Sauron was promoted on the first day. However, these were not important. What was important was that he could survive the battle tomorrow with the demon army controlled by the Null King, Xianxia, so that he could barely enter the ranks of intermediate cannon fodder. Except for some lucky ones, most demons had to start their career as cannon fodder. The next day came quickly. It seemed that the succubus commander had temporarily changed the battle plan and was ready to reduce the scale of the battle. They planned to send people to attack a small stronghold of the Null King Xianxia on the 10,000 abyss plain. After removing this stronghold, they would conduct the next test. For this sudden change of plan, the other demons basically had no objection. Only Sauron could not help but frown as he felt that there seemed to be something wrong. Yesterday, it seemed like they were launching a large-scale attack, but today, they were only probing on a small scale. Something must have happened. The commander of the demon army was a Glabrizu. A powerful demon with a challenge rating of about 15, with 31 points of strength and constitution. The Glabrizu had sharp violet eyes and dark brown and black skin. It was about 5 meters tall when it stood, and its weight was more than 5,500 pounds. This demon liked to deceive rather than fight, but its ability should not be underestimated because it was a powerful demon that was proficient in cleave, advanced cleave, multi-strike, fierce attack, and other abilities. It could be said that even Sauron's main body would have to spend a little effort to deal with it. Because it was a super-large Glabrizu, its basic life was 18 points. If Sauron did not intend to change the form of a demon, then it could also accumulate strength to evolve into a small, medium, or large dretch. In this case, its vitality would continue to increase, and its basic life would increase little by little. This was how the Mother of Worms was born. As a super-large abyss worm, the Mother of Worms' basic life was as high as 36 points, and it was quite difficult to kill it. The evolution of the body would increase one's attributes, but there would also be a corresponding punishment. Because the larger the body, the slower the movement, and the slower the reaction speed, but the strength attribute would be significantly increased. Sauron's demon army was sent to the battlefield. The Glabrezu commander's deputies were 5 Vroks and some Hezru. Sauron was surprised to find that there was no trace of succubus, which made his heart skip a beat. Something is wrong. Sauron quietly took a step back and murmured, as the demon army of the succubus queen, there is no succubus in this battle. Could it be? We're just cannon fodder? Or is it a bait to lure the enemy? Demons were simple-minded. At least, most demons were affected by their chaotic nature. They were not as cunning as demons. In front of Sauron was a group of excited Hezru, as if they were very happy to have a battle and did not realize how dangerous their situation was. There was something strange about all of this. Sauron was even more certain that they were bait, but he did not know what the succubus army's backup plan was. The demon army soon set off. The Glabrezu walked at the front like a giant. Behind them were some Vroks. Because of their physique and natural fighting ability, the Hezru had always been the vanguard of the demon army. They were the best cannon fodder. A Hezru could attract enough firepower in battle. Behind them were large groups of Dretches, Quasits, and abyssal lurkers. These low-level demons were basically useless. A single Hezru could easily slaughter hundreds of thousands of low-grade fiends. The march did not last long. The demons did not seem to have any military orders. They only received 2 orders, one was attack and the other was retreat. Sauron walked at the back of the team. He could not understand the demons' thoughts at all because some demons were happy because of the arrival of the battle, and some demons were frightened because of the arrival of the battle. Since ancient times, chaos has always produced fools. Sauron was now mixed in with a large group of fools. He did not know what kind of battle would happen next. If the situation was not right, he planned to find a chance to slip away. Soon, an army camp appeared in front of them. Sauron thought that they would have some kind of tactical plan, but in fact, he was overthinking it. With the roar of attack, the Hezru rushed forward with a roar. Sauron really wanted to give them some useful tips, but he knew that as a Dretch, if he dared to do so, he would only be trampled to death by the high-grade fiends. A stench filled the air. The Hezru turned on their natural ability. They looked like frogman monsters. During the battle, their skin would secrete a stinky gas. Any enemy close to them must undergo a compulsory test of immunity. Otherwise, even demons would be affected by the nausea effect. This kind of top-level cannon fodder was really ugly. A group of crazy chaotic fools fought together. As a result, they could only fight head-on. The Hezru rushed to the front as the vanguard, followed by the Dretches with small arms and legs, and other low-grade fiends. The Glabrezu commander was not in a hurry to fight in person, and the other middle-grade fiends were more behind to supervise the battle to ensure that no cowards would run away. This is King chaotic battle. Sauron seemed to be a little desperate about the commanding art of the demons. No wonder they had dozens of times the number of demons, but they were still beaten by the demons after so many years. This kind of commanding ability was simply looking for abuse. However, this also proved that Sauron's choice of the Abyss was correct because only here could he have the opportunity to rise rapidly. As long as he survived the most difficult early stage, he could easily enter the ranks of the high-grade fiends. Because he had enough confidence in defeating these fools, the army did not have many symbols. In the demon army of Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, the main composition was gnolls, ghouls, undead, and various demons. The dark gnolls from the Abyss were among them. Even in the bottomless abyss, they were quite a difficult opponent. The ghouls faced the Hezru head-on. The commander of the enemy stronghold was a gnoll general with a 3-headed flail. It had been watching the Glabrezu in the distance. As long as the Glabrezu did not attack, it had no intention of attacking for the time being. The battle was quite fierce, both sides were tangled together, and the crazy nature of the demons was quickly stimulated by the blood. However, Sauron immediately realized that he had overestimated the demons because as the battle really broke out, a more desperate fact appeared in front of him. The Dretches around him were fighting among themselves. Both armies had a large number of low-grade demons as cannon fodder, and many of these low-grade demons were temporarily recruited. That was to say, many of the low-grade demons were gathered together recently. They were not familiar with each other, and there were no obvious signs. You are a Dretch, I am also a Dretch, who knows which side you are on? Anyway, I don't care so much. Let's kill you first, that's right. The Dretches were fighting among themselves. Not only the Dretches under Zoro's command, but even the Dretches on the Null side could not differentiate between friend and foe. They just swarmed and fought. It was a scene that could not be looked at directly. Sauron had never seen such an army. If it was on the battlefield of the Abyss Blood War, maybe they could still distinguish between demons and devils, but in this situation, they were simply fighting among themselves. Sauron was almost speechless. In this case, what was the point of commanding? He simply sneaked into the crowd, regardless of whether they were friends or foes, and when he saw someone injured, he would go up and kill them. Anyway, it was already chaotic. Was it crazy? That's right. This was the bottomless abyss. After Sauron killed 20 or 30 Dretches in a row, the nearby Dretches finally learned their lesson. The Dretches in his camp began to move closer to him, and the Dretches in the enemy camp gradually fled from him. However, right at that moment, a loud noise rang out beside him. A Hezra demon with crimson eyes and a fiend shrouded in flames approached. The commander of the Dretch army, the Hezra that he saw yesterday. Now it was seriously injured, and there were burn marks all over its body. In front of it was an advanced flaming demon. The initial form of a Baelor. The Hezra were excellent cannon fodder. Although their strength was only around 21 points, their constitution was close to 30 points. The Hezra could weigh more than 750 pounds. Although they were not as strong as the large demons, they were still a great threat in a battle. The Hezra that was leading Sauron was an advanced demon. It was a large demon that weighed more than 1,200 pounds. It looked like a small giant. Unfortunately, it was in a very sorry state because its body looked like an upright frog. Now, it looked like it had been roasted over a fire. Its disgusting skin was full of charred charcoal. The Hezra's opponent was a flaming demon, a very rare demon. Under normal circumstances, the demon's evolution path was like this: Dretch, Tana, Abyss Lurker, Quasit, Succubus, Tana, Vrock. Tana, Hezru, Tana, Glabrizu, Tana, Soul Judgment, Tana, Sixsong Naga, Tana, Baelor, Tana. This was the evolution of the humanoid demons. Other than that, there were also the dangerous demon-hunting spiders and demon-hunting spiders. Baelors were the most powerful high-tier fiends. However, Baelors were not Baelors. They were the most special type of fiend in the abyss because they had a terrifying source of power in their bodies. The power of fire and destruction. In the abyss, only one flame Baelor would be born out of 100 Baelors. If the Baelor that Soren had encountered before was pulled out to fight, it could wipe out both sides on the battlefield, whether it was the Succubus Legion or the Null Legion. This was because the flame Baelor was one of the few high-grade demons that could directly challenge the Abyss Lord, and could even defeat the Abyss Lord. There were only two ways to evolve into a flame Baelor. The first was to evolve into a legendary Baelor, and then find a way to evolve into a flame Baelor. The second way was to evolve into an extremely rare flaming demon, and then directly enter the legendary realm in one go. At this time, the flaming demon would evolve into a legendary, flame demon, finally. The Baelors fused with the destructive power of the Baelors and became Baelors that were close to the power of high-tier legends. Sauron was very clear about the power of the Baelor. If it hadn't been sealed for a long time, its strength would have been severely affected, and it would have been heavily injured. He probably wouldn't have had any chance of winning at that time. Even if Soren appeared in his true form in the form of a deity, his chances of winning against the Baelor with its full power were not high. A real Baelor would have a monster level of 25 and a challenge rating of 20. If it evolved into a special class such as Beheader or Executioner, then the Baelor would have the power to challenge the gods. Sauron had an impulse in his heart. He wanted to try and see if he could kill this flaming demon. If he succeeded, perhaps he could step onto the path of becoming a Baelor, which was much more promising than becoming a Succubus, a Vrock, or a Hezru. This way, he wouldn't have to try the most dangerous path of becoming a Slaughterer. Becoming a Slaughterer was the last option. Sauron was a little worried about the price of becoming a Slaughterer. The surrounding temperature began to rise. In the miserable screams, many Dretches near the flaming demon were directly burned to death. As a low-tier flame demon, the flaming demon's body was surrounded by terrifying heat. It could deal 5 to 10 fire damage to nearby enemies per second. With the poor vitality of the Dretches, they would all die within 2 seconds of standing around the flaming demon's body. The flames of the flaming demon could cover a distance of 5 meters. These low-tier dretches couldn't even stand around its body. The possibility of killing it was infinitely close to zero. Sauron could only stand around its body for about 5 seconds. So if he wanted to fight, he had to kill it in one blow. From the current situation, it was almost impossible for the Hezru to defeat the flaming demon in front of him. The difference in injuries between the two was too great. The Hezru was close to a seriously injured state, but the flaming demon was only slightly injured. As long as he was close to the flaming demon's body, the Hezru would continue to suffer damage. If only I had icing death. Sauron couldn't help but have a pity in his heart. If he could have the legendary curved sword, he wouldn't have to worry about the burning damage on the flaming demon's body. This was the most dangerous and fatal point of the flaming demon. As long as it was not a creature immune to fire, they would be incinerated continuously. But speaking of which, even if he left icing death here, he probably wouldn't be able to use it in his current demon form. He might even be injured by icing death. This legendary curved sword was not simple. It was a weapon with spirituality and could even fight automatically. It was just that it was not very good at fighting automatically. There were large scorched marks on the ground, and a lot of dretches died at once. Sauron could not help but move away. He didn't want to be burned to death before he got close to the enemy. It seemed that there were allies who noticed the situation here. If the Hezru died, the battle on this side would be defeated. So under the command of the Glabrizu, a powerful demon quickly came to support. Four-armed snake demon. Challenge rating 12, the snake demon was also a special kind of demon in the abyss. It belonged to a very powerful demon evolution route. Sauron had spent a lot of effort to deal with ordinary snake demons. The four-armed snake demon in front of him was obviously more powerful. It held 4 two-handed swords at the same time, and when it swung it, it was like a storm. It had a powerful multi-attack talent, a top-notch multi-weapon combat skill, and its natural arms allowed it to use 4 weapons at the same time. When it fought, it was almost watertight. No other demon could rush in front of it. Snake-type creatures had amazing sprinting and explosive power. The four-armed snake demon swooped down and cut a bloody path. In an instant, it was in front of the flaming demon. The 4 swords swept over at the same time, almost blocking all the front angles. The snake demon was also considered by Sauron to be an advanced demon form. The 6-armed snake demon was a very powerful high-grade demon. It was also the most terrifying war machine in the abyss. In such a battle, the 6-armed snake demon was simply invincible. It could be said that it could crush any enemy weaker than itself. A 6-armed snake demon could even fight against several demons of similar strength because its arms were too powerful, 3 heads and 6 arms. Although it was missing 2 heads, 6 arms were not a joke. In the future, if it could go further, the 6-armed snake demon could also evolve into an 8-armed snake demon. This was a terrifying demon in the legends. In the abyss, even the lords of the abyss were very afraid of it. To some extent, the 8-armed snake demon was the most terrifying warrior in the abyss. Note, the equipment worn by the 6-armed snake demon was determined by the number of arms. These equipment included weapons, swords, bracelets, wrist guards, rings, and so on. Because they were born with more arms, the racial talent of the snake demon determined that they could use additional equipment easily and without any impact. A well-equipped and wealthy 6-armed snake demon was a nightmare for many high-grade demons. That's because you can't imagine how terrifying a snake demon with a legendary ring on all 6 arms is. Clang! 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 The snake demon in front of Sauron was obviously a poor demon because it only held 4 swords. At the same time, only the top 2 arms were wearing extraordinary wrist guards. As for the extremely rare enchanted rings, basically only a small number of demons could have them. There were not many wizards in the abyss. Most of the demons only knew how to destroy. It was basically a pipe dream to ask them to make all kinds of top-grade equipment. The 4-armed snake demon joined the battle. Soon, the situation in front of him was gradually reversed. The fire demon was a little powerless facing 2 enemies at the same time. Its injuries were also getting worse little by little. Sauron slowly moved his feet, holding a rare grey dagger in his hand, waiting for an opportunity to appear. The battle was still going on. Sauron was waiting for an opportunity to appear. Whether it was stabbing the fire demon or the four-armed snake demon, it seemed to be acceptable to him because the Baelor's powerful strength could help him quickly rise to the ranks of the demon lords, and the six-armed snake demon's ability could allow Sauron's dual-wielding skills to be perfectly displayed. One was a very powerful demon bloodline, and the other was an advanced form that could inherit part of the fighting skills and strength of the original body. In terms of overall strength in the future, the gap was actually not that big. Sauron inherited the fighting skills of the curved sword and the dual-wielding skills. The advanced form of the snake demon could help him easily recover these abilities, and even further master the ability of multi-attack and multi-wielding. From the perspective of the bloody battle in the bottomless abyss, the advanced form of the snake demon was basically not afraid of being surrounded by enemies. With Sauron's ability, he would basically die no matter how many people came, of course. If he could choose, he would still prefer the path of the Baelor because the Baelor had a powerful teleportation ability. After all, the snake demon was still a warrior. Although it had the spell-like abilities of the demons, there was still a huge gap between the snake demon and the Baelor. Basically, at Sauron's level, what he pursued was not pure physical strength. Of course, if any snake demon could become a legendary sacred swordsman, it would be a nightmare and disaster for the entire multiverse, the most terrifying physical strength hypothesized in the past. It was the supergiant six-armed snake demon plus legendary sword saint plus multi-attack plus multi-wielding plus aura slash plus critical strike plus legendary battle skills plus epic strength plus insight weakness plus whirlwind, theoretically speaking. This kind of physical strength could almost sweep the entire multiverse because the physical strength of the snake demon made up for the weakness of the sword saint's defense. The weakness of the sword saint could also be compensated by wearing bracers, rings, and so on the six arms. It was almost a perfect combination of all aspects. The only flaw was that it was basically impossible to achieve. Because of the chaotic nature of the snake demon, it was almost impossible to embark on the path of the sword saint. Note, the sword saint could not wear armor, but could wear bracers, rings, and other equipment. The extra arms of the snake demon would not be affected by wearing too many accessories. The battle was still going on. However, something unexpected seemed to have happened on the side of the battlefield. All of a sudden, the entire battle became a little chaotic. The four-armed snake demon seemed to have realized something, and its attacks became even more frenzied. It was as if it wanted to kill the flame demon in front of it. Sauron could not see what was going on the other side. Whether it was perception or vision, the Dretch's height of more than 1 meter was simply a handicap. This made Sauron even more determined to break through as soon as possible. He had to seize the opportunity in front of him. The chaos spread even further. It seemed that the enemy's reinforcements had arrived, and the demon army on their side gradually showed signs of defeat. Sauron could not see the situation on the battlefield because his field of vision was too small, but judging from the scattered Dretches on the side, Yenagu's reinforcements seemed to be large. The Lord of the Abyss controlled both the gnolls and the ghouls, as well as many demons that he had recruited. Although his personal strength was not considered top-notch in the bottomless abyss, the scale of the Devil Legion was quite large. The chaotic nature of the demons had made the battle unpredictable. The abyss never lacked good commanders, but there was a lack of enough execution power here. Some orders were given well, but when they were executed, it was completely different. Many of the silly demons either rushed forward or retreated. The weaker demons were frightened, while the stronger demons rushed directly into the enemy's ranks. The current situation was developing like this. The Hezra rushed into the Gnoll army, the Dretches were constantly retreating, and the enemies on the opposite side were mixed with their own allies. It was precisely because of this that many Lords of the Abyss gave up on large-scale armed demons and only relied on cannon fodder to fight. The real elites were rarely deployed on the battlefield. The flame demon's injuries were getting worse and worse. There were not many Dretches that could still stand near Sauron. The Hezra gradually retreated because of serious injuries, leaving only the four-armed snake demon to fight with the flame demon. From the current situation, the four-armed snake demon had a higher chance of winning because the flame demon was about to die. Boom! A violent explosion came from the side. As if it was forced by the four-armed snake demon in front of it, the flame demon's body suddenly burned violently. Its body gradually expanded, and terrible flames raged in all directions. It wanted to self-destruct. As the initial form of the Baler, although the flame demon did not have the ability to self-destruct, it could self-destruct before it died and drag the enemy down with it. The four-armed snake demon's injuries were already very serious. In this case, if it was affected by the self-destruction of the flame demon, it would basically die. Now, Sauron's figure flew out, almost squeezing out all his potential. At this moment, for him, it was a gamble. If he won, he could get the possibility of becoming a Baler. If he lost, this demon's body would be completely destroyed. Not only would all the arrangements in the abyss be ruined, but his body would also be seriously injured and fall into a weakened state for a long time. When it was time to fight, he had to fight. In the scorching flames, Sauron rushed directly to the flame demon in front of him. The terrible flames burned its skin. If it weren't for the fact that demons had a certain degree of fire resistance, perhaps his whole body would have been burned. The severe pain stimulated his nerves. Sauron's pupils slightly turned blood red. He swung his dagger, jumped up, and stabbed directly at the neck of the flame demon in front of him. Shoo! The dagger flashed a cold light, and then Sauron slashed again. In this case, there was no way out. If the flame demon didn't die, he must die. Even if he missed, he wouldn't be able to escape. The damage of the explosion would directly kill him. The Dretch was too weak, hot blood gushed out. The blood of the flame demon was like magma, directly igniting Sauron's body. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into madness. He kept stabbing the flame demon with his dagger until his body completely turned into a burning fireball. A scorching force emerged. With the death of the flame demon, the self-destruction that was about to be completed suddenly seemed to be drained of all power. Flames rushed to Sauron's body. His body began to burn. Pain, scorching heat, burning, Sauron's body turned into a burning human figure. The hot blood of the fire demon flowed on his skin, and then seeped into his body little by little along the mysterious demon tattoo. Then there was even more terrible pain. It was as if the burning was not only inside the skin, but also his muscles, blood, bones, and internal organs. Sauron's breathing was accompanied by little sparks, and his bones made a crackling sound. His whole body quickly became almost the size of an adult. A row of data appeared in front of him. Middle-grade fire demon killed. Extracting target's demon bloodline. You've gained 36 demonic power. The current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 1200 slaughter EXP to the body. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. Dretch, form ability improved. Demon bloodline activated. Mutation occurred. Insufficient energy. Mutation failed. Transformation of demonic power. Mutation occurred in the original form. Dretch, form changed from a small creature to a medium-sized creature. Base HP increased to 10. Life force of demon form strengthened. Unknown bloodline mutation. Dretch, form has undergone a mutation. Self-transformed into a demon form. Mastered the special talent, flame body. Mutation occurred in my bloodline. Dretch, form evolved into, Dretch, elite form. Not enough energy. Sauron soon found that the power provided by the fire demon could not make him evolve into a new fire demon form, and this demonic power mutated in his original Dretch form, directly causing his body to change from a small creature to a medium-sized creature close to the size of an adult. A scorching power was still pouring into his body, and a mysterious demon tattoo appeared on Sauron's dark red skin. His whole body was constantly burning, and the scorching aura rushed in all directions. Elite form. This seemed to be an ability that only monsters could have. Some powerful monsters could continue to evolve on the original basis and eventually become a boss monster. For example, on the second floor of the abyss, there was a legendary Dretch. It was a powerful boss monster. Tap. A foot stepped out of the raging flames. Then, Sauron, whose body had been enlarged to nearly twice its original size, walked out of the explosion. His entire person seemed to have changed. There were many mysterious demonic runes on his dark red skin. There were still flames burning on the surface of his arms and body, but they did not seem to affect him at all. His entire body was emitting a scorching aura, and his pupils seemed to be burning with flames. His breath was accompanied by rolling heat waves, and the soil under his feet gradually became charred black. Body of Flames. Although he did not evolve into a flaming demon, he had a new innate ability, Flaming Body. Body of Flames, innate ability. Due to some special mutation, he has a powerful body of flames. From now on, you will be immune to all fire damage. After fully activating this innate ability, you will be surrounded by raging flames. Any target near you will receive 10 fire damage. When activated, this ability ignores both friend and foe. The power of the flames will burn everything around you. The most basic ability of the Baler. Although Sauron could not compare to the 30 to 50 fire damage per second of the Baler, as an advanced demon, he already had the power of fire. In this case, he was equivalent to the king of the Dretches. Even if there were thousands of ordinary Dretches, they would not be able to threaten him. Sauron's figure completely appeared. In the raging flames, the Dretch form was reborn. A pair of demon horns appeared on his forehead, and a pair of demon wings appeared on his back because of the mutation. However, the demon wings were not complete at all, and it was basically impossible for him to fly. At most, they were like some advanced lesser demons, flapping their wings to increase their speed when sprinting, allowing them to jump a little further. Sauron still retained the general form of a Dretch, but in many aspects, he had the characteristics of an intermediate demon. Demon horns, demon wings. These two were the most obvious signs. Unfortunately, the demon wings were more like a decoration than a succubus. A surge of power emerged. After completing the mutation, Sauron was directly promoted to Grade 2, and his creature level reached 8. At this moment, his data page had become Name, Sauron Race, Demon Form, Dretch, Grade 2, Elite, Medium Creature Level 8 Attributes, Strength 16, Dexterity 14, Constitution 18, Intelligence 12, Wisdom 14, Charm 15. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 3680 Demonic Power, 01000. Skills, Sneak 125, Literacy 50, Intimidation 50, Spellcraft 50, Use Magic Device 50, Listen 75, Detect 75, Search 50 Abilities, Body of Flames, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +5, Demon Resistance. Abilities, Multi-Attack. Spell-like abilities, Fear, once a day, Stinking Cloud, once a day, Summon Demon, Telepathy. His strength gradually increased. The mutation ability of the demon gene directly improved Sauron's basic attributes with the advancement, and the further increase in size also strengthened his strength and vitality. The battlefield was quiet for a while. It was not rare for demons to have a mutation, but it happened more often in bloody battles with devils because bloody battles seemed to make it easier for them to absorb the enemy's power. In this small-scale battle, Sauron's mutation was undoubtedly quite eye-catching. The probability of a Dretch being able to advance was less than 1%. The scene of Sauron's advancement was indeed a bit eye-catching, so soon after he completed the advancement, there were enemies who wanted to rush over to kill him. The situation in front of him, Sauron turned around and ran without hesitation. What a joke! He had just advanced, and his abilities and body were not familiar yet. At first, he had the body of a child, but now he had the body of an adult. His combat power would definitely be affected, and his vitality had not recovered to full. He would be crazy to continue fighting with them. The best way now was let this group of chaotic and crazy demons continue to fight to the death, and he would find a safe place to rest first. Running away after acting cool, so exciting. After temporarily retreating from the battlefield, the situation in front of him was much clearer. A group of ghouls came out from the flank of the demon army. Sauron didn't know how they came out. Maybe there was a teleportation circle in the camp. The attack of the ghouls directly destroyed the flank of the succubus army. When Sauron retreated to the rear, the demons in his camp had already been defeated. Originally, the demons' command was very chaotic, and now the enemy had a great advantage in numbers. Basically, the low-grade demons began to swarm away, and the ghouls and gnolls were chasing after them. The whole battle was like a farce. Only the number of demons was quite large. Just this small conflict had mobilized tens of thousands of demons. If the demon army in front of him was really pulled out, even without command, they could easily defeat the main army of a kingdom. After all, in the abyss, even the lowest level dredge had 2 creature levels equivalent to advanced professions. The biggest characteristic of the abyssal war was the huge amount of cannon fodder. The scale of tens of thousands was like a battle between 2 neighboring towns. Only when the scale reached 100,000 could it be considered a decent battle. When the scale reached 1 million, it could barely be considered a real battle. Of course, in such a huge number, most of them were low-grade demons. The real decisive combat power was the middle and high-grade demon elites. The battle continued until now. The demon army of both sides had suffered heavy losses, and the casualties had reached more than 5,000. Some died in the hands of the enemy, and some died in the hands of their own people. There was no other way. This was the situation in the abyss. On the battlefield, not only did you have to be careful of the enemy's attack, but you also had to be careful of the Hesru that were fighting. They would not accidentally trample you to death. Just like what Sauron saw, a demon warlock actually threw a big fireball into the crowd. Although it killed a lot of enemies, it also killed a lot of their own people. Sauron, who had just advanced, was still quite eye-catching. But at this time, the demon warlord did not care because the number of enemies in front of him was close to double. These demon warlords had already run away. The Glabrezu general did not participate in the battle from beginning to end. When he saw that the situation was not right, he immediately began to retreat. As soon as he retreated, it was a big defeat. Behind them were the howling Hesru, as well as many ghouls and gnolls. Those who were slow to escape were either captured or killed. Is this a farce? Sauron had only this thought in his mind, but now he had to run. Intuition told him that things were not that simple. The succubus queen had always been very good at playing tricks. The commander of the demon army was at least a nun, so it was impossible for her to send a group of people to die so easily. Sure, soon, smoke rose from further away. It seemed that another battle had broken out. At this time, the Glabrezu in front finally stopped, then turned around and rushed directly to the Gnoll army. Then he saw the light of a teleportation circle on the side. The first to appear was a succubus wearing metal-tight armor. In the entire abyss, only the succubus could meet the aesthetic standards of humans. These demons born from the abyss wore metal armor seductively, and the metal boots made of black iron reflected light. They were neatly arranged in a battle formation. The one at the front seemed to be a succubus executioner. The long whip with metal barbs in her hand directly hit the enemy until the bones were white. The figure of the berserk demons appeared. Their heavy bodies began to crash into the enemy. The succubus warlock cast one spell after another, and the demons with weak will were charmed on the spot and rushed to their allies. The succubus army that appeared by teleportation began to counterattack. They neatly arranged in a circle and divided the battlefield into 2. It seems that the legend of the succubus queen deviating from the Order faction is true. Sauron only took a glance and realized that the battle command and military discipline of the 2 sides were not at the same level at all. The legend of the succubus queen deviating from the Order faction should be true, because the army was the embodiment of absolute order. It was because the succubus queen began to lean towards the Order faction that she could train such a powerful army and rise rapidly in the abyss. With the innate abilities of the succubi, if they fought in a messy manner like other demons, they would probably be tortured to death. The light of the divine spell appeared. A power full of blasphemy fell on Sauron's body and instantly healed part of his injuries. Shock. There was a trace of shock in Sauron's eyes. During the Avatar crisis, he had not seen the succubus use the divine spell because the gods had lost their power at that time. But now the Avatar crisis had not completely erupted. The succubus in front of him could use the divine spell, which meant that the succubus queen, Mechanutz, demon god of lust, clergy was not a joke. She could really give divine spells to the succubus who believed in her. The priests and healers appeared. Not only did the voluptuous succubus priests reduce the casualties of the demon army, they also boosted their morale to the point that they roared in unison. The appearance of the succubus priests not only boosted the morale of the demons, but also made many demons go berserk. One by one, the elite demons guarded the succubus priests. They did not directly join the battle. It seemed that there were very few succubus who had the ability to become priests. It was a very rare strategic troop class. Rays of magical light appeared one after another. The figures of the soul judgment demons also appeared on the battlefield. 3 huge demon-hunting spiders rampaged like tanks. These giant spiders weighing 6,500 pounds were simply nightmares of the low-grade demons. Their strength of more than 31 points was directly crushed. Middle and high-grade demons joined the battle and surrounded tens of thousands of enemies with less than 1 or 200 in number. The figure of a glorious nun appeared. She flew in the air and looked at her feet. It seemed that she wanted to eat all the demon army of Yinagu, the king of the Nulls. This was an encirclement battle. Even Sauron was a little surprised by such a change in the situation, but this did not prevent him from continuing to harvest heads. Body of flame. Sauron's body was burning with flames. In an instant, he turned into a burning human figure. The nearby demons kept their distance because even they would be hurt by the body of flame. Sauron's figure rushed out. This was a feeling he had never had before. It was a very refreshing battle. He only needed to avoid those powerful demons and circle around the low-grade demons a few times, and he could burn many enemies into charcoal. The balance of the battle had completely tilted. Victory basically belonged to the succubus army. What they had to do next was to kill all the enemies. Sauron found that his initial judgment was wrong. In terms of large-scale battles, the Baelor's group combat ability was not much weaker than the 6-armed snake demons. As long as they activated their innate ability, those cannon fodder could not even get close to them. With the Baelor's fire damage of more than 30 points per second, few enemies below the higher demon level could withstand it. The only drawback was that it was not effective against the demons because many of them were immune to fire damage. That was the characteristic of the Baator Inferno. Many of the Baator Inferno's natives were not afraid of fire, seeing that the enemy had been defeated. Sauron finally gave up on dealing with the low-grade demons and turned to target some more powerful enemies, such as a seriously injured Hezru in front of him. The flaming body drove the enemies away and also made the allies not dare to approach. Zorro easily got the chance to solo a Hezru. Facing such a huge demon, he was very cautious, because in terms of attributes, the other party still had a crushing advantage. His weapon had become a +1 rare-grade longsword. There were equipment everywhere on the battlefield, but unfortunately, they were all inferior goods. The demons were still as bad as ever in making equipment for thousands of years. The +1 rare weapons that could be seen everywhere in the Baator Inferno might be a relatively rare thing in the Abyss. Sometimes, the demon army's equipment needed to be purchased from the Baator Inferno through the neutral evil Onababas and Night Witches. Then, in a bloody battle, the demons would leave corpses and equipment all over the ground. The demons would happily accept the souls of these enemies. They would also recycle these obsolete weapons and equipment and sell them to the demon army through the Night Witches and Onababas, earning some shiny disaster coins, gold coins. From the current situation, the demons always had a higher chance of winning the Abyss Blood War. This was the suppression of IQ. Sauron moved around the Hezru in front of him at high speed. As an experienced rogue, he knew very well how to deal with such a large enemy. Rumble, sure enough, the Hezru in front of him began to become impatient and attacked him first. Clang, with a splash of blood, Sauron skillfully twisted his body to avoid the attack. He then stabbed his sword into the Berserker demon's chest. A disgusting viscous liquid splashed out, and the Berserker demon let out a pained growl. The whole battle was like toying with the Hezru. The Hezru did not even hit Sauron once from the beginning to the end. If it were not for the fact that its vitality was too tenacious and its attributes were too low, it would have been killed by Sauron. By the time Sauron killed a Hezru, the battle around him was almost over. A succubus officer was looking at him with interest, his eyes filled with lust. From a demon's point of view, Sauron's advanced form looked pretty good. Pa pa pa. A crisp applause sounded. A succubus officer wearing a metal-tied armor and a pair of black iron boots came in front of Sauron. He looked at him teasingly and smiled, "Very good. From now on, you are the captain of the 16th Battalion of the Succubus Legion. Someone will assign you subordinates when we go back." The battle was over. The Succubus Legion returned with a great victory. This time, they defeated an army of their old rival, the Null King, which made the demon army very happy, so rewards were quickly distributed. The hags and hags came to the Steel Fortress at some point. They brought wine, food, and slaves, ready to take advantage of this opportunity to make another fortune. These neutral and evil creatures had always been active between demons and demons. They always found opportunities to make money or exchange something that could make them stronger. Of course, dealing with demons was risky. Devils were very good at keeping their promises, but demons never cared so much, therefore, the goods of the hags and hags were quite expensive. Sauron was promoted again. After returning to the steel fortress of the Succubus Legion, he had thousands of demons under him. Most of them were low-level dretches, and the only one that could be used was a Hezru. Unfortunately, the chaotic nature of the demons was not very pleasing to the eye. This Hezru seemed to underestimate Sauron's strength. Its simple mind directly showed that it wanted to kill Sauron and replace him. It was a little speechless. Fortunately, the succubus, who were now obviously biased to the lawful camp, did not seem to be very resistant to him. There were even succubus officers who sent him a provocative invitation. Of course, this was also accompanied by the hostile eyes of other demons. Before Sauron could familiarize himself with his messy subordinates, he received a new order the next day. A bloody battle might break out. The hags and hags left the steel fortress the next day without anyone noticing. They could always avoid the bloody battle in the abyss in time. Sauron needed to command his subordinates to strengthen the defense measures. As early as hundreds of years ago, the demons had gradually lost in the bloody battle. The original battlefield was in the first layer of the Baator Inferno, and then retreated to the gap between the abyss and the Baator Inferno. Now, the main battlefield of the bloody battle was on the first layer of the abyss, 10,000 Abyss Plain. If it weren't for the powerful demon lord, the Wind Demon King, Pazuzu, Sauron even suspected that the Demon Legion could directly reach the third layer of the abyss. The demon lords who were constantly fighting among themselves could not win against the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. This terrible existence was still accumulating strength little by little. He had gathered a large number of demons and was ready to counterattack to the deepest part of the abyss at any time. As a newly promoted demon, Sauron still could not get rid of the fate of being cannon fodder. However, if he could safely survive this bloody battle, maybe he could get rid of the fate of being cannon fodder, of course. The premise was that the demons could defeat the devils this time. He was not sure about this at all. After all, war was not a matter of one person. His personal ability could be said to be quite insignificant in the bloody battle. However, under normal circumstances, as long as the demon army did not fight among themselves, relying on their huge number of people, they could always fight to a draw with the devils. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Sauron suddenly heard the battle alarm at night. He almost got up and got ready for battle. Then when he stepped on the wall, Sauron could not help but curse. Damn it! The black mass of ghosts in front of him was not the devil army, but countless ghouls and gnolls. The revenge of the demons, the army of the Gnoll King, Xianxia, chose to retaliate against the succubus army at this juncture. They wanted to attack them at night to avenge the destruction of the army. At this moment, Sauron finally knew why the demons always lost. In front of him were demons, gnolls, and undead. The succubus queen, Mechanut, and the Gnoll King, Xianxia, had been fighting for thousands of years, and the accumulated hatred had long been too strong to be resolved. Facing the active attack of the succubus army, the army of the Gnoll King, Xianxia did not hesitate to counterattack. The surprise attack in front of him was obviously to directly flatten the steel fortress. Judging from the number of enemies in front of him, the Gnoll King, Xianxia, mobilized nearly 100,000 demons, which had a strength gap of nearly 5 times. Each layer of the abyss was not small, it was equivalent to an independent plane. As the rulers of the bottomless abyss, many demon lords had territories larger than a continent, so they had huge populations and armies under their command. A true battle between demon lords might be comparable to a small-scale planar war. The figures of the gnolls from the abyss appeared in the darkness. These vigorous enemies had good stealth ability. By the time they were discovered, many of them had already climbed up the wall of the steel fortress. By the time Sauron arrived, the battle had already begun, and there were many demons running around in the camp. Roar! But something happened that made Sauron even more speechless. His adjutant, the Hezru, after killing an abyss gnoll, jumped down from the wall and rampaged all the way into the enemy's army. It laughed excitedly as it killed. Then it was surrounded by several ghouls and gnolls at the same time, and its injuries became more serious. Then, it died just like that. That's right, it died. What the hell? That's right, Sauron's adjutant died at the beginning of the battle. What's there to play? What made him feel even more desperate was that this kind of thing was not only happening around him. There were many middle-grade and high-grade demons in the steel fortress who rushed to the bottom of the wall to fight with the enemy. Sauron was speechless. Fortunately, the enemy's demon army was almost the same. One of the berserk demons seemed to be having a great time killing the demons, but it still wasn't satisfied even after reaching the city wall. It didn't have any intention of occupying the city wall and directly jumped into the steel fortress. Then it was a little dumbfounded because it was also surrounded by many demons. Body of flame. Sauron's dark red skin began to appear on his dark red skin, and the raging flames wrapped him in it. Then he was like a torch, causing the nearby demons to avoid him. The Balrog used a special weapon. Sauron did not have a long sword that could burn flames, so he could only temporarily use a +1 long sword against the enemy in front of him. The fire illuminated the surroundings. Zorro suddenly became very eye-catching, and then a lot of attacks came. However, perhaps he was born with a strong ability to adapt, or perhaps he had already expected such a result. Zorro quickly jumped off the wall and rushed to the enemies who had run into the camp. Running away after showing off, so exciting, Sauron seemed to be a little used to it. The demon army outside saw a human-shaped flame suddenly appear on the wall. It was so eye-catching in the dark night and looked very cool. Many demons could not help but scream and prepare to kill this guy first, but they did not expect him to turn around and shrink back. Want to run away after showing off? Not so easy. Many demons rushed toward Sauron's wall. Some even climbed up the wall and looked around for the guy who wanted to run away after showing off. After finding the target, they jumped down excitedly. Sauron never thought that his taunting ability was so powerful. Just showing up on the wall attracted 7 or 8 middle-grade demons to chase him. He did not know if these enemies did not like his cool appearance, or if they thought that killing him would bring unexpected gains. Sauron was originally in the lawful evil camp. In the bottomless abyss, it was easy to attract the hostility of demons. Now that he had a flame-like appearance, it seemed that he could attract a group of monsters. A row of data appeared in front of him. Killed middle-grade Hezru. Extracting target's demon bloodline. You've gained 21 points of demon power. Current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 900 slaughter EXP to the body. Ability upgrade. Creature level increased to level 10. You've advanced to grade 3. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation has occurred in his own body. Dretch, form ability upgraded. You've automatically learned the spell-like ability, Command Demon, casting level 10, under the Elite template. The effect of your spell-like ability, Summon Demon, has increased. After killing another Hezru, Sauron's creature level increased again and directly entered the ranks of grade 3 demons. The demon bloodline accumulated by Sauron was still not enough for him to undergo a mutation. It could only improve the power of the Dretch form again. However, because he had an elite template, Sauron's growth obviously exceeded the limits of ordinary Dretch. His spell-like ability was still constantly improving under the accumulation of demon bloodline. Command Demon, spell-like ability. As an elite demon, you can cast the command spell on other demons once. The casting level is equivalent to your creature level. If the command is successful, the demon will completely obey your orders, but if the spell fails, the target may launch a crazy attack on you. This spell-like ability can be used once a day. Summon Demon, spell-like ability. As an elite demon, you have the talent ability to summon more subordinates. You can summon 2 to 6 Dretch subordinates. This spell-like ability increases with your own strength. This spell-like ability can be used once a day. Command Demon. Summon Demon. If Sauron remembered correctly, before he was upgraded, his ability to summon demons was like this: Dretch can summon another Dretch, but the success rate is only about 35%. This ability is like a level 1 spell and can only be used once a day. One was a 35% chance to summon another Dretch. The other was to summon 2 to 6 Dretch subordinates directly. These were not spells at all. Under the elite form, Sauron's various abilities were quite obvious. Summon Demon. Facing such a powerful taunt ability, Sauron did not hesitate to summon a group of cannon fodder. The spell-like ability was directly imprinted in the demon's memory, just like a sorcerer's ability that they were born with. With the emergence of magic, 3 Dretch figures appeared around Sauron's body. Because of the flame body, these Dretch all hid far away, but Sauron still easily relied on his will to command them. Next were the other demons. In this situation, there was no doubt that the more cannon fodder around him, the better. It was obvious that many of the enemy demons did not like his behavior of running away after showing off. If he ran to the city wall and activated his flame body in the next battle, he might attract a group of enemies. Therefore, Sauron now planned to use the command demon to control a relatively powerful cannon fodder, at least it could help him block the enemy. However, this was also risky, after all, his own creature level was only 10. If the command failed, he might be attacked by the target. What kind of demon was more suitable? Sauron looked for allies around him. It could not be too powerful because the success rate of command was very low, and the risk of failure was too high. It could not be too weak either. Otherwise, it would waste a precious spell-like ability, and it would not be of much use. Soon, Sauron found a good target. It was a violent abyss demon with a challenge rating of 5 and a creature level of about 10. It was a large demon with a relatively low IQ, but its skin was thick and tough. It could become a kind of cannon fodder for Hezru. If it was it, Sauron's success rate might be 50%. The first layer of the abyss, the 10,000 abyss plains. There was a special place in the abyss, and that was Desolate Town located in the 10,000 abyss plains. This was the seat of the power of order in the abyss. There was a balance in the entire multiverse. Even in the most chaotic places, there were seeds of order. In the most orderly places, there were also chaotic things hidden. Desolate Town was such a place. Its ruler was the powerful demon lord, Red Shroud. She was a powerful succubus sorcerer, and it was said that she was the daughter of the succubus queen, Mechanut. Desolate Town had existed in the abyss for a long time. Even though the blood war had broken out for countless years, this town was still impregnable. Occasionally, it would be attacked by the demon army, but it would be quickly taken back by the demons. Desolate Town. This town had always been the gathering point of the blood war mercenaries, a transit point for travelers who were crazy enough to explore the abyss, and the only place of trade in the abyss that had enough order. Desolate Town was formed by a series of collapsed towers. As a succubus sorcerer with unfathomable strength, Red Shroud had set up enough defensive facilities here. At the same time, the town was surrounded by trenches, city walls, spiked barricades, and other fortifications. This was the most orderly city in the abyss. There were administrative departments and security personnel. Anyone who caused trouble in public would be killed on the spot. The moat of Desolate Town was filled with the water of the Styx. It could make ordinary people lose all their memories, and most people would be injured if they were contaminated. For dimensional travelers who wanted to deal with the demons, this was a relatively safe place. Even the craziest demons would have to suppress their inner madness and show restraint on the surface. Because of the safety of this place, a large number of merchants from other dimensions poured in. They purchased all kinds of special materials from the abyss, and they also sold materials and weapons from other dimensions. This place was responsible for most of the evil transactions in the abyss, and it also brought a lot of benefits to some powerful beings. Many equipment made by the demon lords were also sold here. The currency used the most here was gold, gems, and souls. The value of the souls was the highest. Adventurers and mercenaries from other dimensions who wanted to participate in the blood war were also recruited here. At the same time, this was also one of the gathering points of the demon army in the first layer. An endless stream of demon army would gather here. In the long history of the blood wars, Desolate Town was the most valuable strategic target on the first floor. During the most intense period of the war, the city had been attacked by the Demon Elite Legion more than once. The city had also changed hands several times, but in the end, it had been taken back. For the devils, seizing Desolate Town was equivalent to seizing the seat of order in the upper levels of the abyss. It would be easier for them to build a portal to the Bautor Inferno, mobilize enough troops, and reduce the pressure on logistics. In addition, taking down Desolate Town and several other important locations in the first layer of the Chaos Abyss would be equivalent to Order defeating Chaos. The laws of the first layer of the Chaos Abyss would likely be converted to the Order faction, giving the devils an even greater advantage. Plane distortion. This was the greatest conspiracy and ambition of the demons in the past several hundred years. The bottomless abyss wasn't static. On the contrary, it was the center of the most chaotic abyss, with infinite possibilities. The Bottor Inferno relied on devouring the territories of the bottomless abyss to gradually expand. The battlefield between the bottomless abyss and the Bottor Inferno had been merged into the Bottor Inferno, causing the size of the bottomless abyss to decrease little by little. Although this decrease was insignificant, it was something that had always happened. The devils hoped to completely occupy the first layer of the bottomless abyss. If possible, even the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, would personally take action. This was because only the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, could completely defeat the demon Lord of Wind, Pazuzu. In a place far away from Desolate Town, there was a huge steel fortress called the Blood War Fortress. It was once a stronghold built by the Demon Legion, but now it was the front line of the Bottor Inferno. The entire Blood War Fortress was filled with countless mysterious and complicated magic circles. Fresh blood covered the ground. The air here seemed to contain some kind of power, even the laws of the plane were distorted. The power of the abyss was suppressed, the will of chaos that shrouded the entire bottomless abyss was distorted, expelled, and changed here. The devils had injected the power of order into this land. This was the most important stronghold of the devils. The Blood War Fortress was the bridgehead to conquer the entire Rift Plain. If the Demon Legion could take out the important stronghold led by Desolate Town, then the Demon Legion could change the laws of the entire plane. They could drag the Rift Plain into the Bottor Inferno and turn it from chaos to order, if they succeeded. This would be a huge victory, even representing the possibility of order defeating chaos in the end. It could also end the endless bloody war in the abyss and completely defeat the bottomless abyss. Countless devils were busy in the Blood War Fortress. They were preparing for a new battle. This battle was more difficult than the ones they had encountered in the past because their opponent was the Queen of Succubus. This powerful demon lord was different from the others. The Demon Legion she controlled had a certain degree of discipline. If there was a large number of devils, it would be difficult for the Demon Legion to gain the upper hand. The Queen of Succubus was the most threatening enemy of the devils, even if she was not in the Rift Plain. The existence of the Succubus Warlock, Red Shroud, was a headache for the devils. The Succubus was deviating to the Order faction. The various signs in the bottomless abyss indicated the possibility of the Succubus Queen deviating to Order evil. Especially in a place like Desolate Town, which was filled with the power of order, many people were certain that the Queen of Succubus had changed. However, the Succubus Queen seemed unwilling to submit to the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. Any attempts by the devils to rope her in were met with the ruthless determination and counterattacks of the Succubus Queen. She used battle after battle to prove that she would never merge with the will of the devils. Desolate Town. The Red Shroud, or Red Shroud, was a succubus warlock who liked to wear wedding dresses. No one knew when the succubus ruled this place. It seemed that she had ruled for many years. She witnessed the rise and fall of the Blood War and possessed the status and strength of a demon lord. She was even regarded as the strongest succubus lord after the Queen of Succubus because only the power of a demon lord could suppress the devils and maintain order in Desolate Town. The origin of Red Shroud was a mystery and was even suspected to be some demon lord in disguise. However, there were also some who believed that she was born from the oldest succubus. Currently, the biggest guess was that she was most likely the daughter of the succubus queen, Mechanut. She was only responsible for the most basic gathering of people in this town and the Blood War. Red Shroud would not participate in other matters, so she did not have many enemies. Her behavior was more rational and was closer to that of the devils. With Desolate Town as the center, dozens of steel fortresses nearby were the territory of the succubus army. Red Shroud was the highest ruler of the succubus, but the actual ruler was the other daughters of the succubus queen, those powerful, Radiance nuns. The devils were trying to change the law of the plane. On the Rift Plane, because of the Blood War, the power of chaos and order intertwined. This change attracted the attention of many powerful evil gods and made them realize that the law of the plane was not completely impossible to change. In the bottomless abyss. In the Bottor Inferno. Many evil gods were experimenting, trying to change their own god kingdoms into the laws they needed. This change may need the right time because it was very likely to lead to the counterattack of other demon lords or the anger of the terrible Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. The change was hidden in many conspiracies. It seemed that in the entire bottomless abyss and the Bottor Inferno, the only ones who dared to stand out and make blatant changes were the Queen of Succubus, Mechanut, and the Queen of Spiders, Lolth. One was gradually moving towards the lawful evil camp. The other was slowly moving from chaotic evil to neutral evil. The Queen of Spiders seemed to be always brewing conspiracies. She became more rational, but also more dangerous. No one knew when the change would be completed, but the blood war had reached the current situation, and many gods realized the possibility of changing the law of the plane. Even if it required a considerable amount of power. Sauron's figure appeared on the wall again. In an instant, a flame appeared on his dark red skin, and then he turned into a human-shaped flame. His figure was so eye-catching in the darkness, so eye-catching. He was like a torch in the darkness, instantly attracting the attention of many enemies. Then, Sauron, who had just made a flashy appearance, disappeared from the enemy's sight. Soon, several demons rushed toward him from the chaotic battlefield. It seemed that they were not used to his eye-catching appearance. A rock appeared in front of him, and the surrounding dretches swarmed toward it. The berserk demon let out an angry growl and rushed over to entangle the other party. Then Sauron swung his long sword and slashed, taking advantage of the other party being trapped by the berserk demon to attack wildly. An enemy evil demon fell. Sauron took back his weapon and took a breath. After seeing that there were no enemies nearby, he jumped on the wall again. Flame burn, Sauron, who was quite eye-catching, once again attracted aggro. It was as if he had a taunting aura, and another group of enemies were attracted to him. The IQ of demons was really low. No wonder they were beaten by the devils for so long. Sauron even had a little bit of evil in his heart. It seemed that as long as he activated the flame body ability, there would always be some fools among the enemies who wanted to kill him. This was tantamount to suicide. As long as they dared to come, he would order his subordinates to surround them and beat them up. In the end, he would personally harvest their heads. He killed 5 or 6 demons in a row. Sauron finally found that the enemies had learned a lot. This time, no one dared to rush up. They just crazily attacked the wall. Under the command of the high-grade demons, they were ready to take down the wall first. However, at this time, Sauron had accumulated enough demon blood. When he beheaded a Hezru who was running around madly, his accumulated power finally reached the critical point of a breakthrough. A row of data appeared in front of him. Middle grade Hezru killed. Extracting targets. Demon blood. You've gained 23 points of demon power. Current body can't absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 980 slaughter EXP to the body. Ability increased. Creature level increased to 12. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. His evil demon bloodline had undergone a mutation. Bloodline mutation. Energy mutation. Dretch, form fusion mutation. He had evolved into the flaming demon form. Innate ability, devil skin, has been strengthened. Talent ability, devil resistance, has been enhanced. Talent ability, flaming body, has been strengthened. Dretch, form mutation fusion. You have lost your spell-like ability, Stinking Cloud. You've retained the spell-like ability, Fear. You've retained the ability, Multi-Strike. You've retained your innate ability, Telepathy. Demon form advancement fusion complete. Automatically comprehended the innate ability, Flame Whip. Insufficient energy. The current demon bloodline cannot retain the elite bloodline. He had lost some of his abilities as an elite Dretch. Terrifying flames ignited. The flames on Sauron's body burst out all of a sudden. Even one of the Dretch he summoned was burned to death, and the nearby demons all hid far away. Sauron's whole body was in the flames, and his form had undergone a drastic change. His originally thin body gradually became stronger, the demon horns on his head became larger, and the demon wings on his back grew a lot. The most obvious change was his ears, which had become sharp like elves. At the same time, mysterious demon tattoos appeared all over his body. Flaming demon form. Sauron finally mutated into the ranks of middle-grade demons, but his appearance seemed to be a little different from other flaming demons. Maybe it was because he still had the Dretch form of the elite bloodline before. Boom. A strong arm with sharp claws stretched out of the flames. Sauron's body, which had exceeded the height of ordinary people, slowly walked out of the flames. The strange demon tattoos were all over his naked chest. A pair of demon horns were like curved horns, full of the oppression of a superior demon. Even if it was only the form of a middle-grade flaming demon, from the perspective of being able to evolve into a Baelor, Sauron's form was obviously more superior than other middle-grade demons. Flames jumped on the demon wings, accompanied by the whistling wind. Sauron suddenly clenched his fist. A burst of demonic power, the burning fire behind Sauron suddenly began to gather like a tornado. Countless flames rushed to his palm, and then a 5-meter-long flame whip formed. The surrounding temperature gradually rose. The fire behind Sauron had been completely extinguished, but the flame whip in his hand seemed to be solid. The innate ability of a demon allowed him to feel the whip as flexible as his own arm with a flick of his hand. Flame whip, talent ability. Flaming demons have the ability to control flames. Some flaming demons who inherit the Baelor bloodline can master this special talent ability in advance. Flaming demons can condense the power of flames into a flame whip. This weapon is regarded as a natural magic weapon. The initial level of the weapon is +1. It causes an additional 5 points of fire damage to the enemy. Flaming demons can increase the power of the flame whip by 1 every 5 creature levels, increasing 5 points of fire damage. It can be regarded as a +5 natural magic weapon, causing an additional 25 points of fire damage to the target. Note, with the strengthening of the demon bloodline, the flame whip can evolve into the flame whip of the Baelor. The demonic wings behind him slowly opened. Sauron walked up the city wall again with heavy steps. The land he walked on was burning, and the ground was scorched black. A dazzling flame streaked across the air. Sauron swung the flame whip and wrapped around a Vrock. Then, the Vrock let out a mournful cry and dragged it down the city wall. The sword flashed in a chilling radiance. Sauron held the flame whip in one hand and the +1 sword in the other. He dashed toward his target in an instant. I've finally evolved. Now, he had the ability to fight other intermediate demons alone. Although Sauron hadn't fully understood the flaming demon's abilities, he was sure that as he accumulated more demon bloodline, he would be able to grasp those abilities bit by bit and eventually evolve into a legendary advanced demon, flame demon, form. Another intermediate demon fell under Sauron's sword. With the emergence of demon power, the demon tattoo on Sauron's body changed slightly again. There seemed to be a strange rune on his strong arm. At the same time, a new data prompt appeared: killed mid-tier flow demon. Extracting target's demon bloodline. You've gained 24 demon power. Current body cannot absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Feedback 1050 slaughter EXP. Ability upgrade. Creature level increased to level 13. Demon bloodline activated. Evolution mutation occurred. Flaming demon, form gained ability upgrade. You've learned the spell-like ability, Fireball. You've learned the spell-like ability, Burning Hand. You've learned the talent, Strange Weapon Mastery, Whip. You've learned the talent, Weapon Mastery, Long Sword. A new spell-like ability. Sauron's flashy figure appeared on the city wall again, but this time he directly threw out a big fireball. The fireball instantly exploded in the crowd, killing many unlucky people. Anyway, both sides died a lot. After all, many people were seriously injured in the beginning of the battle, and the area covered by the fireball was not small. At this time, Sauron's attributes had become name, Sauron race, demon form, flaming demon, grade 3, medium creature level 13 attributes, strength 20, agility 16, vitality 20, intelligence 14, wisdom 15, charm 16 alignment, lawful evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. HP, 121175 demonic energy, 361500. Skills: Sneak 125, Literacy 70, Intimidation 70, Spell Identification 70, Use Magic Device 70, Listen 85, Detect 85, Search 60. Ability: Flaming Body, Flaming Whip, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10, Demon Resistance, all resistances +10. Specialty: Multi-Attack, Weapon Mastery, Longsword, Xenogenic Weapon Mastery, Whip Spell-like abilities, Fear, once per day, Dominate Demon, once per day, Fireball, once per day, Burning Hand, once per day, Summon Demon, Telepathy. Evolved into the Flaming Demon form. Sauron's greatest improvement was the increase in all of his attributes, his increased vitality, and his mastery of the Flame Whip. Moreover, the damage dealt by his flaming body had increased by 5 points. As he was a monster, although Sauron had 20 points of strength and constitution, he could not obtain the corresponding supernatural abilities because the abilities were integrated into the demon bloodline. In fact, his explosive strength, reaction speed, recovery ability, and so on had all been significantly improved. The power of the Dretch form was reserved. Sauron's demon claws were still regarded as a +1 magic weapon, but he was still more used to fighting with weapons. At this moment, the battle in the Steel Fortress had reached a stalemate. If there were no external disturbances, then it would eventually become a war of attrition. In the end, the number of casualties on both sides might reach half. Because sometimes it was normal for demons to fight for a day and a night. The succubus army could still hold the fort for the time being, but the enemy had a clear advantage in numbers. If there were no reinforcements, they would suffer heavy losses. Sauron was always paying attention to the enemies around him. On one hand, he was conserving his strength, and on the other hand, he was looking for injured enemies to finish them off. If there were traces of powerful demons nearby, he would immediately turn off his flaming body ability and escape into the crowd. No matter who rushed in, they would die because there were 3 soul judgment demons and a Glabriza near Sauron. Sauron was very eye-catching. The other allied higher demons naturally noticed him. Since he was an ally, of course, they did not want him to die so easily. The succubus officers would occasionally pay attention to him intentionally or unintentionally, dispatching troops to replenish the consumption of Sauron's wall. There were corpses everywhere in front of him. The injured ghouls would retreat from time to eat and recover, regardless of whether it was the bodies of enemies or allies, they just focused on eating. The cruelty of the bottomless abyss was undoubtedly displayed on the battlefield. Sauron's injuries were also worsening. No matter how good his skills were, and how careful he was, there were still too many enemies in front of him. If he was not careful, he would be attacked once or twice. Dong dong dong. Just when a wall of the steel fortress was about to fall under the frenzied attack of the gnolls, a dull sound of war drums suddenly sounded from behind the enemy. Reinforcements? Sauron looked into the distance in surprise, but soon he could not help but frown in confusion. It was not the reinforcements of the succubus army that appeared, but a group of creatures that surprised Sauron, Taurens, Abyss Taurens. This group of tall, burly, and powerful minotaurs held battle axes, heavy hammers, and totem poles in their hands. They directly charged into the rear of the Gnoll army. Like a red-hot, thick, and hard iron rod, they forcefully stabbed into the Gnolls' buttocks with brute force, causing the Gnolls to howl in pain. The Taurens' equipment was relatively good. Although they did not wear full-body armor, their weapons were quite good. With their tall body and natural strength, they defeated the rear of the Gnoll army. However, they did not seem to want to come to support the succubus army, but more to kill the enemy as much as possible. The Tauren king, Buffett? Sauron seemed to suddenly remember something and could not help but slap his head. The group of Taurens in front of him was undoubtedly the subordinates of the Tauren king, Buffett. It was the demon lord of the 600th floor of the abyss and the enemy of Yeenagu, the Gnoll king. The 2 biggest enemies of Yeenagu, the Gnoll king, were the succubus queen, Mechanut, and the Tauren king, Buffett. The enemy of an enemy was an ally. The appearance of the Tauren army seemed to want to give the Gnoll king a hard blow. This momentum would soon defeat the enemy in the rear. The Abyss Taurens were tall and had a natural advantage in strength. The attack of this well-equipped Tauren army was earth-shattering. Just their aura alone was enough to frighten many low-grade demons into turning tail and running. Not many ordinary ghouls and gnolls could withstand a few blows from them. The burly Tauren chieftain even wielded a huge, heavy axe, and with a swing of his hand, he left a trail of severed limbs all around him. If it were not for the fact that he did not have the aura of a demon lord, Sauron would have suspected that he was the incarnation of the Tauren king. The Abyss Taurens had natural abilities such as terrifying strike, breaking weapons, breaking shields, fierce charge, powerful slam, and so on. Their creature level might not be high, but the challenge level was very high. In Sauron's line of sight, a small team of heavily armored Tauren warriors roared fiercely. They pointed their thick horns at the enemy in front of them, and then directly charged at the enemy. In an instant, the enemy was knocked off their feet and thrown off their feet. These Tauren warriors were quite fierce, and some of them did not care about breaking one of their horns. They continued to fight wildly with their battle axes. The Null army was finished. Under such a pincer attack, it was impossible for them to hold on for long. Sure enough, the succubus commander quickly ordered a counterattack, with more than a dozen demon-hunting spiders opening the way, 7 or 8 Glabrizu breaking the formation, and 5 or 6 soul judgment demons covering. The most elite middle and high-grade demons of the succubus army instantly attacked, and like a sharp knife, they directly stabbed into the enemy's interior. The defeat of the Null army was unstoppable. Sauron did not hesitate to activate his flaming body again, and led a group of low-grade demons to outflank the enemy from the side. In this kind of situation, the low-grade demons under his command rushed forward one by one. Northern Tower. When she heard a very rhythmic knock outside the door, the Eye of the North slowly raised her head. With a faint magic aura, the wizard's hand put all the documents and files on the dugga behind her. Inside the dugga were volumes of documents, on the side were notes recorded by many witches, and at the back were books kept by the council. The knowledge stored here was quite precious. Their value may even surpass all the wealth of a kingdom. Therefore, this room was covered with fireproof and dustproof magic circles. At the same time, it was directly included in the protection of a huge magic lock. "Come in." As the voice of the Eye of the North sounded, a middle-aged witch with a serious face came in. She bowed slightly to express her respect for the Eye of the North, then put a thick document on the desk and said slowly, "Your Excellency, the Eye of the North. This is the transaction record with the South Coast for half a year, including weapons procurement, trade cooperation, and construction of fortifications. Our profit in the first half of the year was about 300,000 Kindler, the largest of which was the sale of extraordinary weapons to the city of Mordor." The Eye of the North took the document and glanced at it, then nodded and said, "Very good." The Witch Council was quite rich. But they were also very short of money because it took too many resources to cultivate a witch. The internal application of the Witch Council to transfer resources to build a low-level wizard tower had been filled in 30 years. Although they had a large amount of land in the north, the finances of the Witch Council had always been tight because of the high consumption of internal research. Now the profit of trading with the city of Mordor was comparable to most of the territory's income, which made the Eye of the North feel satisfied with her wise decision. As long as this trade line could be maintained, the Witch Council would have more and more funds. They would be able to cultivate more talented juniors and build 1 or 2 new wizard towers. "Your Excellency." The middle-aged witch with a serious face took out another document and said in a deep voice, "This is the purchase list of the city of Mordor for the second half of the year. It feels a little strange, so I brought it over for you to have a look." Strange? Eye of the North immediately took it and looked at it. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything strange, but when she compared it with the purchase list of the first half of the year, she quickly found something strange. There was a problem with the weapons purchase order. The Northern Witch Council had the ability to mass-produce +1 rare-grade weapons, which was the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. The Mordor city had always had a large number of weapons orders from the Witch Council. These mass-produced +1 rare-grade weapons were sold to the Mordor city at a relatively cheap price, and the number had always been quite large. It could be said that it was the largest arms trade in the entire material plane, and it often exceeded the trading limit of 100,000 Kindler. Sometimes, because the transaction amount was too large, Mordor City directly used unminted gold to pay. The elite troops of Mordor City had been replacing them with +1 rare-grade weapons in batches, and the Northern Witches had long known about this. However, since they had a good relationship with each other and the parliament could earn quite a bit of profit, no one cared too much about it. The problem was with the weapons order. According to the preliminary statistics of the northern witches, the weapons purchased by Mordor City were enough to arm most of the elites. According to common sense, the demand for weapons purchase in the second half of the year should be reduced. But in fact, the weapons purchase orders of Mordor City in the second half of the year did not decrease, but nearly doubled compared to the previous year, and there were even signs of further orders. This was not strange enough. What was even more strange was that most of the weapons ordered by Mordor City in the first half of the year were one-handed weapons and small and medium-sized weapons, but the weapons ordered in the second half of the year were all medium-sized and above, including a large number of heavy weapons, such as two-handed swords, beheading swords, two-handed axes, two-handed greatswords, heavy warhammers, large polearms, and so on. Such weapons seemed to be rarely popular in the army, and even adventurers did not use them much. However, some races with natural divine power liked to use such heavy weapons. There was obviously something fishy about this, however, the Eye of the North did not want to delve into it. Anyway, it was just a +1 rare weapon. As long as the Witch Council could make enough profit, it would be fine. After all, if this batch of weapons continued, their profits in the second half of the year might directly double. She guessed that Soren was planning to resell weapons. As for who he was selling to, she could not guess. It might be a force in the Outer Islands, or it might be some other race. Anyway, Mordor City could not directly consume such a large number of orders. No problem. The Eye of the North raised her hand and handed back the orders for the second half of the year. She slowly said, "Let the factories below speed up their work." Some of the low-grade witches also assigned some enchantment tasks to them, and a part of the profits can be distributed to them. In the second half of this year, the Witch Council will mobilize funds to build 3 more beginner wizard towers, so there must be no problems with this trade line. The middle-aged witch immediately nodded and said, "Understood. I'll arrange it now." The Witch Council was originally a neutral organization. For any neutral organization, their own interests were always the most important. The rise of the Witch Council had inherited some dirty things. In their eyes, good and evil were far less important than the pursuit of arcane truth. By the way, before the middle-aged witch left, she turned and said, "The messenger of Mordor City came today to ask when you are going to attend the ceremony. They need to prepare in advance." The Eye of the North glanced up and said slowly, "I will arrive a day earlier. I haven't seen Gloria for a long time. I don't know how she has progressed. This girl is stubborn. I hope her choice is not wrong." Sigh. As a powerful legendary spellcaster, she had felt the fluctuations of fate. Some kind of uneasiness made her aware, and it was getting more and more obvious. She was afraid that it would be a terrible disaster. Even she sometimes felt powerless. The stars were getting dimmer and dimmer. The avatars of the gods had begun to appear in the mortal world. When the gods could not be high above, then all the order in the mortal world would be strongly impacted. Mordor City. Since teams of soldiers were in formation, the whole barracks was brewing a dignified atmosphere. Even an idiot could feel the coming of war. Mordor City was about to launch an expansion war. Many people who were lurking near Mordor City were aware of this, but what worried them was that they did not know where Mordor City would attack. And when they learned that Mordor City was only dealing with the nearby indigenous tribes, many nervous forces finally breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know when Mordor City had become a force that scared them. What did the city of Mordor want? This was what the whole south coast wanted to know. There was a new god behind the city of Mordor. He also had a close relationship with the Lady of Wealth, the goddess of sea, and the goddess of misfortune. He had a huge pirate army in the secular world, occupied the richest shipping routes in the material plane, had a close relationship with the Witch Council, and the powerful Princess Royal of Arendelle seemed to have a good relationship with him. All these added up made many people feel uneasy, and every move of the city of Mordor attracted their attention. However, Mordor City's movements never stopped. It was either moving here or there. They had collected a lot of information, but the most important information had not been found. They could not guess what Soren, who was standing behind Mordor City, wanted. Now, Some people have called the city of Mordor a kingdom built on the outer islands with the territory of the sea as its territory. Port Mordor. At this time it was just dawn, and many people were still sleeping, but there were groups of busy soldiers in the dock area. Captain. A man with a serious face came in front of Stephen, the captain of the 7th Battalion of the Mordor garrison, pulled out a two-handed sword with a cold light, and said in a deep voice, "This is the first batch of weapons. Most of them are two-handed swords and two-handed greatswords, and their quality has all been tested. Because most of the weapons forged before were one-handed weapons, only heavy swords were sent in this batch. I'm afraid the other weapons will have to wait, and the arsenal will need more time." Clang. Stephen was wearing a captain's uniform. After hearing the words, he pulled out a two-handed greatsword. The heavy weight made his wrist sink, and he murmured, "It's not light. What's the use of buying these weapons? It seems that not many people in the city of Mordor can use them." Two-handed heavy weapons were powerful. But the requirements for using them were also very high. It required the kind of people who were born with great strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to hold it for long, and it would affect their own agility. Stephen was already a warrior who paid attention to strength training, but he was still not used to holding a two-handed greatsword. His combat strength would be reduced by at least 30%. Many pirates' fighting styles were even more extreme than his. Some even used rapiers, which were much lighter than ordinary longswords. Perhaps only a very small number of people with innate divine strength would be able to handle these two-handed heavy weapons smoothly, especially the two-handed greatsword on the side. It looked like a small door plank. It was estimated that only pirates with other bloodlines like the giant could play with it. This sword must weigh at least 50 pounds. Stephen weighed it in his hand and casually put it back. He then turned to the others and said, "Move them all back." Sir Soren personally ordered it to be placed in the innermost warehouse. Very soon, the soldiers in the back began to move. One by one, they picked up the boxes with weapons and carried them to the city of Mordor. Because it was still early, they didn't see anything nearby. However, they didn't try to hide anything. It was obvious that they were transporting weapons back. Humans rarely used heavy weapons because of their physique. On the other hand, other races, such as dwarves and orcs, liked such weapons very much. Dwarves didn't need to think about it. They were originally experts in forging weapons. However, orcs were too far away from the city of Mordor. No one could guess why Soren bought so many heavy weapons that his subordinates couldn't use at all. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Soren's figure floated in midair, looking at the struggling soul in front of him, and said slowly, "It's useless." He waved his hand gently, and a Mayhew micrometeor whizzed out. With a violent explosion, it directly tore the soul in front of him. A strange power emerged and turned into invisible light spots that merged into Soren's body. The body of the soul gradually dissipated. It had a very primitive and heterogeneous power of faith. This power was not very useful to Soren, so he could only let it dissipate naturally. "Clean up the battlefield." Soren landed gently, turned around and looked at Knight behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Capture as many slaves as possible. The city of Mordor needs more labor." Knight immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency." The indigenous village in front of them had been pacified. This was the first indigenous gathering place that Soren cleaned up after he was free. In the next 6 months, he would sweep all the indigenous people within 100 kilometers of the city of Mordor, completely eliminate them or force them to migrate, and lay a good foundation for the next expansion plan of Mordor. The scattered battles were still ongoing. However, there was no need for Soren to do anything. The pirate leaders were capable of doing things, and many middle-level officers were gradually trained. Capturing slaves, cleaning up the battlefield, and transporting the spoils. Everyone was busy in an orderly manner. Under Soren's iron rule, the pirate army had gradually learned order and discipline. This was their first appetizer. There were still many battles to come. In the future, except for the totem soul that would be personally dealt with by Soren, the other enemies would be dealt with by them. This was also a kind of training. The real elites grew up in killing a soul that was not strong enough. It only provided Soren with 2 divinity points, but it didn't matter. In the future, it could also increase his power a lot. There were many divine creatures scattered in the outer islands. If he could spend a lot of time cleaning them up, it could increase his power a lot. After all, this was a hidden power that had been brewing for thousands of years. Soon, the pirate army finished cleaning everything up, and the whole village was on fire. Soren nodded to the pirate leaders under his command, and then cast a teleportation spell. His figure instantly returned to the city of Mordor. This was the convenience of being a spellcaster. Although gods also had a very powerful spellcasting ability, it was a priest's ability that consumed divine power. They were much worse than wizards in all aspects. The priest level that gods were born with could only be used as auxiliary combat power. Back to the city of Mordor. Soren began a new round of learning and training. Becoming a god was not the end of a powerful path. On the contrary, becoming a god was just the beginning. Soren needed to learn how to master the power of the gods, how to control the Church of the Gods, and how to learn various knowledge and spells of wizards. During this time, his knowledge had increased by 30 points, and he was almost done with the spells that he had left behind. At this point, the advantage of learning spells of gods was obvious. Time passed little by little. The time of the military parade in Mordor was getting closer and closer. It was said that the incarnation of the goddess of joy had appeared in the south. Anyway, no one knew whether it was true or not. They just heard that a rich city in the south held a grand celebration ceremony. This was not the key to the problem. The key was that that day was not a celebration at all, and there was no important festival. The whole city held a 3-day celebration in front of them, which was simply puzzling. If there was anything important, it was that there seemed to be traces of liches in the material plane. These liches were all academic nerds. If it was not a big deal, liches basically rarely appeared in the eyes of mortals. They were originally undead creatures with a long life to squander. Most of the time, they hid in their lairs to do academic research or to plan some terrible conspiracies. Under normal circumstances, a lich might not appear for decades or even hundreds of years, but now that liches were seen everywhere, the meaning was not simple. The more powerful the existence, the more difficult it was to move around, and the greater the restrictions, other things aside. If a lich suddenly appeared in Mordor and said that he was here for sightseeing, Soren would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The most likely possibility was expulsion or a direct war. The appearance of liches made many human kingdoms nervous. The elves also set up a cordon near the forest. The undead were dangerous to any living creature, and liches were even more dangerous. Flames streaked through the air. Sauron swung his flaming whip at an injured Vrock. It nimbly dodged the attack, but was still touched by the flaming whip. In an instant, a large patch of its skin was charred black, and it let out a miserable shriek. Although the flame whip was only regarded as a +1 magical weapon, its actual combat effect was comparable to a legendary weapon. As long as the creature was not completely immune to fire damage or had amazing resistance, it would be easy for it to slowly grind them to death. Sauron's advantage was his attack range. He didn't aim to kill the enemy in one hit because the battlefield was too chaotic. His main goal was to occasionally touch the enemy and be careful of his back. Not only were there enemies who might appear, but there were also allies who were in a frenzy. There was no other way. This was the nature of a demon. Sometimes, when they were in a frenzy, they would cut down anything they saw. The Vrock's injuries were getting worse and worse. When Soren slapped it on the head, the Vrock finally died with a scream. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Middle-ranked Vrock killed. Extracting target's demon bloodline. You've received 21 points of demon energy. Current body unable to absorb soul energy. Soul energy conversion. Received 950 slaughter EXP. Ability increased. Creature level increased to level 14. Demon bloodline activated. A mutation occurred in his own body. Flaming demon, form gained ability. Demon domination, gained ability. Fireball, cast level increased. Burning hand, cast level increased. It had to be said that leveling up in the abyss was just too fast, especially in the Blood Wars. Any demon here could be a mini-boss, but here, they were just cannon fodder. The Blood Wars were the easiest place to nurture a legend, but it was also the easiest place to die. In the blood wars of the abyss, leveling up was as fast as dying. There were many creatures joining the blood wars every day, but not many could leave alive. Across the multiverse, only the most insane mercenaries would join the blood war. There were other demons around Sauron who were advancing. For example, after a berserk demon successfully killed an injured Hezru, its demon bloodline immediately accumulated to the limit, and it became a new Hezru in a violent change of form. Unfortunately, it was quickly killed by a demon-hunting spider because it was blocking the spider's path. The mutation speed of ordinary demons was far slower than that of Sauron. Perhaps it was because their efficiency of fusing with the demon bloodline was not high. A timid fiend might need to kill a large number of enemies to level up, but Sauron only needed about half of them. This was the power of the soul. Maybe it was because the killing power was still working on Sauron, or maybe it was because of the original soul of a god. It was hard to say exactly what it was, but Sauron's speed of advancement was indeed much faster than ordinary demons. In the bottomless abyss, demons with fast advancement represented pure enough souls. It seemed that the soul power was easier to evolve here. The purer the soul, the easier it was to transform into powerful demons and devils. Sometimes, the Demon Lord and Devil Guild directly molded pure souls into high-grade demons and devils. But if it was a poor soul, it would be destroyed in an instant. Sauron carefully avoided the high-grade demons. With his current strength, it was still difficult to deal with high-grade demons. His chances of winning were less than 50%. He didn't like to do things that he was not sure of. The gnolls and ghouls were also not in his consideration. Although these creatures also had the power of demons, they were far less powerful than real demons. Sauron had now discovered an obvious thing, that was, if he killed demons, he would get more demonic power. But if he killed other creatures in the abyss, he would get more slaughter EXP. Now, the total amount of slaughter EXP he had given to the main body was 10 to 20,000, although each demon was only about a few hundred to 1,000 points, the number of enemies was huge. Sauron had just killed 5 or 6 demons in a row. The enemy had been defeated. Sauron was seizing the time to chase the enemy, but he couldn't chase too far ahead. It was easy to be surrounded. He only killed the enemies on the side of the battlefield. The demon bloodline had accumulated to the current level. Sauron had felt that the breakthrough was right in front of him. If he continued to break through successfully, he might be able to advance into the elite form of the flaming demon. Because his creature level was about to reach level 15. As for the higher level boss form, he was afraid that he would have to suppress the mutation of his form and advance into a legendary creature in the form of the flaming demon. This wasn't worth it at all. Although the flaming demon leader had the same ability as the legendary Balrog, there was a big gap in form and talent. Advancing into the Balrog was a new starting point. Keeping the flaming demon form all the way to the boss level meant that he would continue to strengthen himself. It was not clear which advantage was more obvious. Sauron's goal was not only to become a boss-level demon, but also to become a demon lord of the bottomless abyss. In this way, the higher his starting point, the better. The enemy finally escaped. The succubus army did not pursue with full force because they also suffered a lot of casualties. After losing so many demons, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to replenish. The Taurens, who were in high spirits, clashed with the succubus army. Both sides suffered a little loss, but the loss did not increase. Under the Tauren chief's roar, many of the Taurens who were in a frenzy retreated and ran away without saying a word. The relationship between the Tauren king, Buffett, and the succubus queen, Mechanut, was not good. It was just a matter of using and cooperating with each other. Moreover, the relationship between the Tauren king and Xianxia was unclear. This mysterious and ancient Orbis had always been feared by the succubus queen, the Gnoll king, Xianxia, the succubus queen, Mechanut, and the Tauren king, Buffett. Among these 3 demon lords, the succubus queen was the strongest, but her army was not enough. The succubus was a demon from the womb and was an important asset in the abyss. The army of the succubus queen mainly relied on other demons. The Gnoll king, Xianxia, was not very powerful, but he had an ancient Orbis corpse behind him. No one knew what he got from it. And because he had conquered the Ghoul king, he had the largest number of troops. After all, it was much easier to create undead. Among the army of gnolls, ghouls, and demons, the Gnoll King, Xianxia had the most suppressive force. Finally, there was the Tauren King, Buffett. The Taurens under him had good fighting power, but the Taurens had never been a productive race. Most of the time, it was beaten by the Gnoll King, Xianxia. Today, it was a fierce counterattack. This was the distribution of forces in the nearby area. No one knew if it was a coincidence or if the other demon lords were happy to see it, but they directly gathered together and fought to the death. As for the other demon lords, the forces that participated in the bloody war were in other places. You did a good job. The succubus officer once again appeared in front of Sauron. The other party looked at Sauron's naked chest, which was engraved with a mysterious demon tattoo, as if it had a strange charm. The succubus officer crossed his legs, stuck out his tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and said in a seductive tone, "I admire you very much. From now on, you will be in charge of this military camp. If you are interested, you can come to my tent tonight. I don't mind bringing you some wonderful pleasure." Ha ha ha. The succubus officer smiled and left. Sauron was promoted again. The nearby demons were still hostile to him, but this time it seemed to be a lot less. The reason was only because Sauron had become stronger. The war in the bottomless abyss was endless. When Sauron didn't remember to count the demon army under his command the next day, he heard the news of the bloody war, but he was not surprised at all. It was as if he subconsciously felt that this was the right thing to do. This kind of attitude really made people speechless. War, war, war. Since Sauron came to the abyss, the battles he experienced had not stopped. A surprise attack on Xianxia, the king of gnolls, had just ended, and in the blink of an eye, the enemy's revenge army had arrived. It was not easy to defeat the army of Xianxia, the king of gnolls, and temporarily get a breather. In the blink of an eye, the order for the entire succubus army in the Steel Fortress to participate in the Abyss Blood War was issued. This order could not be violated at all because the Abyss Blood War was the most important battle. As long as they received the order, they must all participate. No matter how many troops they had, if they dared not participate, they would be punished. The sky was still dark. The succubus army began to gather cannon fodder on a large scale. At this time, they no longer cared about the quality. Even the newly advanced dretches were needed. Anyway, in the Abyss Blood War, there were hundreds of thousands or even millions of demons. They had just experienced a battle, and it was impossible to let them fight on the main battlefield. It was good to bring more cannon fodder to make up the numbers. This time, the order of the bloody war was personally issued by the succubus queen, Mechanut, on the first layer of the abyss, 10,000 abyss plane. The two daughters of the succubus queen would personally participate in the war. The glorious nun would lead a huge demon army to besiege a blood war fortress that the devils had taken away. It was said that the devils were brewing some conspiracy again, and their task was to destroy the devil's power before their conspiracy was completed. War after war broke out. No one knew when this never-ending war would end, and no one could guarantee that they could laugh until the end. Everyone's luck would run out one day. That was why the demon lords would not participate in the bloody war in person, because if they died in the bloody war, they would really die. There was no way to resurrect them. Whether it was the demon lords or the devil dukes, they rarely participated in the bloody war in person. Death in the bloody war was permanent death. No powerful existence was willing to take this risk easily. The huge and bloated army took 2 days to arrive at the battlefield. Many low-level demons fell behind on the way, but new cannon fodder was soon forcibly recruited. 1/3 of Sauron's low-level demons secretly ran away, but they were quickly replenished. Even the cruel punishment couldn't stop these low-level demons from wanting to escape from the Abyss Blood War. Fear made them want to find the slightest chance to escape. It wasn't just Sauron's demon army, it was the same for the armies of other high demons. Even the middle-grade Hezru was a little listless. It seemed that they were not as excited as they were when they started fighting Xianxia. Even these idiots who liked to go on a rampage on the battlefield were not optimistic. One could imagine how terrifying the bloody battle was. The succubus army arrived. The huge demon army gathered on a plain, and in front of them was a majestic blood battle fortress. The succubus queen, the Gnoll king, the Tauren king, the faceless lord, the undead monarch, the army of demon lords began to gather, and the number of demons suddenly reached a terrifying scale of nearly 1,000,000. But Sauron seemed to have noticed something, and this discovery made him shudder. The demons didn't bring much supplies. The total supply of the demon army was probably not even enough to guarantee the supply of 200,000 people. In other words, in the next battle, more than half of the demon army gathered here might die. It was simply heartless. Even the logistical supplies were telling Sauron how terrible the casualties would be in the next battle. The first day was very quiet. But when the second day arrived, the war broke out. The huge demon army gradually approached the blood battle fortress in front of them. In their field of vision were war machines glowing with cold light. The demons were well equipped, and there were a large number of munitions factories in the Bautor Inferno. The first line of cannon fodder was the low-level undead. The second line of cannon fodder was the low-level demons. The third line of cannon fodder was the low-level demons and undead. The demon army directly put on the posture of cannon fodder in a war of attrition. They were simply sending their enemies to death, relying on their huge numbers to consume the enemy's combat strength first. Because of the two battles just now, Sauron's succubus army had suffered serious losses. So they didn't participate in the first battle, and Sauron also had the opportunity to observe the enemy. After all, this time they were dealing with the insidious and cunning demons. Many demon lords temporarily put down their hatred. The Null army was on the other side of the front line. Because of the outbreak of the blood battle, they had to cooperate with the other demon lords. Sauron thought that this would be a difficult siege, but he was wrong. When the demon army gathered outside the blood battle fortress, the scene that unfolded before his eyes almost overturned his understanding of the past. The heavy steel gates of the blood battle fortress actually opened, and then he saw teams of elite demons walking out of the fortress. They were disciplined and swift, and at a speed that the demons didn't even dare to imagine. They stood in formation outside the blood battle fortress. A difference of more than 10 times, the devil army faced the demon army that was more than 10 times their number, and they chose to fight the enemy outside the fortress in the open field, 1 against 10. What gave the demons so much confidence that they dared to give up the strong fortress in the face of more than 10 times their number and fight head-on? No wonder the demons were retreating in the blood battle. From the Bautor Inferno, they were beaten all the way to their own territory. Just from the morale in front of them, the two sides were not on the same level at all. The demons had always fought against the demon army that was dozens of times their number. As long as they were not overwhelmed by the huge demon army, their morale would rise little by little. Now, 10 times the number of enemies couldn't scare them. Damn it, they actually dared to go out of the city to fight head-on in this situation. Sauron was really a little worried about the next battle. Should he find a chance to run away? With Sauron's understanding of the demons, they would never do this if they were not 70% or 80% sure of victory. The battle was about to start, but Sauron was already looking for a way out. He couldn't affect the battle at this level much, so it wasn't worth it to lose his life in the blood battle. Perhaps there were a lot of demons who had such thoughts. Strict orders were given, and order was maintained. That was Sauron's first impression of the demon army. The army was the embodiment of order, and as the evil demon army, they were the embodiment of order. It could be said that if not for the endless demon army in the abyss, the Bautor Inferno would definitely have the ability to attack other planes and even the upper plane, Mountain Paradise. The demons kept advancing in the blood war, but they also kept falling in the blood war because the number of enemies was too large. Facing enemies that were more than 10 times their number, the demons would always make mistakes. But even so, the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, still accumulated some power. It was an absolutely elite army of devils. He was ready to throw them into the war that would decide the fate of the Abyss and the Bautor Inferno. After thousands of years of blood war, the Demon Lord knew how to transfer the elites to the rear, and Asmodeus knew this very well. So there had always been a legend that in the depths of the Bautor Inferno, there was a terrifying demon army that could fight all the way to Mountain Paradise. Asmodeus rarely interfered in the blood war in the Abyss. He only let his underlings attack the Abyss, and no one knew if he had other plans. Dong. Dong, dong. Facing the huge demon army, the demon army only sent out a small team of soldiers. They were very clear about the Abyss demons' attrition tactics, and they did not even use the engineering equipment on the blood war fortress. Is that a bone demon? Sauron was not as familiar with the Bottor Inferno as the Abyss, because the more orderly a place was, the stricter the rules were, and the harder it was for adventurers to find a loophole. In the Bottor Inferno, there were many places with strict order. The demons did not reject outsiders from other planes, but their attitude was definitely not friendly. In the Abyss, one could wander around as long as one did not provoke some powerful demons. But in the Bottor Inferno, one could not do so. The demons' conspiracy made many adventurers tremble in fear. Sauron had been to the Bottor Inferno before, but he did not go deep, because the deeper the Bottor Inferno went, the more dangerous it was. It was even more dangerous than entering the territory of the Demon Lord. Bone Devil. It was a type of intermediate demon with a challenge rating of 10 and above. Its innate strength, dexterity, and constitution were 21 and above. Such attributes were not very strong for a demon because there were many demons in the Abyss who were naturally muscular. However, war was not something that could be easily influenced by one person's strength. War was a life-and-death battle that emphasized discipline and cooperation. A group of Bone Devils faced the demon army that outnumbered them by 1,000 times. Almost none of them showed fear on their faces. On the contrary, their eyes were filled with contempt. Ice Wall. Ice walls rose on the battlefield. This was the innate spell-like ability of Bone Devils. They liked to cut up large groups of enemies like this. The huge demon army was divided into chaotic groups, and some even started killing each other. The only ones that weren't affected were the undead cannon fodder. More and more demon lords preferred to use undead instead of demons. Although the low-level undead did not have high intelligence and could only accept simple orders, it was still much better than the demons rushing up in a chaotic swarm. Fear Aura. Another innate ability of Bone Devils was that they possessed a special aura halo. Fear Aura, innate ability, Bone Devils can launch a fear aura with a radius of more than 3 meters in an instant action. Any affected creature must forcibly pass a will immunity check, otherwise it will be affected by the same effect as fear, equivalent to a casting level 7. Creatures that successfully pass the immunity check will no longer be affected by the fear aura of the same Bone Devil within 24 hours. Other demons are immune to this aura. The immunity difficulty is affected by charm. A weakened version of fear aura. It was not as large as the Son of Fear, and the effect of fear and the difficulty of immunity were completely incomparable. However, it was more than enough to deal with these low-level demon cannon fodder. The Bone Devils rushed directly to the army that was thousands of times stronger. Any low-level creatures that were close to them fled in fear. Dretches were originally timid creatures. As a result, they lost any effect at all. The Bone Devils were completely slaughtered. Even after killing more than 10 times the number of enemies, they did not have any casualties. Flames fell from the sky. The Devil Legion seemed to want to eat all these demon cannon fodder. In Sauron's sight, the battlefield was burning with raging flames, and the figures of the demons were easily shuttling through it because most of them were immune to fire damage. However, the demons couldn't do this. Their resistance could only resist a portion of the damage and not be completely immune. Only a small number of demons and special forms like Sauron could be immune to fire. This was the most common tactic of the demons. The battlefield was turned into a sea of fire, and then all the enemies were destroyed little by little. The low-level undead were burned to death in large numbers. Most of the low-level demons had lost their morale. They trampled on each other to escape the battle, but they were ruthlessly killed by the demon warlords behind them. This was a bloody battle. The Blood War was the most terrifying Azure battlefield in the multiverse. Even the gods had to be prepared to face death here. The demons could not hold on any longer. The situation was quite unfavorable from the beginning of the battle. The Devil Legion's main forces had not yet been dispatched, and their own cannon fodder troops had already suffered heavy losses. In the end, the high-grade demons began to send more powerful cannon fodder to the battlefield. They could not sit back and watch the enemy kill all the cannon fodder. With the roar of the Hezru, a group of middle and low-grade demons were dispatched. The figures of Hezru, Vrox, Berserk demons, hunters, and so on all appeared in the battle. Some powerful demons seemed to be unable to hold back their nature and joined the battle in advance. And at this time, the Devil Legion was still as motionless as a mountain. In the face of a new wave of attacks from the demon army, The demon elite stayed in place and did not even have the idea of supporting the bone demon army. Fly. Invisibility. Greater Phantom. The bone demons used their own spell-like abilities one after another. They used fly to avoid many enemies, and invisibility easily allowed them to advance and retreat freely. The spirit of fear still covered the battlefield. As long as it existed, all the demons with weak will would be useless. However, at this time, the Devil Legion had changed. Their two wings opened towards the side door, and many middle-grade and high-grade demons flew into the sky. It seemed that they intended to expand the battlefield further. They knew the nature of demons very well. When there was enough chaos, madness would make demons kill each other, which could make it easier for the demons to deal with the enemy. The flames were not enough. The demons liked to cover the whole battlefield with fire. They would use all means to lead the advantage of the battle to their side. The fire was the most obvious advantage. As long as the demons fought in the fire, they would be hurt, but the demons would be unaffected. If the enemy withdrew from the battlefield, then with the chaotic nature of the demons, they would directly collapse and retreat. All they needed to do was to chase and kill the enemies. An undisciplined army was so pitiful. The demons knew very well that once the battle broke out, the demons could only fight to the death. If they could fight, they might be able to defeat the demons. If they could not, it would be a big defeat. If it was the latter, the Devil Legion could win precious time to breathe. A devilish flame ignited. With the actions of the high-grade demons, there seemed to be some different flames on the battlefield. The other demons did not seem to be aware of it, but Sauron, as a flaming demon, felt it very clearly. This was the Hellfire, a magical flame born in the Baator Inferno. Sometimes even low-grade demons could be burned. These flames had more terrible lethality. The casualties of the demons were increasing. But they still did not notice. The timid ones wanted to escape, and the courageous ones just rushed forward. The situation on the battlefield was getting worse and worse. But at this time, Sauron's army suddenly received an order to attack. They needed to surround the enemy from the side and try to eliminate a small group of demons. The situation on the battlefield had begun to change. The flank where Sauron's army was preparing to attack had sent out new demons, but it was not a very powerful demon, but a group of chain demons. From the outside, the chain devils looked like humans, but their bodies were wrapped in spiked chains. These spiked chains were their clothes, weapons, and armor. Chain demons had special combat skills. They could control 4 chains at the same time. The effect was sometimes equivalent to a long whip, which could entangle the enemy. The challenge rating of chain demons was 6. Although their attributes were not very strong, they were still very troublesome to deal with. The Blood War Legion led by the demons rarely saw the lowest level of lesser demons and imps because bringing these cannon fodder would further increase the logistical pressure of their expedition to the abyss. Moreover, these souls that were not good enough might not be able to advance. Therefore, the lowest level in the Demon Legion was close to the strength of chain demons. In battles where cannon fodder was needed, they would directly use the ability of summon demons. In this way, if the cannon fodder survived, they could directly advance. Cowardly gaze. The situation of the battle was very bad from the beginning. Before the Demon Legion led by Sauron rushed to the enemy, many dretches had already turned and fled. As a demon that was not very powerful, the chained demon did not have the ability of Fear Spirit. But it had a weakened version of Timid Gaze, and it still had an obvious suppressive effect on some low-level cannon fodder troops. Especially when the battlefield situation was unfavorable to the demons and it was almost a one-sided massacre, the effect of this ability was even more astonishing. Cowardly Gaze, innate ability, within a distance of 15 meters, any target that is stared at by the chain demon will undergo a test of will. The stare of the chain demon can make the target feel timid and afraid. If the stare fails, the enemy will be affected by negative statuses such as timidity, which will affect their performance in battle and may even directly escape. The difficulty of the test is based on their own charm. A weakened innate ability. In other words, this was a weakened version of Fear Aura that Sauron's main body had. The Fear Aura that Sauron's main body had was effective on any creature, but it did not cover a large area and was difficult to resist. Chained demons, on the other hand, had a limited range and was less difficult to resist. They could only be used against low-level demons. Among the innate abilities of the devils, many of them had spell-like effects that made the enemy feel fear. Many middle and high-ranked devils had a weakened version of fear aura. A single chained demon was enough to fight a large number of cannon fodder. Sauron did not have enough intermediate demons as support, and many dretches had already escaped before they even reached the enemy. The situation on the battlefield was very bad. There were raging flames everywhere. Although these flames could not hurt Sauron, they were quite effective against low-level demons. The frenzied slaughter continued. The Devil Legion didn't seem to be worried at all. They only sent out less than a third of their troops, leaving the rest as reserves, ready to face the real attack at any time. The elite troops made up of middle-rank and high-rank demons were the key to the victory. The battle could only rely on Sauron and the dozen or so intermediate demons that he had gathered in advance. A few days ago, the revenge of the Knoll King, Xianxia, caused heavy losses to the Succubus Legion. Although Sauron was promoted again, in fact, the demon army he commanded did not improve much. Most of these intermediate demons were simple-minded berserk demons and Hezra demons. There was not much skill in commanding them. He could only simply order them to rush in a certain direction. Flame whip. A scorching flame cut through the air. Chained demons were not completely immune to fire damage, and the flame whip itself also carried substantial physical damage. A long sword cut through the cold light. After advancing into the flame demon form, Sauron replaced the original long sword with a large sword that was close to a beheading sword. The demon form of the bottomless abyss was very different. Sauron's current form would not be punished too much if he controlled a two-handed weapon. In the future, the true form of the flame demon would be a small giant 2 or 3 meters tall. The huge beheading sword would be used as a long sword in their hands. Poochie. The head of a chained demon was cut off. The combat power of the demons was not as terrible as imagined, but their cooperation was quite tacit. Sauron had just found a chance to kill a chained demon, and his army was almost defeated. The chained demons knew how to use their advantages and abilities to fight. They knew how to cut and surround important targets. On the other hand, the demons could only rush forward in a mess without any command at all. Killing a chained demon inadvertently attracted more enemies. It seemed that the demons intended to turn around and behead Sauron. A row of data appeared in front of him, killed a middle-grade chained demon. Extracting the target's soul power. You've gained 32 points of soul power. You've successfully absorbed the target's soul power. Your flame demon form has been upgraded. Strange. When Sauron killed the first demon, a row of strange information appeared. He absorbed the bloodline power of the demons when he killed them. It seemed that there was no way to absorb the soul power, so slaughter EXP would be fed back to his body. But now he seemed to be able to directly absorb the soul power of the demons after killing them. This soul power was directly used to strengthen his demonic power, and a chained demon with a challenge rating of about 5 could provide a source of power comparable to a demon with a challenge rating of about 9. Double EXP, why was this? Was it because of the conflict between demons and demons? Or was it because of the mysterious power in the bloody war? Sauron did not know why, but at least he knew that killing demons could bring a more amazing improvement than demons. Because in front of him, an extremely lucky Dretch killed another injured chained demon under the siege of a group of berserk demons. Then it directly evolved from a Dretch to a new berserk demon. 2 levels in a row, that Dretch skipped the form of a low-grade demon and reached the standard of a middle-grade demon in one breath. Incredible. It was so easy to improve in the bloody war. It seemed that as long as a low-grade demon successfully killed any demon, it could directly advance. Plop, there was a sound of falling to the ground. The berserk demon that had just advanced suddenly split in half, and another dangerous demon appeared behind it. Barb demon, Barba demon, these demons were about 2 meters tall and weighed about 250 pounds. They were very ferocious. They were rare demons with an innate intelligence of only 6 points. But this did not mean that they were not dangerous enough. Because the weapon used by the Barb demon was a machete, it could cause long-lasting purgatory wounds after hitting the enemy. At the same time, they carried toxins. Any enemy that was attacked by them could be infected with a disease that could not be treated by conventional means. Only magic could expel the disease. Finally, these things could go berserk. The Barb Demon had the talent ability Berserk. They could activate Berserk at least twice a day according to their own ability. This ability was similar to the Berserk state of the barbarians. In the Berserk state, the Barb Demon's strength +4, Constitution +4, Will +2, and Morale +2. At the same time, it slightly reduced its own defense. This Berserk state had no sequelae. It was similar to the epic Berserk state of the legendary barbarians. The only drawback was that the increase in ability was not as good. A faint light of magic emerged. The figure of the Barb Demon suddenly appeared behind Sauron and swung its machete directly. Greater teleportation. The Barb Demon had a dangerous spell-like ability, and the effect was equivalent to greater teleportation. Now it appeared directly in front of Sauron. In this case, Sauron could no longer hide his direct strength. A raging fire appeared on his bare chest in an instant. The demon tattoo emitted a faint flame and suddenly turned into a real, flaming demon form. The demon legion wanted to behead him. Devils were always very good at finding the enemy's weakness on the battlefield. Sauron was the biggest weakness of this group of devils. In their opinion, as long as they beheaded Sauron, the devil army in front of them would definitely spread out. It was because of this devil that these weak enemies could cause them casualties. No matter how suppressed the devils were, they still had the advantage in numbers. Concentrating their forces to kill an enemy would cause them a lot of casualties. Even if it was 10 times the loss in exchange for a chained devil, it was still worth it for Sauron. You want to behead me? Sauron had always been used to beheading his enemies. He did not expect to be the one being beheaded this time. He did not have the strength of his main body and could not hide in the shadows. Therefore, in the face of this situation, the first thing he did was to activate his flaming body and quickly retreat to the rear. At the same time, he pulled over the devils he summoned and controlled to resist. Barbed devils and chained devils were the main fighting force of the devil army. If the barbed devils were more complete, they would have the ability greater teleportation, which was close to that of a high-ranked devil. In the past, they used the teleportation ability to leave the battle and continue to fight after recovering from their injuries. However, the current situation was that they were using greater teleportation to split up and surround Sauron from all 4 directions. The devils did not believe that this devil, who seemed to be the leader, could escape in this situation. I can only fight head-on. The real test of Sauron's peak fighting skills had come. About 5 barbed devils surrounded him. The nearby devils could not be counted on as cannon fodder. It was fortunate that they could delay the chained devils and get closer. Sauron did not have the ability of his main body. If he fought in his current flaming devil form, he would definitely die if he was surrounded. This was the greatest danger of the Blood War. You could not be sure when you would become the target of the high-ranked devils, because the devils knew that once the leader was killed, the devil army would automatically collapse. Scorching flames ignited on Sauron's body. Because the entire battlefield was set ablaze by the devils, his true form of the flaming devil was not very eye-catching. This should be the most fortunate thing. Left. Sauron did not continue to retreat. Instead, he suddenly pounced on the barbed devil on the left. He flicked his wrist and lashed out with the flame whip. At the same time, he flapped the demonic wings on his back to jump higher. He crossed a distance of nearly 30 meters and slashed at the enemy in front of him. The attributes of the barbed demons were not very strong. Their greatest ability was to go berserk. Sauron had gained some advantage in size after advancing to a flaming demon. Relying on the demon wings, he could achieve instant high-speed dash. Clang, sparks flew. Sauron slashed his sword at the barbed devil in front of him. The barbed devil brandished his long sword to parry the attack, but to his surprise, the moment his attack was parried, Sauron lashed out with the flame whip, wrapping around the barbed devil's body and locking the upper half of his arm. The flame whip was not a pure energy form. The flame whip summoned by the fire demon was regarded as a natural magic weapon. It was a summoning equipment with a form. One of the signature abilities of the Baler was to use the flame whip to entangle the enemy. Poochie, blood splattered out of the wound. Sauron would never miss such a good opportunity. He instantly waved his sword and slashed at the enemy's head. The sword form, beheading, technique broke out and chopped off the enemy's head on the spot. Be careful. A warning in the infernal language came from behind. The demons obviously found that the demon in front of them was a little different. His combat skills were quite superb, and he knew how to use tactics and advantages to deal with the enemy. He even knew how to feint and attack their weakest point. Of the 5 barbed devils that were just teleported to behead, the one Sauron killed was the weakest. A hole appeared in the encirclement. Sauron jumped up and wanted to break out, but at this moment, a chained devil suddenly rushed over. Accompanied by flying cold chains, it directly wrapped around his arm. Damn it! Sauron roared and slashed down with his sword. Sparks flew in front of his eyes, but the +1 rare weapon in his hand could not cut it. Weapon, 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 weapon. As a profession that valued close combat, Sauron once again tasted the pain of not having a suitable weapon. The long sword in his hand could not cut the chains of the chained devil. If only he had icing death in his hands. Without giving Sauron a chance to think, the barbed devils behind him were getting closer and closer. In desperation, Sauron could only rush back to the chained devil in front of him. A flaming whip lashed out fiercely. Flames roared, seeing that the barbed devils were getting closer and closer. Sauron's peak combat skills completely broke out. The flame whip attacked from an extremely tricky angle, and at the same time, he waved his long sword and used the sword form, spinning strike, technique. Poochie. Plop. A bloody wound appeared on Sauron's back. The nearest barbed devil directly slashed his back with its sword, and even the white bones could be seen after the flesh was cut open. However, in front of Sauron, the chained devil that entangled him was instantly killed. In the face of Sauron's sudden attack, it could not even withstand a round of attacks. After all, Sauron's challenge rating had exceeded level 10, and he was close to the elite form of Flaming Devil. A row of data appeared in front of him. Intermediate chained devil killed. Extracting target's soul power. You've obtained 36 points of soul power. You've successfully absorbed target's soul power. Your Flaming Devil form has been upgraded. Unknown mutation. Your soul power has undergone an unknown mutation. Part of your ability has undergone a fusion mutation. Unknown power triggered. Your body has undergone a fusion mutation. You've learned the special ability, Cowardly Gaze. Unknown mutation. Main body's soul power has been transferred. The special ability, Cowardly Gaze, you've learned has transformed into Fear Gaze. In an instant, a trace of blood-red light appeared in Sauron's eyes. Under his sudden burst of terrifying gaze, the barbed devils that were approaching behind him suddenly stopped. Sauron's gaze was so terrifying that it was as if they were facing a powerful archdemon or even some terrifying evil god. The blade of the sword flashed a cold light. Sauron flapped his injured demonic wings and flew over, seizing the moment when the enemies were frightened by the fear gaze. He once again beheaded a barbed devil that was close to him. At this time, the demons in front of him woke up one by one, 1 against 3. The situation was still very unfavorable for Sauron. The wound on his back was still bleeding, but the powerful recovery ability of the demons was also in effect. He had less than 30% chance of winning against 3 barbed devils, but if he could defeat them one by one, with the help of Fear Gaze, he was very likely to wipe them out. The power of the demons seemed to have triggered the soul power of the main body. The innate ability of the chained devil, Cowardly Gaze, caused Sauron's ability to be upgraded for some unknown reason, directly inheriting the power of the main body, Fear Gaze. In this way, he really had some confidence in reversing the situation of being hunted down and beheaded. Summon Demon. Now, even an idiot could tell that the flaming demon in front of them was not the same as the demons in their past memories. Facing Sauron, who was showing signs of advancing, the barbed demon did not hesitate to send out 2 people to contain him, while the other was ready to use the ability to summon demons. The barbed demon could summon some low-grade demons as fighters, and there was also a 50% chance of summoning another barbed demon. As long as they could summon a chained demon or a barbed demon to entangle Sauron, then the advantage would return to their side. Fear Gaze. Sauron glanced at the other party, and the summoning ritual that the barbed demon was performing was suddenly interrupted. It even spat out a mouthful of blood. Very strange, Sauron's Fear Gaze seemed to have inherited some of the effects of the main body, and the difficulty of immunity was extremely high, at least the difficulty of legendary level immunity. When the barbed demons touched his eyes, their expressions were as if they had seen a terrible evil god. Sauron was extremely suspicious that this was related to the divine power of his main body. Although this avatar was in the form of a demon, part of the soul power came from the origin of the gods. Even if it did not inherit much divine power from the main body, it looked like an evil god. This was a connection on the level of the soul. Even Sauron could not figure it out now, and it would be difficult for other gods and demon lords to figure it out. Because for the gods, the soul was also a very mysterious thing. The soul was the most important currency, resource, and power of the gods. Even many gods did not dare to touch the water of the Styx easily. Perhaps only by mastering part of the death clergy could it be possible to touch on the most mysterious knowledge of the multiverse. The barbed demons did not dare to look into Sauron's eyes. No demon in front of them dared to look directly into Sauron's eyes. They even felt that Sauron's eyes were more oppressive than some duke demons. In this way, their strength in battle was severely affected. Dang, dang, dang. In such a situation, Sauron naturally wouldn't give up so easily. He flapped his demonic wings and moved at high speed, using the airflow to speed up his flight. From time to time, he would let the enemy meet his gaze. Then, the barbed devil in front of him would show a horrified expression. Whether it was its attack speed or strength, it was obviously much weaker. Sometimes, it would even be in a temporary state of rigidity. Poochie! Another devil fell to Sauron's sword. The more Sauron fought, the braver he became. On the other hand, the demons in front of him were somewhat restrained. They even had the intention to escape. He couldn't let them escape. How could Sauron allow the power of the soul to slip away? Killing demons in the blood war would give him double the power of a demon. This would help him quickly gain a foothold in the abyss. He did not know if he would be so lucky in the next blood war, or if he would encounter a stronger demon. So now that there was an opportunity to kill an enemy, he could not miss it. The increase in strength from killing evil devils was simply too fast. It seemed that in the rules of the blood war, there was a huge power from the abyss that helped the demons absorb the souls of the demons. It was as if they had the power of the slaughter, divine domain. Another barbed devil fell. The flames on Sauron's body became more and more vigorous. His bones made a slight sound. He was very close to evolving into the elite form of the flaming devil. Based on the current situation, as long as the creature reached level 15, it was almost time to evolve. Bang, not far away, there was the sound of a heavy object being sent flying. A Hezru fell into the flames, and then there was a shrill scream. A tall bone devil directly nailed it to death in the flames with a sharp sword. The flames burned around it, but it was not affected at all. After the bone devil killed a Hezru, it glanced around and quickly found Sauron's figure, as well as the corpses of the barbed devils that fell around him. This was a bone devil more than 3 meters tall. It should weigh more than 500 pounds. The weapon it used was a two-handed sword stained with demon blood. There were almost no wounds on the bone devil's body, which meant that it had not been hurt from the beginning to the end. The bone devil was also known as the Othello devil, which was the backbone of the Devil Legion. The one in front of him obviously belonged to the rank because it had a strange dark red armor on its body. This was the steel forging process from the Baator Inferno. The Baator Inferno had a large number of munitions factories. The core combat power of the Devil Legion was all well equipped, which was a far cry from the messy equipment of the demons. Flaming Devil. A cruel smile appeared in the eyes of the Bone Devil, and it rushed towards Sauron in an instant. As the basic form of the Baelor, the Flaming Devil was also relatively rare among the demons. It was obviously more interesting to be able to kill such an enemy than to kill those boring middle-grade demons. Greater teleportation. The Bone Devil was a very terrible enemy. The biggest difference from other middle-grade and low-grade demons was that the Bone Devil had a cheat-like talent ability, cast at will, greater teleportation. Yes. You didn't read it wrong, it was really, cast at will. Unlike other demons, the number of times the Bone Devil could use greater teleportation in a day was based on its own energy. As long as it had energy, it could keep using greater teleportation. In addition, it had other spell-like abilities, including Ice Wall, Dimensional Anchor, Flight, Invisibility, and so on. The enemy appeared in an instant. Facing the bone devil that had a straight-up challenge level, Sauron could not help but feel nervous. His muscles were tense, and he was ready to fight at any time. Fortunately, he also knew a lot about the demons. The bone devil's sudden approach with the help of greater teleportation was completely within his expectations. Sauron flapped his demonic wings and moved half a meter horizontally, avoiding the attack quite easily. It seemed that because of a pair of demonic wings, he could do more dodging actions. Aura of fear. A frightening cold breath spread. Facing Sauron, the bone devil in front of him did not hesitate to use its talent ability. A row of data appeared in front of Sauron's eyes, attacked by Bone Devil. You are affected by the enemy's talent ability, Aura of Fear. Triggered Test of Will. Test of Will passed. You completely ignored the effect of the opponent's Aura of Fear. It was completely ineffective. It seemed that Sauron, who had inherited the soul power of the main body, was also quite amazing in terms of will. The Bone Devil's Aura of Fear had no effect at all. This kind of talent ability that greatly interfered with other demons, Sauron now completely ignored it. The flame whip cut through the air. Sauron and the Bone Devil carried out the first round of tentative fighting. The strength gap between the two sides was not too big. Sauron's current challenge level was about level 10, and the Bone Devil's challenge level should be about level 12. In terms of attributes, the Bone Devil had the advantage, but Sauron was also immune to fire damage and did not have to worry about the terrain. Because at this moment, the battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. Hee hee. The Bone Devil looked at Sauron with eyes full of hatred. It hated other creatures, especially demons that fought all year round. It slowly said, "What an interesting fire demon. This way, you can't be allowed to grow." Demons couldn't be allowed to grow stronger. In the Abyss Blood War, any potential demon seed should be strangled in the cradle. The devils had always been committed to killing those demons who performed well in the Blood War. They beheaded, sniped, assassinated, and so on. It was almost unimaginable. There were not many demons near Sauron. They were either burned to death by the raging fire or had been defeated to the rear. The main army of the demon army still did not move. It was not known whether the higher demons in command were in conflict or waiting for a more suitable time. In name, the highest commander was the Radiant's Nun, but the commanders of other demon lords might not listen to her orders. There was no support and no cannon fodder. Sauron seemed to want to fight the Bone Devil in front of him, who was stronger and better equipped. What made him most afraid of the other party was the greater teleportation that could be cast at will, so Sauron actually counterattacked in this situation and closed the distance with the enemy in front of him to fight hand-to-hand. Now he was fighting with his long-term accumulation. This demon incarnation did not have enough trump cards to turn the tables. He could only rely on combat skills and vitality to fight with. The other party to see who could not hold on first. Clang! Clang, plop, traces of blood overflowed from Sauron's naked chest. The blood seemed to make the fire on his body more violent, as if adding oil to the fire. There was a trace of horror on Bone's face, and there was a wound on his abdomen. In a situation where it had an obvious advantage in all aspects, it actually lost to the opponent in combat skills, and its injuries were obviously more serious. It did not know what kind of person the demon in front of it was when it was alive, to be able to inherit such powerful combat skills. Perhaps it was a profession close to legendary when it was alive. In this case, it was even more impossible to let him grow. If a mortal soul fell into the abyss after death, it was still possible to inherit some memories and combat skills. For example, when a high-grade warrior's soul fell into the abyss after death, he could use the weapon he was best at in his previous life or some combat skills. It was possible to awaken part of his memory and restore some combat instincts accumulated when he was alive. Sauron in front of Bone was undoubtedly such an existence. This kind of demon was too easy to grow. If it did not kill him now, he might become a legendary Balrog in the future. The Devil Legion was already at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. If there were too many demons like Sauron, then the pace of attacking the abyss would definitely be hindered. The devils would never let an enemy with potential grow stronger. It wanted to kill Sauron in front of it. For this, it was even ready to gamble with its life. If it succeeded, maybe the enemy's soul would bring it new powerful strength. Clang! 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 The flame whip swept through the air. Sauron and Bone were fighting with their lives at this moment. They were ready to kill the enemy in front of them. Both of their injuries were getting worse, and the balance of victory and defeat seemed to be 50-50. Woo! Woo, woo! A bleak horn sounded. When Sauron and Bone were almost engaged in a fierce battle, the main army of the Devil Legion finally moved. The high-grade succubus flew into the sky, the six-armed snake demon with 6 long swords swooped down at the same time, the Soul Sentinel's figure covered the left and right, and the Glabrizu's giant body began to move toward the center of the battlefield. But the most eye-catching thing was not these. With the light of spells, 7 or 8 Baelor figures appeared on the battlefield full of fire. One of the Baelor was so eye-catching. It did not hold a flame whip or a beheading sword, but a huge death scythe. The pitch-black blade was burning with a raging fire, but it was not a fiery red color. Instead, it was a kind of demonic black flame. It was a kind of flame that seemed to burn the soul. Poochie, with a splash of blood, the Baelor instantly split a bone demon in half. Ha ha ha, shrill laughter, this Baelor rampaged within the Devil Legion, relying on its innate ability to teleport to avoid the enemy sniping. This was a Baelor with a creature level above 25. It might be more powerful than the one Sauron's original body had dealt with. The most frightening thing was the weapon it held. It had the breath of the underworld, like the water of the Styx, which made demons and devils not dare to approach it easily. The material plane was connected to the shadow plane, and the shadow plane was close to the spiritual world. The spiritual world was closest to the Death Kingdom, underworld. That was the territory of the Death God. The water of the Styx that flowed in the bottomless abyss and the Bautor Inferno came from the underworld. The Death God was responsible for maintaining the operation of the multiverse. Sometimes the ferryman of the Styx would decide where a soul should go. Was it the kingdom of the gods or the evil abyss of hell? This Baelor was holding a weapon from the underworld. It was a terrifying weapon filled with the power of death. This weapon could even threaten some weak gods. No one dared to take its attack head-on. Even the high-grade demons could avoid this terrifying scythe of death. At this moment, this Baelor was just like Sauron when he held the Holy Avenger, and defeated a troop of the Devil Legion with an overwhelming advantage. The real battle had begun. The high-grade demons were the ones who decided the outcome of the Abyss Blood War. They were the backbone of the bottomless abyss. Blood was flowing. Sauron was now seriously injured. Fortunately, he was at the edge of the battlefield. Now the whole bloody battle was focused on the center. The Baelor's sudden attack caused the Devil Legion to suffer heavy losses. The 6-armed snake demons were all killing machines when they approached. The Soul Judgment demons were on the left and right. The Glabrizu's huge body that was as heavy as 5,000 pounds was amazing. When the real main force of the demons appeared, the battle was not so easy for the devils. Boom! Boom, boom! The dull war drums sounded. The Taurens in full armor also joined the battle. Some huge meatballs appeared from the side of the battlefield. They floated in the air and shot out deadly rays of light. Beholder! The entire Abyss Blood War was in an uproar. What did the devils do this time? Why did the great matriarch of the Eye Demons, the demon lord of the 6th layer of the bottomless abyss, 10,000 Eyes Abyss, and the supreme ruler of the Eye Demons, send an army to join the bloody battle? Something very serious must have happened. Now, even the confused devils understood that a demon lord who rarely interfered in the Abyss Blood War suddenly sent an army to join the battle. Something terrible must have happened behind the scenes. Even the great matriarch of the Eye Demons felt threatened by the devil's conspiracy and joined the battle. Something big must have happened to the bottomless abyss. Countless rays of light shot out. The Eye Demon army appeared from the teleportation circle. The leader was the terrifying Elder's Eye. Apart from that, there were also a large number of Eye Demons, Gauss Eye Demons, Abyss Eyes, and even Eye Demon Observer. The battle became more intense. Facing such a situation, the Devil Legion stood motionless outside the city gate as if their iron-blooded discipline had seeped into the depths of their souls. The Devil Legion had suffered heavy losses, and the elites of the Devil Legion had also joined the battle. Horn demons, ice demons, lustful demons, fallen angels, and Bartholomew. The senior demons used their teleportation abilities to support the battle and forcefully resisted the Devil Legion's attack. The Devil Legion's casualties were increasing. This battle of attrition was disadvantageous for them, but they didn't seem to have the intention to retreat at all, as though a conspiracy was brewing. Plop, Sauron's injuries worsened, but the Bone Demon wasn't any better. Facing such a crazy battle style, the Bone Demon revealed a trace of fear in its eyes because it felt that if this continued, the enemies might perish together with it. This wasn't worth it. As a demon, it wasn't as crazy as the devils. Besides, it believed that if it was possible, the enemies before it would perish together with it. That was why it wavered. It wanted to retreat to the rear to heal its injuries because it wasn't willing to perish together with a flame demon. But, just as it was about to retreat with its teleportation ability, something unexpected happened. The severely injured flaming demon in front of it suddenly burst with power and charged at it again. The flaming demon waved its flaming whip and wrapped around the flaming demon. Then, the flaming demon waved its sword and slashed at the flaming demon's head. The battle ended. Sauron gasped for breath and blood flowed out of his mouth. The flames on his body were a little dim, as if he had exhausted all his strength. However, when he killed the bone demon in front of him, a little bit of soul power that was invisible to the naked eye entered his body, and Sauron's body instantly reignited with a raging fire. A row of data appeared before his eyes. Killed bone demon. Extracting target's spiritual energy. You've received 108 points of spiritual energy. You've successfully absorbed target's spiritual energy. Your flame demon form has been upgraded. Creature level increased. Your current creature level is level 15. Form upgrade. You've evolved into the elite form of Flame Demon. Automatically learned a new ability, Bind. Spell-like ability, Fireball, has been upgraded. Current usage is 3 times per day. Dominate Demon ability has been upgraded. Summon Demon ability has been upgraded. Unknown mutation. Your spiritual energy has undergone an unknown mutation. Some abilities have undergone a fusion mutation. Unknown power triggered. Fusion mutation has occurred. Unknown mutation. Main body's spiritual energy has been imported. You've learned a new ability, Fear Aura. With a crackling sound, Sauron's body further changed. The demon horns became thicker and stronger, and the demon wings seemed to have grown further. His body gradually transformed into a large creature like the flame demon. The number of demon tattoos on his body increased, and the range of flames expanded. His attributes were improved, and his vitality seemed to have become more amazing. Of course, the most obvious change was that there was an invisible energy around Sauron's body. The power of fear. The fear aura that the bone demon possessed seemed to have been integrated by him for some reason and became his own innate ability. Fear aura, innate ability. Any enemy within 5 meters of you must undergo a compulsory test of will. If they can't pass the test, the enemy will be affected by an effect similar to fear. The casting level of this type of magic ability is equivalent to your creature level, current level, 15. This ability cannot be upgraded through conventional means. Fear aura. Even Sauron was very surprised that he had automatically learned the ability of Fear aura, and it seemed to be more powerful than the bone demon. Incredible, it seemed that he could get more obvious improvement in power in bloody battles. Sauron was seriously injured. Even if he had evolved into the elite form of the flaming demon, only a small part of his injuries had healed. It was quite dangerous to challenge a more powerful enemy. Sauron's original body could do it because he had enough abilities, good equipment, and other means to turn the tables. But now the new demon incarnation didn't have so many trump cards, and the abilities were basically not trained. Needless to say, the only advantage was the inherited combat skills. At the most critical moment, Sauron was even almost beaten into a near-death state by the bone demon, but fortunately, he survived. After killing an officer-level bone demon, Sauron's ability improved greatly. The flame demon's entanglement ability was a very useful combat skill that could directly trap some enemies with insufficient strength. Sauron's first few battles were with the help of the flame whip. If he evolved into a Baelor in the future, he could directly strangle some weak enemies. For now, the important abilities Sauron still lacked from becoming a Baelor were proficiency in dual wielding, telekinesis, instant ability, powerful cleave, fierce attack, proficiency in attacking first, and so on. These abilities would probably have to wait until he evolved into the flame demon form before he could try to master them. Entanglement, special ability, the +1 flame whip of the flaming demon can entangle the opponent like a net attack. The flame whip has 20 HP and doesn't need to be folded. Once the whip hits the target must go through a strength test with itself. If you win, you can pull the target to your body full of flames. The entangled target will be temporarily restrained, and enemies whose physique and strength are crushed will trigger an additional test of death. The elite form of the flaming demon inadvertently had a part of the power of the flame demon. Although the ability to entangle was very useful, what Sauron wanted the most was not this, but the greater teleportation that could only be mastered by middle to high-grade demons. This was the real core ability. If he could comprehend the greater teleportation, Sauron could cut in and leave the battlefield at any time, whether it was healing, killing, or retreating. It would be quite convenient. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a little short of accumulation. Note, most high-level demons and devils have the ability to teleport. After evolving into his elite form, Sauron's basic attributes and HP had been strengthened. His height had also grown close to 2.5 meters, making him look like a small giant. Once he evolved into his flame demon form, Sauron's height would reach over 3 meters. At the same time, he would be able to suppress medium-sized enemies in all aspects. This body type was not suitable for delicate combat, but if it was a technique like the sword form, beheading, then the power would become quite huge. Sauron needed some time to get used to his combat abilities. Every time his body size changed, there would be a period of time for him to adapt. Therefore, he quickly retreated. When Sauron retreated from the battlefield, he found that the center of the battlefield had become a mess. There were two places that attracted the most attention. One was the Eye Devil army that rarely appeared in bloody battles, and the other was a Baelor with a death scythe. What a powerful weapon, a very, very powerful weapon. Without even activating his perception, Sauron could feel the powerful force contained in the Grim Reaper's scythe burning with black flames. He was not sure if it was a divine artifact. But he was sure that its real power would not be weaker than a divine artifact. This kind of weapon from the underworld rarely fell into the abyss, and it seemed to be a weapon specially prepared for the Baelor after modification. The demon warlord did not stop Sauron from retreating. In fact, there were not many living demons on his side of the battlefield. At this time, he had a little time to heal himself, and at the same time, he retreated to the rear of the army and checked his attributes after his evolution. Name, Sauron. Race, demon. Form, flame demon, grade 4, elite, large creature, creature level 15. Attributes, strength 25, agility 20, constitution 22, intelligence 16, wisdom 18, charm 20. Alignment, lawful evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. HP, 31235. Demonic power, 03000. Skills, sneak 125, deception 75, negotiation 85, literacy 100, intimidation 210, spell identification 90, use magic device 90, listen 85, detect 85, search 70. Abilities, flame body, flame whip, entanglement, demon claws, +1 natural magic weapon, demon skin, damage reduction +10, demon resistance, all resistances +10. Abilities, multi-attack, weapon mastery, long sword, exotic weapon mastery, long whip. Spell-like abilities, fear, fireball, 3 times a day, dominate demon, once a day, burning hand, summon demon, telepathy. His attributes had been further improved because of the change in form. Sauron had now changed from medium creature to large creature. The most obvious change was not the various basic attributes that had been increased, but one of Sauron's abilities. His intimidation had suddenly skyrocketed to 210 points, which was almost comparable to the intimidation ability of the main body. It was incredible. Sauron himself did not know why intimidation suddenly increased so much. Could it be that his current appearance was very scary? Sauron did not have a mirror around him, so he could not see his current appearance. However, when he reached out and touched it, it seemed that the changes were not very big. He still looked like a hybrid between a half-elf and a demon, like a purgatory demon hybrid. Other than his sharp ears and dark red skin, there were no obvious changes in his appearance. The outline of his face was still more humanoid, unlike the other demons with green faces and fangs that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was just that his body size had increased from 1 to 1.5, and his muscles were full of explosive pressure. Seems like it will be much easier to lead demons in the future. In an extremely chaotic place like the bottomless abyss, negotiation was definitely not as useful as intimidation and deception. As long as his intimidation ability was high enough, it would be much easier to control other demons. This might be the bonus of the elite template. Elite monsters were originally small bosses. As Sauron retreated to the rear, the nearby demons opened up a path for him. Even the Hezru who was hostile to him did not dare to look straight into Sauron's eyes. There was even a trace of reverence on their faces when they approached him. As for the other low-level demons, if they were not careful and were stared at by Sauron, they would tremble in fear. Even if they were not the low-level demons under Sauron's command, he seemed to be able to command them now. As for the specific changes, he would have to slowly figure it out in the future. The demon army's casualties were increasing. The scales of victory seemed to be tilted to the demon army's side. The six-armed snake demons tore apart the demon army's formation, and some had even rushed to the rear. The Baelor's figure constantly disappeared and reappeared. Every time it appeared, it would take the life of a demon. The I-Demon army was the most terrifying long-range force. The omnipresent rays made it impossible for the demons to get close. Most of the demons at the rear were closing in. A large number of middle-level demons acted as the core and crushed the demon army. As long as there were loopholes in the demons' formation, the huge number of demons could drown them. But, the uneasiness in Sauron's heart grew stronger. For the past 1,000 years, the demons had always lost more than they won. Such a situation made him feel strange everywhere. There were too few centaurs and the core troops of the Baelor's demons were nowhere to be seen. Although there were many middle-level and high-level demons, the true elites did not seem to be here. There were also no signs of the Hell Demon generals and the top-notch blood armies that they led. There must be other battles breaking out, either the demons were hiding some conspiracy, or their true goal was somewhere else. Roar. A deep roar sounded from the distant horizon. Roar. Roar, roar. 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 The roar was so familiar to Sauron that he couldn't help but feel goosebumps all over his body. He retreated almost instantly without turning back. Dragons, dragons, many, many dragons, some dragons appeared in the distant sky. Red dragons, white dragons, green dragons, blue dragons, and black dragons. The 5-colored dragons of the evil alignment seemed to have all appeared at this moment. Adult dragons appeared on the edge of the battlefield, flew from the back of the blood fortress, and then swooped down toward the demon army. A terrible dragon's breath covered the battlefield. It was like the most ruthless slaughter, crushing the demon army's attack in an instant. The Baelor, who was advancing triumphantly at the beginning, almost turned around and ran as soon as he saw the situation was not right. The 6-armed snake demon was heavily surrounded, and the Soul Judgment demon and the Glabrizu were also retreating quickly. The demons' conspiracy, they actually invited the 5-colored dragons as helpers. At least 20 adult dragons appeared in front of them. This kind of terrible combat power could completely determine the outcome of a bloody battle. Mother of evil dragons, Tiamat. The god that the 5-colored dragons served, the 5-headed dragon with lesser divine power. Its strength was as high as 49 points. It was a powerful evil god that lived in the Baator Inferno. Mother of evil dragons, itself was a terrible 5-headed dragon, and it had the power of a god, for a long time. The number of times that she could be persuaded to participate in the bloody battle could be counted on one hand, and the situation in front of them was obviously her doing. Because other than the mother of evil dragons, Sauron really couldn't think of anyone else who could control the red dragons, green dragons, blue dragons, black dragons, and white dragons at the same time. The 5-colored dragons were not united internally. There was only one person who could make them fight together, and that was the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat. The outcome of the battlefield was already decided. Unless a demon lord appeared, or a god incarnation appeared, it was impossible for the demons to defeat so many adult dragons. Sauron was retreating quickly. However, after seeing so many five-colored dragons, he didn't have much fear in his mind. Instead, he felt very regretful. He murmured, "All the five-colored dragons are here. If my original body was on the battlefield, I can probably complete the Dragon Slayer with the help of my divine power. What a pity." Dragons rarely participated in the Abyss Blood War. Because the Abyss Blood War was a competition of population, and the population of dragons happened to be the smallest. The devils must have paid a huge price to invite the mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, to fight for so many dragons. Before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, almost no adventurers could go deep into the abyss, so Sauron did not remember what happened. But after the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the scale of the Abyss Blood War decreased a lot. Because the Avatar crisis weakened the barrier of the plane, it was easier for demons and devils to go to other worlds. There were other worlds to conquer, which naturally reduced the conflict of the Blood War. This should be the last wave of large-scale Blood War, and then there would be a 2-year period of relaxation. The attention of the Abyss and the Baator Inferno would be transferred to other planes. Finally. In fact, according to the normal historical trend, the Abyss was eventually overthrown by the Baator Inferno. The reason was simple. Order and chaos were opposite. Since the birth of civilization, the first generation of demons had been beating the ancient gods of order, and then the second generation of demons, Orbis, continued to beat the new gods of order. Finally, when the third generation of demons, Tanar'ri, appeared, the power of order finally became strong with the birth of civilization. Especially the fall and rise of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus, he single-handedly provoked the war between order and chaos. Neither order nor chaos could be eliminated, and one could only suppress the other. The first generation of demons was born from the source of chaos, and they inherited the most powerful power. Although the second generation of Orbis was born weaker, they were similar to the Burning Legion. Their chaotic nature did not destroy themselves, but instead, they concentrated their hatred on the power of order, and even fought all the way to Mountain Paradise. Before the birth of the ancient civilization, the main battlefield of the demons had always been in the upper plane. It was not the first time that they attacked Mountain Paradise and the Temple of Order. Many of the ancient gods' corpses floating in the astral world were the achievements of the first and second generation of demons. The gods were beginning to be afraid of death. Because of fear, they created the original ancient angel, which was the predecessor of the Lord of Hell, Asmodeus. As for the third generation of Tanar'ri demons, they were demons that evolved from flesh and blood. They had the most terrifying and largest number. The changes in the rules of the bottomless abyss led to an endless stream of souls that could give birth to demons, and the number was growing larger and larger. In the beginning, Demon Orbis, who only wanted to create a batch of slaves, was actually defeated by these creatures. The second-generation demons were overwhelmed by a huge number of Tanar'ri demons. The rules of the abyss were reshuffled, and the bloody war changed the battlefield. The Tanar'ri demons rose in the bottomless abyss, and the second generation of demons, the Orbis demons, retreated from the stage of history. The essence of chaos began to move towards an even crazier realm. The infighting continued, and the internal strife continued. Countless souls had countless possibilities. The existence of the Tanar'ri demons may never be united because they were demons evolved from the power of the body by the Orbis demons. The terrible number of Tanar'ri demons had divided the power of the origin of chaos, and the will of the bottomless abyss had become chaotic. Hundreds of millions of souls were constantly reincarnating and evolving, and the huge power of the bottomless abyss was divided among these countless souls. The number of the first-generation demons was only a few 100,000. They killed many ancient gods of order, and the corpses of the ancient gods were still floating in the astral world. The number of the second-generation Orbis demons might be tens of millions. They had once fought their way to Mountain Paradise and made the gods of order very embarrassed. The number of the third-generation Tanar'ri demons was billions, tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. The bottomless abyss had many unexplored planes and spaces. These places also had reincarnation of souls. Just the 666 floors of the abyss that were currently known had a population of tens of billions of demons. The Tanar'ri demons also wanted to attack the multiverse, but as soon as they went out, they were beaten back to the bottomless abyss by the wind elemental army. The huge population and chaotic nature had completely led the bottomless abyss to an unpredictable future. It was a completely different concept for a million demons to share the power and for this power to be concentrated on a single demon. The fragile souls from other planes did not have enough potential at all. They were useless except for completing the evolution and reincarnation of the bottomless abyss. The meaning of life was to spend time killing and killing each other. Only a small number of excellent souls could grow up to be the demon lords of the bottomless abyss and establish the rules they wanted in a territory. Time passed. The Nether River changed from a small stream to a huge river that ran through the bottomless abyss and the Bottor Inferno. Countless souls were transported to these two lower planes. No one knew what kind of secrets were hidden behind the fall of the Orbis demons and the rise of the Tanar'ri demons. But the rest of the multiverse undoubtedly ushered in a precious and long-lasting peace, the rise of the Tanar'ri demons and the evolution of the Nether River, Volume 12, Chapter 6. There was no way to calculate how many demons there were. Just in the bloody battlefield of the bottomless abyss, the number of demons had always been dozens of times that of the Devil Legion. In other plane battlefields, such as the Grey Wilderness, the Azure Field, the Scorched Hell, and so on, there were still a large number of demons reincarnating in these places close to the lower planes. It was once said that the number of demons could account for more than 1/5 of the total population of the multiverse. No one could calculate whether this was the case or not. Because this population also included goblins, kobolds, and other monsters that were born like weeds every year. Now, the massive demon army had collapsed. The emergence of the dragon army crushed the demons' courage to continue fighting. Under the terrifying dragon breath, the low-level demons collapsed to the ground in droves. Under the joint dragon breath of dozens of 5-colored dragons, a 10-kilometer-long corridor of death was instantly cleared out on the battlefield. Not only that, but they also turned around and used their dragon breath to sweep in from other directions. The I-Demon army retreated quietly. These cunning demons were ready to escape as soon as they realized that the situation wasn't right. Many Baylor demons had left the battlefield and most of the 6-armed snake demons were left behind. They were heavily surrounded by the Devil Legion and it seemed like their chances of survival were very low. Sauron was retreating. The situation on the battlefield had turned upside down. There was no meaning in staying behind. Roar. Dull dragon roars could be heard. After 3 waves of dragon breath, the Dragon Legion began to disperse and eliminate the enemies in the sky. Not many demons could fight with dragons in the sky. The difference in size between the two sides was enough to crush them. Plop. In front of Sauron, there was a cloud of dust. A seductive figure fell directly from the sky and smashed a pit in the ground. The dragon was approaching. A white arm stretched out from the pit in front of Sauron, and then a superior succubus covered in blood got up. She had terrible scars left by the dragon claws. The demonic wings behind her seemed to have been broken, and she had completely lost the ability to fly. Facing an adult blue dragon in the distance, a trace of fear appeared on the charming face of the superior succubus. But when her eyes fell on Sauron next to her, a glimmer of hope of survival suddenly appeared in her dreamy eyes. Superior charm. The superior succubus in front of him had a seductive smile on her mouth. She said to Sauron with a magnetic voice, "Protect me. Go and block the dragon behind me." The Firebird had arrived, and the figure of the adult dragon was getting closer and closer. A trace of panic appeared on the charming face of the superior succubus, and she almost immediately turned around and ran toward the rear. There was still a chance. As long as the cannon fodder in front of her could block the dragon for a while, she could safely leave the battlefield. The most important thing now was to get away. Poochie, blood splattered out of the wound. The exquisite body of the superior succubus suddenly stiffened. She looked down at her chest, and a long sword with burning flames pierced through her heart. When she turned her head and looked behind her, Sauron's eyes, which were blurred at first, were already clear. Everything just now was a disguise. When the superior succubus thought that he was under charm and was ready to block the dragon behind her, Sauron directly pierced her heart. "I'm not cannon fodder." Sauron slowly pulled out his long sword and looked coldly at the body of the superior succubus on the ground. He said lightly, "Besides, I hate it when people use charm on me." Just a moment ago, a data prompt appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. When he realized that the superior succubus was using charm on him, Sauron did not hesitate to pretend that he was charmed by the other party. Then, when the other party turned around and wanted to leave him to block the dragon to die, Sauron mercilessly stabbed the other party's heart. The nature of a demon was not much better than that of a devil. The moment the superior succubus used charm on him, Sauron had the idea of killing her. Without the slightest pause, Sauron quickly retreated to the other side. He had just killed a superior succubus, and it seemed to be an officer-level superior succubus. If he returned to the succubus army now, he might be in trouble. To the succubus army, Sauron's life was definitely not as valuable as the superior succubus. Originally, the succubus queen, Mechanut, was a very protective person. The officer-level succubus often sent other demons to their deaths. It was better for him to take advantage of the situation and become a wandering demon. Anyway, with his current strength, it was enough to explore the bottomless abyss. The blood war was too dangerous. This kind of quasi-legendary level succubus died just like that. It was better for him to avoid it for the time being, because the scale of the blood war might escalate. Outer Islands, Mordor City. Soren slowly walked out of the study. He looked up at the color of the sky. A dark cloud was approaching in the distance, and thunder could be heard faintly in the distance. He could not help but murmur, "It seems that a storm is coming." It's not easy to multitask. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to maintain control of two bodies at the same time with a god-level mind. It seems that the limit of my control is two bodies. It's almost difficult for me to make other avatars while maintaining the demon avatar. The avatar of a god was not an independent consciousness. Instead, Soren's soul consciousness was divided into two parts and injected into the body. It felt like writing with two hands at the same time, one hand writing on the front and the other hand writing on the back. But in fact, it was much more difficult. It was estimated that only a god could do it. This was because other spellcasters, even if they were legendary wizards, could only control their thoughts after creating a projection clone. They would not be able to control their bodies at the same time. The simulacrum spell during the Arcane Empire could be used to multitask and control two bodies at the same time, one body and one avatar, but the duration was very short. Soren's current situation was that he was multitasking 24 hours a day. Only a god-level brain could do it. But, this kind of calculation also had a flaw. That was, Soren could not leave Mordor City. If his body also ran out to fight, then the controllability of the demon avatar would be seriously affected. At present, his divinity could not achieve a perfect battle between two bodies. Therefore, when attacking the indigenous tribes, his demon avatar was resting in the steel fortress. When the demon avatar participated in the Abyss Blood War, his body had to do some simple things and then transfer his core energy to the demon avatar. This way was very taxing on the brain. Without the support of the divinity, he could not bear it at all. Where should I go? Soren rested for a while and returned to the study. Then he took out a thick black book and turned to the last page. Knowledge. Reading. Accumulation. During this rare and precious time, Soren had been crazily reading books. Gloria's collection of books, the Fallen Witches database, and some of the books that the Northern Witch Council had opened to him. Soren relied on his eidetic memory, talent and the powerful memory granted by the Godhead. During this period of time, he had read thousands of extremely complicated and obscure secret technique books. The first floor, Abyss Plane. Soren's slender fingers stopped moving. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "No. It was too dangerous. The core of the Blood War is now the 10,000 Abyss Planes. It is not suitable for me to join the Blood War before I become a legendary flame fiend." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pages of the book kept flipping, and Soren's fingers stopped moving again. He mumbled, "The third floor, the Forgotten Land. It was not appropriate. The fourth layer, the Great Abyss, is not suitable either. The sixth level, Myriad-Eye Abyss, is too dangerous. This is the territory of the great matriarch of the Eye Demons. There are Eye Demons everywhere. If you are not a legendary, you will die. The seventh level, Land of Mirage, seems to be the territory of the Lizard Man Lord. I can consider it." Soren picked up the quill and made a mark. He had always been a very rational and calm person. He would not act rashly if he was not sure. The demon incarnation was quite important. Once it died, all his efforts would be in vain. Now that he had set up a starting point, the most important thing now was to fight steadily and steadily, further strengthen this trump card buried in the abyss, and finally wait for the arrival of his real body. The 8th level, Skinning Abyss. It is a bit dangerous, but I can consider it. I seem to have seen the Lord here, the Skinning Abyss. The human skin magic armor seems to be the equipment that this guy likes to make. Record it. Soren picked up the quill and quickly recorded again. There were so many levels in the abyss, but there were not many that were suitable for him to go. Some places were too dangerous, and some places were too harsh. The places suitable for the demon incarnation must be carefully selected. The 9th level, Boiling Sea. No. The 10th level, Land of Corruption. Still no. The 13th level, Blood Sea. This is the territory of the misfortune goddess. Although she seems to be kind to me, it is better not to go to her territory. The Twin of Destiny was too dangerous. Even if the incarnation of the misfortune goddess appeared in Soren's apotheosis ceremony, he still did not dare to get too close to her. Being close to the misfortune goddess was equivalent to being far away from the luck goddess. These two twins of destiny had been fighting for thousands of years. Soren felt that it was better not to get involved. At least for now, he absolutely could not participate in the battle between the twins of destiny. Blood Sea, excluded, neither demons nor devils dared to enter this territory easily. The demon lords fought fiercely, and they all knew to avoid the Blood Sea's domain. The 14th level, Steam Swamp. Excluded. The 17th level, Land of Death. Excluded. The 21st level, Cremation. The Lord is a Baler. Soren stopped. He quickly took out another book and began to search for information about the demon lord and the geographical environment of this level of the abyss. Just by looking at the name, he knew that this place was more suitable for the demon incarnation. Baler Demon Lord. Soren's fingers gently tapped on the table and murmured, "The 21st level of the abyss is not too far and not too close. It seems that it is not difficult to go through the river Styx. I have listed it as one of the targets." The 23rd level, Steel Ice Field. Excluded. The 27th level. The 41st level. Soren flipped faster and faster, but in the end, he still returned to the 21st level of the abyss, Cremation. This was the territory of the Baler. The demon lord was a powerful Baler. The environment was a volcanic terrain with a large number of fire demons, burning monsters, fire elementals, and Baler. There were also some other demons, but because of the characteristics of the plane, they were mainly creatures that were immune to fire. This is it. Soren frowned and closed the book. The operation of the abyss must be supported by the material plane. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to rely on a demon incarnation to rise. He looked up at the sky outside. It was completely dark at this time. A storm was coming. The weather changes in the outer islands were relatively large. If it were not for his divine realm, the climate would be a little worse. The storm would probably last for a few more days. Now that all the ships near the coast had docked, the military parade that had been prepared for a long time would begin once the storm was over. The Eye of the North was confirmed to be there. Although the Princess Royal of the Frost Kingdom would not come in person, her avatar would appear on that day. Since the mysterious disappearance and return, something seemed to have happened to the Princess Royal. Her strength had become more and more unfathomable. There are still 5.5 months. Soren tapped on the table gently, turned and left the study, and murmured, "Let's go to the half-plane again. I really can't break the war chess game. I'm afraid I can only challenge the demigod Thowling directly. If I can break the space barrier of the half-plane, the chance of winning should be about 60%. Soren's chances of winning were not very high. But it was imperative to take down the war chess half-plane. If there was really no way to break through, he could only challenge Thowling 13. Mordor City had now been perfected in all aspects, but it still lacked a strategic deterrent weapon. This weapon was a wizard tower. Soren could not stay in Mordor City all the time. There would always be a time when he would go out and walk around, and if he could build a wizard tower, then whether Soren was in Mordor or not, he could deter many enemies and make most people not dare to act rashly. The wizard tower in the Shadow Plane was the original form of the floating city. According to the research of Gloria and Fallen Witch, this wizard tower could be transferred to the material plane. In this way, everything in Mordor City would be perfect. Shadow Plane, War Chess Half Plane. When Soren returned here again, everything in front of him was still the same, but there was no trace of Thaling 13. When he was about to explore this half-plane, suddenly a magic light appeared in front of him, and then Thaling 13 appeared in the teleportation circle. As the manager of the half-plane, Thaling 13 could perceive all the changes in the half-plane. It still looked at Soren with a blank face and said with a metallic voice, "You're back? Do you want to continue the challenge? If you don't pass the challenge, you won't be able to get the permission to enter." Soren looked around. As the divine perception spread out, he found the traces of many alchemy creatures. A large number of golems were hidden nearby. During the Arcane Empire, they replaced most of the labor force and were also used as consumables on the battlefield. The number of golems arranged here would not be less than the number that appeared in the Battle of Golems. If he could take them all, Soren would not have to rely on the Witch Council everywhere. These golems could fully meet the needs of Mordor City. Rock golems, steel golems, and alchemy golems. There was alchemy technology here that was far beyond the material plane. Soren was more and more determined to get it. Challenge. Soren stood in front of Thaling 13 and said in a deep voice, "I'm ready." As alchemy creatures, Thaling creatures were more like super-intelligent robots. They had their own souls, but they acted according to the soul imprint left by the Creator, just like the law of robots. Thaling 13 in front of him was the manager and guardian of this place. Obviously, its creator had left some orders, even if he might fall. After all, even if an arcanist was facing death, he would still want to keep some of his works. The half-plane was the best work. Wizards created a world from nothing. Maybe it was not a large space, but it definitely took a lot of effort. The challenge begins. Thaling 13's eyes lit up, and then the teleportation circle opened. Soren's figure disappeared. It was still the beginning. When Soren opened his eyes again, he was already standing at the entrance of the village. In the distance, the sky was filled with flames, and he could vaguely hear the roars of demons. He didn't stop at all. Soren instantly slipped into the darkness and carefully hid. A group of dretches appeared. They did not notice Soren and just destroyed everything in front of them excitedly. Very good. Soren took a deep breath and murmured, "The first step is a success. Now we need to find a suitable weapon and see if there are any other survivors in the village." Without power, one could only rely on wisdom. This was probably the original intention of the Creator, because it seemed that no matter who appeared, they were just ordinary people at the beginning. Weapons. This was what Soren needed the most right now. This time, he didn't go to the blacksmith shop. Instead, he carefully moved forward in the shadows, looking for a big house that was more eye-catching. There were usually militia guards in such a village. There were no weapons in the blacksmith shop, but it was possible to find some with the militia. Many places nearby were already on fire, and there were sounds of fighting on the other side of the village. Soren quickly found a good house. Boom! The raging fire burned down a house, and the sound of it collapsing was heard. Soren also took this opportunity to quickly rush into the house. There were a few wandering dretches nearby. They noticed the noise here, but they didn't care. Because they only heard the sound of the house collapsing, and they were excited because of the destruction. There were no swords. Soren just glanced inside and found that there were no swords, but there were other weapons. A hunting bow that was in perfect condition. There were only 7 arrows. The number was not enough, but it should play a big role. The requirements for archery were quite high. A sharpened wooden shaft was not useful at all. A complete arrow should be composed of 3 parts, the arrowhead, the shaft, and the feather. If the quality of the arrows did not meet the requirements, the shooting accuracy would be reduced. The quality of the arrows in front of him was probably very difficult to recycle. 7 arrows. Soren took a deep breath, held the hunting bow in his hand, and equipped the quiver with arrows. Then, he carefully walked out of the cave. 3 dretches. One was lying on the ground gnawing on something, the other was jumping around in the fire, and the last one seemed to be looking for something. Through the light of the fire, they could see that it was holding a small silver-white object, which seemed to be silver jewelry. Demons also liked to collect trophies. Soren held his breath and quietly approached. The lethality of the hunting bow was not enough, and it was difficult to cause fatal damage to the demons. It was not easy to penetrate the demon's skin. He needed to get closer and increase the penetration of the hunting bow. It was best to shoot directly in the head, so he could kill one of the demons first. Swoosh! An arrow flew out from the darkness. Soren still had his archery skills, and the dretch that was eating something was shot in the head. The arrow was directly nailed into the head, and it died on the spot. Success. After killing a Timurid demon first, Soren immediately aimed at the second one with an arrow on his bow. The death of their companion alerted the other dretches, and they all rushed toward the place where Soren was hiding. But at this time, the second arrow was shot and hit the chest of the dretch that rushed in front. Swoosh! Soren did not hesitate and shot 5 arrows in a row. 2 arrows hit the enemy's head, and 3 dretches were killed in one breath. Phew! At this time, Soren relaxed a little, and he actually felt a sense of exhaustion. He had overexerted himself. This ordinary person's physical fitness was really low, and his physical fitness was not up to his combat requirements at all. Kitchen knife, he needed a kitchen knife. Soren quickly glanced around, then took out the kitchen knife from the blacksmith shop and quickly came to the body of the dretch. Dang! He raised the kitchen knife and cut the dretch's fingers. The hard bones were difficult to cut, but he still cut off the longest finger. Next to it was the body of a woman. It seemed that the dretch had just eaten her. The nature of demons was evil. Soren was not surprised by this, but he was a little shocked by everything here. He had a weapon. And it was an extraordinary weapon. As an ordinary person, Soren's brain was also working quickly. Tactics, skills, and command were all indispensable. It seemed that he had rarely encountered a battle that required such a comprehensive ability to test his own abilities. The claws of the dretch. Because of its demon bloodline, its claws were regarded as a +1 natural magic weapon. This was an extraordinary weapon that was difficult to find in the entire village. A dagger. Soren spent 5 minutes crafting the dagger into a simple dagger. This poor +1 dagger was enough for him to break through the defense of any demon nearby. As long as he could break through the defense, there was a possibility of success for him. After all, his experience and skills accumulated through countless battles were not just for show. No injuries, no hunger, and my stamina is enough. Soren took a little rest and then began to move forward. He thought to himself, I have a weapon now, and I can fight against a small group of demons. Now I have to explore the surroundings and find the key to break through the situation. This challenge seems to be a test of my comprehensive ability without strength. There should be a way to defeat the demons. Everything here is so real. I don't know if I can use it to train my subordinates in the future. Such a real battle may be able to train some elites. Flames jumped. Soren moved forward along the dark corners. Many corpses began to appear nearby. There were old people, women, and children. Adult men seemed to be rare. It could be judged that they were summoned in advance to defend, and the demons broke in from other places and slaughtered the old, weak, women, and children. If this was the case, then there should be militia fighting against the demons. 2 more dretches appeared. This time, Soren went up to the dretch directly. Facing the aggressive dretch, he rolled to the side and swung his dagger. Plop. The demon's claws cut open the enemy's throat, and the +1 rare weapon easily killed one. You want to run? Facing the dretch that was frightened by the sudden death of its companion, Soren quickly rushed up and killed it. Very good start. Except for not being able to level up in this challenge, Soren had gradually adapted to this kind of battle. Defeating the strong with the weak. It was a battle of momentum and explosive skills in a life-and-death battle. There were more and more corpses on the ground. Most of them were human, but there were also demons. Soren found a different corpse. His ears were a bit pointy, and he looked like a half-elf. Next to the corpse, there was a damaged hunting bow and an ordinary dagger. Soren put away the dagger and looked at the corpse. He found a quiver with 8 wolf fang arrows in it. This half-elf should be a hunter in the village because he was wearing animal skin. A +1 rare dagger, an ordinary dagger, a hunting bow, and 10 arrows. These were all Soren's equipment. In front of him, there were other demons. This time, there were not only dretches, but there were also middle-grade demons. He was challenging middle-grade demons above level 5. It was almost impossible for him to win with his current ability. There were more and more sounds of resistance in the distance. It seemed that the casualties of the villagers were very serious. How do I break out of this? Soren frowned. He glanced around, and suddenly there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. He quickly sneaked to the side. He found a military crossbow. The corpse next to it seemed to be a guard. It seemed to be a member of the village guard. In this case, if there was a military crossbow, then it would be very useful. Military crossbow. It was the best equipment for novice adventurers. It could penetrate plate armor at close range, and it was also the first core equipment that Soren obtained in Amber City. Crossbows were an important weapon for challenging opponents of a higher level, because they could only rely on these weapons to kill the enemy when their strength was not enough. The military crossbow in front of him was made of steel. If it hit the demon's body, it might not cause too much damage. But if it hit the brain directly, Soren was confident that he could kill the berserk demon in one shot. As long as he shot through the skull, he could kill all the enemies except for a few. This military crossbow was the key to breaking the deadlock. There was no way to advance into a profession, and he could only fight with the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Therefore, he must seize all the opportunities available to him. This war game was simply a challenge to the limit. Now Soren only hoped that after he completed the challenge, he would be able to get the loot that was worth his effort. Stealth. In order to cover the sound of his footsteps, and because he did not have the ability to hide in the shadows, Soren simply took off his shoes. The halfling's stealth was enhanced because many of them did not wear shoes. Their soles were very thick, and there was almost no sound when they walked. Now Soren took off his shoes and went into stealth to reduce the chances of being discovered by the enemy as much as possible. In the current situation, even if there was only a 1% chance, it could affect the final outcome. Night was the best cover to avoid the fire. Soren quietly approached the battlefield. In front of him was a group of low-level demons, led by a burly berserk demon. This kind of demon that he could easily kill was now the most terrifying creature in the whole village. Many human militiamen had fallen around its body. As a middle-level demon with a challenge rating of more than 5, it had the power to easily destroy a village in the material plane. There were few survivors. Soren saw that there were less than 10 people who could fight. Among them, a middle-aged man looked like the captain of the militia. When he fought, there were traces of military swordsmanship. He should be a retired soldier. In the crowd, there was a priest in a white robe. Soren was not sure which god he believed in, but looking at his casting movements, he was only a low-level priest. His divine spell slots were quite limited, and his innate perception was probably not high. The number of divine spells that a priest could cast still depended on their own perception. If their basic talent was too poor, it would be difficult for them to advance to a higher realm. The only thing that surprised Soren was, he even saw a wizard who could use level 3 spells. He should be the most powerful human at the moment. Unfortunately, he was facing a demon. Judging from the nearby demon corpses, this wizard did not have many spell slots left. There were priests, warriors, and wizards. Soren seemed to have thought of something, but there was no time to search for it. There were still houses in the village that had not collapsed. Judging from the attire of these people, they should have settled down here. Therefore, there was not only one way to break out of this situation. There might be useful items in other parts of the village. However, the battle was nearing its end. If Soren were to leave now, they would be done for. He could only grit his teeth and fight. If the demon killed all these people and freed up his hands, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person like him to survive. Soren lurked in the darkness and approached from the side barefoot. There was another corpse of a berserk demon on the ground. There were very obvious traces of corrosion on the corpse. There was an obvious arrow wound in the chest, as if it was first penetrated by an arrow-like attack, and then the wound was corroded. Melf's acid arrow? Soren's pupils shrank slightly, and he thought to himself, it's a popular spell during the Arcane Empire. It's a very powerful level 2 spell. It's the same creator as Melf's Minute Meteor. A level 2 penetrative spell was sometimes more powerful than a level 3 or 4 spell. Sure enough, facing the intermediate demon in front of him, the wizard who did not have many spell slots quickly retreated. After pulling away, he cast another spell. Soon, a strong acid arrow was condensed in his palm. Puff! The berserk demon's chest was penetrated by the spell. The acid spread all over its body and corroded its body, making it let out a terrible scream. Boom! A huge wooden beam was thrown out, and the white-robed priest next to it could not dodge in time. He was smashed out, and there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The Dretches seized the opportunity and swarmed forward. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed priest was already badly mutilated. They can't hold on any longer. Soren seemed to want to rush out of the darkness, but suddenly he seemed to feel something and hid back in the shadows again. Hee hee. A strange laughter sounded, and a wizard in a black robe appeared in the night. He slowly walked out of the village. It seemed that his body was blessed with a protection spell. The nearby demons did not take the initiative to attack him. He came in front of the survivors and said in a deep voice, "Karnath, hand over the arcane card. Maybe I can also spare your life." The middle-aged wizard looked at the dead priest next to him, and a trace of sadness appeared on his face. He slowly said, "Don't even think about it. The arcane card will never be given to a guy like you." The black-robed wizard looked at them with a strange smile and slowly said, "Okay then. When you all die, I'll find it myself." His figure disappeared on the spot. It seemed that he was blessed with an invisibility spell. This was an intermediate wizard with a high casting level. Arcane card? Soren's figure was crawling on the ground, but his ears were pricked up to listen carefully. The appearance of the black-robed wizard had once again increased the difficulty of his plan because he, as an ordinary person, might not even be able to block an arcane missile. Where was the card? If he could get the arcane card and use it, he might be able to turn the situation around. But, where would the arcane card be placed? The demons launched another attack. Although the figure of the black-robed wizard had disappeared, Soren could still judge from the water on the ground that he was moving. He was moving around the side, and his target was another wizard. A mid-grade magus. A bold idea popped up in Soren's mind, and he said to himself, his melee ability is not much stronger than an ordinary person's. If his defensive magic field is broken, a single bolt may kill him. After killing the wizard and relying on the survivors, the probability of defeating the demons was more than 50%. It was worth a try. Soren quickly made a decision in his mind, but he needed to wait for a better opportunity. As long as someone could break the black-robed wizard's energy shield, then his opportunity would come. After all, wizards were more powerful in the later stages. Aganya fire breath. A pillar of fire suddenly appeared and directly ignited the middle-aged wizard. The black-robed wizard's figure appeared, and he laughed excitedly. It was another improved spell from the Arcane Empire. The black-robed wizard who found the opportunity to launch a sneak attack hit his opponent and directly burned the enemy beyond recognition. Although the enemy did not die on the spot, he was almost half dead. It was not the time yet. Although the survivor's situation was critical, Soren still calmed down and waited for the right opportunity to make a move. At this moment, he was an assassin. There was only one chance to make a move. If he failed, he was doomed to die. Flame arrow. In the face of the black-robed wizard's sneak attack, the middle-aged wizard's counterattack finally broke out. A three-circle flame arrow flew out. The militia captain dodged the demon in front of him and rushed directly toward the black-robed wizard. As a retired veteran, he knew very well that spellcasters were the biggest threat. If the black-robed wizard made a move, everyone would die here. Now's the time. The opportunity that Soren had been waiting for finally appeared. He rushed out of the darkness in an instant, and no one noticed that there was another person nearby. Even if they inadvertently noticed it, an ordinary demon might not care. 150 meters. 120 meters. 80 meters. When the militia captain rushed toward the black-robed wizard, Soren also quickly raised the military crossbow. It was about 80 meters away. It was not difficult to hit the target at this distance, but it required a lot of skill and a certain amount of luck. The head, it must directly hit the enemy's head. Soren took a deep breath, raised the military crossbow, and quickly pulled the trigger. Accompanied by a cold light, just as the militia captain swung his sword and broke the black-robed wizard's energy shield, the black-robed wizard retreated and wanted to dodge, but the crossbow arrow penetrated the wizard's temple. Astonishment, the entire battlefield was filled with astonishment and disbelief. Everyone's eyes turned to Soren, who suddenly appeared. Even the chaotic demons never thought that the black-robed wizard who summoned them would die in the hands of a civilian. Even if he relied on the military crossbow in his hand to kill the black-robed wizard. "I've finally killed it." At this moment, Soren was very excited. As a civilian, he killed a wizard. This was something that he would never dare to think about in the past. But here, he managed to do it. Everything was done at the peak, and the timing was almost accurate to the millisecond. If there was a slight mistake, he would definitely die, but in the end, he succeeded. There was no time to think too much. Soren quickly reloaded the military crossbow, and then aimed at the berserk demon not far away. As long as he killed this enemy, the crisis would be over. This kind of result would be difficult to replicate, so he had to pass the war chest challenge in one go. Destroy them. The militia captain obviously realized this opportunity. As a veteran, he quickly rushed toward the enemy, preparing to attract some of their attention and buy time for Soren to shoot. A top-notch crossbowman, although he looked like a commoner, his skills were either gifted or heaven-defying luck. He hoped that it was the latter. Because only those favored by the goddess of luck could help them survive this crisis. Blood, fire, and death. As the last demon fell, many of the survivors in the village knelt on the ground, exhausted. Soren heard a stifled cry. A young man knelt in front of a broken body and cried in a low voice. This was his relative, and he should be his brother. The two were vaguely similar. Just now, in order to stop a demon's attack, his brother used his body to block a fatal blow for him. In the end, he was besieged by a group of dretches and was dismembered. The militia captain rushed to the burning house like crazy. After a long time, he came out with a cold girl's body. It was a girl with a delicate face. She had a cute round face with some small freckles. Her chest was stained with blood, and her left arm was bitten. Blood dripped down her cold arm. The militia captain's face was full of endless grief. He walked forward like a fool. A spark ignited his clothes, but he didn't seem to notice it at all. His eyes were full of pain and sadness. Someone immediately rushed to help him put out the fire. The middle-aged man stood still with his daughter's body in his arms. After a long time. Only then did he let out an indescribable, beast-like growl, and sorrowful cries could be heard. The middle-aged man knelt beside the girl's body and made a stifled beast-like sound. His hands hammered the ground, and blood flowed out. The bones of his pale fingers could be seen. It was as if this could slightly alleviate the pain in his heart. A wizard whose face was burned beyond recognition stood in the same place. He silently watched all of this. His hands tore half of his hair that was burned and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Everything in front of him was so real. Soren heard a burst of painful cries. The quiet village in the fire gradually turned into ruins, and the survivors found the bodies one by one. Clang! The middle-aged man slowly stood up. He pulled out his sword and cut open his palm. Blood flowed down the blade. He held the sword with both hands and knelt down on one knee in front of the girl's cold corpse. He faced the sky and swore an oath of vengeance in a low voice. It was a language that Soren could not understand. It seemed to be the language of the Yadan people, one of the languages used by humans during the Arcane Empire. He wanted to take revenge on the demons. Although he couldn't understand this language, Soren knew what he was saying. He swore that he would slay demons for the rest of his life and never marry again. Until the moment of his death, he prayed to the war god, praying for the god's response. The scorched magus approached Soren and slowly handed a dark golden card to Soren. "Perhaps this thing should belong to you." The middle-aged sorcerer's expression was gloomy. He looked at the village that had turned into ruins in the fire, and his face was filled with endless self-blame. Everything in front of him was so real. Although he had completed the challenge, Soren did not seem to have much joy in his heart. He silently watched everything in front of him, and all this seemed to remind him of the memory of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Demons descended upon the human world. The demons of the bottomless abyss finally stopped the bloody war temporarily and brought slaughter and destruction to other worlds. Countless villages like this were destroyed, and cities with hundreds of thousands of people were slaughtered. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. At this moment, he suddenly felt that maybe the bloody war should not end, and the demons should continue to fight like this forever. A dark golden card. Soren felt the heavy texture of the card and silently watched the village in front of him. Just one or two middle-ranked Hezru, these cannon fodder that might not survive for more than a few minutes in the bloody war of the abyss, had destroyed a peaceful village just like that. At this moment, Soren could not even imagine what a terrible disaster would happen if the bloody war was stopped and the huge demon army began to attack other worlds. Everything in front of him gradually dissipated. As if everything was an illusion, a dream. A deep whisper sounded in Soren's ears. A disaster destroyed the home you lived in for a long time. The evil sorcerer summoned the demons from the bottomless abyss. The demons killed your family, your friends, and everything you were familiar with. With hatred and pain. You left your home and embarked on the path to an unknown place. This night has changed your fate. You became a wandering adventurer and bid farewell to the peaceful life of the past. You wandered the world, and you were no longer afraid of pain and death. However, you did not know where your future was, whether you would die in some unknown corner and leave behind a pile of bones that were eaten by wild beasts. But today, you also understood that only great power could protect everything that you valued. Challenge completed. War chess simulation completed. Mission statistics in progress. Your alignment has changed to lawful neutral. Profession template unlocked. War chess item arcane card obtained. Mission evaluation A+. Part of the access to the first floor of the war chess plane has been obtained. The current access areas are the Golem Factory, the portal on the first floor of the Wizard Tower, the first floor of the library, the Arcane Prayer Platform, and so on. Along with a weak magic aura. Soren slowly opened his eyes. Thaling 13 was still standing in the same place without any expression. He looked at Soren and slowly said, "Congratulations on completing the first level of the War Chess Challenge. Your current authority level is F class. The portal to the first floor of the Wizard Tower is on the left, but I suggest you not to go there. Because the commander of the Wizard Tower is Thaling 1. Without access to the core of the Wizard Tower, Thaling 1 to Thaling 7 will treat you as an enemy. The portal to the right is the Golem Factory. This is the Golem Factory on the first floor of the War Chess Plane. It can make earth golems and rock golems. In the library on the side, there are books left behind by the owner, as well as some golem crafting books. The Arcane Prayer Platform is on the inside. Using the power of the War Chess Plane, you can use a part of your soul to cast a legendary level prayer spell. You can only use it once. If you need to activate it, you can summon me. Congratulations on completing the challenge. I will wait for your arrival on the second floor of the War Chess Plane." A flash of magic light. Thaling 13 waved his hand and a map appeared in front of Soren. The space on the first floor of the War Chess Plane was very wide, but there were not many buildings. Some places seemed to be off-limits to him. Since he had the right to move, Soren naturally had fewer restrictions. God's power, activate. In an instant, Soren's perception was clear of everything around him. There was a huge golem factory. There were many alchemy machines that he could not understand. There were more than 10 earth golems and rock golems that were not activated. There was a layer of magic restriction in the library. But it was not a problem for Soren. His figure disappeared in an instant and then appeared in the library. Introduction to Golem Crafting, Advanced Golem Crafting, Steel Golem Crafting, Diamond Golem Crafting, Core of Supreme Golem, Basic Introduction to Alchemy Rune. In front of Soren's eyes were thousands of books. Almost every book had a secret imprint. He casually flipped through it and could see other people's editions. It seemed that this place was also open for arcanist apprentices. There were also some names left on it. The library was mainly filled with books on alchemy rune, and then there were some common and uncommon magic books. These included Melf's Acid Arrow, Melf's Minute Meteor, Improved Fire Breath, Malicious Transfiguration, and so on. But the most eye-catching books were the ones placed at the top. Advanced Battle Mage. Fighting Techniques of Bigby's Protective Palm. Advanced Battle Mage. Combat Application of Bigby's Flying Palm. Advanced Battle Mage. Casting Techniques of Isaac's Missile Storm. Advanced Alchemy Rune. Magic Construct, Soul Infusion. Advanced Battle Mage. The Art of Binding Shadow Tentacles. The portal was close to the side. Soren hesitated for a moment and decided not to enter. Looking at the difficulty of the battle chess plane, the wizard tower might be even more dangerous. This place could operate for thousands of years and still maintain the energy conversion. It was definitely close to the level of the floating city. Maybe it didn't rise to the sky for some reason, so it avoided the catastrophe of the Arcane Empire. Although Soren was in the form of a saint, there were still many ways to kill him. A super manapulse cannon might be able to kill him. There was no need to take such a risk for quick success. The most eye-catching place on the first floor of the battle chess plane was the arcane wishing platform. This was a mysterious alchemy process that he couldn't understand. Its function was to draw the power of the half-plane to cast the wishing spell. Wishing spell. Legendary level spells could also be understood as wishing spell. Paying a certain price to fulfill one's own wish. This wish included resurrecting someone who could be resurrected, obtaining a large amount of wealth, restoring one's own ability, canceling a certain disaster, or even increasing one's own strength. In theory, wishing spell could make any wish, but it was hard to say whether it would succeed or not. Soren didn't use wishing spell much. So when he came to the wishing platform in front of him, engraved with countless runes and surrounded by a strange energy halo, he didn't know what to wish for. Resurrecting someone, Soren didn't seem to have anyone he wanted to resurrect at the moment. In exchange for a large amount of wealth, he was the master of Motor City, sitting on the richest sea route in the material plane. He had enough wealth, so there was no need to waste a precious opportunity. Finally, after thinking about it for a while, Soren could only think of two uses. One was to use wishing spell to remove the curse on the high priest. Because the lowest level summoned by wishing spell was a demigod, it was possible to remove the curse left by the Queen of Spiders. But the probability was estimated to be only 50-50 because the Queen of Spiders was a great god. The second use was to rely on wishing spell to increase the basic attributes. This was the most desired way to increase the attributes of the adventurers. Wishing spell could strengthen the internal attributes, but it could only reach a maximum of 25 points. And it required a large amount of soul energy, which may cause one's own level to drop. Moreover, relying on wishing spell to increase one's attributes would cost more. At most, someone relied on wishing spell to increase their basic attributes by 5 points. The price he paid was not small either. Moreover, the wish spell needed to be negotiated with the Jinn elemental. They would distort the meaning in various ways, or only achieve a literal meaning. If the person was not smart enough, they might directly be confused by the contract. In the end, he paid a huge price, but he did not get the result he wanted. Only spellcasters who were smart enough and knew how to make contracts could sign the contracts they needed with the elemental genie. Soren did not think for too long. He quickly made up his mind. If he could only use it once, then the best way to use it would be to increase his intelligence. Soren's current intelligence stat was 24 points. If he used the wish skill, he would be able to increase his intelligence to 25 points. This was the most effective enhancement for him. It was equivalent to a bonus of 2 profession levels. Are you ready? Thaling 13 appeared next to the wishing altar. It looked at Soren with calm eyes and said slowly, "The legendary wishing spell has an extra cost. Even if you can draw the power of the half-plane to complete the wishing spell, you still need to complete the negotiation with the Jinn elemental. What you can get depends on you. If you are ready, then I will activate the power of the wishing altar." Soren nodded slightly and said, "Let's begin." A light of magic appeared. As Thaling 13 activated the power of the wishing altar, the arcane crystals around suddenly shone with a strange light. Then a low sound of chanting sounded. The legendary spell began to draw the power of the half-plane. The surrounding space gradually distorted. As the power of the spell converged, a formidable divine power shrouded the semiplane. Elemental deity. Soren instantly felt a very powerful divine power gathering. Then in a gust of wind, a hazy shadow appeared. She looked like a woman, but her body was only made of wind elements. She looked at Soren with calm eyes, then waved her hand and took out a quill and a contract. She said in a calm voice, "Are you summoning me? A new deity? The half-elven deity, Soren? What are your wishes and prayers?" The wind elemental deity. Soren had forgotten a very important point, that was, he was also a god. If he launched the wish spell, it was possible to directly summon the 4 elemental gods. There were many powerful beings in the elemental plane. From the Jin elemental to the Jin elemental, and then the oracles of the elemental deities, and so on. If one's strength was enough, it was possible to directly ask the elemental deities to appear. I should have asked the high priest to come. This was the first thing that came to Soren's mind. But seeing that Soren did not respond to her, the wind elemental deity, who had great divine power, seemed to feel a little impatient. She looked a little unhappy and said, "Hurry up and say your wish, or I will leave immediately." The wind elemental deity, Arcady, greater divine power. She rarely responded to the wishing spell in the multiverse. If she did not feel the divine power in Soren, she would never appear here. There was no time. The wishing spell had no binding force on such a powerful being. As long as she was unhappy, she could leave at any time. So after Soren thought about it, he immediately said, "I hope to improve some of my abilities." The wind elemental deity looked at Soren and then slowly said, "Is that so? What abilities do you need to improve? This is a contract, write down your wish." Soren carefully took the contract. There was some incredible power in it. A contract was a transaction. Soren carefully imprinted his request on it with divine power. After reading it 3 times to make sure that there were no loopholes, he handed it to the wind elemental deity in front of him. Increasing intelligence? The wind elemental deity's mouth curved up slightly. She seemed to let out a light laugh, like a spring breeze. Then she picked up a quill and quickly wrote down the content of the transaction. Then she handed it to Soren and said playfully, "You need to pay a part of your soul power. If there is no problem, leave your soul mark on it." Soren took it again and looked at it carefully. He looked at it 5 times in a row until he was sure that there was no problem. Then he left his soul mark. Very good. The wind elemental deity gently waved her hand, and the mysterious contract dissipated with the wind. Then a divine power fell on Soren's body. At the same time, his accumulated slaughter EXP began to be consumed rapidly. A row of data appeared in front of him. You used the legendary spell, wishing spell. According to the content of the contract, you will pay a part of your soul power. Your soul power will be converted into slaughter EXP. You used 200000 slaughter EXP. Permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. Contract completed. Wishing spell effect activated. Ritual completed. Permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. Your intelligence has reached 25 points. You have obtained the legendary ability, Epic Intelligence. Epic Intelligence, legendary ability, you have an extraordinary ability to understand spells. No spell model can be difficult for you. Your memory and analysis abilities have been further improved. When casting a spell, you can fully understand and analyze the structure of the spell. This allows you to perfect and modify certain spells. In any test of spell penetration, you will permanently increase your intelligence by 1 point. The ritual ended. Soren didn't feel much change, but his intelligence attribute had indeed reached 25 points. This was the maximum attribute that could be increased by the wishing spell. The contract is complete. The wind elemental deity, Arcady, who had great divine power, glanced at Soren. Then she chuckled and disappeared with the wind. The great divine power that shrouded the half-plane also dissipated. The elemental deity rarely cared about other things. Everything that happened today was just a small interlude. She only appeared here because she rarely encountered gods who would use the wishing spell. Some of the things in the war chest plane could be taken away. After Soren completed the prayer, the first place he went to was the golem factory. It looked like a factory in the interstellar era. There were mysterious crystal pipes on the walls, which were connected to the elemental pool of the war chest demiplane. Most of the energy in the demiplane was drawn from the elemental plane. The Arcane Empire had a special energy supply technique, just like how humans used electricity in his previous life. The energy supply of the Arcane Empire maintained the normal operation of a huge floating city. In front of Soren, there were many puppet parts, most of which were parts of the clay golems and stone golems. The parts, including the head, arms, limbs, torso, and so on, were all piled up in the golem factory. There were also completed golem puppets next to them, but most of them had lost their functions. Soren had just finished looking at the basic process of making golems. With the understanding of gods, he clearly understood the process. So he began to assemble these simpler parts, and finally completed a clay golem with the help of the golem factory. The most difficult part of making a golem was not the alchemy rune, but the infusion of soul energy. Any golem was an alchemy life with simple intelligence. They could complete some relatively simple tasks according to their own intelligence level, including guarding, cleaning, fighting, and so on. Soren was one step away. That was to inject soul energy into the golem. This required a soul shard, an important currency from the lower planes. Souls were a special kind of wealth. The god of death kept the souls in the multiverse from being overly plundered. They decided where the souls went, and even the gods did not dare to challenge their responsibility. However, there were too many souls in the multiverse, and there were still countless ways for people to obtain souls. Spirit trapping was a spell created by wizards specifically to obtain the power of the soul. It could trap a soul in a crystal and extract it when needed. Devils loved soul shards very much. This was the most valuable and popular currency in the Bottor Inferno. Soul shards had a considerable purchasing power in the Bottor Inferno since childhood. A devil was willing to pay a huge price in exchange for a legendary soul shard. Soren already had a small piece. These were the lowest level of gray soul crystals that came from the ghosts that I had killed before. Undead had an extremely small chance of dropping impure soul crystals. These soul crystals were incomplete soul power, but they could be used in many ways. A clay golem of the lowest level. It also required the consumption of a complete soul shard. Because the spells used to imprison souls were all mid-grade and high-grade spells, there were very few soul shards circulating in the material plane. For Soren, this crystal was a great item that could directly absorb slaughter EXP, therefore, in the past, many adventurers called it an experience gem. Unfortunately, a soul shard that could provide thousands of slaughter EXP was worth hundreds or thousands of Kindler coins. Only the richest people could afford it. There were still soul crystals left in the golem factory. Unfortunately, the number was quite small. There were only 7 small soul shards that came from the souls of certain creatures. Even small soul shards required the souls of professionals. Even if the souls of ordinary people were extracted, they could only obtain gray crystals. Within the entire multiverse, the best place to purchase soul shards was the Bottor Inferno. On the first floor of the Bottor Inferno, there was a place dedicated to soul trading. Many merchants and powerful wizards from all over the universe would trade soul shards there. A low-grade soul shard could only activate one clay golem. After it was completed, it would have a certain level of intelligence. In the future, it would rely on elemental charges to maintain its energy consumption. The soul shard was like the smart chip of the brain, and ordinary charges were only used to maintain the operation of the body. A complicated magic circle appeared. Soren slowly extracted the energy of the soul shard and then injected it into the clay golem. Finally, a slight noise was heard. The clay golem slowly opened its eyes and said, "Master, what can I do for you?" Soren walked around the clay golem that was about 2 meters tall in front of him. This kind of golem was not afraid of piercing damage because it was originally made of mud and could be repaired. It was not very useful in battle, but it was the most commonly used assistant of the wizards. The clay golem could be upgraded, but it required a higher level of alchemy. It could also be further upgraded, but it may need the blessing of an animated construct. Clean this place. Soren glanced around and said, "Clean the entire golem factory." The clay golem's expression did not change at all. It just replied, "Yes, Master." Soon, it began to pick up tools to clean the entire golem factory. The value of souls was to give them intelligence. Spellcasters could inject some other intelligent programs, but it would consume a lot of energy. It seems to work well. Soren glanced at the clay golem that was busy cleaning and began to assemble other golems. The number of golems in Mordor City was not enough at present. Whether it was in Gloria's laboratory or other places that required a lot of labor, golems could replace other people very well. They would not get tired. As long as there was energy, they could work all the time. The clay golem seemed to be the lowest level golem, but their challenge level was not low either. They were basically level 5 or above. And their strength could reach more than 20 points, their weight was more than 600 pounds, and they needed the blessing of animated construct, animated construct, animated construct, and so on. A good clay golem may need to consume materials as high as 10,000 kindler. Soren could easily assemble it because there were complete materials here. The challenge level of a complete clay golem was 10, and it would cost about 21,500 kindler, and it must consume soul energy equivalent to 1,500 to 3,000. Slaughter Express Soren was not used to extracting his own soul energy, so it was better to use soul crystals. The golem constructs here were very advanced. The clay golem made by ordinary wizards could not speak, but the one in front of him could speak, which meant that the parts left in the golem factory were good goods. The second golem was a stone golem. This was the main part of the puppet golem, and it was also one of the most useful labor. A complete stone golem was about 3 meters tall, weighed more than 2,000 pounds, and had a challenge level of 11+. It had good resistance to physical and magic, and its strength could be modified to more than 30 points. Although the stone golem was a bit clumsy, it was not weak in battle. The stone golem in front of Soren was all magically modified granite. It not only needed a lot of spells to make it, but it also needed to be blessed with an anti-magic field, which could make it resistant to many low-level spells. A top-level stone golem cost about 50,000 kindler to make, and it had to pay 3,000 to 6,000, Slaughter Express equivalent of soul energy. For now, those who owned stone golems were all intermediate and high-grade wizards. They served as bodyguards and important labor. Stone golems could easily lift more than a ton of heavy objects. Many high-grade wizards liked to use them to build wizard towers. The core large labor force that Mordor needed now was stone golems. After all, it was very troublesome to rely on human bodies to carry many things. Above that was the iron golem, which was a high-level product. With Gloria's status in the Witch Council, there were only a dozen iron golems. And this was still the property of the Witch Council. A top-level iron golem had the ability to single-handedly fight against mechanical armor, and it might even be more powerful than this. Note, the stone golem parts needed carving and stonemasonry, so it took a lot of time to make a stone golem. It could only be mass-produced during the Arcane Empire. The greatest value of the golem factory in front of Soren was that it could automatically produce 2 kinds of stone golem parts. As long as Soren prepared the materials according to the requirements, the golem factory could automatically operate and produce 2 kinds of low-level stone golems in batches, eventually providing him with a batch of combat power. According to his preliminary calculations, relying on this golem factory, he could reduce the cost of manufacturing to half of the original. The iron golem already belonged to the intermediate and high-level puppet golem. Making the iron golem not only required the activation of the construct life, but also the use of limited wishes. At present, it was estimated that it was not possible. Maybe there was a manufacturing process in the half-plane and other places in the wizard tower. After all, what Soren encountered in the Shadow Plane Wizard Tower was even more terrible diamond golems. There must be a process to make diamond golems here, but Soren did not know where it was. This was also the reason why he avoided direct confrontations as much as possible. He was worried that if he destroyed something here, he would not have the ability to repair it. Keep them as much as possible, and then master the knowledge of these high-level alchemy processes. Everything here was more advanced than the Witch Council. In the future, he might be able to rely on them to get rid of his dependence on the Witch Council. Soren still preferred to rely on himself for everything. He made 7 stone golems in one go. Soren finally used up all the materials in the golem factory. These puppet golems should not be underestimated. In addition to their huge labor value, they could almost single-handedly fight a small army. Everything here was an important secret. In particular, the golem factory could not be known by the Witch Council and the Wizard Alliance. So the next thing to do was to let Gloria and Fallen Witch come over and let them personally decipher the mysteries of alchemy. The books in the library could also be taken away. Soren was going to take them out first. However, when he saw the last book, Advanced Combat Mage, The Art of Binding Shadow Tentacles. At this time, Soren thought about it and put it away. It was better not to let them see this book. Mordor City, Forbidden Area. Heavy golem puppets walked out of the portal. After leaving the war chess plane, Soren actually felt a trace of mental fatigue. It seemed that the war chess simulation challenge consumed a lot of mental energy. If he felt tired even in the form of a saint, then ordinary people and professionals would have to rest for a day or two. This kind of mental feedback meant that too much mental energy was consumed. It seemed that the war chess simulation was not a pure illusion. Now that he had obtained the authority of the first level of the war flag plane, the next thing was to hand it over to Gloria and Fallen Witch to study. It was best to take down the golem factory as soon as possible. Mordor City should also have a golem guard. However, at present, the golem puppets should be used for work. Mordor City needed high-end labor, especially recently. Soren's construction plan had entered the stage of building a dam. Early in the morning, the residents of Mordor City woke up from their sleep, and a busy day began again. Now the internal expansion of Mordor City was about to meet the needs of the population. The next step was to slowly transform the surroundings, and then open the market area, commercial streets, entertainment venues, and so on. The scale of the blacksmith shop was further expanded, and Mordor City seemed to have plans to develop military weapons on a large scale. Outside the south gate was a small canal dug out, and on the side was the biggest project in the second half of the year. Mordor City was going to build a reservoir to ensure the irrigation of crops. Wow! What is that? Is it the legendary golem? It's so tall. It's so strong. There was a burst of exclamations, and the busy crowd in the morning stopped. In front of them were tall golem puppets. For ordinary people, golem puppets were very rare. Even professionals rarely encountered golem puppets. This kind of thing was so incredible in their eyes, it was like humans seeing robots for the first time. The clay golem's labor ability was slightly worse, but the golem's labor ability was quite amazing. A stone that weighed more than a ton was easily lifted by the golem. These golem puppets that did not feel tired greatly improved the efficiency of work. According to this progress, the reservoir and moat could be built in a month or two at most. Water, fire, earth, and chi. Under Gloria's suggestion, some changes were made to the layout of the complete city of Mordor. The moat represented water, and a high slope would be built on the side of Mordor, which would be the location of the wizard tower in the future. This represented earth, and then the blacksmith shop would eventually lead to magma. This represented fire, and finally the power of chi. This was a little secret. In the end, everything was completed. The city of Mordor would form a small magic lock due to the power of arcane magic, covering the entire island. The climate would become much better all year round, and it would have special defensive abilities. However, it might take a long time for all of this to be completed. It was estimated that the cost of Kindler might reach more than 6 million, and the time span might be between 5 to 10 years. However, according to the original plan, every time a part of Mordor City was completed, it would receive additional buffs. If possible in the future, Soren still hoped to be able to set up a large magic circle in the city of Mordor. The reason why the Witch Council could last so long was because of the protection of the magic circle. No matter how history changed, as long as the magic lock was not broken, the Witch Council would always be able to leave behind a legacy. Time passed by day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the military parade in Mordor City. A large number of elite fleets gathered near Mordor City. This news attracted the attention of the entire south coast. Many forces sent spies to see what Mordor City was going to do. Her Excellency the Eye of the North came the day before. She stayed in Gloria's lab last night. It seemed that she was surprised by Gloria's progress during this time. In order to ensure that the secret of the shadow plane would not be leaked, Soren had to leave a divine barrier there. In this way, even legendary spellcasters could not enter without alerting him. Anyway, it was better to be prepared. The next morning, the grand military parade began in the port of Mordor. The whole port was crowded. Tens of thousands of residents of Mordor City came. There were also many outsiders and businessmen who came to watch the fun. The Mordor City guards had to more than double the number of guards to maintain law and order. Boom! 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 With the sound of 3 salutes, the dull sound of the horn echoed over Mordor City. For a moment, everyone was quiet and involuntarily turned their eyes to the high platform in the center. Soren's figure was sitting in the center, next to Gloria, who was the hostess of Mordor, and then the legendary Northern Witch, and the Princess Royal of the Frost Kingdom. Princess Royal's expression was very calm. She just watched everything quietly. Occasionally, her eyes fell on Soren, and then there was a faint dissatisfaction on her face when she turned to Gloria. Although she objected to Princess Anna and Soren being too involved, she was a little unhappy when she saw Gloria sitting next to Soren as the hostess. An impassioned melody sounded. In the middle of the road of Port Mordor, a group of heavily armed soldiers appeared in a neat pace. At the front was the Drow Guards. Although many people had seen them before, many people were still surprised when they saw them appear. The owner of Mordor City seemed to have really accepted these Drows. The most incredible thing was that the Drows, who were known for their treachery, seemed to have integrated into Mordor City. They were changed by the order here and gradually adapted to life in Mordor City. They were wearing dragon leather armor. The leader was a Drow warrior with a strange scimitar on his waist. Behind him were teams of Drow rangers. They held their heads high and strode forward, seemingly ignoring the surprised or frowning eyes around them. They had also shed blood and sweat for the rise of Mordor City. Unlike those stubborn female Drows, many of these male Drows had participated in important battles, which made them find a sense of belonging and identity. They could confidently tell anyone that they had contributed to the rise of Mordor City. They had comrades, brothers, and friends who died for Mordor City. They had bled and been injured for Mordor City and Soren in battle again and again. They were part of Mordor City, and no one could deny their contributions. And it was this that allowed them to integrate into Mordor City. Behind the Drow Guards, there were groups of well-equipped elite pirates. There were a total of 7 phalanxes, led by the pirate leaders under Soren's command, including the half-elf First Mate, Cyclops, Scarface, Giant, Knight, and so on. Among them, the most well-equipped were the half-elf First Mate's men, and the most murderous were the Giant's men. Because of his relatively strong combat power, he had always been Soren's #1 fighter in hard battles. Groups of elite pirates passed by. Boom! Boom! With the sound of the second round of cannon salute, warships appeared in the distance of Port Mordor. At a glance, it was all over the place. He didn't know how many battleships there were. Anyway, when they gradually approached, the entire sea area near the port of Mordor was filled to the brim, and it was almost full. The crowd around the ceremony was dead silent. Even the Eye of the North and Princess Royal had a trace of surprise on their faces. The emissary sent by the Temple of Wealth was shocked because the inland trade was affected by the war. Now sea trade had become an important key to maintaining the trade clergy of the Lady of Wealth. The power of Mordor City shocked him. Such a huge and terrible fleet was enough to sweep the entire sea of the material plane. The dragon-headed warship appeared. The dragon head hung on the huge warship, and the powerful artillery made many people who were secretly peeping frown. The dragon-headed warship appeared. The medium-sized warship that had just been completed by the Temple of Sea was enchanted with the power of the dragon bones and had the same combat power. A trace of fog appeared. In the center of the sea outside Port Mordor, the sea separated in all directions, and then a dark mast rose. Finally, the figure of the ghost ship was looming in the fog. Boom! 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 In an instant, thousands of cannons were fired, and the warships docked in Port Mordor opened fire at the same time. The sound of artillery fire drowned out everything, and many people even stood still in place. Smoke filled the air. Just when many people who were secretly investigating the strength of Mordor City were stunned, a dragon's low roar suddenly sounded over Mordor City. The figure of the Quetzalcoatlus appeared. For some reason, its body had become larger and larger, and its wingspan was almost more than 15 meters. Quetzalcoatlus appeared one by one. There were a total of 7 of them. The leading Quetzalcoatlus was the largest, and the following ones were much smaller. They flew over Mordor City, then circled in the sky, and then flew in the direction of the sea. Shock. At this moment, even the residents of Mordor City were shocked. Then they were excited, proud, and secure. Everything they saw in front of them told them that Mordor City was powerful and capable of facing any challenge. An invisible force gathered. It was like the power of faith, but it was also like other forces that gradually gathered on Sauron's body. He felt something. In an instant, a row of data prompts appeared in front of him. Law transformation. Self-integration of law power. You have obtained some information about the rule domain. Law transformation. Self-integration of law power. You have obtained some information about the order domain. Information prompt. The domain information prompt of rule and order. At this moment, Sauron suddenly had a realization in his heart. He seemed to understand where the domain of the gods could come from. Bottomless abyss, the third layer of the Forgotten Land. There were many places in the abyss that were not ruled by a demon lord. The main reason was that these places were too chaotic, and the environment and value were not high enough. Therefore, the powerful demon lords did not intend to choose these places. In the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land, the situation was similar. The original demon lord here was the arrogant, a powerful demon that was once locked in the well of darkness. Unfortunately, as the name implied, it was too arrogant and died in the Abyss Blood War. Now, the Forgotten Land, the third layer of the abyss, was a very chaotic place. There were many demon lords here, including the Succubus Queen, Mechanut, the Null King, Yeenagu, the Tauren King, Buffet, the Undead King, and so on. Even the great matriarch of the Beholder quietly sent a group of Beholder to dig holes and build a nest here. It seemed that they all wanted a piece of this territory that did not have an absolute master for the time being. Legend had it that the Forgotten Land was cursed. The reason was very simple. This layer of the abyss had a main branch of the Styx River. The land here was permeated by the power of the Styx River. If a soul was reincarnated in this layer of the abyss, then the memory of the previous life would be almost forgotten. That was why this place was called the Forgotten Land. The things in the whole plain could not be eaten because some food was affected by the water of the Styx River. After eating it, it was possible to forget what happened yesterday. However, the demons did not have too many concerns. Anyway, their nature was very chaotic. It was okay to forget a little as long as they still remembered how to fight. Beside a gray river in the distance, a middle-grade demon with a dark red body and a bare chest appeared. It had a thick demon horn on its forehead and a pair of demon wings on its back. It looked a little different from other demons, but not many people cared because there were many demons that looked strange. The one in front of them just looked more like a human. Sauron carefully left the water of the Styx River, then threw a bag of disaster coins to the Ross demon in front of him. These neutral evil demons liked to make deals with demons and devils. Because of some of their innate abilities, many of them became ferrymen of the river Styx. Only with the help of their power could one cross the river Styx without being affected. The tributaries of the river Styx were spread all over the Bottor Inferno and the bottomless abyss. The Forgotten Land was Sauron's first stop. He had to travel a long distance to the next section of the river, and then directly reach the 14th level of the bottomless abyss, the Steam Swamp. Aonababa also walked down the stairs. She stared at Sauron with vigilance, her ugly face filled with fear. She was a plain merchant who sold goods between the Bottor Inferno and the abyss. She also seemed to be a wizard who was proficient in necromancy. No plainer merchant was simple. Sauron had no intention of causing trouble. He quickly left the place and followed the Styx into the depths of the Forgotten Land. This was a war-torn territory. The war between the demon lords had increased the demand for weapons and ammunition. The Onababas, night witches, and Roth demons were all active here. There were also some mercenaries who were not afraid of death. Occasionally, one could meet adventurers from other planes. Anyone could meet in the bottomless abyss. Because this was the most chaotic place, it also had the highest possibility. There were strange plants all around. The desolate land did not have many nutrients. Some of them were even mutated to the point that they could absorb the power of the river Styx. There was a kind of forgetful grass here. If one accidentally ate it, they might die. If they did not die, they might forget something. Boom. Boom, boom. A violent explosion suddenly came from the front. Sauron frowned and stopped in his tracks. Then, he carefully took a look. Speak. Do you know who I am? Sauron's face showed a trace of surprise because the person in front of him was not a demon. Or rather, there was a person who was not a demon. She was a girl with a very delicate appearance. She had silver-white skin and was only about 1.6 meters tall. Her hair was light blonde and she was dressed in Gothic clothing. Her face looked a little babyish and belonged to the category of small round faces. There were traces of stitches on her arms. This was not a human. She was an alchemy construct life. There was no heartbeat or breath. It was a special creature that could only be created with the help of the legendary life animating construct spell. There were 3 small and delicate puppets floating around her. They were vaguely similar to her face. They were about 15 centimeters tall and held a knight's spear in their hands. The puppets looked expressionlessly in front of them. There were demon corpses riddled with holes on the ground. No. I don't know. Facing the cute little girl in front of him, a berserk demon replied with a terrified voice. Humph. The delicate girl in the rune dress frowned and snorted coldly, so ugly. It's better to just die. A cold light appeared. A puppet turned into a shadow in an instant. Then, the berserk demon in front of her fell to the ground with a bloody hole where its heart was. One of the surviving demons was missing. The demons that were blocked here were trembling in fear. It was not that they did not try to escape or fight back, but it seemed that no one succeeded. The girl's eyes turned to a male succubus and a female succubus. The 2 succubus were scared and couldn't help but get close to each other. They almost hugged each other. A pair of dogs. The girl snorted again and frowned, just burn them to death. Flames appeared. The girl with the adorable round face snapped her fingers, and a raging fire appeared in an instant, burning the pair of succubi in front of her to ashes. Mournful screams rang out in all directions. Humph. You're so ugly. It would be better to just die. The girl shook her head and said to herself with some distress, and you don't know who I am. Damn it. Oh. Who am I? What's my name? Why can't I remember at all? After thinking for a while, the girl suddenly clapped her hands. Her silver-white palms made a sound of metal colliding. She had an evil and chaotic smile on her face and said, "Forget it. Don't think so much. Go to hell, you bunch of ugly dogs and bitches." Boom. Boom, boom. Terrifying pyroblast shrouded in front of them. A large group of demons was directly burned into ashes in the flames and explosions. Not far away. Sauron's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and ran without hesitation, ready to leave from another direction. This was clearly a legendary-grade alchemy construct. He didn't know which legendary spellcaster's masterpiece it was. How did it appear in a place like the Abyss? Shipwreck Bay. In just a few days, the news about the military parade in Mordor spread. People were talking about the spectacular scene that day, but as the news spread, it became more and more ridiculous. Some people said that they saw a super battleship with hundreds of cannons, some said that they saw a terrifying sea monster on the bottom of the sea, and some said that Mordor raised a large group of wyverns. All kinds of messy news spread everywhere, and there were signs that it was getting more and more ridiculous. For example, the appearance of the drows made many people with bad intentions say that Sauron had a huge harem. It was full of seductive female drows, and he had to sleep with 10 of them every night. Of course. All of these were actually insignificant matters. What was really troublesome was that there was a vague saying that began to spread in the south coast and surrounding areas. The full name should be called the Mordor Threat Theory. There were many big forces behind it, even some duchies in the south. The Mordor threat theory had spread to many places, which caused many lords to be hostile to Sauron, thinking that the rise of Mordor might threaten their rule. There seemed to be a new round of struggle breaking out in the dark. However, Sauron would not waste too much energy on such a small matter. He was dealing with an important matter himself recently. An important matter related to the gods. Or rather, he was personally welcoming the arrival of a god. On this day, the entire city of Mordor was on high alert. Although there was nothing on the surface, the number of guards in the dark had increased by more than 3 times. Not only did the Mordor city guards receive the task, but even the half-elf church had secret arrangements. Because on this day, a big shot was coming to Mordor, or rather, on this day, a deity arrived. In fact, when Sauron saw the young woman with a smile in front of him, he was full of disbelief, but in the end, he bowed slightly to express his respect and said slowly, "Goddess of agriculture. The city of Mordor welcomes you." The incarnation of the goddess of agriculture was a young woman with an ordinary appearance. The incarnation of a god could change her appearance at will. What was really amazing was the aura she had. It was a kind of aura that made people feel warm, peaceful like a spring breeze. It was like the embrace of Mother Earth. Even Sauron felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation and peace around her. This was the power left to her by Mother Earth. Since this powerful ancient god retired, the goddess of agriculture had taken over part of the divine title of Mother Earth. "Don't be so nervous." The goddess of agriculture smiled slightly, and her smile seemed to warm everything. Her unassuming face at this moment also seemed to be devastatingly beautiful, with the purest radiance of motherhood. The power of Mother Earth, she had merged with the power of the earth. Even the gods could not resist her vitality of agriculture. Even the gods could not resist her vitality. As a very young new god, the goddess of agriculture had only been born for less than 2,000 years. She spent a long time learning how to control her own power at first, and then began to expand her domain and took the goddess of river and lake as her own god. Then she developed her own church of agriculture on the basis of the original church of Mother Earth. The church of agriculture had a wide influence in the whole plain and was loved by the droll. Most of the ordinary people believed in this goddess. The annual harvest festival was prepared for her. Many droll believed that the key to the balance between man and nature was food. As long as people could easily fill their stomachs, they would not wantonly destroy the natural environment and destroy the ecological balance near the gathering place. Therefore, the Church of Agriculture had the power of droll, second only to the droll church. Among the followers of the goddess of agriculture, there were at least 2 legendary priests and 1 legendary droll. This was the foundation of the old gods' churches. They were responsible for protecting the incarnation of the goddess of agriculture. Although this goddess was very powerful, she was not good at fighting. She was more willing to promote some more beautiful things. Although she mastered the divine title of agriculture, this goddess belonged to the divine system of nature. My mother also protected the half-elves. The goddess of agriculture sat down gracefully, looked around casually, and slowly said, "I feel the power of order here, and a new balance. This is a great achievement." The half-elves once believed in Mother Earth for a period of time. The core alignment of the goddess of agriculture was neutral. Whether it was neutral, good, or absolutely neutral, the goddess of agriculture understood that only by maintaining a neutral attitude could she promote agricultural development among many races. This goddess was quite good. This was because her core doctrine had only been one for thousands of years, and that was to let everyone fill their stomachs. She hoped that this would reduce the chaos, strife, and slaughter in the world, and maintain the balance of the entire natural world. There were many adventurers who followed this goddess. Mainly because she was very approachable and had a good temper. Unlike other gods who were narrow-minded, this goddess's mind was as broad as the earth. Yes. Her mind was really big. Sauron glanced at her quietly and found that it was no wonder that so many people were willing to follow her at the beginning. As a goddess, she was very broad-minded. Even when an evil race encountered a famine, they could still gain the mercy of this goddess. This was because she always believed that many of the conflicts in the world occurred because there was no way to fill the stomach. As long as everyone could eat, then the disputes in the world would be reduced, the conflicts of nature would be reduced, and the new balance could be maintained. She did not have much ambition, but her ideals were more noble than any god. It was just that this goddess was not good at fighting, and there was no way for her to intervene in the internal struggles of many races, the alternation of power, and the rules of governance, so her core was to vigorously develop agricultural technology. This should be the only god in the whole multiverse who wanted to climb the agricultural technology tree and change the whole world by improving productivity. Soren had a good impression of this goddess. Because she was willing to take the risk to come to Mordor in person, it meant that she valued Soren, and there was only one thing that attracted her attention in Mordor. That was fertilizer. Agricultural production had always been limited by land. The whole world structure determined that high-end agricultural technology was difficult to promote, and the cost was too high. Just like the god of knowledge once wanted to vigorously popularize knowledge, but he was soon blocked from all sides. The church, nobles, the royal family, and so on. Even ordinary people refused to learn knowledge because in a poor family, a 7 or 8-year-old child was a usable labor force. It was very unreliable to give up labor to support their learning. In the end, the large-scale distribution of Enlightenment books failed, and the god of knowledge's energy returned to preserving knowledge. He knew very well that without a sufficient level of civilization, knowledge was difficult to promote. I have a premonition that a disaster is coming. The incarnation of the goddess of agriculture looked up at Soren, and then said with a serious expression, as a new god, you should also be aware of it. That calamity could affect the entire multiverse, and chaos and calamity would often bring about famine. It can be imagined that famine will make the whole world more chaotic and turbulent, and everything will fall into a frenzy of killing. The little thing you found gave me a little hope. If it can be vigorously promoted, it may be able to slightly reduce the extent of this disaster, at least to ensure that many innocent people can survive. The goddess of agriculture did not say to stop the disaster because she also felt that the Avatar crisis was irreversible. She hoped to develop agriculture to ensure that famine would not spread and ultimately reduce the damage caused to the whole world by the Avatar crisis. This was also an important reason why she came to Mordor in person as a goddess. However, if she really wanted to vigorously promote fertilizer, the cost must be greatly reduced, and there may not even be much profit. After all, the civilians who were responsible for more heavy responsibilities did not have much savings. Transporting fertilizer out of Mordor and then popularizing it to the civilians involved a very complicated network of relationships. Soren pondered for a moment, then got up and said, "My lady, please come with me." The Avatar crisis. For a long time, everything Soren had done was to deal with its arrival. Although the Avatar crisis was full of great opportunities, if possible, he still hoped to reduce the disaster it brought. The arrival of the goddess of agriculture made him realize that he might be able to change the trajectory of the world a little. If the production of food could really be increased, then when the Avatar crisis broke out, there would not be so many people starving to death because of famine. Even if it was just a few more survivors, it would be very meaningful. Therefore, Soren took the goddess of agriculture to the third largest laboratory in Mordor City, which was the territory of wizard Saruman. As a wizard hired by Mordor City, he had now officially become a member of Mordor City. After witnessing the rise of Mordor, as well as Soren's ascension, and Gloria's advancement into a legendary witch, he would be a bit of an idiot if he still didn't choose to join. Because of the source of wealth provided by Treasure Island, the grey-robed wizard Saruman had been living a good life recently. He had a new alchemy laboratory. He had spare money to buy materials and assembled a clay golem as an assistant. He also expanded the size of his apprentices. Some time ago, he brought back 6 low-grade wizard apprentices from the north. Now he could do his own research most of the time. If it weren't for Soren's increasing demand for fertilizer, forcing him to improve his alchemy method, he would probably be able to break through the field of high-grade wizards. Saruman's talent for magic was not high, and his innate intelligence was far less than a genius like Gloria, but he was very talented in alchemy. And he seemed to have obtained some interesting research results. Saruman's laboratory was the only small alchemy factory in Mordor City that was not so heavily guarded. Except for the core laboratory where he conducted his research, there were many magic traps set up, and other places were visited by officials of Mordor City once a day. Mordor City needed spellcasters. Anyone with talent would be selected. They didn't need to be very powerful, as long as they could advance to become wizards. The alchemy laboratory needed a large number of wizard apprentices to work. After 3 expansions, Saruman's laboratory now occupied nearly 5 acres of land, including the breeding room, alchemy room, apprentice area, library, and so on. Saruman was also completing his own private collection of books. Every month, he would go to Gloria's library to borrow some books and copy them down to fill up his own library. When necessary, he would use them to educate his apprentices. When Soren arrived, Saruman immediately received the news and came out to welcome him. When he saw Soren accompanying him, the expression on his face was quite shocked because he couldn't think of anyone who could make Soren, a god, accompany him in person. Then, he saw the symbol of the Church of Agriculture and a lady who walked in front of the group to observe the place. She was an ordinary-looking lady. However, there was a mysterious aura around her body. Saruman seemed to have thought of something, and his body involuntarily trembled. A trace of panic appeared on his face, and he deeply lowered his head to express humility and respect. His Excellency City Lord is getting more and more incredible. Even the goddess of agriculture came in person. Was it because of those things that he found troublesome? Saruman always thought that he was a bit overqualified. After all, he was an alchemist with good ability. His daily task was to make improved fertilizers, expand the production scale, and occasionally enchant to make some extra money. This job was relatively easy, but he always thought that he didn't fully use his talent. But when he saw the arrival of the goddess of agriculture today, he suddenly found that he was wrong, very wrong, quite wrong. The incarnation of a god came in person. And she came to Mordor just to see the things that he was responsible for. The hidden meaning was too great. "Lady, please." Soren made an inviting gesture, and then gave Saruman next to him a wink. There wouldn't be anything unclean inside, right? He always knew that Saruman was doing some special research, including the mutant plants in the tropical rainforest. Some time ago, there was a worker who accidentally touched a man-eating flower, and half of his arm was directly bitten off by the sharp fangs. He had to ask a priest to perform the magic of broken finger regeneration. Studying mutant plants was nothing. Soren was afraid that Saruman would accidentally anger the goddess by studying the dark taboo. Saruman shook his head gently, indicating that he didn't touch those dark areas. That was a relief. As long as there was nothing dark taboo, there would be no problem. After all, the goddess of agriculture had always been neutral. Huh? The goddess of agriculture slowly walked into the cultivation room. She glanced at the mutant plants planted inside with a surprised expression, stretched out her white slender fingers and touched them gently. These aggressive and dangerous plants all became obedient after she appeared. Some even swayed slightly, as if to please the goddess. She was the master of plants. Although her divine title was agriculture, the goddess of agriculture could control any plant. Haha. The goddess of agriculture chuckled, like a spring breeze, and whispered, "Interesting little things. Maybe they will be useful in the future." She waved her hand gently. Seeds fell into her palm one by one. The goddess of agriculture put them away, then smiled and said, "Very interesting research. Maybe you will have something in common with Kaladag." Among the entourage, a legendary droll was also surprised and bowed slightly when he heard the words. Many of the droll were masters of botany. Saruman had been studying these mutant plants. They were indeed dangerous and had strong vitality. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't move, many of them would be above level 5. These plants could be used for defense, but they couldn't be used for offense. Soren had been letting Saruman do his research. It was not that he didn't have the intention to use his research results. Today, he didn't expect that the goddess of agriculture would be interested in these plants. The laboratory was very busy. The more farmland Mordor reclaimed, the greater the demand for fertilizers. The south coast had opened up a market. At present, fertilizers were a source of income for Mordor. There seems to be a shortage of manpower. The goddess of agriculture just glanced at them and frowned slightly. The manpower in front of her could not meet her requirements for promoting new agricultural farming. Find farming, use fertilizers, and expand production. The Temple of Agriculture had a good influence on the entire material plane, and the scale of promotion was obviously very large. Yes. Soren nodded slightly and replied, "Because the production requires a little foundation of spellcasters, we can only use apprentices at present." If we want to expand the scale, we may need more manpower. Speaking of this, Soren couldn't help but look at the goddess of agriculture in front of him. Manpower. Mordor had a natural high-quality fertilizer reserve. Even if it was fully developed, it could be used for more than 10 years. At that time, they could definitely research alternatives, but now they could only rely on manpower to accumulate production. Since the goddess of agriculture had the idea of promoting new farming, she naturally needed to support it. With the current power of the Temple of Agriculture, it was obviously easy to pull out a group of spellcasters. Soren needed her to provide enough manpower. It's a very simple principle. The legendary Droll, who had been standing in the entourage, came out. He glanced at the alchemy device in front of him and understood all the principles at a glance. He walked to the goddess of agriculture and whispered, "It just needs a little spellcasting ability. If there are raw materials, even Droll apprentices can do it." Droll was also a spellcaster. There were many Droll apprentices in the Temple of Agriculture. They could be used to replace wizard apprentices. Is that so? The goddess of agriculture stood in place and thought for a moment. As if she had thought of a suitable way, she smiled and said, "Mr. Soren, I think we should go out and talk alone. Maybe there is a way for you and me to reach a win-win situation." Soren smiled and nodded. In fact, he had already guessed something. It was nothing more than selling fertilizers to selling raw materials. For him, as long as he could make money, even if he couldn't make money, it was good to have a relationship with the goddess of agriculture. After all, she had two golden thighs behind her. One was the retired Mother Earth, and the other was the great divine power, Lord of Light. The background of this goddess was not simple. The arrival of the goddess of agriculture was just for fertilizer. After visiting Saruman's alchemy laboratory, she left a legendary priest behind. The next cooperation would require a bishop or above to be in charge of it. Then, Soren took the goddess of agriculture around the city of Mordor. As a god, the goddess of agriculture was not the same as other gods. She belonged to the kind of standard farming faction. She had her own church area inside the mainland, and she had been operating for a long time. Both nobles and civilians believed in and loved her. The goddess of agriculture was very interested in the planning of Mordor, especially when she saw the square farmland outside the city of Mordor, all the irrigation ditches arranged neatly, and the moat dug around the city and convenient for water diversion. The goddess of agriculture could not help but show a faint smile on her face. As a god, she would also incarnate to other places. But in her not short memory, she rarely saw a place like Mordor where everything looked so neat and clean. Even the farmlands were connected together, and when the breeze blew, boundless waves of golden wheat could be seen. This beautiful scene was her favorite scenery to see. Soren's layout was all completed according to modern standards, but the labor mainly relied on manpower. Every 300 meters, irrigation ditches with a width of half a meter were dug, directly connected to the river, and later to the reservoir. As the terrain gradually rose, the second batch of reclaimed land was also similar to the structure of terraced fields. The neat terraced fields were planned layer by layer, and there was a reserved road next to it. It was not completely completed at present, but it would definitely be another beautiful scene when it was cultivated in the second year. Great! The goddess of agriculture looked at everything in front of her, turned her head with a smile, and said, "I can feel that these lands are full of vitality, and there will definitely be a bumper harvest next year." If the goddess of agriculture said that he would have a bumper harvest, then he would definitely have a bumper harvest. Soren bowed slightly to express his gratitude. "I have also prepared a little gift for you." The goddess of agriculture smiled and raised her finger, and soon a droll came over with a wooden box. He gently opened the box, and there was a pile of grain inside. The old droll nodded slightly at Soren, then said respectfully, "This is the result of our recent research, an improved wheat seed." Master Droll had even been blessed by nature for completing it, and had thus evolved into the legendary Droll. As long as they are properly cultivated, their yield can be increased by more than 30%. If they are combined with fertilizers, the yield should be about 50% higher than other high-quality wheat. The church has already sent a ship of seeds, but it will take another 2 or 3 days for them to arrive. A new seed. Seeds from the Temple of Agriculture, improved by those master botanists like Droll. Soren smiled and gestured for the guard next to him to take it, then smiled at the goddess of agriculture and said, "Thank you very much. Improved crops. It should be able to bring a lot of value to the city of Mordor." It seemed that the goddess of agriculture was well prepared this time. "Sir Soren." The goddess of agriculture maintained a friendly smile. She turned to look at the temple and said slowly, "Maybe we should find a quiet place to talk about how to cooperate." Soren nodded and said, "Yes. This way please." The next day, the incarnation of the goddess of agriculture left the city of Mordor with her entourage. In private, she reached some agreements with Soren, not only about the reform and promotion of agriculture, but also about some fields of the gods. But since it was an agreement between the gods, it was naturally a secret, except for Soren himself and the goddess of agriculture. No one else should know. Everything in the city of Mordor had returned to the right track. The huge navy had been transferred to other places, and only one warship formation was left in the port. As long as the ghost ship was here, there was no need to station too many navies. The development of the treasure island had completed the basic part. The first batch of mined gold had been sent to Soren, but because everything needed to be kept secret, the progress was still relatively slow. Here was a continuous source of funds. As long as the mining was reasonable, the treasure island could guarantee the funding of Mordor for at least 30 years. So Soren doubled the garrison there to ensure that the operation of the gold mine would not encounter any problems. Gloria and Fallen which were studying the golem factory in the war chest plain. According to Gloria, the most valuable thing in the golem factory was not the alchemy equipment, but the stable energy pipeline installed inside it. The crystal magic energy transmission pipeline, this kind of thing was like a stable cable, which could provide energy to any alchemy device. So if the mystery could be solved, Gloria could arrange another energy channel. A stable energy supply. One of the most beautiful features of the arcane era was that as long as there was a stable energy supply channel, Mordor could easily become a city that never sleeps. With a little energy, the magic crystal lamp could be maintained for a long time, and it could be connected to the lighthouse in the port area, eventually forming a huge magic energy transmission circuit, transmitting stable magic energy to any corner of the city. In this case, Gloria could even use it to block the space of Mordor and set up a large magic circle so that other spellcasters could not cast spells here at all, artificially forming a kind of anti-magic area. This was a technology that the Wizard Alliance mastered after hundreds of thousands of years. But if the mystery of the stable operation of energy could be solved, Gloria might be able to do this. Soren began a new round of busy research. The plan to clean up the indigenous people was still slowly advancing, and the divine power of the main body was still accumulating. Soren studied the advanced combat mage. The art of binding shadow tentacles. When he finished the analysis of this book, he would continue to study the spell model and combat skills of the combat mage's signature skill, Bigby's 5 consecutive palms. A lot of news came back from the mainland. Some people said that they saw the Lord of Dawn appear in Saint Light City, and some people said that they had met the incarnation of the Goddess of Love. But most of the news was about the Lich. Compared to the incarnation of the gods, ordinary people were more afraid of the Lich. The Lich had always been a boss-level villain in the mouth of Xianxia. Time went by little by little. Soren's attention also turned back to the Abyss, looking for an opportunity to advance his demon incarnation into a demon lord. Only 1 in 100,000 high-grade demons could become an Abyss lord. He now needed a little bit of luck, a little bit of opportunity. If there was none, he had to create his own opportunities. The Abyss had all the possibilities. You won't be able to control my fury. Bottomless Abyss, the third layer of the Forgotten Land. Sauron left quietly from the side, but just as he was about to move, the rune girl suddenly turned around. Then, a teleportation spell appeared, and she appeared directly in his sight. Huh? The rune girl tilted her head and looked at Sauron. She curled her lips and said, "There's actually a fish that escaped the net." Boom, flames ignited on Sauron's body. Many battles in the Abyss did not require a reason. He slowly pulled out a flaming sword, and the raging flames on his body turned into a flaming whip. The enemy was quite powerful. Alchemy constructs with this level of intelligence were basically at the legendary level. They were like the top intelligent robots in this plane. Even when they were created, they were directly given a soul by the legendary life-animating construct spell. Oh. The room girl's expression seemed a little surprised. She clapped her hands excitedly and said, I didn't expect you to be able to catch fire. You're so much more pleasing to the eye. Let's just not kill you. The rune girl seemed to be completely fearless as she came in front of Sauron. She tilted her head and looked at him. The silver-white skin seemed to be made of mithril. He did not know which master-level spellcaster made it. Just by looking at Sauron, he could tell that the rune girl in front of him consumed more than 3 million Kindler coins. This was probably not the standard of this era. The girl in front of him could be an alchemy construct from another era, but there seemed to be a problem with her soul. Hey! You're actually not ugly. The rune girl clapped her hands excitedly. She was almost talking to herself. She circled Sauron and nodded. Very good. I like roasting demons the most. Why don't you be my servant? Sauron did not answer. He just clenched the sword in his hand. He was a god, how could he be someone's servant, even if he was a demon incarnate? I don't want to. There was a hint of disappointment on the girl's round face, but it quickly disappeared. She blinked and asked, What's your name? Her eyes were very beautiful, as if they were gemstones. No, the eyes of the rune girl were a pair of beautiful gemstones, mysterious and dreamy. It was impossible to determine what they were made of. Sauron's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He shook his head and said, I forgot. The girl looked at him in surprise. Her voice was a little low, but she quickly recovered and said, Have you forgotten? I've forgotten a lot of things too. Those ugly bastards said that this place is called the Forgotten Land. If you stay here for too long, even if you don't do anything, you will forget some things. I don't remember anything. But you can call me Xiao Yuan. Look at my face, isn't it round? Kiki. When I woke up today, I was thinking that a person must have a name. Since I've forgotten everything, I'll give myself a name first. Those demons' names are so ugly and hard to remember. I always forget things, so I have to give myself a name that is easy to remember. Hey. Say something, will you? Why aren't you talking? Do you have a name? If you don't, I'll give you one too. Look at you, you're on fire. How about Xiaohua? Hee. The rune girl seemed to be quite talkative. However, it seemed that she was not hostile for the time being. At least, she did not intend to fight with Sauron at the moment. This made him relax a little. However, Sauron felt that the way she spoke was a little strange. There was an indescribable feeling. Hey. You're so boring. It's so hard to meet someone who's not ugly and can talk to me. I didn't expect you to be so boring. The rune girl kicked a stone away. The stone shot out like a cannonball and directly pierced a small hole in the rock in front of her. Sauron's heart suddenly thumped. Let's go. The rune girl was troubled for a while, then clapped her little hands excitedly and said, Since you don't remember anything, you might as well go to the Galumba arena with me. I heard that it's the most interesting arena here. Sometimes, you can even meet a demon lord participating in the competition. I've met so many demons, but I haven't killed a demon lord yet. Hey. Are you mute? Say something. If you don't say anything, I'll get angry. Zara was taken aback when he heard that. Then he seemed to remember something and murmured, Abyss Arena? Maybe it's a good place. Okay. I'll go with you. The rune girl clapped her little hands excitedly and nodded, okay. Then it's a deal. Let's go. I'm already a little impatient. Right. What's your name? Sauron's footsteps suddenly stopped, but the rune girl didn't ask again. Instead, she skipped all the way forward. Occasionally, when she saw the reincarnated abyssal worms here, she would curl her little mouth in dissatisfaction and say, So ugly. It's better to just die. Squish. She stepped over and directly stomped the abyssal worm to death. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The rune girl's abnormality became more and more obvious because from time to time, she would ask Sauron, What's my name, or what's your name? When night fell, the two of them rested. Sauron almost didn't sleep for the whole night. On the contrary, the room girl lay on a smooth stone cut with her fingers and slept soundly. The next day, she woke up early and opened her eyes to look at Sauron in front of her. The room girl suddenly frowned and said, "Who are you?" A murderous aura filled the air. Sauron seemed to have guessed something and was almost ready to fight in an instant. At the same time, there was a wry smile on his face. Sure enough, the abnormality discovered yesterday was confirmed today. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the Galumba arena. Huh? The room girl's murderous aura gradually converged. She tilted her head and looked at Sauron and murmured, "You look quite familiar. Have we met before?" I don't seem to remember anything." "What's your name?" "Do you know who I am?" "I don't remember at all." "Right. I have to give myself a name first. What should I call myself? Alice? Barbara? Or Angelina? I keep feeling like I'm forgetting something." "Forget it. Let's give myself a simpler name. From now on, I'll be called Little Yuan. Look at my face, isn't it round? It's very cute, right?" "Huh? Why aren't you talking?" Hey. I won't kill you." "Say something?" "What's your name?" "Angry, sad, and crazy. Whether it's a human, a ghost, or a demon, it's just that the heart has a demon debt." Hey. Say something. You're not a mute." "What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Yuan." "You're so boring. Say a few words with me." Under the gray sky, two figures, one big and one small, were moving forward on the barren land of the Forgotten Land. The room girl reminded Sauron of the brass dragon he met. If the two of them got together, they should be able to chat for a few days and nights. Since ancient times, chaos has produced amusing people. The Galumba arena was in the south of the Forgotten Land. There was an active volcano nearby. Many demons gathered here, some for trading, some purely for killing and satisfaction. There were many arenas like this in the abyss. The demon lord encouraged his demons to kill each other to level up, but there were not many arenas that were truly large-scale and had order. The Galumba arena was the most famous arena in the upper abyss, because there were powerful demon warlocks who set the rules here. The room girl seemed to be very talkative. However, many of them were repetitive. Sauron was sure that there was something wrong with the part of her soul that was related to her memories, but he did not know exactly what the problem was. This was because other than the top arcane spellcasters, even the gods might not be able to fix the problem in her body. It was like a robot that used an optical computer suddenly began to lose its memory storage. It was a very complicated and troublesome problem. The room girl's mood was changeable. But fortunately, she seemed to remember Sauron and did not have any hostility. In the morning, she was lively like a little angel, but in the afternoon, she pouted her small mouth and was unhappy. The reason was only because she stepped on an abyss worm and spilled blood on her shoes. And on the way, a Hezru scolded her as crazy, even though the Hezru had been roasted into a pile of charcoal by her. Her mood was very unstable. The room girl seemed to have lost her memory or fallen into memories and so on. Her mood became easily affected by the outside world, even if it was just a few simple words or a very ordinary scenery. Sauron could not understand. However, he knew that the young lady in front of him had lost herself. She couldn't find her own direction, which was why she would sometimes fall into deep thought. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall much. Soon, she would even forget what she had just recalled. "What's your name?" Bored, the room girl kicked a stone away. She had a bad memory. Sometimes, she would even forget what she had just said. The only thing she retained was her battle instincts. Sauron had just seen her take on an intermediate to advanced Hezru. She was just toying with the enemy. The Hezru did not even have the ability to resist. Terrifying speed, terrifying power, and terrifying destructive power. Her body was as light as a feather, but she could easily shatter solid granite with a single stomp. She could not remember anything, but she could use all kinds of top-notch fighting skills at will. She could even forget her own name, but she knew how to make the most sophisticated and high-end alchemy dolls. Even Sauron could not understand her mysterious and complicated craftsmanship. at this moment. He was really curious about who had created her, and what was the purpose of creating her. This was a terrifying killing machine. It was also the most high-end alchemy construct Sauron had seen so far. Perhaps it was not as powerful as Thaling 13, but its craftsmanship was definitely more amazing than Thaling 13's. The rune girl was not happy. Her happiness and unhappiness seemed to come very quickly. Her emotions were like clouds in the sky. One moment, she could be smiling and cute, and the next moment, she would destroy everything around her with a livid face. She liked to remember, liked to be in a daze, liked to roast demons with fire, and liked to say, ugly people should just die. Her will was very weak. Because she had lost herself, the power of the bottomless abyss had affected her soul. The aura of the Forgotten Land made her lose even more. Sauron did not even know how long she had been wandering in the bottomless abyss. She was like a lonely ghost. Demons on the way could recognize her. They turned around and ran away in fear. Sometimes, the rune girl would chase after them and burn them to death. Sometimes, she would just continue to walk forward in a daze. Hey, hey, hey. What's your name? People can't be nameless. If you don't have a name, how about I give you one? How about Little Flame? The only thing that did not change was that she seemed to like to talk. As long as she was not unhappy, she could always talk a lot. Maybe talking could make her calm down. Occasionally, she would act cute and let Zorro praise her for her beauty. If he didn't praise her, she would get angry and kick the stones around her. The small stones were like bullets that shot out, hitting the surrounding area with holes. The rune girl's petite body had at least 25 points of strength. In the afternoon, after the rune girl repeated her words many times, Sauron finally spoke slowly. Sauron. I'm Sauron. A pause. The rune girl was startled for a moment, then tilted her head and said, Sauron? You're Sauron? Yeah. I'll remember it. I won't forget it again. Hee hee. Sauron's expression was a little complicated. He nodded silently. Night fell. The rune girl found a place to rest. As an alchemy life form, she had a very regular schedule. As long as she wanted, her white fingers could turn into incomparably sharp blades and easily cut through solid rocks, smooth and flat as if they had been polished. It was the same as yesterday. The rune girl in front of him quickly fell asleep, but Sauron did not. His expression was a little complicated. The sky was getting darker. As an alchemy rune life, the girl in front of him did not have any breathing or heartbeat. Sauron was not sure if she was really asleep or not. He carefully got up. Then he quietly walked outside. He was ready to leave this place. It was too dangerous, this rune girl was too dangerous. Zorro wasn't even sure if she would remember him when she woke up the next day, or if she would kill him with a knife. He did not want to die without knowing why. Leaving was the best choice. The rune girl could not even remember what happened yesterday. With her chaotic nature and changeable emotions, she was a ticking time bomb. Sauron was going to leave. He was going to quietly leave here and go on the road alone. However, just as he turned around and was about to leave, suddenly there was a sad voice behind him with a sobbing tone. Are you leaving? I knew you would leave. Don't go, okay? I know I always forget a lot of things. But I can still remember things from 1 or 2 days ago. If you're with me every day, I'll definitely remember you. Don't go, okay? Little Flame. Sauron's body stiffened, and then there was a trace of a bitter smile on his face. She had forgotten her name, but unexpectedly she still remembered the name she wanted to give to Sauron. What do I seek in my life? Where my heart is at peace is my home. The bottomless abyss, the third layer. The demons living in the Forgotten Land seemed to forget things easily. It was just like the blessed land, bliss. Any living creature with senses in the bliss would have to go through a test of will due to pleasure. Otherwise, they might be trapped by the entire plane and gradually assimilated by the plane's rules. It was said that any pleasure obtained in the land of bliss was double the critical hit, so the multiverse never lacked creatures who accidentally entered and were trapped there. The Forgotten Land also had similar rules, but with Sauron's will, he could basically ignore them. The water of the river Styx flowed in this plane. The third layer of the bottomless abyss was an important transit station. It could connect to many lower planes of the abyss and was the main route to the first layer of the 10,000 abyss plane. This floor was a messy place. Not only were there all kinds of demons, but there were also some creatures from other planes. However, many of them had been demonized. There were also many creatures of the neutral evil alignment living here. Wrath demons, night witches, Anubabas, and so on were the most common demons of the lower planes. Order and chaos were at war, but the neutral evil alignment was like a fish in water. Sauron hurried on in silence. Beside him was a lively girl in a construct outfit. She seemed to have forgotten what had happened in the morning, and was talking to herself all the way. Although Sauron didn't say much from beginning to end, she seemed to be in a good mood today and didn't kill the ugly demons when she saw them. The room girl's memory was short. Sauron didn't know how much she remembered. Most of the time, she acted entirely based on her feelings. Her happiness was short. But her troubles were also short. A volcano appeared in front of him. There were many volcanic terrains in the bottomless abyss, perhaps because it was too close to the lower planes. Many demons' fire resistance was cultivated in this way. However, the volcano in front of Sauron couldn't be easily approached, because it was the land of Lost. A tributary of the Styx River flowed near the volcano. It was unknown whether it was because of the geothermal heat or some other reason, but the water of the Styx River, which had always been stable, would slowly evaporate in the vicinity. Then, any creature that approached the Styx River might be affected by the water of the Styx River. Those who were mildly affected would be poisoned and forget some things, while those who were severely affected would be lost in it until they died. Even high demons rarely went near them. However, Sauron should be less affected, provided that he activated his body of flames. This was a chain of volcanoes. About 100 or 200 years ago, there had been a large-scale eruption. Most of what was seen today had been rebuilt. The master of this place was a newly promoted demon lord. There were many demon lords in the abyss, but those whose names had spread to other planes were mostly powerful existences that occupied a certain level of the plane. The demon lord of the Galumba arena was a demon goblin warlock. He was like a small landlord in the countryside, and only had a little reputation in the nearby plains. In the arena. Sauron was very interested in this and even considered building an arena himself in the future. Not only the abyss, but he was also interested in inviting existences from other planes to participate in the arena duels, because if used properly, it could bring him a lot of fame and benefits in the future. Demon lords were very powerful. Although they had a chaotic nature, they maintained their own order and rules. The most basic rule. It was because they had absolute authority in their own territory, and everyone had to at least respect the rules set by them. Near the Galumba arena. The biggest rule was that private duels were strictly prohibited. Any battle could be solved in the arena, and there could often only be one living winner in a game. Miamed Calamity Coin. Mutant Goblin, Demon Lord, Challenge Level 21. A town appeared in front of Sauron's eyes. The demons' buildings were full of steel and destruction. There were patrolling demon guards, but more of them were a kind of mutant goblin with dark red skin. They had been eroded and assimilated by the power of the abyss. The goblins had a chaotic nature to begin with, but their profit-seeking nature still established a certain degree of order and law here. The Ross demons liked to trade with them, and the night witches occasionally brought goods from other planes. If the chaos points in other areas could reach more than 50 points, then the chaos points in the Galumba arena were only about 10 points. Fighting must be punished. The favorite punishment of the demon goblins was fines. As long as you could pay the fine, they would wait for you to finish the fight. And you were welcome to fight again. But if you couldn't pay the expensive fine after the fight, then congratulations, you would be unlucky. You would face a group of well-equipped demon goblins with tacit cooperation. This group of dark red skin goblins were often criticized by the demons as greedy and cunning, like a group of devils, mercenary. This was the rule of the Galumba arena. Here, the Calamity Coin, Kindler, was the most popular thing. Not many demons dared to blatantly cause trouble here because the demon lord here, Miamed Calamity Coin, had roped in an abyssal demon dragon. It gave 1/3 of its annual wealth to the abyssal demon dragon, turning it into its closest partner and the #1 fighter of the Galumba arena. the most eye-catching place here was the huge circular arena in the center. Anyone could participate in the competition here. There was only one rule here, and that was the death arena. There were a lot of casinos in the town. Intermediate and high-grade demons would come here from time to play, and occasionally they would fight themselves. The winner would be rewarded. The chaotic nature of the demons made them very fond of bloody slaughter. So whenever a high-level, death arena, began, there would always be high-grade demons appearing, and it might even attract other demon lords. There were all kinds of challenges here, in order to please the bored demon spectators, from ghouls, ogres, demon-hunting spiders, two-headed wyverns, and sometimes even creatures from other planes would be secretly transported here. Slaughtering angels was the most popular death arena, but only in very rare cases could one encounter angels who were captured and thrown into the Galumba arena. Demons would occasionally appear. Fallen angels would have a small chance of being teleported to the arena to kill some powerful demons, or be killed by some powerful demons. This was the Galumba arena. The bottomless abyss, the third layer, the forgotten land, the most active, rich, and interesting place. It was also called the death arena. In this mercenary land, there was nothing but profit. All the buildings were built around the Galumba arena. The left side of the arena was near the flat ground, and there were shops opened by Ross devils, Onababas, and night witches. The right side was the arena's registration area. Every day, there would be various demons, evil spirits, and abyssal species joining the arena. In order to maintain the prosperity of this place, the goblin demon lord, Miamed Calamity Coin, used high rewards to attract demons to their deaths. As for how many would be rewarded in the end, no one knew. Demons and goblins had intelligence that far surpassed their kind. They had built weapons factories here, and directly dug out the magma from the active volcanoes. Many demons would buy weapons from here, but the goblins were black-hearted. They had to empty their pockets to buy a suitable weapon, and because of their innate instability, the refined products of the demons were prone to all kinds of problems. Often, they were not as good as the ones smuggled from the Bator Inferno by night witches and Onababas. Because of the existence of the law, this place seemed to be more orderly. Every demon that came here would learn to control themselves. However, there were still some hanging corpses by the side of the road. These were the unlucky ones who broke the law, but could not pay the expensive fines. That is? Sauron's eyes showed a trace of shock. He looked up and could not help but stop. It was rare for the rune girl to be so quiet. She didn't want to kill the demons just because they were ugly. Instead, she observed the surroundings with a playful expression while suppressing her desire to destroy. This meant that although she had a chaotic nature, she was not a complete idiot. She knew the consequences of causing trouble in the territory of a demon lord. Newcomer? A night witch with dark green skin appeared in front of Sauron. Its turbid yellow eyes looked at him, and a sinister smile appeared on its face. It slowly said, "This is the Baelor demon, Noxet." It violated the law of Miamed Calamity Coin Lord. It was arrogant and looked down on the authority of a demon lord, so it was killed mercilessly. The corpse has been hanging here for more than 20 years. It was a huge corpse that was 3 to 4 meters tall. A pair of steel chains pierced through his wings and nailed him to a huge stone pillar. There was a terrible wound on his chest, and his thick limbs were all nailed with dark red hooks. A section of the demon horn on his forehead was broken, and one of his eyeballs was dug out. The Baelor's corpse was well preserved. It looked like someone had used a spell on it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have looked like it had died yesterday after being hung for more than 20 years. This was the demon lord demonstrating his strength. It used the corpse of a Baelor to tell any demon that came here that since they were in its territory, they had to follow its laws. However, Sauron felt that the deterrence of a flame Baelor was not enough. If he were to do this, he would nail the corpse of an abyssal demon dragon to the top of the Galumba arena in the distance. This way, it could be seen even from far away. It would be quite shocking at a glance, and it would definitely make many demons behave. Not only would he hang the corpse of an abyssal demon dragon, but he would also hang the corpses of legendary demons one by one to see which demon would dare to mess around here. If an outsider doesn't know the rules here, he will suffer a lot. The night witch let out a strange laugh, made a gesture of counting gold coins, and said in a deep voice, "Maybe you need some information. I'm familiar with everything here, but I need to pay a little. Ding ding dang dang. Sauron glanced at it and threw 3 calamity coins, Kindler, over. There was a special name for the abyss. If he called Kindler in front of the demons instead of calamity coins, it might cause some trouble. There were still some trophies. As an elite form of a middle-grade demon, Sauron still had some spoils of war. There were many places in the abyss that could use gold dirhams. Very good. What do you want to know? The Night Witch laughed so hard that its turbid eyes narrowed. It had the strength of at least tier 2, but that was all it could do in the bottomless abyss. If it wanted to do dimensional trade, it would basically be courting death if it did not have the ability of a higher grade, profession level 15 and above. The neutral evil demons would not do anything without benefits. As long as they could afford the price, these guys could even smuggle things out from the depths of the Baator Inferno. It was normal to spend some money to buy information from them. Perhaps it was because they had made more deals with the devils, but many of the neutral evil demons were quite honest. Next to the Galumba Arena was the Lava Tavern. It was not easy to get drunk with a demon's physique. Many of the strong drinks here were spiked. Even demons would be affected after drinking it. Of course, the price was also quite expensive. The world of demons was very simple. Those who had the ability to enter the tavern were all intermediate demons and above. This was an important property of the demon lord, Miamid, Calamity Coin. There were even 2 succubus maids with slave marks at the door. The maids inside were all low-grade succubus, almost every one of them had the mark of a slave. The mainstream of the abyss was the slavery system. Many demons were the property of more powerful demons. As property, they would be protected to a certain extent. Succubus was an important asset of the abyss. So if anyone dared to hurt or break these succubus in the tavern, they would have to pay expensive compensation or suffer the crazy revenge of a demon lord. Ding ding dang dang. Sauron ignored the unfriendly gazes of the other demons and went directly to the bar counter. He looked at the mature succubus in front of him who had a slave mark on her forehead and a slave collar on her snow-white slender neck and said in a deep voice, "I want to participate in the Death Arena Challenge." There was a mocking laughter behind him. Many intermediate and high-grade demons with good strength laughed mockingly, as if mocking Sauron for overestimating himself. Because in the Galumba Arena, the Death Arena Challenge was continuous, and in the end, they even had to fight against legendary enemies. If they were unlucky, sometimes even giant monsters, mutated wyverns, and giants from other planes might appear. The champion of the last Death Arena Challenge finally defeated the other demons, but in the end, he died under the warhammer of a mutated frost giant. His whole body was turned into meat paste. They did not think that Sauron, who was only an intermediate demon, could survive the Death Arena Challenge. Ability upgrade. You've acquired some information about the ability, mobile casting. You've learned the ability. After a long period of training, you've mastered the new ability, mobile casting. As the data disappeared, Soren, who stood in place for a long time, finally opened his eyes slowly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, "I finally mastered it. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to master this ability with the ability of a deity." So. Next is the flying spellcasting specialty. However, the most important thing now should be to go to the bottomless abyss. Galumba Arena? Goblin Demon Warlock. It should be a demon lord that I can deal with, right? The demonic aura on Vivian's body is getting stronger. It seems that the power of the Witch of Terror, Lillian, has completely awakened in her body. The plan to enter the bottomless abyss must be accelerated. At least I can guarantee that I have the power to fight against the Dread Lord. Soren's figure disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared outside Vivian's door. About 3 days ago, some inconspicuous runes appeared on Vivian's forehead. That was a tattoo that only high-level demons had. In the past, it only appeared when Vivian transformed, but now it appeared automatically. This meant that the divine power of fear she absorbed was fusing, and the time of her awakening was getting closer and closer. He must accumulate the power to challenge the Dread Lord as soon as possible, and then completely destroy him when the Avatar crisis broke out. The Galumba Arena made Soren feel that there was an opportunity. The third layer of the bottomless abyss, Forgotten Land, was an intricate place. Due to the characteristics of the Styx River, many demon lords restrained each other, and no one could completely control this layer. The death of the demon lord, Arrogant One, led to a situation where heroes were vying for supremacy in this layer. In the Galumba arena, Soren could feel the hidden power of order within the chaos. This was the accumulation of the goblin demon warlock, Myamide, Calamity coin for hundreds of years. It established the laws of this land and planted the seeds of order within it. If Sauron could replace him, then he could turn this place into a place similar to Desolate Town. Furthermore, more importantly, it was close to an active volcano. Such a terrain was of great help to the Balrog form of the demon. Other demon lords might not be fond of volcanoes, but Soren's incarnation did not seem to be affected at all. This was an opportunity. However, it was impossible to defeat a powerful demon lord just by relying on the power of his demon incarnation, so Soren's main body had to move. He still needed to personally guard Mordor City, so he could not leave Mordor City for too long. Soren could only buy 7 to 14 days. During this time, the demon incarnation had to advance to the legendary realm, or at least become a powerful Balrog. As long as it entered the legendary realm, it would have the power to protect itself even in the bottomless abyss. "You'll be fine." Soren raised his hand and stroked Vivian's lovely face, leaned over and kissed her forehead, then turned and left the room. Since he planned to go to the bottomless abyss, he naturally needed to talk to Gloria. The military parade had just ended, and the power of Mordor City was still brewing. Other enemies who were secretly spying on them should not act rashly. The friendly relationship with the Church of Agriculture made Soren more confident. In this case, no one would rashly provoke him. Creak. The door closed gently. Shortly after Soren left, Vivian's slender fingers suddenly moved. Mordor City, Shadow Plane, Laboratory. The expression on Gloria's face was very calm. She gently came to Soren, raised her hand and gently tidied his clothes, and said slowly, "Are you going out?" Soren nodded silently and said, "Yes." He didn't say anything, but Gloria seemed to know everything. Perhaps they were getting more and more familiar with each other. Gloria just glanced at Soren's expression and knew that he was going to go on a long trip. She didn't ask too much. Gloria just clenched Soren's hand and said softly, "When will you come back?" Soren reached out and took her into his arms, leaned over and kissed her cheek, and said in a deep voice, "Half a month at the latest." "Okay." Gloria nodded gently. She turned and took out a silver-white metal ball, handed it to Soren's palm, and said softly, "Be careful on the road. This is the improved silver sword of Gif. I'll wait for you to come back." The gods were coming in person. Even if she didn't ask anything, Gloria knew that it was a very important thing. She was a smart woman. Soren clenched her hands, smiled, and said slowly, "Don't worry. I won't take risks easily. I'll leave Vivian to you." Soren didn't mention the city of Mordor, nor did he mention the Church of God, because neither was the most important thing to him. He only cared about Vivian the most. And Gloria, as his closest woman, knew what Soren cared about the most. Mordor could be rebuilt, and the Church of God could be rebuilt. In his heart, Vivian was much more important than these two. "I understand." Gloria nodded gently. There was not too much sadness in parting. Soren was not such a person. He prepared what he should prepare and embarked on the journey to the bottomless abyss. This time, he was not in a hurry. He had to go deep into the third layer of the abyss. As a legendary rogue, he had enough confidence. As long as he didn't disturb those powerful demons, he was more than 80% sure that he could achieve his goal. There were not many places left for him in the whole multiverse. Even as a god, Soren didn't have much choice because he was too weak, and many planes were almost divided by the gods. Unless he joined a certain god system, Soren was destined to move his kingdom in the future. Because the original half-elven god was under the elven divine system, the half-elven divine kingdom was on the periphery of the elven divine kingdom. It was almost needless to say that those elven gods did not like Soren. Gods could create their own divine kingdom, but it was quite difficult for them to create a bit wall because almost all divine kingdoms were built in bit walls that had already been born. What Soren had to do was not only to protect Vivian, but also for their future. If a god wanted to have a foothold in the multiverse, he must have a kingdom of his own. And this kingdom could only rely on other planes in the multiverse unless it was very strong and could open up a plane on its own. Pandemonium Palace, Xanadu, Paradise, Mountain Paradise, Elysium, Scorched Inferno, Bautor, Bottomless Abyss, Mechanical Mirror, Twin Paradises, Grey Waste, Azura Field, Joseph's Garden. Soren's ideal kingdom should be the Clockwork Nirvana's Mechanical Mirror. But with his current ability, there was no way he could have a foothold in the Clockwork Nirvana's Mechanical Mirror. The Abyss was the most chaotic place, and it was the place where he was most likely to gain a foothold. As a new god, Soren was learning new knowledge all the time. Being a god was just the beginning, his stage was now the whole multiverse. At first, he just escaped to accumulate strength. Now that he had the qualifications to play chess with the gods in the multiverse, he naturally had to find a suitable place to place his chess pieces in many planes. The Queen of Spiders, Lolth, was a terrible enemy, but she was also an opponent worthy of respect and learning from. Soren got a lot of inspiration from her. The Avatar Crisis was not the end. Even after the Avatar Crisis, the reshuffled gods faced countless disputes. Those divine rights, priesthoods, and the fallen kingdoms of the gods were still the confrontation of the gods after the Avatar Crisis. It was just that they did not have to fight in person anymore. Soren must have his own divine kingdom and open up his own world in the multiverse. He was almost an enemy in the upper planes, and the only place he could choose was the lower planes. The Forgotten Land. This was an important starting point. Whether Soren could gain a foothold in the multiverse depended on this opportunity. In front of him were shouts that sounded like a tsunami. Along with a loud rumble, the gate at the bottom of the Garuba arena opened, and Sauron's figure slowly walked out from it. The Rune Girl was nowhere to be seen. The people of the Chaos faction were unpredictable because the higher the degree of the Chaos faction, the more they did as they pleased. Sometimes, they didn't even know why they did it. However, Sauron had nothing to worry about. Firstly, the relationship between the two was not that close. Secondly, with her strength, there were not many existences in the entire Galumba arena that could threaten her. A legendary rune lifeform had no heartbeat or breath. Basically, there were not many fatal weaknesses. If she wanted to leave, even the Demon Lord couldn't stop her. A frenzied aura spread. In Sauron's sight, there were groups of demons. The number was probably more than 5,000. The chaotic nature of the demons made them very fond of killing and fighting. The cruel fighting in the arena was their greatest entertainment. Rumble, the second gate opened, and the figure of a mutated Hezru appeared. It was nearly 3 meters tall, and the muscles on its body were ferocious and terrifying. There were scars on its back, and there was the mark of a slave on its forehead. Rumble, the third gate opened, and heavy footsteps sounded. A tall ogre appeared. It didn't seem to be a purebred ogre. It should have some giant blood in it. This kind of monster could only be found in the bottomless abyss. Because only the evil and chaotic demons liked to use certain forbidden methods to create such creatures. The last gate opened. A bewitching and beautiful female appeared. She looked like a succubus, but her body exuded the aura of a demon. The demons in the audience seats of the Galumba arena seemed to have gone crazy. They shouted in the language of the abyss, "Kill her. Humiliate her. Rape her. Damned demon. Damned lustful demon." This was a lustful demon. A demon from the Bautor Inferno. Her hands were shackled, and there was a small dagger in her hand. Everyone. A goblin demon warlock appeared in front of everyone, but it was not the demon lord of the Garuba arena. A battle of this level did not require the demon lord to personally preside over it. The goblin demon warlock was a servant that the demon lord had groomed and created. In Galumba arena, there would be a large-scale bloody duel every week, and there would be some highlights in the death arena every month. The mutated goblins were always very business-minded. They always seemed to be able to find new gladiators. "Welcome to Galumba arena." The goblin demon warlock stood on the high platform in front of the arena. His small eyes glinted with a cunning light as he looked at the others. He said excitedly, "This is the monthly death match. The first contestant to participate in the death duel is Flaming Demon, Sauron. He's an outsider, a newbie who just came to Galumba arena. I hope he can survive today's match. In fact, I'm not optimistic about this contestant. If he had already evolved into a flame demon, he might be able to stand until the end. But now, I'm afraid he might be the first to die. Do you see it? Standing beside him is the second contestant, Lacerator, Lanos. It's a mutated berserker. Looking at its eyes, it seems like it can't wait to tear this newbie in half. The third contestant is Ogre, Uno. It has the bloodline of giants and is a powerful gladiator. It's also the contestant with the highest chance of winning this match. Last. This is the captive we just sent over. A lustful demon who was caught in the Abyss Blood War. Look at her tender and fair skin, look at her charming and beautiful face. When she's torn to pieces by the enemy, it'll be a very exciting scene. Everyone. The match is about to begin. There are no rules in this death duel. The one who survives in the end is the winner. The winner will receive rewards and even freedom. At this point, the goblin demon warlock looked meaningfully at the handcuffed lustful demon and said in a deep voice, Miamid Calamity Coin is a demon lord who keeps his promises. Since the establishment of the Galumba Arena, all gladiators have received rewards for winning, giving hope and destroying hope. This was one of the favorite things of demon lords. The goblin demon warlock looked at the lustful demon with a sinister smile. It hoped that this death duel would be more exciting. The contestant with the highest chance of winning this death duel is Ogre, Uno. However, our newbie, flaming demon, Sauron, has the highest compensation ratio. Those who haven't placed their bets can place their bets at the south side of the arena. This death duel is about to begin. There was a burst of cheers. The surrounding demons howled excitedly, but no one jumped down from the spectator stands. This was because jumping down was equivalent to participating in the death duel. Only one person could leave alive. It was a fight to the death. Although this death arena was a chaotic battle, only one person was allowed to leave alive in the end. Uno. 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 There was a burst of cheers. The demons believed that the winner was Ogre, Uno, a warrior with the bloodline of giants and endless strength. In the eyes of the demons, it was difficult for others to fight against such a terrifying creature. Moreover, Ogre, Uno's equipment was obviously very good. He had protective armor on his body and an extremely heavy mace. Dong, there was a muffled sound. The goblin demon warlock shouted with an excited and sharp voice, "The duel begins." Roar, an angry roar reverberated. The mutated Hezra rushed toward Sauron in an instant, while the ogre on the other side rushed toward the lustful demon. It seemed that they wanted to get rid of these two small fellows first before having the final battle. Ripper! 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 The excited and frenzied voices of the demons echoed in the arena. Facing the mutated Hezru that was more than 3 meters tall, Sauron did not seem to have any advantage. Some demons even guessed that he would be torn apart in a few seconds. They roared excitedly, "Tear him apart! Break his neck! Crush his head!" Boom, a cloud of dust rose. Facing the fierce attack of the mutated Hezru, Sauron's figure leaped up in an instant. The raging fire burned on his bare chest. The demon wings were getting bigger and bigger. He flew across the air. With a wave of his hand, a flame whip appeared in his palm, and then he slammed it toward the enemy in front of him. Bind! The flame whip wrapped around the mutated Hezru's body like a vine. The demon wings flapped, allowing the mutated Hezru to fly at a low altitude. Accompanied by a scorching sword light, the wound emitted a scorching smell, and an ugly head flew out. Plop! The body of the mutated Hezru fell to the ground. Sauron flapped his demon wings and slowly landed. With a gentle shake of his wrist, the flame whip returned to his palm. The whole arena was dead silent. The excited and frenzied shouts of the demons stopped abruptly as if someone had strangled their throats. Beheading attack, the signature skill of the Baelor. Just a moment ago, they were still guessing how long Sauron could last in the hands of Lacerator, Lanos. The next moment, they found that the player they supported was directly beheaded by Sauron. Clean and neat, the outcome was almost decided in an instant. The mutated Hezru's burly body did not have any advantage at all. The flames were jumping. On Sauron's dark red skin, the strange demon tattoo glowed faintly with the flames, as if some kind of power was merging into it little by little. The flames on his body became more and more scorching and dazzling. He raised the heavy beheading sword in his hand, and the flame whip burned black marks on the dark red ground of the arena full of blood. Sauron looked around the entire arena and suddenly roared, "Sauron!" Boom! The chaotic nature of the demons was ignited in an instant, especially those who were bored and bet on Sauron's victory. At this moment, they were even more excited. Sauron! 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 The changes in the arena caught many people off guard. However, this didn't affect the upcoming battle. The ogre Uno slowed down his movements and couldn't help but glance at Sauron in the distance. Then, he let out a furious roar and swung his heavy mace at the lustful demon. As an intermediate demon, the lustful demon didn't have superb battle techniques. Her only advantage was that she was more agile than the ogre and had an innate charm ability. However, she didn't attempt to charm the ogre Uno because the success rate was too low. Roar! The ogre Uno let out a furious roar. The tall, burly ogre seemed to have activated a berserk innate ability. His heterogeneous bloodline made him extremely ugly, but he had also inherited many powers that he shouldn't have. Boom! A huge pit appeared on the ground and a gust of wind left a few bloody marks on the lustful demon's fair arm. Ugh! The situation changed at this moment. Due to the chains, the lustful demon's movement slowed down a little. Shortly after, the ogre Uno grabbed the shackles and roared, grabbing the lustful demon with incomparable strength. The ogre Uno swung the lustful demon up, stirring up a violent gust of wind. The lustful demon's ankle was drenched in blood and she couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling shriek. The demons in the audience laughed maniacally and clamored to tear the ogre Uno into pieces. At this moment, Sauron, who had been standing at a distance and watching coldly from the sidelines, made his move. His speed was shockingly fast. With the help of the demon wings on his back, Sauron skimmed across the ground. The instant the ogre Uno was about to finish off the lustful demon, Sauron dashed to the ogre Uno's side and lashed out with the flame whip in his hand. Blazing flames spread, the ogre Uno let out a painful growl. The lustful demon took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. As a cunning demon, she knew that she couldn't deal with the two enemies easily. She would only have a chance when both sides were injured. Thud, thud. Thud! Sauron kicked the ogre in the chest and flapped his demonic wings to charge at the lustful demons behind him. A hint of panic appeared on the lustful demon's face. She didn't understand why the other party wanted to save her just now and why he was rushing over so aggressively now. However, as a demon, she didn't trust any demons. Out of self-preservation, she activated her innate ability. Charm. If she could charm and control Sauron, she would have a high chance of winning. Clang! The bewitching magic didn't affect Sauron's movements at all. Following the appearance of a flame, the head of the lustful demon flew up. The scorching flames burned the wound, and no blood spurted out. The situation was clear. There were only two survivors left. One was Flaming Demon, Sauron, and the other was Ogre, Uno. The lustful demons were dead. The flames on Sauron's body became brighter and brighter. He slowly raised the beheading sword in his hand, and the flaming whip lashed out at the enemy in front of him. Both enemies were killed by Sauron. At this moment, even the ogre Uno didn't understand why Sauron liked to kill others. Maybe this was the nature of demons, just like how enemies loved to behead their targets. Roar! The heavy mace whistled in the wind. Sauron flapped his demonic wings and moved half a meter to the side. He swung his sword and slashed at the leg of the ogre. An enemy with great strength but slow movement. This was the enemy he was best at dealing with, and it was also a great test of his skills. As long as he was not touched by the enemy, the advantage of the giant's bloodline would be useless. The fire burned the hair on the ogre's body. Sauron was like a ghost moving around the enemy. The distance was neither too far nor too close. The damage of the flame body had been silently accumulating, and even the armor on the ogre's body was a little red. There was the sound of meat being burned. Haha. The time was gradually ripe, and the enemy in front of him was almost 30% cooked. Sauron suddenly let out a chuckle and leaped up. The demonic wings greatly enhanced his jumping ability. With a dazzling flame, Sauron directly threw out the flame whip, and then let go of the long whip made of fire. He changed from holding the sword with one hand to holding the sword with both hands and directly activated beheading. Plop, a heavy and headless body fell to the ground. Sauron landed gently and stood on the body of the ogre. The demonic horns were splashed with burning blood, and the demonic wings that were growing bigger by the day flapped slightly. He waved his sharp demonic claws, and the flame whip dissipated with the wind. Finally, he inserted the beheading sword into the head of the ogre, raised it high, and roared towards the surroundings. Sauron! The whole Galumba arena was boiling. The player who was least likely to won the final victory, and he didn't even seem to have many injuries on his body. Sauron! 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 The chaotic nature of the demons was always easy to provoke. There was no doubt that Sauron had become a rising star in the Galumba arena with a battle and gained the status he deserved. At this moment, no demon doubted his strength anymore. His performance in the arena just now showed that he had the power close to a high-grade demon, and in the abyss, only strength could be respected. It seems that our player, Fire Demon, Sauron, has won the final victory. A cold light appeared in the eyes of the Goblin Demon Warlock, and he said with a fake smile, "Congratulations to Fire Demon, Sauron. Maybe we should call him Beheader, Sauron. This is your reward. Enjoy the rest of the day. Because there is still a battle waiting for you tomorrow." A bulky ogre appeared with a box. The Goblin Demon Warlock kicked open the box, and it was filled with glittering disaster coins. The number was probably more than 3,000. In the Galumba arena, any winner could get a reward. This group of goblins secretly controlled the gambling. Although Sauron's victory was a bit unexpected, it was obvious that there were very few demons betting on Sauron today. Beheader, Sauron, history seemed to repeat itself. Sauron's new title quickly gained the recognition of the demons, and it spread very quickly. Inside the Galumba arena. Soon, many people knew about this, Beheader, Sauron, a powerful demon who was about to become a Balrog. Only strength could get the corresponding status. When Sauron walked out of the arena, he could no longer see the provocative eyes of other demons. The succubus owner in the lava tavern even sent him a tempting invitation. The demons were very excited. Because shortly after Sauron's victory, the goblins announced that creatures from other planes would appear in tomorrow's death arena. Sauron was also one of the contestants. They were very curious about whether this new demon who had spread his name throughout the Galumba arena could survive tomorrow's battle. Lava Tavern. In the evening, he saw the mysterious rune girl again, but her appearance had changed greatly. She seemed to have used an advanced transformation spell. She looked like a mixed-blood succubus. She sat directly in front of Sauron and ordered a glass of wine. After drinking, she went back to her room. Although she often lost her memory and was a little confused, she was not stupid. She was very smart and had amazing intuition and judgment. After all, her brain structure might be similar to Thaling 13, her calculation ability was amazing. The Galumba arena's death corner was a good way for Sauron to improve. It was not as dangerous as the Abyss bloody battle, where there would be a large group of enemies at the slightest move. Most of the demons that appeared in the arena were middle-grade and high-grade demons. They provided more power than ordinary demons, and many of them were even elite-level enemies. The 3 kills today had already pushed him to the edge of a breakthrough. If he won tomorrow, he would probably be able to increase his creature level and possibly learn new spell-like abilities. Sauron sat in place and drank. The special body of a demon made drinking wine like drinking water. The characteristics of a fire demon were even more so. When the wine entered his mouth, it was like fire. When it entered his body, it was basically gone. 1,000 cups would not get drunk. In other words, even magic wine had no effect on Sauron. At this moment, his attention had already shifted to other places. In the first layer of the abyss, Sauron's main body had completed the teleportation mark. However, this time, the route that his main body took was Desolate Town. There was still no half-plane. If he could take down the war chest half-plane, Sauron could directly set a teleportation mark from the half-plane to the lower plane. The material plane had a crystal barrier, but the half-plane was directly attached to the astral plane. Legendary wizards basically relied on the power of the half-plane to travel between planes. This way, they could reduce their own consumption and teleport back at any time. The first layer of the Abyss Plain, desolate town. A thin figure with a cloak and hood appeared. His arrival did not attract the attention of any demons. People thought that he was more of a plane traveler or a mercenary from another plane. Only the craziest mercenaries would come to the main battlefield of the Abyss bloody battle, and these people were not to be trifled with. Therefore, even demons knew to be honest here. Desolate Town had a passage that connected to other planes. From here, one could directly go to the second layer of the Abyss along the river Styx. Sauron's main body needed about 2 days to reach the third layer of the Abyss, Forgotten Land. According to the progress in the Galumba arena, Sauron was about to become a flame demon. In order not to attract the attention of the demon lord, Sauron disguised himself as a mixed-blood inferno. The hood completely covered his appearance, and no one was bored enough to care about what he looked like. Sauron hid his god-level power, but he released the breath of a legendary profession. This could avoid a lot of trouble. Heading south from Desolate Town, there was a branch of the river Styx. This was the territory of the Rossi demons. As long as he paid a sum of money, these part-time ferrymen of the river Styx would send him to other planes. The relationship between the Rossi demons and the Grim Reaper was unclear. These neutral demons took over a part of the river Styx's trade, but most of the ferrymen on the river Styx's main route were high undead. Servants of the Grim Reaper. Even in the Abyss and the Bottor Inferno, not many people dared to provoke them. Ding ding dang dang. Sun threw a bag of calamity coins to the ferocious Rossi demon in front of him, and then sat quietly in the corner of the boat of the river Styx. Next to him was a soul judgment demon. These high-ranked demons rarely traveled in this way. The Rossi demons would protect their reputation. Demons that could become ferrymen of the river Styx were all high-ranked demons. They would not allow others to fight in their territory, or else they would throw them into the river Styx. A figure of a high-ranked succubus appeared. Sun's figure moved slightly. He seemed to feel that something was wrong, but he still sat quietly. He felt that he was involved in something. Everything in front of him should not be directed at him. When the boat of the river Styx opened, the last passenger also appeared. When he saw this passenger, Sun finally understood why everything was happening. Children of Hell, to put it simply, they were a group of people who were born in the darkness and yearned for the light. A group of people who longed for redemption. Born in the evil lower planes, they longed for redemption and returned to the light, but their fates were often tragic. The upper planes would not accept them, and the lower planes would regard them as traitors. The children of Hell rarely survived. Most of them fell into the darkness again, or died quite miserably. Some lucky ones turned into the neutral camp and eventually lived a life that was neither good nor bad, but quite bumpy. Out of 100 awakened children of Hell, only one could survive, the Frost Kingdom, Arendelle. The brilliant palace was brightly lit, and the figure of the Princess Royal appeared on the balcony. She wore a long blue dress that accentuated her tall and seductive figure. Near the port, many people gathered at the moment. Because Arendelle welcomed a guest today, a prince from another country, the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom. He came to Arendelle. And he prepared a lot of gifts. In addition to wanting to be on good terms with the Kingdom of Arendelle, as the second heir of the Falcon Kingdom, he also planned to propose to Princess Anna. At this moment, the officials of the palace were busy welcoming the arrival of the prince. With his status, it was not enough for Her Majesty the Princess Royal to personally welcome him. Logically speaking, in this case, Princess Anna should greet him. After all, the other party's status was also very noble. But when she heard the other party's intention, Princess Anna directly refused, saying that she was not feeling well. In the end, the royal officials of the palace were responsible for the arrangements. Princess Anna was about to reach adulthood. As an adult princess, especially as the heir of Arendelle, she was bound to face many suitors. The bastard in her heart did not dare to marry her, and now she could only face all this helplessly. On the side of the palace, Princess Anna looked out of the window at the crowd at the port. The second prince of the Falcon Kingdom was handsome and had just arrived here, and he was welcomed by many people. But she did not like him. What she had a headache now was how to refuse all this. Arendelle, Imperial Palace. Princess Royal looked at the port in the distance. After making sure that the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom had stayed in the arranged mansion, she turned to look at the head maid beside her and said slowly, "Is Anna still not feeling well today?" The head maid bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty the Queen." Although Princess Royal had not been officially crowned, many palace attendants were still used to calling her Your Majesty the Queen in private. Arendelle had 5 queens, and Princess Royal would be the 6th queen in Arendelle's thousands of years of history. If nothing unexpected happened, Princess Anna would become the 6th queen of Arendelle in the future. Arendelle's attitude towards the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom who came to propose was quite divided. Some ministers believed that Princess Anna could not marry outside, otherwise the power of the royal family would easily fall to others. Another part thought that it would not matter if Princess Anna married outside, and her children could inherit the throne in the future. As a rich country, Princess Anna's identity as the second heir of Arendelle was very eye-catching, it was said. Because the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom came to propose, the Duke of Thorned Flower, who had a bad relationship with the Falcon Kingdom, was also preparing to send his eldest son to propose. The human countries had been divided for a long time, and this time, many kingdoms and principalities seemed to be moving. It seemed that whoever could marry Princess Anna of Arendelle would have a great advantage. The only kingdom that did not do much was the South Coast Kingdom. One was because it was too far away, and the other was that there was still a mountain in their hearts. The god of the half-elves, Soren, everyone on the South Coast knew that this was a killing god. Whether he had a relationship with Princess Anna or not, these southern royals did not dare to provoke him easily. Forget it. Princess Royal let out a faint sigh and said slowly, "Let's wait until she thinks it through. But since His Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom is here, she must meet him tomorrow. Otherwise, outsiders will say that our Arendelle is not polite." The head maid bowed slightly and was ready to convey the meaning of Princess Royal to Princess Anna. At the other side, the sound of things being smashed came from the beautiful room. Clang, 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 clang. The expensive and exquisite porcelain from the Eastern Kingdom was smashed into pieces. Next to her was a young maid who was trembling in fear. Princess Anna stood there, panting. After venting a little, she bit her lips and said, "Coward. Bastard. Men. Send someone to Mordor City immediately. I'd like to see what this bastard is going to do." Very soon, a palace guard came to the door. Princess Anna panted and picked up a pen, quickly wrote a letter, and then handed it to the maid in front of her. She bit her lip and said, "Send the letter to Mordor City immediately." The female official reached out and took it. Then, she bowed and left. "I'll go now." However, after receiving the letter, the female official did not set off immediately. Instead, she arrived at the Princess Royal's palace in the blink of an eye. Soon, the letter was delivered to the Princess Royal. Princess Royal's expression was a little hesitant, but she still opened the letter. After reading the letter, she couldn't help but tremble. Then, she silently sealed it and handed it to the female official in front of her. "Send it out tomorrow." "That's good. Let's see what he means." Alas. This silly girl. She could fall in love with anyone, but she fell in love with the son of slaughter. Under the dim starry sky, Princess Royal's tall figure came to the balcony. She looked up at the dim night sky and couldn't help but frown and sigh. The catastrophe was about to begin. As a powerful warlock, she clearly sensed the coming of the Avatar crisis. Material Plane, Shadow City. In a gloomy underground secret chamber, a group of black-cloaked figures knelt on the ground. Before them was a mysterious altar. Gloomy flames danced around it, as if the light had been distorted by shadows. There were many reliefs on the walls on all sides. Many of them were creatures from the shadow plane. A faint dragon's might permeated this chamber. In the corner of the altar, there was a huge shadow dragon. At this moment, it also humbly bowed its head and looked at the altar in front of it. Flame jump. The distorted light and shadow shrouded this space. Finally, a hazy shadow emerged. It gradually turned from illusory to solid, and finally became something that could not be seen by the naked eye. A shadow that was half illusory and half real, the Shadow Lord. The Lord was a god of shadow, an ally of the Lady of the Night, the nominal ruler of the shadow plane, a god with intermediate divine power. My lord. The believers gathered near the altar knelt down and humbly buried their heads on the ground. The power of the shadow shrouded here. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Everything was gray as if it had been assimilated into the shadow plane. Get up. A low voice sounded. The distorted shadow's true face could never be seen clearly. The master of shadows glanced at the believers kneeling in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The queen of spiders, Lolth, has come to the material plane. She seems to be plotting something. I need to know her whereabouts. The believers of the Lady of the Night will act with you. Immediately send people to the Underdark to investigate this matter. I will watch everything in the dark." Flame jump. The distorted figure gradually disappeared. The Shadow Lord's body left here, and no one knew where he went. Under the altar. Many believers looked at each other, and soon some of them quickly left. The Shadow Lord personally gave the order, so they must go to the Underdark. The name of the Queen of Spiders made them feel a little afraid, but if they did not go at this time, they would die even more miserably. The struggle of the gods had begun. As early as when the first batch of weak gods fell to the mortal world, many ambitious gods gave up feudal resistance and no longer tried to fight against the terrible energy storm. Instead, they directly separated from the divine kingdom and fell to the mortal world. From weak divine power to low divine power, now even intermediate divine power, gods began to come to the material plane. Many of the gods quietly went into hiding. The fall of the god of half-elves and rogues sounded the alarm for them. Before the Avatar crisis broke out completely, they all needed to secretly accumulate a little power, plan their own conspiracy, or plan to safely survive the Avatar crisis. The Shadow Lord had arrived, the game of the gods in the mortal world had finally begun. The conspiracy of the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, had quietly opened. Soren watched all of this in silence. Although the fate of the children of Hell was pitiful, this was the fate they chose. Soren did not have much sympathy for them unless they were of value to him. The child of Hell in front of him was a male demon. Compared to the children of Hell that awakened in the Botwar Inferno, the children of Hell that were born in the Abyss were even rarer. This was because they needed to defeat both chaos and evil at the same time. Since the first child of Hell was born in the Botwar Inferno, their name had never changed. An ugly face and a burly body. Fighting against evil burned their spirit, but it also made them stronger. The children of Hell had to accept a penalty of 2 points of intelligence, but they would receive an additional 2 points of vitality. Their twisted demon horns were broken, and their burly bodies were full of scars. Because they awakened from chaos, the appearance of the children of Hell would change. Although they were still very ugly, they looked more like mixed-blood creatures from Inferno. These children of Hell had a humanoid appearance. Sit down. The succubus seemed to move, and the soul judgment demons also moved silently. However, the voice of the underworld river boatman rang in their ears. This ugly Ross demon coldly glanced at the others and spoke in the language of the abyss. "No fighting is allowed in my territory. Otherwise, I will throw all of you into the river Styx." The river Styx was their territory. These secondary Ross demons had signed a contract with the god of death, and they even had to make a river Styx oath. From their appearance, these mutated Ross demons were very thin, like skeletons. Their skin was gray, and their pupils were dim. They looked very pale, and their dark robes had the mark of the god of death. Their skinny faces looked very much like the undead. This was because they had been walking on the river Styx for a long time, and the power of the river Styx had affected their life characteristics. These creatures could be regarded as a half-undead species. Like all demons, the Yugalos were mercenary. However, they had their own principles, and business was business. When they were carrying out their duties as the ferrymen of the river Styx, these Yugalos refused to fight. They had special powers. Ferryman of the Nether River was a very rare advanced profession. Yugalos had the ability to transform, summon undead creatures, summon Nether River water demons, and so on. There were undead creatures created by the god of death in the river Styx. If they were angered, they would be thrown into the river Styx. This point. It was dangerous even for gods. The power of the Styx's water could corrode one's soul. Even Soren would be affected if he touched it. Succubus sat down again. The soul judgment demon stared at the boatman on the Nether River with a gloomy gaze. Even its chaotic nature told it that it absolutely could not provoke these ferrymen on the Nether River. The atmosphere became tense and hostile. The burly Hell's Child sat beside Soren with a calm expression. To him, everything was normal. From the moment he awakened as a child of Hell, the battle was endless. The upper realms would not easily accept them, and the lower realms would see them as enemies. Many children of Hell were people who were desecrated by evil forces when they were alive. For example, a clergyman who was resurrected by a necromancy spell and committed countless sins. If there were no angels from the upper realms to receive their souls and redeem their sins, then these souls would still fall into the bottomless abyss and the Bottor Inferno. Many children of Hell were such existences. Under extremely lucky circumstances, they might be able to self-awaken and embark on the path of redemption. High-tier demon. As a god, Soren could see their strength at a glance. The succubus was a legendary, and so was the soul judgment demon. The child of Hell was very strong. Even Soren could not guess its strength. However, Soren could see its true form. It was a challenge rating 18 assassin demon. It was a very rare demon. Its strength was higher than the challenge rating 17 six-armed snake demon, but lower than the challenge rating 20 Baylor demon. No wonder he was not afraid at all. The assassin demon was a special kind of advanced demon. They were born with the power of shadow, and they were very difficult to deal with. This kind of demon often served some evil gods, for example, the god of massacre or the prince of darkness. They had trained the assassin demon to be their messenger. This kind of high-tier demon was qualified to be an apostle of a god. A self-redeeming assassin demon. The corner of Soren's mouth could not help but curve slightly, and he thought to himself, interesting. Interesting. The boat of the Styx slowly moved forward. Before they reached their destination, they should not fight because even the Baylor demon knew not to anger the ferrymen on the river Styx. These guys could summon death servants if they went crazy. The vow of the river Styx. Since the river Styx flowed all over the lower plains, the abyss, and the Bottor Inferno, the Yugalos had signed the vow of the river Styx with the death gods. The neutral evil demons in the lower planes performed the duty of the river Styx and gradually replaced the high-tier undead who were originally responsible for the operation of the river Styx. It seemed that the death gods did not want to be too involved with the Bottor Inferno and the abyss. Now, most of the river Styx in the lower planes were operated normally by the demons. Only at the source of the river Styx, the place from the spiritual realm to the underworld, there would be death servants taking over the role of the river Styx. That year, when Soren was adventuring in the abyss, he almost became the river Styx. Galumba Arena. When Sauron stepped into the dark red arena again, the number of demons in front of him seemed to have increased a lot compared to yesterday. Sauron! Sauron! The Beheader, Sauron! The demons roared. It seemed that in just one day, he had gained a lot of popularity here. It turned out that he had made the right choice yesterday. For Sauron's future plan, he had to accumulate enough reputation because no demon lord would be unknown. It seems that there are a lot of people who are optimistic about Sauron the Beheader today. The goblin demon warlock appeared with a fake smile. He looked around with his shrewd little eyes and revealed an evil smile. He said slowly, "Today, our beheader, Sauron will face two challenges. The first one. His opponent is the demon from the Bottor Inferno. What will it be? Hee hee. You will know later. The Grim Reaper. No one would despise the Grim Reaper. Even if the death god system had been divided again and again, any god would still be in awe of the Grim Reapers. Even, one of the sources of Soren's power, the slaughter clergy, evolved from the death clergy. Not only that, but the war clergy, murder clergy, destruction clergy, and so on. These clergy powers that created powerful gods were almost all shadows of the death clergy. Behind them. It could even be said that some of them were completely evolved from the death clergy. Death was the most ancient power. Even if it had been divided countless times, it still created many powerful gods. Therefore, in all places in the multiverse, people knew to maintain appropriate awe of the Grim Reaper. The souls of the ferrymen of the Styx were in the Grim Reaper's list. The death of any ferryman of the Styx was likely to be known by other ferrymen, and they would be blacklisted, refused to ride the boat of the Styx, and even attacked by them. The winding Styx led to many unknown places. This was the most dangerous water in the multiverse because it could erase memories and devour souls. The reward for traveling on the Styx was 100 Kindler coins, which was the lowest reward standard. Usually, demons would pay platinum coins and gems. The more the reward, the better the service of the Styx ferryman. However, it was clear that the Yugoloth in front of him was not in a good mood today. Almost as soon as it arrived at its destination, it immediately told all the passengers in front of it to get lost. They hated fighting because fighting would affect business, just as they came ashore. The soulless judges began to attack. The children of hell did not have any expression, and they did not even speak. They were always so silent because they carried too many things on their backs. Evil / A bright light emerged. In this evil and chaotic Underdark, even Soren felt a little dazzling. He understood why. Paladin, the child of hell in front of him gave up his original power and advanced to become a paladin. It was incredible. In the long history of this world, there were quite a few children of hell who had sought salvation. However, there were very few who could advance into a sacred warrior. Furthermore, it seemed that he had returned to order after fighting against evil and chaos. He had even fused with a little divine power. The evil slaying / he used was the best proof, because only Orthodox Saint Samurai could use it. Saint Samurai. A high demon had become a Saint Samurai. How ironic, the child of hell had given birth to paladins before, and the earliest recorded paladin was a succubus. Her fate was rather bumpy and helpless. In the end, she failed to obtain redemption and fell back to evil. As for her final outcome, it was definitely not a good one. Some people said that she died at someone's hands, and others said that she went to the Azure Field and eventually became a demon lord there. Clang. Clang, the power of the paladin even made the underworld river boatman feel disgusted, but it had already completed its mission, so it turned around and left after a cold glance. Soren was a little hesitant at this time. Because the child of hell who had advanced into a Saint Samurai was full of aggression against evil, he was not sure if he could gain favor by helping the child of hell. He also doubted how far he could go after this. A child of hell who walked alone in the bottomless abyss. A demon Saint Samurai who was looking for redemption. In the end, he decided to do something and told himself in his heart, 2 high demons, the slaughter exp they bring is equivalent to a legendary enemy. I'm not deliberately helping him, I'm just harvesting some soul energy on the way. The battle was one-sided. The child of hell who had advanced into a Saint Samurai had given up the power that originally belonged to the assassin demon. Although he still retained his powerful attributes, there was no way he could deal with 2 powerful demons at the same time by relying on the power of a Saint Samurai. Soren's figure disappeared. He directly escaped into the darkness, and no one was able to detect his tracks. Clang, just at the moment when the Soul Judgment demon repelled the Saint Samurai in front of it, Soren's figure emerged from the shadow behind it, accompanied by a cold light. The demon who was close to the legendary level was directly killed by a sword, Shadow Leap. Soren waved his curved sword expressionlessly, and a strange silver-white light appeared. The face of the superior succubus showed a frightened expression. She seemed to be desperate and realized that Soren was an enemy she could not fight against at all. But she still used a sharp voice and shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in this matter? This is the prey of the Demon King of Wind, Pazuzu." A beautiful head flew into the air. Soren silently withdrew the silver-white curved sword in his hand, and the weapon turned into a metal ball in the strange light. He turned and glanced at the child of hell behind him. He did not expect to be thanked, but walked directly into the darkness. Another Saint Samurai. He met an interesting Saint Samurai in the material plane, and he did not expect to meet an interesting Saint Samurai in the bottomless abyss. The heads of 2 higher demons. It directly brought Soren close to 60,000 slaughter exp, which was equivalent to killing a weaker dragon. It was a good deal. As for the Demon King of Wind, Pazuzu that the superior succubus mentioned, Soren did not care too much. This ancient demon lord liked to lure Saint Samurai very much, and it would even help Saint Samurai. As long as a Saint Samurai begged it for help, it was very likely that it would help. But its purpose was also very evil, demon king of wind, Pazuzu liked to corrupt holy souls and turn a saint samurai into an evil existence. It was its favorite thing. If this matter had something to do with it, then Soren could understand everything. The child of hell stood still. He did not understand why Soren suddenly helped him, but it did not matter if he did not understand. The most important thing was that Soren saved his life. So the child of hell in front of him bowed slightly and expressed his gratitude towards Soren's back. He did not ask his purpose. Nor did he ask what he wanted to do. Soren was like a passerby who met by accident, quietly changing a person's fate. His figure finally disappeared into the shadows, and the child of hell stayed in the same place for a moment, then moved in another direction. He obviously had something he wanted to do, which was why he came from the first layer of the bottomless abyss to the second layer. The third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land. The Galumba arena was quiet for a moment. Only the goblin demon warlock had a cruel smile on his face. As the administrator of the demon arena, sometimes they would encounter some more troublesome guys. These guys would affect the bets they set up secretly and even make them feel that the other party was provoking the order of the arena. In this case, the demon warlocks would choose to kill with a borrowed knife. Most of the death matches were secretly controlled by them. Many of the final winners were chosen by them. Because there was another rule in the death matches, it was possible for creatures from other planes to appear. These creatures were summoned and may leave after a fight. If the challenger defeated the creatures from other planes, then naturally they could continue to challenge, but if they died accidentally, the winner could only be chosen from other candidates. The light of a spell appeared, a portal appeared in front of Sauron, followed by a crack in space, and the figure of a high-grade demon appeared in front of him. Centaur, challenge rating 16. When the centaur with a height of more than 3 meters and a weight of more than 600 pounds appeared, the whole Galumba arena was quiet. The fear aura of the high-grade demon shrouded the surroundings in an instant, making many demons feel uncomfortable and angry. If it were not for the rules of the arena restraining them, perhaps some would have roared and wanted to tear it apart. Demons would also appear in the Galumba arena. The demon warlocks always seemed to have a way to sign a Styx oath with the demons and let them appear in the arena when needed. Even the high-ranked legendary Bartholomew had appeared in the arena of death. However, the goblins also had their own contractual obligations, and that was to ensure that the demons wouldn't be besieged by the devils in the arena. The demons could die in the arena, but if they were besieged by the devils, the goblin warlocks would have to pay the price. For the arena in the abyss, the absence of the demon gladiators meant that the most attractive thing was missing. Hee hee. The demon warlock's mouth showed a cruel smile. He stared coldly at Sauron in the arena and said slowly, a powerful centaur. You're dead for sure now. Ogre Uno and Berserker Demon Ripper. These two were the pawns they had secretly set up. They were also the seeds of the death duel. However, both of them had died in the hands of Sauron. The outcome of the duel had completely deviated from their plans. Sauron didn't like these gnomes at all. For such a player, it was natural to arrange a more difficult opponent for him. It would be best if he died in this kind of challenge, as it would reduce the number of variables in the future. It didn't matter if they didn't die. After all, they always had a way to get the biggest profit for themselves. Moreover, the final challengers in the death arena included legendary-level demon goblin warlocks like them. If there was a need, it could also personally take action. Horned demons were also known as fear demons. They were a branch of greater demons and had the natural ability to fly. Horned demons were brave warriors. They rarely retreated, even in the face of strong enemies. They liked to use their thorny chains to fight, and would usually choose the strongest enemies to intimidate and quickly finish them off. Fear demons had 2 branches. One had a pair of wings on their back, and the other didn't have wings but had the ability to fly. Sauron was facing the type with wings. It was more difficult to deal with. It could even be said that to some extent, it was an enemy that countered his demon wings. However, if he could get rid of it, Sauron was almost certain that he would get a big upgrade. Fire demon? The horned demon let out a strange laugh and said in a strange abyss language, interesting fire demon. Much more interesting than the other idiotic demons. Then let me see if your soul is delicious. Demons looked down on demons. Since the advantage of the Abyss Blood War was tilted towards the demons, their contempt for demons became more and more obvious. The Galumba arena was boiling. The horned demon's tone of contempt had undoubtedly angered many demons. Even some greater demons were dissatisfied. If they weren't afraid of the rules set by the demon lord Myamide, they would have already rushed down to tear this horned demon apart. The dignity of the demon lord couldn't be offended, or they would have to pay a heavy price. Hee hee. Sauron chuckled and said slowly, I also want to know if your soul power is pure enough. Flames ignited. Sauron's body was instantly covered by fire. At the same time, a flame whip appeared in his palm. The horned demon's natural strength was more than 30 points, which had a clear suppression on him. Dexterity and constitution were more than 25 points, which still had an advantage. However, Sauron was immune to fire damage in the form of a fire demon, which made the horned demon's instant fireball ineffective. In terms of combat skills, Sauron had enough confidence. Devils spent too much time scheming, and their strong basic attributes made them neglect a lot of training. The combat skills trained by the army might not be so useful in one-on-one combat. Counter chaos. A magic aura appeared and instantly fell on Sauron's body. This was the talent ability, Counter Chaos, of the horned demon. It was a power that could be used at will. The effect was equivalent to a command spell. As a high-grade demon, the horned demon liked to cast Counter Chaos on demons to temporarily reduce their combat ability and various comprehensive reflexes. Ineffective, spell-like abilities had no effect. Sauron was not affected at all and directly waved the flame whip. What a joke, his alignment was lawful evil. The horned demons, Counter Chaos, could be ignored. Most of the counter abilities of high-grade demons were useless against him. Huh? The horned demon's face finally showed a hint of surprise. Its Counter Chaos casting ability was close to that of high-grade spellcasters. The other party could be immune to it directly. It was either very powerful or did not belong to the chaotic alignment. The possibility of the former was very low, so the reason should be the latter. The demon in front of him was not from the chaotic alignment. Aura of fear. A frightening aura spread out, but Sauron was still not affected in the slightest. He sneered and raised the flame whip again. Still ineffective, the demon in front of him seemed to be unable to be measured by common sense. Its talent abilities were all ineffective. In 2 days, I'll start writing What You Don't Know and the monthly summary for August. Ineffective. Ineffective. Still ineffective. The Quana used nearly half of its innate spells, but all of them were ignored by Sauron without exception. Now, the only abilities it had left were its innate, Intimidate, Attack and its tail's unique, Purgatory Wound. The former could trigger a test of toughness when it hit the enemy, while the latter could cause lasting damage, making the enemy unable to heal themselves through conventional means. However, what made the Quana helpless was that the opponent seemed to be very clear about its abilities and fighting style. He had been carefully keeping a distance and not entering the range of its tail attack. What a joke, Sauron's strength attribute was completely suppressed by the opponent. How could he be so stupid as to close the distance to fight? In terms of strength, the greater demon's attribute suppression was obvious. However, except for the difference in strength, the difference in other attributes between the two sides was not very big. After all, Sauron was now a flaming demon, elite form. As long as he advanced into a Balrog, he would also belong to the ranks of the greater demons, guerrilla warfare. Since he could not gain an advantage in attributes, Sauron could only fight with guerrilla warfare. The Quana was immune to fire damage, which could be regarded as one of Sauron's trump cards. However, he also had his own advantages, that was, the will that controlled the demon incarnation was at the level of a god. It was not difficult for him to exert more than 100% of his combat power. More importantly, Sauron inherited the fear power of a god. He was not sure whether it would have an effect on the horned demon in front of him, but the success rate was still about 50%. If he could successfully affect the opponent, then the result of the battle would be hard to say. Attack with all your might. Facing Sauron's annoying harassment tactics, the Quana was finally a little impatient. It began to take the initiative to attack bravely, wanting to rely on its size and strength to force Sauron into a corner. The opponent seemed to be too slippery, completely different from the demon in its memory. In the past, the demons that it encountered all rushed over. Even the more powerful demons might be beaten up by it. However, the demon in front of it was completely playing with it and always maintained a safe boundary. Chaos did not control its mind. The demon in front of it was calmer than the demons in battle. Roar. With a furious roar, the Huna demon suddenly sped up and charged over. It was confident that it would be able to severely injure the enemy with a single blow. Boom, the ground was pierced by the chains, and Sauron easily dodged them. Then, he swung the beheading sword and slashed down. Clang! Clang! Sauron's body was sent flying. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but the Huna demon's expression was not good. There was a shocking wound on his shoulder, and it was slowly healing. Regenerative ability. As a senior demon, it had a stronger regenerative ability than Sauron. It was not worth it to trade injury for injury. Sauron quickly realized this. His opponent's regenerative ability was higher than his own. If he were to trade blows, he would be the one to fall in the end. The distance between them widened once again. The demons around the Galumba arena could not help but hold their breaths. Even an idiot could see that the horned demon had an obvious advantage. Its strength was stronger than Sauron's. Even the beheader, Sauron, who was also a large creature, did not dare to fight it head-on. Against the demons had a common enemy. Only the goblin demon warlock had a sly smile on his face. It seemed that he had already guessed the outcome. Sauron began to retreat. Although he could occasionally rely on powerful techniques to fight back, the scales of victory seemed to be tilting towards the demons. His injuries were getting worse. Even though many senior demons were amazed by Sauron's ability to exert his strength to the limit, they realized that Sauron could not hold on for long. Obviously, the senior demon in front of them had also realized this. Kiki! The horned demon let out an ear-piercing laugh and charged forward again. It threw out its chains and said in a deep voice, "Die." Clang! Sauron's figure flew backward. It seemed that his injuries were the last straw that broke his back. The horned demon wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the enemy in front of him in one fell swoop. But at this moment, Sauron suddenly stood up and rushed to the senior demon in front of him. Bind! The flame whip in his hand was thrown out in an instant. It easily hit the target and entangled the demon's body. However, with the powerful strength of the horned demon, the flame whip could not trap it. It could easily break the flame whip. Whoosh! All the demons in the Galumba arena could not help but stand up. They looked at the center of the battlefield nervously. They wanted to know whether Sauron's counterattack was a dying struggle or a trump card to turn the tables. As demons, they still hoped that Sauron would win, in less than half a second. The flame whip could not trap the horned demon in front of them at all. But this half a second was enough for Sauron. He had been pretending to be weak, waiting for the right time to counterattack. At the same time, he relied on his skills to consume some of the enemy's strength. Fear gaze. Fear aura. The incredible power of fear broke out, and there was a violent collision between the two of them in an instant. The demon's fear aura. Sauron's fear aura. One was the talent of the senior demon, and the other was the power of the fear divinity. The result was in an instant, the horned demon's body suddenly stiffened at that moment. Sauron in front of it seemed to have suddenly become a terrible demon, making it feel the oppression of the demon lord. Its body involuntarily stiffened for a moment. Even it could not understand why the enemy in front of it suddenly made it feel like it was facing a demon. Eyes, terrible eyes, for a moment, it even suspected that it was facing a god. Clang, the scorching light of the sword emerged. Sauron directly launched the beheading attack at the moment when the two figures crossed each other. He almost squeezed his last bit of potential and launched a fatal blow with all his strength. 120% of his strength. There was no way out. If this blow could not kill the horned demon in front of him, it would definitely be him who died. Plop, a headless body fell to the ground. The flame on Sauron's body suddenly boiled like an explosion. The flame whip that had been broken by the horned demon suddenly gathered again. It was covered with a strange burning fire, and its length was directly more than 10 meters. Flame whip. The signature ability of the Baelor, Sauron's ability had advanced. Sauron. Sauron. Decapitator, Sauron. The whole Galumba arena was in an uproar. Many demons shouted excitedly, and the greater demons were not surprised. Some even secretly sent messages back. Of course, not all of the greater demons here were wanderers. In fact, most of the greater demons in the abyss were serving some powerful demon lords. Sauron's strength had attracted their attention. Even for the demon lords, a powerful Balrog was worth roping in. However, at this time, Sauron had no energy to pay attention to other things. A row of data appeared in front of his eyes. Creature level increased to 18. My ability has been improved. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. Flame whip, ability has been upgraded to Flame whip. Flame body, effect has been improved. Spell-like ability, summon demon, effect has been improved. Spell-like ability, dominate demon, effect has been improved. Flaming demon, elite form advancement. Basic attributes have been improved. Energy mutation. Spell-like ability, fear, has been transformed into a talent spell ability that can be cast at will. Note, there is no casting time, no casting times, a talent spell that can be cast at will. Spell-like ability, fireball, has been transformed into an instant spell. Special comprehension. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent spell ability, greater teleportation. Ability comprehension. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent ability, fierce attack. Finally, he understood. Sauron had finally crossed the threshold of the greater demons. The most iconic ability was the spell-like ability, greater teleportation. Sauron could finally teleport. The power of the flames was getting stronger and stronger. The demon tattoo on Sauron's naked chest seemed to emit a strange light. Finally, all the flames merged into his body and gradually disappeared. Not enough, he wasn't strong enough. Although Sauron had gained an advancement, it was still not enough for a breakthrough. He had to raise his creature level to around level 20 before he could directly transform from a flaming demon to a Balrog. At that time, he would be a true legendary demon. Flame Whip, natural ability, as the signature ability of the Balor demons, they can summon a legendary Flame Whip. This weapon is regarded as a +1 natural legendary magic weapon. Every 10 creature levels can increase the level of the Flame Whip by +1, and it can be regarded as a +3 natural legendary magic weapon. A natural legendary weapon. This was the difference between the Flame Whip and the Flame Whip. It was a huge upgrade in nature. Sauron's body grew even larger. As a type of high-level demon, the Flame Demon could reach a height of more than 3 meters and weigh more than 3,000 pounds. The Balor Flame Demon was as tall as a giant and weighed more than 4,500 pounds. At present, Sauron's height had far exceeded that of many demons. He looked like a small giant, but his weight was only about 1,000 pounds. The final form of the Balor Demon could even suppress most of the giant-type creatures in terms of size. At that time, relying on the natural 35 points of strength and the huge size advantage, the Balor Demon's beheading attack would become extremely dangerous. At this time, Sauron's attributes had changed. Name, Sauron. Race, Demon. Form, Flaming Demon. Grade 4, Elite, Large Creature, Level, Creature Level 18 Attributes, Strength 27, Agility 20, Constitution 24, Intelligence 18, Wisdom 18, Charm 21. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Note, other demons will be slightly hostile to your actions. Health, 72275. Demon Power, 03000. Skills, Sneak 125, Deception 75, Negotiate 85, Literacy 100, Intimidation 210, Spell Identification 90, Use Magic Device 90, Listen 85, Detect 85, Search 70. Abilities, Fear Gaze, Fear Aura, Flame Body, Flame Whip, Bind, Demon Claws, +1 Natural Magic Weapon, Demon Skin, Damage Reduction +10, Demon Resistance, all resistances +10. Abilities, Multi-Attack, Fierce Attack, Weapon Mastery, Long Sword, Variant Weapon Mastery, Whip. Spell-like abilities, Greater Teleportation, Fear, Cast at Will, Fireball, 3 times a day, Instant Cast, Dominate Demon, once a day, burning hand, summon demon, telepathy. At this time, Sauron was very close to the Balor demon's ability. At present, what he lacked was the iconic, dual-wielding, attack proficiency, cleave, and other abilities. There were also some spell-like abilities, such as, Order, Intimidate, True Knowledge, Blasphemous Word, Dominate Monster, Greater Dispel Magic, Soul Assimilation, and so on. The ability that must be mentioned was, Soul Assimilation. This was an important power of a high-grade demon. It could be used to imprison the soul of a creature. In the future, if Sauron did not trust other demons, he could use soul assimilation to imprison the soul and eventually transform it into a demon. This kind of demon was born to serve him as the master. Both sides had a strong contract power. There were always such loyal demons around the demon lord, of course. He couldn't create all his subordinates in this way because it would take too much energy and strength. Moreover, high-quality souls were quite difficult to find. Galumba Arena. The goblin demon warlock's expression was stunned. It never dreamed that Sauron would actually win the final victory. And it seemed that after defeating a centaur, he was on the verge of advancing. This meant that a legendary Balor demon might be born in the Galumba Arena. Anger, this was the first emotion, but then it realized that this was a business opportunity. The appearance of Sauron, as well as the fact that Sauron was about to make a breakthrough, all of these could be considered as the most important bet in the Garuba Arena. With his business acumen, he could at least list out the contents of 3 bets, including whether Sauron could successfully make a breakthrough, how many battles he could endure in the Death Arena, whether he could become the final victor, and so on. A Balor demon who was about to advance, this was definitely a gimmick that attracted people's attention. Maybe even those neutral evil demons might participate in the bet. Moreover, the goblin demon warlock had an even bolder idea in its mind. In the Galumba Arena, there was an abyssal demon dragon. Although it couldn't personally participate in the battle, it wasn't impossible to get a black dragon or something. Balor demon versus dragon, this would definitely be the most eye-catching battle in the Galumba Arena in recent years. As for the result of the bet, it would naturally be secretly controlled by them. Night fell. Arendelle's port area was still bustling with activity. Since the opening of the southern route, the kingdom's trade had increased by at least 30%. As one of the few kingdoms that had not been invaded, Arendelle had become the first choice of many merchants. Some had even secretly moved their family properties to settle down here. Princess Royal's powerful strength was a form of protection. As long as Arendelle had Princess Royal, no one would dare to provoke Arendelle. In a dark alley, 2 sneaky figures were approaching. They showed each other something and then quickly went into the alley next to them. The eldest son of the Thorned Flower Grand Duke is on his way here. A gloomy-looking man leaned forward and slowly said, "Our undercover agent is among his group. We can get their movements at any time." What is Second Prince's plan? The other person was a middle-aged aristocrat with a scholarly look. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy. He reached out with his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. He said in a deep voice, "Can we kill him?" The gloomy-looking man hesitated and slowly said, "It will be difficult. The eldest son of the Thorned Flower Grand Duke has a very powerful wizard beside him. If we kill him, I'm afraid we will have to suffer a lot of casualties. Besides, if we do that, won't we anger Princess Royal of Arendelle? Her strength is unfathomable. Even the shadow thieves do not dare to offend her." The middle-aged aristocrat glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "As long as we kill him before he arrives in Arendelle, there will be no problems. Once he arrives in Arendelle, he will naturally be under the protection of Princess Royal. Princess Royal will not allow others to assassinate her guests in her territory. This is a provocation to her dignity. However, if he is killed before he arrives in Arendelle, it will have nothing to do with her. The second son of the Thorned Flower Grand Duke has died. The third son is a good-for-nothing. The fourth son is still quite young. If we can kill his eldest son, then..." At this point, he couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the other party already knew the result. The gloomy man hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "I can contact the assassins, but I'm not sure if I'll succeed. They're asking for a high price." The middle-aged noble nodded and said, "No problem. I'll transfer the funds to you immediately. The night gradually deepened. The two of them chatted for a long time before leaving in different directions. One of them entered the tavern, while the other returned to the residence of the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom. Southern Duchy, Windspear Hills Territory. In an exquisitely decorated mansion, a group of young noble men and women were holding a banquet. Exquisite pastries were placed on the long table, and the bards of the tavern were invited to perform here. The focus of the audience was a beautiful woman with long blonde hair. The young nobles were trying their best to show off their strengths in front of her like peacocks courting a mate. From time to time, the other noble women would look at her with envy and jealousy. However, when they saw her beauty and the incomparably expensive jewelry she wore, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of frustration. Young, beautiful, rich. With a noble birth and excellent bloodline, the woman in front of them had become the target of the nobles of the Southern Duchy since she appeared. Arundel was Princess Anna's best friend, a distinguished guest of the royal court, and had her own chamber of commerce. Adele Isabella looked at everything in front of her with boredom. In her opinion, the flaunting of these nobles was so ridiculous. Apart from the gifts left by their fathers, many of them were ignorant and incompetent people. Especially those who wanted to show off their martial arts in front of her. She could even easily deal with them all with one hand. At this moment, her appearance was very different from before. She was a woman who was good at learning and smart enough. With simple training, she had grasped everything a noble woman should know. Her hair had turned a beautiful golden color, and her expression was always graceful and elegant with a decent smile. Occasionally, her gaze would fall on a noble, and they would immediately become excited. No one could guess what she was thinking. Although she had been in and out of various banquets during this time, she had maintained a good relationship with everyone. There were many noble children who wanted to win her heart, but no one knew that all of this was a joke in her eyes. My dear sister. Rafi's Isabella, who should be her cousin in name, came over. He was a young and handsome man with long blonde hair. He had inherited the excellent bloodline left by his father, but his face was pale and he seemed to have drunk too much. Ever since she returned to the Southern Duchy, her nominal cousin had started to crazily pursue her, not only because of her beauty, but also because of her astonishing wealth. Adele Isabella showed an elegant smile and avoided the other party's hand without leaving a trace. When the other party's expression was a little surprised, she smiled at the right time and said slowly, Cousin Raphael. It seems a little boring here. Why don't we go out for a walk? The young noble children cast envious eyes, and Rafi's nodded with surprise and a little pride. Adele Isabella watched all this with a tranquil gaze. Probably no one knew that in her heart, this cheap cousin in front of her was already a half-dead man, and the nature of a pirate had been left in her bones. According to the original plan and her mission, her cheap cousin would die in an accident not long after. He might die in the hands of bandits, or he might die for other reasons. The process was not important, what was important was that he must die. As a descendant of Isabella, she would also be eligible for inheritance. This would be a large territory near the south coast. The mission had begun. All the plans were working normally. Although nominally controlling a chamber of commerce, Adele Isabella was actually controlling an army behind the curtain. Including the elite troops disguised as caravan guards, as well as the assassins from Mordor City. Recently, some small accidents had happened in the Southern Duchy, and some nobles had died. No one knew who was behind the scenes, and it was estimated that no one would be willing to investigate at this time. After all, these accidents did not seem to have any problems. Before leaving, Adele quietly winked to the side, and soon a rogue disguised as a servant quietly left. No one knew where he went, but Adele knew that the time was ripe. The mission given by His Excellency Soren. Soon, she could complete it beautifully, and presumably this would be rewarded by His Excellency. Outside the gorgeous noble manor, a young man walked out cautiously. He looked around and then disappeared into the shadows. This was an advanced rogue. Maybe he was not very strong, but it was easy to deal with a few noble guards. The young man went all the way outside. At this moment, there were already 3 men waiting for him nearby. Most of the pirates' images were not up to standard, so those who stayed by Adele Isabella's side as followers were basically selected to look more normal. These people still had to pay attention to their image, but the people who operated in the dark did not have so many concerns. In front of him were 3 old pirates, one of whom even participated in the battle against the Swamp King. "How's the plan going?" The young man glanced at the others who were already present and said in a deep voice, "There must be no mistakes in the task given by His Excellency Beheader." The middle-aged man, whose left ear was missing a section, seemed to have been bitten off by something, nodded and replied, "The bandits and robbers nearby have all been taken in by us. These guys don't know our identity at all, and they didn't alert the other forces. Some bandits and robbers were hiding in the wild forest. Not many people would care too much about them." "Very good." A cold light appeared in the young man's eyes, and he whispered, "It's almost time to let that annoying noble die." "Next?" "It's about the inheritance of the territory. Lady Adele must be the first heir of the Windspear territory." The 3 men looked at each other and said, "Understood. The territory of the Southern Principality. Even idiots should know that His Excellency Soren was going to attack the kingdom near the south coast. This would be an important starting point and the key for their forces to break through the coastal blockade and go deep into the Southern Principality. The Mordor threat was fermenting little by little. Their task must be accelerated. Before the other nobles became aware of this, everything would become an established fact. At that time, even if they found out, it would be difficult to stop them, unless they dared to go to war with the city of Mordor, Northern Sea. A large warship slowly moved towards Arendelle. There were 2 medium-sized frigates next to it. The sailors on the deck were all navy, and they had the thorn flower logo on their chests. "Teacher." A young and elegant nobleman walked onto the deck. He had a scholarly aura and looked more like a scholar than a noble. Standing in front of him was a wizard who wasn't young. He didn't show any spell rings that represented his rank, but he could feel that he was a high-grade wizard. The nobleman walked over and lowered his head slightly. "Are we really going to Arendelle? I think it will be very difficult for us to complete the task Father gave us. The strength of the Princess Royal of Arendelle is unfathomable, and the relationship between Princess Anna and the legendary Pirate King is unclear. It may not be a good thing to act rashly. If we anger the Pirate King, I'm worried." The old adept standing in front of him chuckled and shook his head. "Loka. You still don't understand the crux of the matter. Our trip to Arendelle is not to let you compete with the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom and find a way to marry Princess Anna. Actually, our most important task is not to find a way to marry Princess Anna, but to prevent the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom from marrying Princess Anna." "You're right. The Pirate King can't be easily offended, but if we can disrupt the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom's marriage proposal, it's not impossible to gain his favor. Your purpose this time is to make the other party fail, and it doesn't matter if you use some dishonorable means. I heard that His Royal Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom has a messy private life, and there are some unclear rumors about his father's secret lover. What you need to do now is to seize this point and completely destroy his image in the hearts of Princess Royal and Princess Anna. As for the marriage proposal, it's just a slogan. The Duke of Thornflower also knows that we are far away from Arendelle, and it's difficult for Princess Royal to choose us in all aspects. We're here to cause trouble. For this reason, it doesn't matter even if we use a little underhanded means. We're here to fight with His Royal Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom to reduce the other party's image in the hearts of the 2 princesses of Arendelle." The old wizard's eyes were full of another kind of wisdom, and he directly and clearly told the young man everything he needed to do. Destroying the image of His Royal Highness the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom was definitely much easier than winning the heart of Princess Anna. The young nobleman nodded, but he was still a little uneasy because he felt that the second prince of the Falcon Kingdom was not so easy to deal with. The other party might not be willing to see him come to Arendelle. South Coast, Raging Sand Island. The half-elf first mate held the information in his hand and couldn't help but frown and murmur, "The second prince of the Falcon Kingdom? He's really looking for trouble." Bang. He threw the information on the table heavily, and then said in a deep voice, "Men, prepare the warship. It looks like we're going to teach the Falcon Kingdom a little lesson." He actually dared to propose to Princess Anna of Arendelle. This news had not yet been sent to Soren, but it had already caused an uproar among many pirate leaders. This kind of thing was a provocation to them, because in the eyes Of these pirate leaders, Princess Anna was undoubtedly Soren's woman. The relationship between Mordor City and Arendelle was getting closer and closer. The most important thing to maintain this relationship was the personal relationship between Sir Soren and Princess Anna. No matter what the outside world thought, no matter what the truth was, these pirate leaders insisted that these two people were very close. Arendelle was the closest ally of Mordor City interests. The pirate leaders valued their own interests and the interests of Mordor City. If Princess Anna really married an outsider, and the damned second prince of the Falcon Kingdom proposed successfully, then the relationship between Mordor City and Arendelle would gradually drift apart. This would affect the common interests of all pirate leaders, and Mordor City would also lose an important ally. This kind of thing was absolutely intolerable for the half-elf first mate who had always been ambitious, so. After receiving this news, he immediately decided to do it himself. He had to teach the other party a lesson. Mordor City, Northern Tower, Arendelle. The alliance of the Golden Triangle must not be destroyed by any external factors. The mainland area was already very chaotic, and the order of the coastal area was completely maintained by these three forces. The Yellow Robe, by now, there were some things that even Soren didn't know, but the pirate leaders under him would take the initiative to protect the interests of Mordor City. Princess Anna must not marry outside. Anyone who dared to propose to Princess Anna and tried to destroy the alliance of the three would be regarded as an enemy by these pirate leaders. Mordor City. This was a very calm day, the moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the breeze was gentle. After the sky darkened, people who had long been accustomed to the regular life here returned to their homes. Even the pirates who had always been unruly now just had a drink in the tavern and returned to the barracks. It had to be said that the environment could really change a person. In a holistic environment, those who could not integrate into the group would eventually be eliminated, and the rest would gradually adapt to the rules here. It could be said that Mordor City had changed many people's camps. Whether they were good or evil, many pirates of the Chaos Camp had at least become neutral camp, and some even directly changed to the lawful camp. This was the power of the rules. When the children born in Mordor City grew up, they would naturally adapt to the order because of the environment. It was just like how adults taught children not to do illegal things from an early age. Perhaps there would still be some criminals, but most of them would still be law-abiding citizens. Soren was changing all of this. This change may not be obvious enough, but it fundamentally affected Mordor City. "You're back." The sister's smile was still so gentle. She gently put down her little nephew who had just been coaxed to sleep, and then smiled at George. "Why are you sweating? You're still dirty. Take off your clothes and go take a bath." George was now a reserve officer, and there was a hint of majesty in his body, but when he returned home, he still looked like a big boy. He smiled and said, "I was drinking in the tavern and practicing with a friend." "Okay. I'll change now." Just as he took off his clothes, suddenly George seemed to hear something. He couldn't help but tremble. Then he instantly held the long sword at his waist and said to his sister in a deep voice, "Stay at home and don't walk around. There's a situation outside." During this period of time, George's strength had increased significantly. George's strength had obviously improved, and the movement from the opposite street just now had alerted him. Mordor City was heavily guarded. However, as a reserve duty officer, he immediately put on his clothes, picked up his sword, and leaped up. He then rushed over the rooftop. Other figures could be seen on the roof. Many of them were garrison officers and reserve officers. They all took shortcuts and approached from the rooftops in a straight line. Rumble. A violent explosion was heard. In the south of Mordor City, there was a sudden burst of fire, followed by several houses in succession. They could vaguely hear the cries of civilians. Then came the sound of hurried and orderly footsteps. The patrol team heard the commotion and quickly approached. "This way." "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. George instantly pulled out his sword and called out to several of his colleagues beside him. Then, they quickly dispersed and rushed over. Who was so bold? How dare he cause trouble in Mordor City? He had to teach these guys a lesson. Most of the reserve officers were middle-grade professionals. More than a dozen figures quickly approached, but when they saw the enemy in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp. "Devil, Although this was the first time they had seen demons with their own eyes, they still recognized these monsters the moment they saw them. An ugly, tall, and dangerous demon. The atmosphere of fear spread, and George found that his colleagues around him were a little pale. They seemed to be affected by the enemy. However, he still gritted his teeth and rushed up with his sword. Seeing him move, his colleagues who had been training with him immediately began to cover him. Whether the enemy was a demon or not, since they dared to cause trouble in Mordor City, they must pay the price. Laboratory. Gloria, who was analyzing the golem factory, suddenly stopped. Standing next to her was Fallen Witch. At this moment, her face changed slightly, and then she suddenly said, "Demon. A demon has sneaked into Mordor City." The light of teleportation appeared. The next moment, the figures of two witches appeared in the sky above Mordor City. At this time, many places in Mordor City were already on fire. There were priests rushing out of the half-elf temple, and the high priest soon appeared in front of them. "A demon has sneaked in. There are only small fries nearby." The high priest frowned and looked around. He said to Gloria and Fallen Witch beside him, "I will open the psionic energy field later, and then connect with you. I feel that a high-grade demon has sneaked in here, but I can't determine its location yet." The battle broke out. With just a glance, Gloria found that many of the enemies were low-grade demons. They seemed to be completely destroying the city. Now that the garrison army and the priests had rushed over, it should not be difficult to deal with them. Not good. As if thinking of something, Gloria's face suddenly changed. "Vivian." Rumble. An amazing explosion suddenly came from Soren's mansion. Gloria's face turned pale instantly. She directly teleported over there and said anxiously, "Vivian." It's Vivian's side. The defensive alert circle has been broken. The fire soared into the sky. When the three of them arrived, there were already many demon corpses in front of them. Lulu's petite body landed on their side, holding a cold dagger in her hand. Next to her was a dead demon. The little cat girl's arm was dripping blood. She looked a little flustered and said, "Demon. A very powerful demon. Vivian is awake. The demon is inside, and so is Vivian." Meow. Fallen Witch glanced at the corpses on the ground. Suddenly, she landed next to the corpse of a bald man. She kicked the corpse with her foot, then took a badge from the corpse's clothes and murmured, "Fear Church." Not good. This is the church that serves the Fear Lord. Gloria and Fallen Witch naturally knew about Vivian's hidden identity. So now the believers of the Fear Church and the demons of the Abyss appeared at the same time. Even an idiot could guess that they came for Vivian. Soren had just left not long ago. These believers of the Fear Church and the demons began to move. Obviously, they had been lurking near Mordor City in advance. This discovery made Gloria feel uneasy. She was worried about Vivian's current situation. Found it. A strange light suddenly appeared in the high priest's eyes, and then he said in a deep voice, "Over there. A greater demon. A legendary priest. And not good. Someone summoned the Slayer." Hoo. George leaned against the corner and gasped violently. In front of him was a killed demon, next to his injured colleagues, and a dead pirate captain. For a long time, George had some prejudice against pirates, which was roughly equivalent to the kind of "it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but it's hard to change one's nature." Therefore, there were also various factions within the city of Mordor. The power of the pirate faction was naturally very strong, but the officers and soldiers selected from the half-elves were also very good. The two sides had competed a lot during this period of time. The dead pirate captain was George's opponent. But just now, this man covered in scars faced the devil's attack head-on in order to cover their flank attack. The huge force shattered his bones, and before George and the others could rescue him, the man died under the devil's hands. Even at the moment of death, this fierce man who had been drifting on the sea for half of his life still used his last strength to pierce the demon's throat, which allowed them to successfully kill the demon. A powerful demon. They had never faced such a dangerous enemy. Although they had heard of demons and devils in other parts of the continent, this was the first time in the territory of Mordor. George slowly stood up and came to the dead comrade. He slowly knelt down on one knee, and then closed the other party's eyes. Beside him, there were wounded people who helped each other stand up, calling for the priest to come, and at the same time, treating others nervously. The friendship between men was sometimes so simple. A moment ago, they might still be rivals of different factions, but now they were truly comrades worth trusting. May your soul rest in peace. George slowly clenched his long sword, glanced at the dead pirate captain in front of him, and then turned and walked out of the alley. The battle was not over yet. No matter who came, Mordor City had long become his new home. In order to protect his home, he was willing to fight until the last moment of his life. The peaceful and orderly life here must not be destroyed by others. Even a powerful demon could not affect the fighting spirit in his heart. Crossbowmen, get ready. The angry roar of the garrison officer came from the side, accompanied by neat footsteps. All the crossbowmen equipped with military crossbows appeared. The figures of the drow warriors leaped on the roof. The profession level of these drow warriors was much higher than ordinary people. Their natural racial advantage allowed them to quickly support various battlefields. Roar, a muffled dragon roar could be heard. The huge figure of the Quetzalcoatlus appeared in the night sky. It swooped down and grabbed the figure of a demon, then directly threw it down from a height of hundreds of meters. It was as if he felt some kind of summoning. The two-footed pterosaur suddenly became excited. It let out a high-pitched dragon roar and then rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Form the formation. All troops, get into formation. Don't scatter. Follow your training. Evacuate the civilians. Evacuate the nearby civilians. A series of angry roars rang out. Many of the pirates who had been on the battlefield for a long time had now grown up. As the High Priest's psionic force field expanded, they quickly received orders to evacuate the surrounding civilians, and at the same time, split up and surrounded the demons. Anyone who started a war in Mordor City must pay the price. Since these demons dared to come, then none of them could leave alive. The Quetzalcoatlus flew across the sky. Gloria was surprised for a moment before she quickly followed. The Fallen Witch was casting a fire protection spell because the area before her eyes was about to turn into a sea of fire. A faint roar could be heard. When the two legendary witches arrived, the battle in front of them was almost over. Vivian's figure was suspended in midair. The Quetzalcoatlus slowly landed in front of her. The little girl held a dark magic sword in her hand, as if even the surrounding space was distorted. Sword of Destruction, legendary spell. The body of a higher demon, the body of a slaughterer, and a seriously injured legendary priest. A mysterious demon tattoo appeared on the side of Vivian's young face. A black princess dress seemed to be wrapped in some kind of powerful force. Behind her was a pair of demon wings that had grown much larger than before. Her expression was very calm. There were already many demon bodies around the little girl. She turned her head and glanced at Gloria, who had rushed over. Then she put the Sword of Destruction on the legendary priest's neck and said in a majestic voice, "Surrender. Or die." The legendary priest struggled. Vivian frowned slightly, waved the Sword of Destruction gently, and a head flew up. The blood was evaporated by the distorted space. The legendary spell, Sword of Destruction, which was known as a divine artifact, was not something a priest could easily withstand. The corpse was dissipating. This was the power of space fragments, which directly disintegrated any matter that could not pass the judgment. The little girl killed a legendary priest as easily as crushing an ant. After confirming that there were no enemies nearby, she landed lightly in front of Gloria. "Vivian." Gloria's expression was a little surprised and murmured, "Are you okay?" "Very powerful." The legendary spell was so easy to use. At this moment, Gloria even suspected that Vivian was stronger than the most powerful spellcaster she had ever met, the Northern Witch. A high-grade legendary spellcaster, incredible power. Vivian's changes were no less than Soren's. "I'm fine." The little girl shook her head gently, then glanced at Gloria and said slowly, "Brother went out for something, right?" Gloria nodded slowly and hurriedly said, "Yes. But he will be back soon." Vivian shook her head, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, she gently landed on the back of the Quetzalcoatlus. She looked at Gloria calmly and whispered, "I'm leaving. This is my fate. I can't always run away." I always want to rely on my brother. I am the Witch of Fear. Fate has decided that I must face all of this personally. Please tell my brother. When it's time to end all of this, I will return to him. Now. I have to face my own fate. Speaking of this. The little girl's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally, she murmured in a voice that only she could hear, whether it's Vivian or Lillian. Our fate is to defeat him to have a future. Let's go. Vivian. You can't run away anymore. Brother said that there will be a bigger disaster coming. Only by defeating our own fate can we stay by brother's side and face everything. We are the twins of fear. Let those devils and believers tremble in fear under our name. The huge body of the Quetzalcoatlus rose into the air. Looking at Vivian's determined expression, Gloria didn't know what to say for a while, and many words were stuck in her throat. At this moment, Vivian actually brought her a little pressure, which had never happened before. She felt the aura of the mentor's class on Vivian. She couldn't believe that Vivian had advanced to the advanced legendary strength of the Eye of the North. At the same time, there was a power of fear spreading. Although it was not directed at her, it still affected her a little. The wind whistled. Vivian's attitude was so determined that when the Quetzalcoatlus rose into the air, Gloria couldn't even stop her. Meow. But at this time, a petite figure suddenly rushed out, grabbed the tail of the Quetzalcoatlus, and then jumped on the back of the Quetzalcoatlus with amazing agility. She grabbed the skin of the Quetzalcoatlus and said anxiously, "Don't leave Lulu, meow." Meow. Lulu wants to go too. Lulu can help you. Meow. Lulu can fight 10 people by herself. Vivian's expression froze for a moment, then a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth and said softly, "Okay. Then take Lulu with you. Hold on tight." The Quetzalcoatlus's huge body rose into the sky. Lulu's excited meow could be faintly heard in the air, and the wind blew the sand and stones around. Fallen Witch came over at this time and said slowly, "Aren't you going to stop her? If Soren comes back and doesn't see her, he may be very angry." Gloria shook her head gently and said, "It's useless. If she insists on going, we can't stop her at all. Besides, I left a magic mark on them, so I can track their location at any time." After all, she was an orthodox northern witch. When she saw Vivian's determined attitude, Gloria immediately prepared a backup plan. Where are they going? Fallen Witch stared at the Quetzalcoatlus in the sky and said in a low voice, "Soren values her more than his own life. I'm afraid that something bad might happen." Gloria's expression was solemn as she murmured, "It doesn't look like he's leaving this plane. As long as we don't leave this plane, there won't be any problems. She's probably preparing to deal with the Terror Church. I'll arrange for people to spread out now. We should be able to get news of her soon." Vivian was not a reckless little girl. Gloria had taught her for a long time, so she could clearly feel that Vivian was very similar to Soren. Make a plan and act. If Vivian really intended to face the Dread Lord personally, then the first thing she would deal with would be the Church of Fear. The demigod vampire had fallen. The interior of the Church of Fear had probably changed again. Looking at what Vivian said just now, the little girl seemed to want to recover this church as the Witch of Fear. With her current ability as a high-grade legendary spellcaster, it would not be difficult to remove the Church of Fear in the material plane. As long as she didn't leave the material plane to go to a place like the Abyss, no one could stop her even if she encountered any trouble. This was also the reason why Gloria was relieved to let her leave. Young birds would always spread their wings and fly high one day. Soren was an eagle soaring in the sky, so Vivian was probably not much worse. The battle in Mordor City continued. Edu pressed his arm and stood up slowly. The priest next to him quickly arrived. With the brilliance of the divine spell, the broken arm was reattached. Most of the demons had been dealt with, but there were still many places in Mordor City that were on fire. The nature of demons was to destroy, and they caused great chaos here. The casualties were much more serious than expected. Ordinary people were too weak when fighting against demons. The gap in basic attributes could easily cause a crushing effect. 3 of Edu's companions had already died in battle. Fire and smoke. The city garrison had begun to put out the fire, and there were cries of the old, weak, women and children. The half-elf garrison had more casualties, and the battle-hardened pirates had fewer casualties. But at this moment, everyone's face was dignified. Scattered battles still broke out in some corners. The appearance of the demons was unsettling, there was a sense of crisis. Idu returned to his residence after dealing with his injuries. The next thing would be taken over by the garrison. They were busy until dawn the next day before everything was dealt with. His sister's eyes were a little red. On one hand, she was worried about his injuries, and on the other hand, she didn't sleep all night. Idu also didn't sleep all night. When he got up the next day, he could see the burned houses on the opposite street. Although the security team had settled the civilians, many people were a little uneasy. He had long heard that there were traces of demons and devils in other places on the continent. Now demons also appeared in Mordor City. It seemed that the situation was not so optimistic. The efficiency of Mordor City was very high. The next day, all the order had been restored, and the burned houses were being rebuilt. Idu found that their training tasks were much stricter than before. Many of his colleagues' expressions were quite dignified. They gritted their teeth and silently endured more difficult combat training. A sense of crisis. When they formed a sense of identity with Mordor City, a new sense of crisis also appeared. Unlike the last time when the orcs attacked, this time they wanted to protect all of this with their own strength. The powerful strength of the demons gave them a lot of pressure. Pressure may knock a person down, but it may also force out more potential. Although they suffered heavy losses, but they also won the final victory. No demons who offended Mordor City left alive. So all these sacrifices were worth it. There were faint cries and prayers in his ears. The soldiers who died in battle were being buried by priests, praying for their souls to rest in the glory of God. Idu lifted the 300-pound stone lock and exercised silently. His burly body was full of sweat. Night fell. Since being promoted to a reserve officer, Idu seemed to have developed the habit of drinking a drink every day, but today he didn't have such an idea at all. The tavern seemed a little cold. The tired colleagues returned to their residence silently, preparing for tomorrow's difficult training. A crisis. A massacre. The city of Mordor had changed a little, but many people felt this small change. They put away some of their past laziness and began to work harder with a more serious attitude. This was Mordor City. This was their new home. The second day of the Galumba Arena. When Sauron walked out of the lava tavern, he could clearly feel that the atmosphere here was a little tense. Many demons left in a panic, and occasionally, he could see the caravan of Ross demons and night witches leaving in a hurry. There was a place to inquire about information in the tavern. After throwing a few calamity coins to a ferocious-looking Onababa, Sauron quickly got the information he wanted to know. The demons were defeated again. The infernal demons attacked the rear of the 10,000 Abyss plane in the first layer of the Abyss, and the real elites of the devils pulled out several military fortresses of the demons in succession. What was even more disturbing was that the Blood Battle Fortress was transformed into a place of order by the devils. At present, 2 of the 8 infernal demons were stationed in the Blood Battle Fortress. According to the past, many demon lords should not sit still when encountering this kind of thing. Whether it was the Succubus Queen, Mechanut, the Null King, Yeenagu, the Tauren King, Buffet, the Undead Lord, the Balrog King, Womians, etc., these demon lords should frantically reinforce the front line and even send their elite forces to recapture the lost territory. But the problem now was just the opposite. All the demon lords did not move, and they had no intention of reinforcing the first layer of the Abyss. What was even more strange was that the devils also began to search for the defensive line. They clearly had a great advantage, but they did not pursue and destroy these demons. Instead, they retreated near the Blood Battle Fortress. It was said that the scale of the blood battle during this period was the smallest in hundreds of years. All the small-scale conflicts broke out, and many powerful demons and devils stopped moving. After hearing this news, the first reaction in Sauron's mind was the Avatar crisis. The blood battle was temporarily suspended. Because of the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, the scale of the blood battle was directly reduced to a small group battle, and the main forces of both sides began to turn their eyes to other planes. The plane barrier had not weakened yet, but Sauron could feel that it was much easier to cross planes than in the past. When the Avatar crisis really began, the plane barrier would be shattered by the energy storm. At that time even a timid demon could slip into other planes. The battle in the Galumba arena continued. This was the third level of the bottomless abyss. If they wanted to reach here, they would have to destroy the second level. Therefore, the demons were not afraid. It was a grey day. When Sauron stepped onto the Galumba arena again, the demons in the audience immediately howled in excitement. Sauron! Sauron! The Beheader, Sauron! 2 battles. Sauron had accumulated a lot of popularity here. Even the nearby demons had heard of the rising flaming demon gladiator. If Sauron advanced to become a flame demon, then it was very likely that demons would submit to him. A demon's thoughts were that simple. In order to avoid becoming slaves, weak demons often hoped to become subordinates of powerful demons. After all, subordinates had a much higher status than slaves. However, this required a Styx contract. The contract had a lot of restrictions on demons. The contract that was really effective in the abyss was the Styx Oath. Even demons could not easily violate it. Many mortals signed ordinary contracts with demons, but the end result was quite miserable. The demons directly tore the contract and killed the other party. The Styx Oath was one of the oldest contracts. In the abyss, many subordinates of legendary demons directly used the Styx Oath to maintain their relationship. They worshipped the strong. This was the nature of demons. Otherwise, there would not be succubus maids knocking on the door in the middle of the night in Sauron's room. It seems that our beheader, Sauron, is very popular. The goblin fiend warlock smirked as he looked around. Then, he stood on the high platform of the arena, and an excited smile appeared on his face as he shouted, "Today will be an extremely exciting battle. Because today is the Chaos Battle. Later, there will be 8 powerful gladiators on the stage at the same time. They are all terrifying warriors. Only the last person alive can win. Chaos Battle." Hearing the voice of the goblin demon warlock, the demons in the audience cheered enthusiastically. Their chaotic nature made them like this battle mode the most. A chaotic battle of gladiators, no one could predict who the final winner would be. Next, the goblin demon warlock saw that the atmosphere in the arena had been stirred up. He was quite proud and said loudly, "Let's welcome our first contestant. Mind Flayer, Long SAS." The heavy iron gate rose, and a strange creature in a dark robe floated out. It was covered in a powerful psionic force field and had a trace of demonic aura. Its face looked like a humanoid octopus monster, with 4 disgusting tentacles. Its skin was a strange lavender color, and it was covered with some kind of mucus. Mind Flayers were hermaphroditic creatures. Their nature was like that of drows and spiders. In their long history, they were extremely violent and cruel. To deal with their enemies, the Mind Flayers would tear the enemy's head and steal their brains. But it seemed that this was not all. The Mind Flayers preferred to use their psionic power to control the opponent's thoughts and turn them into their slaves. Adult Mind Flayers were quite dangerous. This was one of the most hated enemies in the Underdark, and this Mind Flayer from the Abyss was undoubtedly even more terrifying. Mind Flayers had an innate +8 intelligence bonus, and it required an extremely strong will to deal with them. Sauron frowned slightly. With the appearance of the Mind Flayer, the entire arena quieted down. The expressions of the demons were more interesting. Some were disgusted, and some were curious. This kind of monster was not very common in the Abyss. The goblin demon warlock was very satisfied with the expressions of the audience. He looked around and continued, "Now, let's welcome our second contestant. From the depths of the Abyss, 10,000-eyed demon Abyss. Beholder, Grodok." Rumble, the iron gate slowly rose, and a huge beholder floated in the air. Its single ferocious eye looked at everyone, and its bloody mouth seemed to be able to swallow everything. The demons were in an uproar. Obviously, the contestants in the arena today were beyond their expectations. The goblin demon warlock looked quite proud. He continued to speak in an excited tone, "Next is our third contestant. Frost giant, Urgle." Rumble, heavy footsteps sounded, and the whole ground seemed to be trembling slightly. A mutated giant of more than 5 meters tall slowly walked out. It was wearing simple armor and held a metal mace that weighed more than 1,000 pounds in its hand. The whole arena was in an uproar. This time, the goblins were really generous. Almost all the gladiators that came out were quasi-legendary and above. Giants were not born with high intelligence. The frost giant in front of them seemed to be affected by the chaotic will of the bottomless abyss. After it entered the arena with a huge mace, it immediately locked its target on the similarly huge beholder. It did not even wait for the battle to begin before it roared and rushed over. This guy's tenacity and resistance were a little scary. Although it had the strength of a half-legendary, it should be the most powerful among all the gladiators in terms of explosive power. Even Beholder might not be able to withstand one or two of its attacks. Sauron was in the form of a flaming demon. If he was hit by the frost giant's mace, he would be close to death. Hee hee. Looks like our frost giant, Urgle can't wait to taste the blood of the enemy. The goblin fiend warlock was not surprised at all by the frost giant's action. The nature of demons was chaotic. The power of the bottomless abyss affected everyone. Anyone who stayed in the abyss would have an invisible test of will. If the test of will did not pass, they might be affected by the chaotic will of the abyss. This was like any intelligent creature that entered the Elysium. They would have to go through a test of pleasure every day. Ordinary people would be affected by the chaotic will of the abyss. Once they entered the Elysium, they would not want to go out for the rest of their lives. Only a strong enough will could resist this characteristic of the realm. Boom. The heavy mace did not hit Beholder, but it smashed a hole in the ground. Beholder had psionic energy similar to an anti-gravity force field. It could directly float and fly at low altitude. It dodged the attack of the frost giant and instantly shot out a ray of light. The mind flayer stood aside and watched coldly. It even retreated to a corner. These mind flayers were quite cunning and cruel. They also had the ability to control the thoughts of others. It also required a strong will to resist. If there were no surprises, no one would fight at first. Sauron also retreated. The strength of Beholder and the frost giant, Urgle, was not very different. One had all kinds of natural abilities, and the other had a violent bloodline. They could fight for a while. Don't worry. The goblin fiend warlock let out a strange laugh. He waved his hand and opened another gate. He said in a sharp voice, "The next one is the four-armed snake demon, Karkin. It's a prisoner of the demon lord Miamid. Calamity coin. If it's lucky enough to survive, it might be able to regain its freedom." Rumble, a heavy iron gate opened, and a snake demon with a naked upper body and 4 arms holding long swords appeared. It stared at everyone with its turbid reddish-yellow eyes and then approached Sauron. A snake demon that was proficient in multiple attacks, using 4 long swords at the same time to fight. It seemed like this guy was about to advance into a 6-armed snake demon. Its target was Sauron. The goblin demon warlock looked at the boiling arena in front of him and waved his hand to open several gates. Then, some other high-grade creatures appeared. There were beasts from the outer planes and other intermediate and high-grade devils. They were all enemies with a monster level of 15 and above. Next. The goblin fiend warlock took a deep breath and laughed maniacally. "Let's welcome our last contestant." Thump. Thump, thump. A huge vibration came. The largest steel gate under the goblin fiend warlock's feet opened. The heavy footsteps made the frost giant stop temporarily. The 4-armed snake demon was also careful not to get too close to Sauron because it also realized that a greater danger was approaching. There was dead silence in the arena. An invisible pressure shrouded everyone. The high-grade devils looked dignified, and some of the intermediate and low-grade devils were pale with fear. Dragon's Aura, a row of data appeared in front of Sauron, affected by Dragon's Aura. Forced test of will immunity triggered. Test of will immunity passed. You resisted the effect of Dragon's Aura. Sauron's expression was quite dignified. Even he did not expect that these devils and goblins could play such a big hand. Although it could be said that there were as many legends as dogs in the abyss, they were also scattered in the hundreds of layers of the plane space. Most of the legends in a plane were at the level of the leader. Creatures like dragons even occupied the territory near their lairs. It seemed that the rumor about the relationship between the demon lord Miamide, Calamity Coin and the abyss demon dragon was true. There were a lot of dragons here. Rumble, a huge monster of 5 meters tall and 20 meters long appeared in front of everyone. When it came out of the dungeon, Sauron's expression could not help but be stunned because the creature he saw was a bit strange. It was a dragon, but it did have a strong dragon's aura. Its head was also 70% similar to a dragon, but its body was a bit strange. The huge dragon creature in front of him had very thick forelimbs and hind limbs, which meant that it had amazing attacking ability. Its body was obviously different from other dragons. It looked more like an earth dragon. The most eye-catching thing was its dragon wings, which were only 2 meters long. It looked like 2 congenitally deformed wings. It was impossible for such dragon wings to support it to fly. The dragon in front of him looked like some kind of congenitally deformed variant. Its scales were close to dark red. Its characteristics were a bit like a red dragon, but also a bit like a black dragon. It even had the ferocity of an abyss demon dragon. Its body surface temperature was very high. Sauron noticed that it would leave a slight scorch mark on the ground. Its heavy breathing was accompanied by a trace of flames, and the air was filled with a faint smell of sulfur. There was also a kind of magma-like burning breath. This was a deformed hybrid dragon. It had the blood of a red dragon and also the blood of a black dragon. Its living area should be near magma. It was basically immune to fire damage. Its dragon tail was quite strong. If you were hit by its tail, you would be seriously injured on the spot. According to the flames that appeared when it breathed, Sauron judged that its dragon breath was very strong. It was almost comparable to the most powerful red dragon among the 5 colors. The biggest flaw of the deformed dragon in front of him was its dragon wings. The dragon wings were congenitally deformed, so it could only live like an earth dragon. But, in terms of hand-to-hand combat ability on the ground, it was probably stronger than many adult dragons. Just at the first sight of the enemy, Sauron's mind was quickly analyzing its weaknesses and trump cards. Immunity to fire was the most troublesome thing. Sauron was not sure if his long sword could break its strong dragon scales. It looks like it. Sauron quietly moved his feet and secretly said, "The abyss dragon in front of me has the ability to fight at least 3 to 5 enemies. An adult dragon. Even if it was a mixed bloodline, its natural advantage was still very obvious. P.S. Fu Tu's public WeChat account is Zushengfuta001. You can follow it. It will release plot information and extras regularly. Very strong, a very powerful enemy." The challenge rating of the deformed dragon in front of them was estimated to be around 18, which meant that at least 5 well-equipped adventure teams with profession level 18 were needed to successfully kill it, and there might even be some casualties. Now there were a total of 8 players in the entire arena. In addition to this strange deformed dragon, there were a total of 7 gladiators. Among them, the frost giant could basically be ignored. It had been wildly chasing after Beholder, and its rationality had almost disappeared. Only the remaining 5 people could possibly kill this dragon together. But the problem now was that there was only one winner in the arena, and it was quite difficult for them to work together. A treacherous smile appeared on the face of the goblin fiend warlock, and it said in a sharp voice, "The last player is the hybrid magma dragon that lives in the lava volcano. It has the blood of the red dragon and the abyssal dragon. It is the pet of the great demon lord Miamed Calamity Coin. Now, let's see who will win the final victory." Having said that, the goblin fiend warlock looked at Sauron in the distance. Among all the players in the arena, Sauron's strength should be in the top 3. After all, the Balrog was also a legendary creature comparable to the dragon. Obviously, Sauron was not far from the Balrog. However, with his strength alone, he may not be able to defeat the hybrid dragon in front of him. Thinking of this, he could not help but look forward to the final result. The demon lord Miamed Calamity Coin had formed an alliance with an abyssal dragon. Dragons were inherently lustful, and the abyssal dragon had a wide range of preferences. It had many deformed species, but only a few could live to adulthood. The one in front of them belonged to the kind that was abandoned. Boom! The chaotic nature distorted the will of this hybrid dragon. After entering the arena, it immediately rushed forward at high speed and directly hit the berserk frost giant in front of it. It couldn't be helped. The frost giant was the largest and the easiest to attract the dragon's attention. The 5-meter-tall frost giant looked as if it had been hit by a train and was sent flying far away. The giant's size was a little small compared to the giant dragon, not to mention that the hybrid giant dragon's strength was suppressing. Dragon's breath. After severely injuring the frost giant, the mixed-blood lava dragon in front of him took a deep breath. Its chest was larger than that of an ordinary dragon. When it breathed, its whole body seemed to expand. Then, a wave of scorching dragon breath flames gushed out, the ferocious dragon swayed its head, and terrifying flames covered an area of more than 50 meters. As a mixed-blood dragon, its dragon breath had a wider range than the red dragon, and it lasted much longer. Dragon tail sweep. The strong dragon tail lashed out the moment the dragon breath ended, sending an enemy flying more than 10 meters away. The magma dragon rushed toward the frost giant at high speed, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on its head. With a crunching sound, the frost giant's head was bitten off in an instant. Instant kill. In just the first round of attacks, the frost giant died and the other two were injured. Although the magma dragon's chaotic nature affected it, its intelligence was not low. At first glance, it judged that the frost giant with a mace that weighed more than 1,000 pounds was the biggest threat to it. Even a dragon would not be able to withstand a few hits from such a heavy weapon. In addition, the frost giant's natural breath was very annoying to the magma dragon, so it was natural for it to be the first target. We must work together. Sauron realized this in an instant. Almost no one else present could fight against this dragon. If they did not work together, everyone would die here. Only if they worked together to kill the dragon first, the rest of the people would have a chance to survive. A wave of psionic power came. Unknowingly, several middle-ranked demons had appeared beside the Mind Flayer as meat shields. Upon closer inspection, the audience behind it was actually empty. Sauron's expression froze for a moment. Then, he realized that these demons were all demons in the audience seats of the arena. They were directly captured by the Mind Flayer using mind control. It seemed that the Mind Flayer was preparing to use these demons as cannon fodder and meat shields. Sauron did not know if such a move was against the rules, but looking at the expressions of the nearby demons and goblins, it seemed that such a situation was allowed by them. In fact, according to the rules of the Galumba arena, if a demon came to the arena, it was equivalent to joining this death battle. With the chaotic nature of demons, there would occasionally be guys who felt that they were tired of living and directly jumped from the audience into the arena. This behavior was recognized in the Galumba arena. Obviously, those demons who came down were not voluntary. They were controlled by the Mind Flayer. Such a situation frightened the nearby demons, and they retreated one after another. They avoided the Mind Flayer as if they were avoiding the plague. They did not even have the mood to watch the duel. Now there was only one thought in their minds, and that was to not get close to the Mind Flayer. It was too dangerous. The cannon fodder was in position. After using powerful psionic energy to directly capture the demons in the audience as cannon fodder, the Mind Flayer immediately transmitted a message to the others in the arena. We must work together to deal with this dragon. Otherwise, no one can win against it alone. Everyone was going to die here. I'll control people and attract attention. You guys find a chance to attack. There was no time to discuss tactics. The powerful hybrid dragon had already pounced on the second gladiator. The demon cannon fodder charged. The Mind Flayer's enslavement ability was far beyond any other race. A Mind Flayer could control the minds of multiple slaves at the same time. Even after the death of a cannon fodder, it could immediately find new cannon fodder from the audience. In order to prove its sincerity, the Mind Flayer immediately let the demon cannon fodder charge forward with a probing attack at the same time. The first to respond was the Beholder. Because after the death of the frost giant, it was the second large target. It was easy to become the dragon's primary target. Rays of light shot out, the Beholder floated in the air with the help of psionic energy. Following the Mind Flayer, it directly tried to use spells to control the demons next to the audience as cannon fodder. The two major slave owners in the Underdark, naturally, the Mind Flayers ranked first. They had once enslaved the entire Grey Dwarf race, and their ability to control minds was one of the few in the multiverse. However, the Beholders also had a large number of slaves in the Dark Zone. In just one round, these two evil creatures that were close to the legendary level controlled 7 or 8 demon cannon fodder. Although their strength was obviously much weaker than the gladiators, they could be used to attract the attention of the enemy and exhaust the opponent for a while. At this moment, the demons in the spectator seats were really unlucky. The opponents participating in the duel today were a little different from what they saw in the past. Occasionally, there would be battles where innocent people were injured, but those were just accidents. Everything that had happened today had been intentional. The goblin demon warlock looked at everything in front of it with a strange expression. There was a playful smile on its face as if it had no intention of stopping it. Inside the Galumba arena. As long as you entered the arena, you would be considered to have joined the battle. It didn't matter if you jumped down on purpose, fell down by accident, or was controlled by someone. This was all in line with the rules of the Galumba arena. In the chaotic nature of the goblin demon warlock, this death battle had obviously become more exciting because of the mind flayer and the beholder's actions of capturing cannon fodder. The battle was still going on. The demon cannon fodder was consumed very quickly. Perhaps it was annoyed by these little bugs. The lava dragon could not help but take a deep breath again, but at this moment, Sauron's figure suddenly moved. He rushed to the dragon in front of him from the side. The demonic wings on his back flapped. He held the long sword with both hands at an amazing speed and pierced the dragon's chest where the dragon was spitting out dragon breath. On the other side of the arena, the four-armed Naga's expression was a little hesitant, but in the end, it went around the dragon from the other side. In terms of physical damage, the four-armed Naga was definitely more powerful than Sauron. It might even be more powerful than the frost giant. Among all the gladiators present, only it could cause huge damage to the dragon in a short period of time. Only by killing the dragon could they possibly become the final victors. Rumble, the magma dragon's tail was covered with sharp bone spikes that looked like a meteor hammer. When it unleashed its draconic aura, a strong gust of wind blew. Not only did it break the spine of a cannon fodder who dared to block its path, it even smashed a dent in the sturdy wall of the Garuba arena. As a deformed mutated dragon, the magma dragon in front of him did not have the ability to fly. It usually lived like a land dragon. Normal dragons would exercise their hind limbs and wings more in their daily activities, so all the strong muscles were concentrated in this area. The deformed magma dragon in front of him lived like a land dragon, so its forelimbs were also very developed. Its back muscles were quite strong, and this strength extended to the dragon's tail. This was the dragon that Sauron had seen using Dragon Tail Sweep the most times, and it was also the most powerful dragon. A scorching dragon's breath was spat out. Sauron flapped the demon wings on his back that were getting bigger and bigger. He increased his speed to the limit in an instant, almost flying close to the ground at a low altitude. He brushed past the scorching dragon's breath in an instant, then he swung his sword and stabbed the magma dragon's chest. The dragon's breath touched Sauron's body. This flame that was enough to turn mortals into ashes only ignited his whole body. The dark red skin automatically ignited the flame, and a surge of raging fire awakened his own flame body. Poochie, the moment the magma dragon took a deep breath and spat out the dragon's breath, Sauron stabbed its chest. With the hot dragon's blood spilling out, a fire snake suddenly began to shoot out from its chest. The dragon's breath leaked out. The dragon's physiological form was special. The dragon's breath was sprayed out from its chest. Now that Sauron's sword pierced through its chest, when it suffered a certain degree of damage, the dragon's breath also sprayed out from the hole below. All of a sudden, the power of the dragon's breath, which originally covered a wide range, was reduced a lot. The dragon's breath and dragon's blood spilled on Sauron's body. The dark red dragon's blood was abnormally hot, like a red-hot soldering iron. If it fell on other people, their skin would be burned at once. However, when the dragon's blood fell on Sauron's body, it was like adding oil to the fire in an instant. In an instant, the fire on his body became more vigorous. The blood had a scorching breath. After igniting the fire on his body, it turned into a trace of power that penetrated his body. Uncontrollable restlessness and fanaticism. In an instant, the fire on Sauron's body doubled. He roared and slashed his hand. The wound became bigger and bigger, and more dragon's blood spilled on his body. This was a magma dragon. As a mutated hybrid dragon, its living habits were a little different from other dragons because it lived near magma. It was immune to fire. It had a flame dragon's breath. Its blood was as hot as magma, which was very deadly to any mortal. Sauron was a fire demon. He had advanced to the elite form and was only one step away from becoming a flame demon. He was also immune to fire damage. As the pre-demon form of the Baler, fire was like an instinctive power for Sauron. Rumble. There was a violent explosion. Sauron's body suddenly burst out with flames, and then there was a crackling sound on his body. His body grew bigger, and he was nearly 5 centimeters taller. The lava-like dragon blood splattered all over his body. His dark red demonic skin seemed to have been infused with some other power. The strange demon tattoo emitted a demonic red flame, and Sauron's body gradually changed. The demon horn on his forehead curved upward slightly, and it looked a little like the outline of a dragon's horn. From his cheeks to his earlobes, new demon tattoos appeared where the dragon blood was poured on his head. The sharp demon claws were dyed dark red. With the huge body of the magma dragon, the dragon blood spewing out almost covered Sauron's whole body. A row of data appeared in front of him. Attribute compatibility. Dragon blood baptism, effect triggered. Fire demon form advanced mutation. Magma dragon blood merged. Energy extraction. Energy fusion. Advanced mutation triggered. Fire demon form temporarily changed to flame demon form. Flame body temporarily upgraded to flame body. You temporarily mastered beheader sword ability. You temporarily mastered order deterrence ability. You temporarily mastered soul assimilation ability. You temporarily mastered cleave ability. You temporarily mastered attack first ability. You temporarily mastered dual wielding ability. You temporarily mastered telekinesis ability. You temporarily mastered blasphemy ability. Roar, a roar suddenly reverberated in the arena. Amidst the crackling sounds of his bones, Sauron's figure seemed to have ignited and exploded all of a sudden. The area covered by his body of flames doubled, and the dragon blood that spilled on his body seemed to have been poured on him like gasoline. The heat wave of the impact was unbearable even for the demons in the spectator seats of the arena. Flame demon form, a flame shadow dodged from the sharp claws of the lava dragon, and then Sauron's figure flew into the air. The demon wings that were getting bigger and bigger flapped slightly. Sauron's whole body was shrouded in flames. Even his face could not be seen clearly. Only a human silhouette wrapped in flames could be seen. Flame demon. Flame demon. Sauron the Beheader has become a flame demon. As one of the most powerful demons in the abyss, the form of the flame demon had long been known to other demons, so Sauron's sudden mutation could not be hidden from anyone. Such terrible flames and the breath of this high-grade demon. They were sure that Sauron had become a powerful flame demon, a terrible demon who could defeat a dragon, whirlwind slash. Sauron's pupils were like fire. He stared at the lava dragon in front of him. Suddenly, he flapped his demon wings and swooped down from the air. Then, in an instant, he swung his sword toward the lava dragon's neck. Temporarily evolved into flame demon form, whether it was his own ability or attributes, Sauron had been greatly improved. However, he also felt that the power that seeped into his body was being consumed bit by bit. This power came from the blood of the magma dragon in front of him, and not his own power. Therefore, he needed more dragon blood. Only more dragon blood could continue to maintain his flame demon form. This dragon blood had the power of lava. For him, it was like a warrior suddenly drinking a bottle of giant strength potion. Sword form, beheading. The burning sword slashed toward the head of the magma dragon, but it was blocked by the dragon's back. The strong dragon scales effectively protected Sauron from the fatal blow. With the sound of metal hitting, he only slightly broke the dragon scales on the back of the magma dragon and did not even penetrate the muscle layer. This kind of injury was nothing for a dragon. Any physical damage that could not penetrate the muscle layer and attack the internal organs was difficult to pose a fatal threat to them. However, a stream of dragon blood splashed out. The dragon blood stained Sauron's body, and as long as it touched the fire on his body, it immediately ignited like gasoline and then turned into a more scorching fire all over the battlefield. The consumed power was recovering. Sauron could feel that as long as he succeeded in staining the dragon blood, the power consumed in the Balrog form could be recovered a lot. More dragon blood. He must have more dragon blood. Even if he transformed into the form of the Balrog, he could not completely suppress the magma dragon in front of him. He must ensure that he could maintain the power of the Balrog form to win the final victory. Roar! The magma dragon's painful roar sounded. Just as Sauron fought with the magma dragon, the four-armed snake demon also went behind it. This warrior with 4 arms and 4 long swords at the same time was simply a killing machine. Its speed was like a whirlwind compared to Sauron's. With the high-speed sprint of the snake tail, the four-armed snake demon launched a spinning attack in an instant. The 4 long swords staggered and rotated at the same time and slashed the lower body of the magma dragon. The dragon's scales were broken by the amazing power of the snake demon, and then a bloody wound appeared. Dragon tail sweep. A huge roar came, and the four-armed snake demon directly crawled on the ground like a snake sprinting. It actually avoided a fatal dragon tail sweep attack by a hair's breadth. The beam of the beholder hit the head of the magma dragon. The Mind Flayer seemed to have some concerns about Sauron's sudden change. It temporarily stopped the attack and just controlled the demon cannon fodder to rush forward. Raging flames surged. Sauron's figure rose into the air. The demon wings of the Balrog could support him to fly at a low altitude, which was a huge advantage for him because the biggest weakness of the lava dragon in front of him was that it could not fly. Its pair of deformed dragon wings were completely decorative. Decapitation. The scorching longsword slashed down again. When the magma dragon saw that it couldn't hit Sauron, it immediately rushed to the four-armed snake devil beside him. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon breath at Devil in the distance. Even in the face of multiple enemies at the same time, the magma dragon's powerful vitality and defensive ability that were unique to the dragon race still allowed it to be on par with it. Clang! Clang! As the dragon's tail swept over, Sauron's figure was sent flying. A feint, the lava dragon in front of him knew how to trick him. It looked like it was attacking Devil and four-armed Naga, but it was actually tricking Sauron into attacking it with its tail. Plop! Sauron's figure flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. Facing the huge magma dragon, he rolled to avoid the opponent's attack, and then rushed to the position where the four-armed Naga hit the magma dragon at the beginning. The ground was full of hot dragon blood. The dragon blood burned as soon as it touched Sauron's flame, and then he flapped his demon wings again and flew into the air. The magma dragon was so angry that it roared. This time, it rushed to Devil on the side again. Since Sauron did not dare to come down to fight with it, it attacked other enemies. With the natural advantage of the dragon's size and strength, no one in the entire arena could resist its attack head-on. Dragon blood. More dragon blood. The consumption of maintaining the Balrog form was huge. The power of the legendary level was not what his current form could provide. Sauron had to rely on the dragon blood to maintain the form of the Balrog. Rumble, seeing that the magma dragon had forced her into a corner, Devil finally had no choice but to use her life-saving ability, which was an instant short-distance teleportation. The huge charging force made the magma dragon directly hit the wall of the Galumba arena. This directly caused a corner of the arena to collapse, but it did not seem to be affected too much. It just shook its head a little and turned around to continue to charge at Devil. Sauron was the most threatening physical attack it knew, and Devil was the most threatening long-range attack it knew. What a strong resistance! This kind of violent collision did not make it dizzy. Under normal circumstances, almost all physical damage would not cause any obvious negative status effects. Boom! The magma dragon's body that was more than 10 meters long charged again. Seeing that it was about to rush over, the first to move was not Devil, but the demons on the opposite side of the arena. They were all like frightened rabbits and dodged to the left and right. Perhaps the players in the arena did not notice the collision just now. However, the demon spectators saw that 2 of them were caught in the collapse and were directly submerged in a pile of rubble. This was a gigantic dragon. With its terrifying strength and huge body, it could directly smash open the city gate. Even the city wall that was not strong enough could collapse because of its attack. The magma dragon rushed over with a ferocious momentum, this time. The four-armed snake demon that was wandering on the side of the arena found an opportunity and rushed over in an instant and slashed the body of the magma dragon from behind. Bang! No one knew if the magma dragon had eyes on the back of its head. Sauron's attack was directly hit by the dragon's tail. Although the four-armed snake demon's attack hit the opponent, it was quickly swept away by the dragon's tail. Patter, the four-armed snake demon's body was directly slapped and smashed into the solid wall. Even the wall behind it had a slight crack. If the snake demon was not born with strong physical strength, it would have died. Another one was seriously injured. The suppression of the magma dragon's strength and size was too obvious. Sauron blocked its attack, but he was still sent flying and vomited blood. The four-armed snake demon's physique was probably not as good as his, so it was directly in a state of serious injury. Idevil was once again forced into a corner. Its huge body was quite cumbersome and didn't even have the ability to move on its own. As a huge meatball, it could only rely on its psionic power to fly at a low altitude. How could its speed be faster than the high-speed magma dragon? Opportunity. Just at the moment when the magma dragon sent the four-armed snake demon flying, Sauron once again perceived that this was an opportunity to attack. He instantly swooped down and slashed the enemy in front of him. However, at this moment, the mind flayer that had been holding back began to move. It gradually approached the heavily injured four-armed snake fiend. In the mind flayer's turbid eyes, a demonic light of magic emerged. The four-armed snake demon's body stiffened in an instant, and then its expression gradually became dull. Shrill screams echoed in the sky above the Galumba arena. Although Sauron flew down from the sky to rescue, the magma dragon still chose to ignore Sauron's attack and directly hit or even kill the beholder in front of it. With its wisdom, it knew that it had to kill these annoying little bugs one by one. The beholder was undoubtedly the easiest to kill. In terms of size and speed, the beholder could not escape from its attack range. The magma dragon's bloody mouth bit the beholder's body, and the terrible bite force tore off a piece of flesh from the beholder's body. As everyone knew, the bite force of dragons was quite amazing. The bite force of a Tyrannosaurus rex, dinosaur, could even overturn a car. As one of the most powerful dragon species, the terrible bite force of the magma dragon in front of them was estimated to be able to penetrate the armor of a tank. It directly bit the side of the beholder's body, biting off one of the beholder's eye roots on the spot. As a special life form, the eye roots were the most important physiological organ of the beholder, and also one of its biggest weaknesses. The pain of being bitten off here was similar to the pain of having one's genitals cut off. One could imagine how shrill the scream was. With an eye root and a part of its body bitten off, the beholder almost entered a state of near death on the spot. But just when the magma dragon was about to kill the beholder in front of it in one breath, it suddenly let out a shrill scream. Sauron directly stabbed the beholder from its back, which was close to the dragon's genitals. The second shrill scream was heard. Because of the direction of the attack, Sauron could not attack the vital parts that were fatal enough, and the +1 longsword in his hand, even with the power of his Balrog transformation, could not penetrate the muscle layer of the magma dragon and hurt its internal organs. So he directly chose the obvious vital part of the back of the magma dragon's body. For any flesh and blood creature, their reproductive organs were an important area. This was a life and death battle. There were no morals, no rules. From an absolute rational point of view, the reproductive organs in the back of the body were the only place that could severely injure the opponent and temporarily affect its movement, and even force it to go crazy because of the pain. Sauron was a rogue. In the past, when he encountered an opponent that was too strong to defeat, he did not mind using the following 3 methods to get rid of the opponent. Magma Dragon's eyes were almost completely red because of the congested blood. Regardless of whether it was a male or a female, Sauron's stab from this angle, and almost half of the sword's depth, would cause great mental pain to both male and female creatures. Idevil seemed to have gotten a chance to breathe. It tried to move its huge and injured body to the side. At this time, Sauron landed in front of it. His huge demonic wings flapped slightly as if he wanted to attract the attention of the lava dragon to protect the eye demon behind him. Eye demon was touched. Because it knew very few devils who would do such a thing. But in the next moment, its expression stiffened. Sauron suddenly turned around. With a 360-degree turn, he swung his burning longsword at Idevil, who was on the verge of death. It was a merciless attack that was mixed with immense strength. It was a one-hit kill. From Idevil's head to its lower body, a terrible sword mark ran through its huge eyeball in the center, almost cutting it in half. Its expression was still the same as before, with a trace of shock and disbelief. Idevil could not understand why the Balrog in front of it would save it from the bloody mouth of the lava dragon, and then turn around and kill it with a sword. Maybe this was the chaotic nature of demons. Sauron's move made the whole Galumba arena noisy. Many demons were excited by this sudden move. The goblin demon warlock was also a little shocked and murmured, "What a chaotic demon. If you wanted to die, why did you save it? Since you saved it, why did you kill it? Sure enough, these demons are crazy." Sauron saved Idevil, and Sauron turned around and killed Idevil. Some people did not understand this and thought it was the nature of demons, but some thought it was normal. The demon in front of them made them feel more like a devil. The lava dragon seemed to be a little confused by Sauron's behavior, but this did not affect its determination to kill the enemy in front of it. A ferocious mouth was about to bite him. Sauron rolled to avoid it, and then rose into the air with the help of the demon wings. The lava dragon took a deep breath. Facing the incoming dragon breath, Sauron's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that his opponent had made a fatal mistake. He was not afraid of the lava dragon's dragon breath at all. A surging flame dragon breath came out of the lava dragon's bloody mouth. The terrible flames could even melt steel, but all this was not enough to cause enough fatal damage to Sauron. The whistling of the wind sounded. Sauron directly rushed towards the terrifying dragon breath of the lava dragon. The enemy had made a fatal common-sense mistake. The dragon was always confident in the power of the dragon breath. It thought that Sauron would dodge the dragon breath, but it did not expect Sauron to rush towards the dragon breath and stab its bloody mouth with his sword. The result of the battle could be reversed in an instant. The overwhelming dragon breath shrouded Sauron's figure. Even if he was immune to fire damage, the dragon breath still had a lot of effect on him. A trace of panic appeared on the lava dragon's face. It seemed that it had just realized that its subconscious dragon breath had brought about a fatal threat to itself. But it was all too late. Zorro's figure rushed over with the dragon's breath, and then directly stabbed into the magma dragon's bloody mouth with his sword. It was a fatal blow. The blade of the sword pierced through the upper jaw, which was not protected by dragon scales, directly into the brain. Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound and the dust raised when the heavy object fell to the ground, the powerful magma dragon was actually killed by him just like that. And this fatal opportunity was created by the enemy for Sauron, the strong. The truly strong knew how to use any flaw to deal with the opponent. In terms of combat experience, the lava dragon might not encounter as much as Sauron in a year. After all, dragons often relied on their powerful strength to crush their opponents. The whole Galumba arena was dead silent. All the demons had a stunned expression on their faces, and then there was an uproar. Such a reversal of the situation made many spectators very excited. At this moment, Sauron used a flaw to deal with a powerful enemy, but he was now facing a difficult battle. That was to absorb the power of the lava dragon, or to use the soul assimilation ability of Balrog transformation, to extract a powerful legendary dragon soul. The latter was the legendary dragon soul. Adventurers preferred to call it the dragon crystal. Dragon crystal. This was what adventurers called it. Many mortals thought that the dragon crystal was dug out of the dragon's brain, but in fact, this was just a rumor. The dragon's body was just an ordinary biological structure of flesh and blood. Although there were many valuable materials, in fact, it was not out of the basic range of living creatures. The dragon crystal had considerable power, but this power was not given by the dragon's flesh and blood, but came from the dragon's powerful soul power. There was only one way to create the dragon crystal, that was, at the moment of the dragon's death, with the help of the power of magic, it could be extracted and turned into a legendary soul crystal. The dragon crystal was a soul crystal. It was just that this was the most special and powerful kind of soul crystal. There were many ways to extract soul power, and Sauron was now in the form of Balrog. The dragon's soul power would dissipate very quickly, and the extraction of soul power must be done at the moment of the enemy's death. In the current state, Sauron mastered the ability of soul manipulation. Even without any gems, he could directly reshape the soul power of the magma dragon in front of him into a legendary dragon crystal. This was a crystal with great power, and it was of great value even to the gods. However, the price of extracting the soul power was that he would lose most of the enemy's power, and he could not rely on the power brought by the magma dragon to improve himself. The only good thing was that the dragon crystal was similar to a soul crystal, and it could also be directly absorbed. In other words, it was to store the soul power. If he intended to absorb it again, although the benefits might be reduced a little, he could still retain most of the power. The soul of the dragon was far stronger than that of other creatures. The value of the dragon crystal was not in direct absorption, but as a special material used to make the top legendary equipment, or as an important core of some artifacts. Sauron was faced with a choice: if he absorbed the power of the magma dragon, then he would not be able to get the dragon crystal, but he could advance to become a Balrog faster. However, if he used the soul assimilation to extract the dragon crystal, he would obtain a legendary special item. This item could be used to forge a divine artifact, or he could directly absorb the power within it, although there would be a little loss in doing so. Soul manipulation. Although Sauron hesitated for a moment, he quickly made a decision. It was quite difficult to obtain the dragon crystal through conventional means. Even if his body was a god, there was no way to obtain the dragon crystal when he killed the giant dragon. This was because his body did not have the divinity of death, soul, mystery, and he did not have the ability to master the soul summoning. Don't underestimate this spell-like ability. It was a soul spell above level 8. Even in the bottomless abyss, only the top demons could master it. The Balrog happened to be one of the powerful demons who mastered the power of the soul. Among the higher demons, there were only a handful who could play with souls and reshape them. There was a chance that this spell would fail because the soul contained endless mysteries. However, Sauron knew that the flame demons were one of the most special types of demons in the abyss. Their control over souls was naturally superior to other demons. Even the success rate of their soul manipulation was much higher than other legendary wizards. The probability of the spell failing was less than 1 in 10, a huge amount of soul power was extracted, and in Sauron's burning palm, a strange fiery red crystal appeared. The spell was a success. Sauron extracted the soul power of the lava dragon in front of him and reshaped it into a legendary dragon crystal. A surge of power flowed into his body. Because the soul power was extracted and reshaped into the dragon crystal, Sauron's absorption of power was greatly reduced. The formation of the dragon crystal could not be hidden from anyone. The legendary level spiritual light was as dazzling as a torch. The demons in the audience couldn't help but show a trace of greed because the dragon crystal was a very rare treasure even for demons. Even the goblin demon warlock on the stage had a trace of greed and shock on his face. In the bottomless abyss, probably only the Balrog and the Balrog could extract the enemy's soul and reshape it so easily. A dragon crystal, the mind flayer's eyes burst out with dazzling light. Almost at the moment when Sauron finished casting the soul manipulation, it launched a mind control attack. Then, the four-armed snake demon with a dull expression rushed over crazily. It had been controlled by the mind flayer. The dragon crystal had countless uses. For any profession, it was a treasure of inestimable value. Perhaps there were many successful dragon slayers, but less than 10% of them obtained a dragon crystal. For the mind flayer, whether it was the battle in the arena or the dragon crystal that Sauron had just condensed with the soul manipulation, it was worth it to kill the enemy in front of it at all costs. Sauron's figure trembled on the spot. Then, his expression returned to normal, but his eyes became extremely cold because a wave of soul power had collided with his will. A strong will. The mind flayer's face was a little pale because the mind control it had just sent out seemed to have hit an iron plate. An unbelievably strong mind. The heart of the Balrog in front of it did not seem like a demon, but more like a paladin or ascetic monk with a firm belief. My will is as strong as steel. Sauron stared at the mind flayer in front of him with eyes full of killing intent. He hated being controlled by the enemy the most. If charm could arouse his killing intent, then the mind control of the mind flayer made him burn with anger. The mind flayer must die. For a long time, Sauron had been tempering his will all the time just to deal with the situation in front of him. No one could control his mind. Facing the four-armed snake demon that had been controlled by the mind flayer and was rushing towards him like a madman, Sauron directly raised his hand and pointed forward, launching another powerful spell-like ability of the Balrog form. It was a 7th circle talent spell-like ability. The four-armed snake demon had been severely injured by the magma dragon, so the mind flayer could easily control its mind. Now it was rushing towards Sauron, and it was also affected by awe in an instant, and its whole body was stiff in place. A seventh circle spell. This was a high-level spell that even Sauron himself could not release. Now, in the Balrog form, he did not even need to make too many casting movements and could easily cast it. The only drawback was that it could only be used once a day. Terrible flames appeared. Sauron was not in a hurry to kill the four-armed snake demon in front of him because the duration of all was long enough. He swung his sword at the body of the magma dragon in front of him, and then let the hot dragon blood pour over his whole body. Dragon blood baptism. He needed more power to ensure that he could hold on until he killed the Mind Flayer. Command, Intimidate. This should be one of the most crushing spells for low-grade creatures. Unless the target's willpower was substantial, the immunity test would depend on the target's HP. Any creature with less than 150 HP would be intimidated on the spot. The duration of the immunity test depended on the target's HP. The duration of the immunity test was dependent on the target's HP. The immunity test would last for 1 to 6 seconds. However, if an ordinary person were to be intimidated by the immunity test could last for at least half an hour. The four-armed snake demon was already seriously injured, and its life force might not reach more than 150. For someone like Sauron, 6 seconds was enough for him to slice the enemy into pieces. So this spell was often used by priests to deal with spellcasters. If luck was not very good, even legendary wizards with insufficient life force would be intimidated on the spot. As for the final result, naturally, there was no need to say more. Of course, this was not the best spell for priests to use to kill legendary wizards. Instead, it was the legendary command, Death. Only priests who had mastered the divinities of slaughter, death, and life could learn this legendary divine spell, directly erasing any creature with less than 100 life points. No matter what the opponent was, whether it was a legendary wizard or a giant dragon. As long as there was no immunity to this spell, and the remaining life force was less than 100 points, it would be drained on the spot, and then die in an instant. To some extent, if Sauron's body had mastered the divinity of slaughter, he could give this divine spell to a legendary priest. Moreover, he could also use it himself. This spell was equivalent to the lowest version of Seize Life and Death, a relatively fatal spell that could potentially turn the situation around. 6 seconds. The flame demon's innate spell ability was quite terrifying. The four-armed snake demon controlled by command, Intimidate had almost no chance of survival, so the Mind Flayer did not hesitate to choose to give up on it. When Sauron slashed at the four-armed snake demon, the Mind Flayer began to quickly cast a psionic protection spell on itself, and at the same time, tried to control Sauron's mind again. Blood splashed, the fire on Sauron's body became more and more vigorous. After killing many enemies in a row, his creature level was about to increase. If he had not extracted the power of the magma dragon and condensed it into a dragon crystal, he might have reached a creature level of 19, or even directly become a flame demon. But, Sauron was a man who acted with a plan. Naturally, he had his own backup plan. That was the blood of the magma dragon. As long as he killed the Mind Flayer in front of him, he would immediately collect the blood of the magma dragon. If necessary, he could transform into the fire demon form again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. How could he decide to use the soul assimilation technique to reconstruct a dragon crystal so quickly? Blasphemy. Telekinesis. Sauron's figure turned into a ball of fire and descended from the sky. The Mind Flayer's face was extremely pale. In the battle of mind control, every attempt to attack made it feel as if its head had hit an iron plate. It really could not imagine that a demon's conviction could be so firm. This almost tangible willpower made it completely lose the possibility of controlling the other party's thoughts. Without being able to control the enemy, the Mind Flayer's battle prowess would be greatly reduced. However, there were other demon spectators nearby. The Mind Flayer immediately changed its target and began attacking the spectators around it, wanting to catch a batch of cannon fodder to restrain Sauron's strength. Blood splattered, a middle-grade demon was controlled by the Mind Flayer and jumped down, but it was killed by Sauron in an instant. Another wave of demonic power. Sauron was almost victorious. The blood of the magma dragon was still abundant enough to maintain his fire demon form for a while. Facing the desperate counterattack of the Mind Flayer, Sauron was not in a hurry to kill the other party. Because he was gaining experience, the Mind Flayer could not control Sauron, and other spells were unlikely to defeat the powerful fire demon, so it tried to use a war of attrition to kill Sauron in front of it. It could be seen that its mind control ability was very strong. Few of those middle-grade and low-grade demons could pass its mind control test, so in the blink of an eye, 3 middle-grade and low-grade demons rushed down in a row, but they were quickly killed by Sauron. Demonic power. The psionic power of the Mind Flayer was rapidly consumed, but the power accumulated by Sauron was getting stronger and stronger. Very good, the demonic power accumulated in a short while was almost comparable to that of a middle-grade demon he killed in the Abyss Blood War. The Mind Flayer finally felt desperate. Because the racial talent was too high, it was difficult for the Mind Flayer to master high-grade spells after advancing into a spellcaster. Although they would become quite terrifying after advancing into a legendary spellcaster, if they had not crossed the threshold of legendary, the Mind Flayer still needed to use its natural ability to fight. This kind of mind control power had now been completely crushed by Sauron's powerful will. It's time to end this. Sauron realized that the experience gain had almost reached its limit. He raised his hand, and a flame whip appeared in his palm, and then directly entangled the Mind Flayer in front of him. The pathetic power of a spellcaster, it was almost impossible for the Mind Flayer to break free from the control of the flame whip. The terrible fire burned on its body, and a shrill scream immediately sounded over the Golumba arena. Sword form, beheading. With a splash of blood, the hideous and ugly head of the Mind Flayer also flew up. Sauron glanced at the head that fell to the ground and directly stepped on it, crushing it. The Mind Flayer was one of the creatures he hated the most. This kind of creature that sucked the brains of other creatures as food to improve its own strength was difficult to gain the favor of others. A row of data appeared in front of him, creature level increased to 19. My ability has been improved. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. Flame body, effect increased. Spell-like ability, summon demon, effect increased. Spell-like ability, dominate demon, effect increased. Flaming demon, elite form advanced. Basic attributes have been improved. Energy mutation. Spell-like ability, fireball, has been increased to 5 times per day. Special insight. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent spell ability, blasphemous word. Ability insight. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent, weapon mastery, beheading sword. Ability insight. Demon bloodline fusion mutation. You have mastered the talent, attack first. Just a little more. After slaying the Mind Flayer in front of him, Sauron realized that he was not too far away from evolving into a flame demon. If necessary, he could directly extract the power of the dragon crystal and evolve into a flame demon. Dragon blood. He had to collect the dragon blood because even if he evolved into a flame demon, the dragon blood could provide him with additional strength and give him some bonuses. The dragon blood was like a strength potion to him. As long as there was enough dragon blood, he could continue to fight like a warrior who consumed the giant strength potion and berserk potion. Sauron. Sauron. Beheader, Sauron. As the last enemy was slain by Sauron, the demons in the audience cheered excitedly. Although this exciting battle of death involved many spectators, the entire battle greatly satisfied their chaotic nature. Without a doubt, Sauron's reputation would increase after this battle of death. Perhaps the nearby demons would know that a powerful beheader flame demon had appeared in the Golumba arena. But, facing the cheers from the audience, Sauron had no intention of paying attention to them. He pounced on the corpse of the lava dragon in front of him, brandishing his sword and slicing its abdomen. This dragon probably couldn't be taken away by him. With the greedy nature of the goblins, it was impossible for them to let Sauron take it as a trophy. But, if he only collected some dragon blood, perhaps the goblins wouldn't dare to say anything. Lava Tavern. Just as Sauron returned to his room with the winner's reward, a beautiful and flirtatious succubus maid immediately knocked on the door and whispered, "Your Excellency Sauron. There's a goblin outside who wants to see you." In just a few days, Sauron had won the respect of other demons with his strength. Demons only respected the strong, so Sauron's status in the Lava Tavern had skyrocketed. The most obvious change was that the succubus maids in the tavern began to call him Your Excellency Sauron and Your Excellency Beheader. Almost all the demons and evil spirits in the tavern who met him would bow slightly to express their respect for a high-level demon. Especially those evil spirits of the neutral camp. To be able to make them bow their heads to Sauron required some reputation. Therefore, it was conceivable how much reputation Sauron had recently gained in the Galumba arena. Goblin? Sauron frowned slightly. He quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. This goblin was probably here for the dragon crystal in his hands. To be honest, Sauron was not worried that someone would come to snatch the dragon crystal. First of all, he had his own strength. Second, he had mastered advanced teleportation. Third, this was the goblin's territory. The reason why the Galumba arena could attract so many evil spirits was because the evil spirits knew that the goblins were sinister, cunning, greedy, and so on. However, they would not easily break their promises. The Galumba arena had its own rules. Sauron's current identity was rather special and eye-catching. It could even be said that not only could the goblins not blatantly take Sauron's dragon crystal, but they also had to protect the dragon crystal on Sauron's body. After all, many demons now knew that Sauron had the dragon crystal, and the evil spirits also knew that Sauron had the dragon crystal. After all, there were only a few who were willing to stand up and challenge a powerful Balrog. If someone challenged the order and laws of the Galumba arena for the dragon crystal, it would be a serious blow to the reputation of the goblins among the evil spirits and demons. The evil spirits would suspect that the goblins had attacked the contestants in the arena out of greed. It was very helpless. However, this was the current situation. In the abyss, power reigned supreme. On the contrary, it was rare to see people who kept their promises and contracts. The rise of the goblins was because they had won the trust of the neutral camp evil spirits and the lawful camp devils. The trust of the two directly affected the prosperity of the Galumba arena. Zorro thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "I'll go down later." Although he didn't know why the goblins came, it was definitely related to the dragon crystal. His main body was about to reach the third layer of the abyss, and this was the biggest reason why Sauron was fearless. As long as Sauron's main body arrived, even the demon lord Miamed Calamity Coin would not be a match for him. The demon lord of a small territory was at most a weak divine power, and might even be at the level of a demigod. The thing that really made Sauron afraid was the abyssal demon dragon that was allied with the demon lord Miamed Calamity Coin. This thing's challenge level was similar to the Baelor. When Sauron arrived at the bottom of the lava tavern, there were already many demon spectators gathered here. The goblin who appeared was Sauron's old acquaintance, the goblin demon warlock who was in charge of hosting the arena. The goblin demon warlock showed a trace of dissatisfaction when Sauron came down after a while. He said in an unhappy voice, "Your Excellency Sauron. I'm here for the dragon crystal in your hand. His Excellency the Demon Lord is also very interested in this dragon crystal. But goblins keep their promises. In exchange for the dragon crystal in your hand, His Excellency the Demon Lord asked me to bring a legendary material of equal value. The private property of the gladiators could be protected by the Galumba arena. This was to ensure that the contestants who participated in the death arena would not return empty-handed for some reason. Otherwise, the Galumba arena would not attract so many demons to participate in the arena." The goblin demon warlock's voice was very loud, and it could even be said that he deliberately said it for the other demons to hear. Sauron frowned when he heard this. He did not even look at the item that the goblin proposed to exchange. He said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry. This dragon crystal is very useful to me. I'm afraid I can't use it for exchange." The goblin demon warlock was stunned when he heard this. Then, he put on a fake smile and even threatened, "Your Excellency Sauron. Although you are a powerful Balrog, carrying a dragon crystal with you is too conspicuous. I'm afraid it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Perhaps trading with us is the best choice. We came with sincerity. Please take a look at the material we have prepared for you." The goblin demon warlock waved his hand gently, and soon a goblin follower came over. It was holding a small box in both hands, but it seemed to be a little difficult. When it came to Sauron, the goblin follower opened the box directly. Then, a dark stone that seemed inconspicuous appeared in front of the others. Sauron's expression froze for a moment, and the surrounding demons who were watching the show seemed to be confused as well. Some even thought that the goblin was trying to force Sauron to use a broken stone to exchange for the dragon crystal in his hands. However, at this moment, a neutral evil demon merchant suddenly exclaimed. It was a secondary Ross demon, belonging to the higher echelons of the abyss. At the same time, it was also a knowledgeable evil demon. Demon stone? It exclaimed with a voice full of surprise. Oh my god! This is the legendary demon stone. The tavern was suddenly in an uproar. Some demons did not know what this stone was, but some who knew were shocked. If this seemingly inconspicuous black stone was really the demon stone, then its value would not be lower than the dragon crystal. Unfortunately, this stone did not have the aura of a treasure. There was only one way to determine its authenticity, and that was to use one's hand to weigh it. That's right, this was the only way to determine whether it was the legendary demon stone. Sauron signaled to the goblin demon warlock in front of him. After getting the other party's permission, he reached out and picked up the seemingly inconspicuous black stone in front of him. It was abnormally heavy. A black stone that was only half the size of a human's palm actually weighed close to 50 kilograms. It really was the demon stone. This strange stone could only be found at the very edge of the bottomless abyss, close to the endless void. It was so small, but it contained an astonishing weight. This was the best material for making weapons. It was also one of the few materials in the entire multiverse that could make artifacts that did not come from the gods. The only pity was, there were not many top alchemists and blacksmiths in the entire multiverse who could smelt it. Demon stone. As for this special material, it had been briefly mentioned before. It was a material that was very small in size but very heavy in weight. It was the product of elemental obliteration, and elemental fission, were the top alchemy technologies during the Arcane Empire. The former could obliterate elements to create all kinds of special materials, while the latter could generate a huge amount of energy to maintain the operation of the floating city. Within the multiverse, there was a theory of infinity and infinity. Infinity referred to the vastness of the multiverse, and within the boundless void of the astral plane, there were many spaces that not even the gods were aware of. Even beyond the borders of the crystal wall system, there were many mysteries that not even the gods knew about. Therefore, even the gods would be in awe of the endless stars above their heads. The second theory of infinity was more difficult to explain with alchemy knowledge. The easiest way to explain it was to extend the scientific knowledge of his previous life. Planets, human bodies, cells, molecules, atoms, protons, electrons, neutrons, and so on. If someone had studied this knowledge, they would understand that there was a huge gap in everything in the world. This gap may be quite small for humans, and they could only barely observe it with the help of a microscope. However, in fact, this gap did exist. Note, the body of a legendary warrior changes on the cellular level. Elemental obliteration was a terrifying elemental collapse reaction. The particles inside the material, like molecules, atoms, and protons, were compressed and collapsed by energy. In the end, a violent obliteration effect was produced, and some extremely small but extremely hard and heavy materials were born. If this material was used to make a weapon, the power would be unstoppable. There were several such weapons in history, and almost all of them had terrible penetrating power. Even the bodies of the gods might not be able to withstand it. In terms of the level of the item, the demon stone in Sauron's hand was not a very advanced elemental obliterating material. The best elemental obliterating material was only the size of a fingernail, but it could weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. White dwarfs and neutron stars were similar elemental obliterating materials. On a white dwarf, the gravity could reach 180,000 times that of Earth. As for the gravity of a neutron star, it was even more difficult to estimate because the density of a neutron star had been compressed to a limit. If Earth was compressed to such a density, the diameter of Earth would only be about 22 meters. A neutron star was one of the few possible endpoints of a star at the end of its evolution after a supernova explosion due to gravitational collapse. A typical neutron star's mass was between 1.35 to 2.1 times the mass of the Sun, and its radius was only between 10 to 20 kilometers. If a person of average weight, 70 kilograms, encountered a neutron star, the impact would be equivalent to the power of a 200 megaton nuclear explosion, 4 times the power of the world's largest nuclear bomb, the Tsar. Of course, all of this was just a hypothesis. If that was the case, the person would be torn apart by the powerful tidal force as they got closer and closer to the neutron star. This was the scientific and technological information in Sauron's memory. It was the basic knowledge that he had learned in physics class. Everything was back to square one. From the perspective of elemental particles, any matter was filled with huge gaps and voids, and elemental obliteration was to forcefully compress these spaces. When matter was twisted, it would result in elemental collapse, just like how carbon was reshaped into artificial diamonds. However, this belonged to the lowest level of elemental obliteration. Because diamonds were diamonds, and the huge army of diamond golems in the Arcane Empire was all made with elemental collapse. In essence, diamonds were still made of carbon. The multiverse where Sauron lived was very different from the one in his previous life, and even the laws were different. Because even though many places here were very primitive, some areas were even beyond the understanding of the interstellar era, especially planes, souls, gods, and so on. Elemental collapse and elemental fusion were the main areas of research of fallen witch Kalina. Unfortunately, there were still no breakthroughs. Elemental fusion could be ignored here, because it was a kind of alchemical technology that produced huge amounts of energy. Now it was time to talk about elemental collapse. Elemental collapse could form diamonds, which was the basic foundation of the top alchemical technology. After that was elemental obliteration, which directly transformed the structure of the elements and twisted the most essential power of the elements. In the interstellar era, it was twisting the periodic table of elements from the level of protons and electrons, twisting one element into another. The Demon Stone was such a product. It was a new elemental structure. Except for the artificially created by the top alchemists, this kind of material would only be born in the outermost space of every plane, which was close to the elemental void. Only in such a place could the phenomenon of elemental obliteration occur in nature. Such a place was naturally quite dangerous, so the Demon Stone was extremely rare. If it could be forged into a weapon, its power would be difficult to estimate with common sense. The most obvious point, it was this kind of weapon that could cut off other legendary weapons. Note, it was born with the ability to cut off other legendary weapons. The phenomenon of elemental obliteration also occurred in the astral void. For example, the meteors that streaked across the astral void were almost entirely made of diamonds. This was the phenomenon of elemental obliteration in the astral void for some reason. There was a very small probability of finding large pieces of elemental obliteration in the astral void, but the mass of this material was quite terrible, and it had unimaginable radiation and gravity beyond the limit. It was difficult for flesh and blood to get close to this material, and energy bodies were easily disturbed or even affected by the power of radiation. For a long time, it was only during the Arcane Empire that elemental obliteration was studied and used on a large scale. Many taboo weapons that even the gods were afraid of were the results of elemental obliteration and elemental fission. It was also the reason for the destruction of the Arcane Empire. Generally speaking, the Demon Stone in front of him was such a thing. Some parts may have changed due to the different rules of the multiverse, but as a whole, it was the same thing. A trace of greed appeared in Sauron's eyes. It could be said that there were not many things that could move him, but the goblin demon warlock in front of him actually took out one. The Demon Stone was an elemental obliteration substance. If he gave it to his main body to forge weapons, or find a way to mix it with other weapons, it was possible to directly create a divine weapon, but a dragon crystal was also very important to him. One was a legendary item on the spiritual level, and the other was a legendary item on the material level. Sauron didn't want to trade the dragon crystal, but he also wanted to get the Demon Stone. So, he might need a bold plan. In the end, Sauron did not agree to the exchange request of the goblin demon warlock. It could be seen that its expression was so angry when it left, as if Sauron was a guy who didn't know what was good for him. In its threatening eyes, the other demons also gloated because they thought that Sauron would not live for long. Sauron dared to refuse the request of a demon lord. It was almost impossible for him to leave the Golumba arena alive. Sure enough, shortly after the goblin demon warlock left, Sauron immediately felt that someone was secretly watching him, and the goblin warlock was setting up a dimensional anchor array near the tavern to prevent Sauron from leaving using advanced teleportation. In the Garuba arena, the goblin demon lord did not want to break the rules that he had set so easily, so it was unlikely that he would attack Sauron openly. His method against him should still be in the death arena. As long as Sauron died in the duel in the Garuba arena, the dragon crystal would naturally become an ownerless object. Sauron's expression was fearless. After rejecting the other party's request, he returned to his room calmly. Because his body had arrived at the third layer of the abyss, the Forgotten Land, at the same time. In Mordor City of the Outer Islands, a very important thing happened today. On this day, Gloria was doing magic research. Because they had passed the first layer of the war chess plane, they had obtained a lot of magic knowledge from the Arcane Empire, including part of the powerful combat wizard spell Bigby's 5 consecutive palms. Gloria had been busy memorizing and mastering these spells recently, and at the same time, practicing her own melee combat skills. It couldn't be helped. The combat wizard style was a little different from her past. If she wanted to flexibly use Bigby's 5 consecutive palms, Gloria had to learn some combat skills. At this time, the figure of Fallen Witch Corinne appeared outside the laboratory. This pair of mother and daughter conducted their research separately. Because it was difficult for two powerful witches to say whether they would support each other, both of them conducted their own research separately. All along, Fallen Witch's research had been focused on alchemy. This was because she was very persistent in pursuing the technology of the Arcane Empire. She had even sacrificed everything for it. Today, Fallen Witch arrived outside Gloria's laboratory. Her expression was a little hesitant, and her footsteps were also very hesitant. Several times, she raised her hand to knock on the door, but she retracted it again. Gloria perceived the situation outside, and with a faint magic light, the door of the laboratory was directly opened. She raised her head and looked at the Fallen Witch outside. Puzzled, she asked, "Mother, what's the matter?" Fallen Witch slowly walked in. Her face was full of hesitation, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and said softly, "Daughter, I want to conduct another alchemy experiment." Gloria's face instantly changed. She shook her head very firmly and said in a deep voice, "Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. If the experiment goes wrong, I'm afraid the city of Mordor will be razed to the ground by you." Razed to the ground. This was not a joke. The elemental fission alchemy experiment conducted by Fallen Witch directly destroyed a large laboratory of the northern witches after an accident. At the same time, everything nearby was destroyed. Even the land and environment were completely polluted, causing the space to distort and collapse. The land within tens of kilometers of the entire experimental area was covered with terrible energy radiation. It was precisely because of this incident that the Fallen Witch was exiled and imprisoned in Whiterun by the Witch Council. At the same time, she was recognized as the #1 enemy of nature by the Droll organization in this world. She was now living in seclusion in Mordor. If the Fallen Witch dared to appear on the continent, the Droll Order would immediately hunt her down, and it might even lead to other legendary Droll to capture or even kill her. There was no other way. Fallen Witch, Corinne, the legendary enemy of nature. The destroyer of nature. The destroyer of the environment. The evil Fallen Witch who polluted the earth for nearly 100 years. There was almost no adept who had done more damage to the natural world than she had. Her name, her appearance, and her unique traits had spread to almost every druid organization in the material plane. Gloria could not let her do such a dangerous thing, even if the Fallen Witch was her biological mother. Seeing Gloria's determined expression, the Fallen Witch could not help but show a bitter smile on her face. She naturally knew how big a mistake she had made at the beginning. Countless creatures had died directly and indirectly under her hands. Even the original place of the experiment, that piece of land, was now a land of death. It was estimated that it would not be restored in the next 100 or 200 years. If such an experimental explosion happened in Mordor, it would be a devastating disaster. But she had given up almost everything for these experiments and knowledge. Fallen Witch, Corinne did not want to give up so easily, so she tried to persuade her daughter. She looked up at Gloria's eyes and said slowly with a serious expression, "I know I made a mistake. So This time I plan to do some relatively simple experiments, and the place of the experiments will not be in Mordor. It will not even be in this plane. In the process of analyzing the golem factory in the war chest half-plane, I gained a lot of alchemy engineering knowledge and found some special materials. I plan to build a laboratory in this half-plane, and then do some basic research on element annihilation. Element fission can easily cause terrible damage, but element annihilation is much more stable. I plan to start with refining diamonds first. This laboratory will be open to you, and you can supervise my research at any time. I promise I won't do that kind of dangerous research again. Without the core knowledge of the Arcane Empire, the research on element fission was too terrible. The original big explosion. It almost destroyed everything she had. Fallen Witch did not want such a thing to happen again, so this time she planned to start from the bottom again. Some knowledge in the golem factory gave her inspiration. She wanted to try the part of the alchemy experiment that changed the structure of matter. If she could refine enough adamantine, then she could accumulate a wealth of experience and create a adamantine golem. Gloria's expression hesitated. She hesitated for a long time, then nodded gently and said, "If it's just refining diamonds, I can agree to your research, but the experiment can only be done in the war chest half-plane, and I will supervise your research progress at any time. If I think there will be terrible danger, I will forcibly stop your experiment." There was a surprised expression on Fallen Witch's face. She excitedly reached out and hugged her daughter in front of her, kissed her on the face, and said a little incoherently, "Thank you. Thank you. My daughter." Gloria couldn't help but sigh. No matter how big of a mistake the woman in front of her had made, she was still her mother. Gloria could not refuse her in this case. Now, he could only hope that she was only researching alchemy that could change the structure of matter and not the extremely dangerous, elemental fission, research. Even if it was inside the demiplane of war chess, if that kind of terrifying explosion happened, the final result would be unpredictable. If the half-plane could not withstand the terrible explosion and collapsed, Gloria did not know how to explain it to Soren. She was curious about the knowledge of the Arcane Empire. But Gloria also understood that without the core knowledge, any research on the top technology of the Arcane Empire would be quite dangerous. So she decided to follow up on Fallen Witch's experiment personally. There was indeed a lot of automatic alchemy factory technology in the Golem factory, especially the energy structure network of the magic crystal transmission. It could automatically extract the power of the element pool and transmit it to the factory. There were also various other materials and knowledge. If used properly, they might be able to achieve some results in alchemy. End of chapter 579. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.